Early spring in central Shandong province, still cold despite the bright sun high in the sky, easily deceiving people into thinking it was warm. Wang Mingqi's home, a dilapidated thatch hut with stone walls and a roof of wheat straw. In theory, it should have been warm in winter and cool in summer. But the north room, where Wang Mingqi lived, was shaded by the east room, never seeing sunlight, and without heating, it felt damp and cold. The village loudspeaker, operated by Party Secretary Wang Zhangwo, was broadcasting news in its thick central Shandong accent. Wang Mingqi confirmed again he was indeed back in his old homestead. A calendar featuring actress Dongcheng on the wall constantly reminded him. This was 1993. Lying motionless on the bed, Wang Mingqi strained to remember how did he come back to 1993? Just a moment ago, he'd been singing and drinking with his buddies and a princess in his arms. The next moment, he was reborn. Did he die from drinking? Or from overexertion? Fine, rebirth was rebirth. But why send him back to the first lunar month of 1993? Just because he divorced Hao Wenjun? Was heaven making him relive the pain of divorce? Recalling the quiet breakup at the town government office just before the new year, Wang Mingqi's heart ached again. The reason for the divorce wasn't that the couple couldn't get along, it was Wang Mingqi's family, specifically his irresponsible father. His father, Wang Yunshan, had secretly lent the family's painstakingly saved 50,000 yuan to someone else. 50,000 yuan, this was money the family of four had worked day and night for years to save, meant for repairing their old homestead during the holidays. Instead, Wang Yunshan lent it out, boasting that the borrower would pay double interest in a year. Wang Mingqi and his wife both knew this was a high-interest loan, destined to be unrecoverable. But Wang Yunshan was convinced the borrower was a big boss who wouldn't cheat him. When years of pent-up resentment finally exploded, Hao Wenjun could no longer tolerate her father-in-law's laziness, tyranny, and irrationality, and decisively filed for divorce. Their 3-year-old son, Wang Qing, went with Hao Wenjun. Wang Mingqi remembered clearly. Just 2 days before the family of 3 was due to return to Shanghai, Hao Wenjun took Wang Qing and boarded a southbound train. For the next 15 years, Wang Mingqi never saw his son again. Thinking of this, tears streamed down Wang Mingqi's face uncontrollably, his sobs filling the north room. Outside, his mother Lu Xiaolan wiped her tears. What a tragedy, what a tragedy. Old man, you've brought this disaster upon us. Since her son and daughter-in-law divorced, her son had been gloomy and depressed. Everyone understood Wang Mingqi's pain, but he had never cried in front of them. Hearing her son's sobs today, Lu Xiaolan was deeply distressed, not knowing what to do. She turned and went to the main room. In the main room, Wang Yunshan had already poured himself a bowl of white liquor and was humming an unknown opera tune. As Wang Yunshan was about to put a piece of pork head into his mouth, Lu Xiaolan suddenly shouted, "Wang Yunshan, give me back my daughter-in-law. Give me back my grandson. How dare you drink and eat like this?" Wang Yunshan's hand trembled, and the pork head fell onto the table. "Woman, what's all this screaming for? Has her mother-in-law died?" Wang Yunshan, go listen, Mingqi is crying alone in his room. Go listen. How can your heart be so cruel? Wang Yunshan, what sin did I commit to marry a good for-nothing like you? Lu Xiaolan's tears flowed again as she spoke. Wang Suling and Wang Suxin quickly put down their chopsticks and rushed to support Lu Xiaolan on either side. Mom, don't be upset. Maybe tomorrow morning, the two of us can go find sister-in-law and talk to her properly. Exactly. Dad's just like that. You've known that for years. If it doesn't work, let brother and sister-in-law work elsewhere. You two can still stay in Shanghai. If they don't see each other, sister-in-law won't get angry. Lu Xiaolan shook her arm free. You make it sound so easy. 50,000 yuan our family, saved for years of hard work. Your father just lent it out like that. How am I supposed to explain this to sister-in-law? Wang Yunshan slammed his chopsticks down, roaring, explain what? To whom? I'm still the head of this household. She doesn't run things here. Still feeling unsatisfied, he turned to Wang Suling and Wang Suxin. If you two dare go find her tomorrow, I'll break your legs. Wang Suling wasn't one to back down. In the whole family, only she wasn't afraid of him. Especially as Wang Yunshan aged and became more outrageous. Wang Suling had him completely under control. Break my legs then. If you break my legs, no one in this family will have a good life. Wang Suling glared angrily at Wang Yunshan. Such a good daughter-in-law. You complain about this, and now why don't you just fly to heaven? Wang Yunshan was so angry he couldn't speak. In the entire family, who else dared challenge him? But he couldn't control his second daughter. She wasn't afraid of him. Or let brother and sister-in-law split the household and live separately, Wang Suling suggested. Split the household? I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking of splitting up? Dream on. Wang Yunshan refused to agree. In the village, the Wang family, including his younger brother's branch, had only one male heir, Wang Mingqi. If they split now, wouldn't the villagers point fingers at him? Outside, Wang Mingqi's anger toward his father had initially lessened. In his previous life, he had turned his fortunes around thanks to stocks left by his father, proving Wang Yunshan's foresight was correct. But now, hearing his father still so domineering, his anger flared again. Wang Mingqi pushed open the door. In the dim light of a 15-watt bulb, he clearly saw Wang Yunshan. Suddenly, his anger dissipated again. Looking at his mother, Wang Mingqi's tears welled up once more, unbidden. "My dear mother, are you well? Not having seen you for 10 years, you look younger. Father, not having seen you for nearly 20 years, you look much younger too." Seeing her son crying again, Lu Xiaolan was heartbroken. "Mingqi, don't cry. Tomorrow, I'll go to your mother-in-law's house. I'll kneel and beg Wenjun." Wang Suling and Wang Suxin also began crying. Wang Yunshan irritably took a sip of liquor. He felt he had lost his authority. No one in the family was listening to him anymore. "Mom, don't worry." Wenjun took Qingqing and went to work elsewhere. "Gone? Before the Lantern Festival?" Wang Mingqi nodded. Wang Suling quickly brought a stool for Wang Mingqi. "Brother, want another drink?" "No more. Tomorrow morning, I'm returning to Shanghai." "Why go back so early? The vegetable market isn't even open." Since 1984, Wang Yunshan had brought his wife and children to Shanghai. The family of three had done everything: sold rat poison, clothes, shoes. Lu Xiaolan had even worked as a housekeeper. But eventually, they settled on the vegetable market. In the early 1980s, selling vegetables was a highly profitable business. For example, cabbages that cost 1 fun per jean in rural areas sold for about 5 fun in Shanghai. The family of three could make a pure profit of about 50 yuan per day, equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker at the time. In this regard, Wang Yunshan had a sharp eye for business, thanks to his experience from his adventurous youth. Unwilling to live a life of farming, he always sought out business opportunities others wouldn't dare to try. The family of three ventured into Shanghai, and in just over a year, they saved 30,000 yuan. In an era when 10,000 yuan households were rare, the impact of 30,000 yuan was tremendous. Chapter 2. The Unreliable Biological Father. However, Wang Yunshan was not a man content with mediocrity. By a twist of fate, he witnessed workers in the bustling metropolis queuing to purchase something called stocks, rumored to be a surefire way to earn money. Without consulting Lu Xiaolan or Wang Mingqi, Wang Yunshan converted all his funds into mere slips of paper known as Yinzhong industrial stocks. He was a man who could not tolerate the ordinary and often acted on whims. After some time, he completely forgot about the Yinzhong industrial stocks. Had it not been for Wang Mingqi discovering them while sorting through his possessions, those stocks would have turned to ashes along with Wang Yunshan's passing. Reflecting on this, Wang Mingqi's anger towards his father diminished significantly. The thought of 30,000 yuan worth of original Yinzhong industrial stocks made Wang Mingqi's heart race uncontrollably. "I wish I could return home a few days earlier. I no longer wish to linger here." Wang Suling attempted to persuade him further, but upon noticing Lu Xiaolan's slight shake of her head, she swallowed her words. Wang Yunshan handed Wang Mingqi a teacup, dismissing the fuss as excessive. "Drink a bit. Once Wenjun has sorted his thoughts, he will naturally return." In a previous life, Wang Mingqi would have certainly ignored him. "Just have a drink." Wang Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, unaccustomed to the sudden shift in his son's demeanor. Just days prior, they had barely exchanged words. Wang Mingqi poured himself a cup of tea. "Su Xian, living at your second uncle's home is quite different from ours. You must be more diligent." At just 15, Wang Su Xian was studying in the county town, primarily residing at her second uncle's place. Wang Suling suggested, "How about Su Xian and I rent a place outside? Staying at your second uncle's indefinitely is not ideal." Lu Xiaolan shot Wang Suling a glare, questioning if she had money to burn. "We have public dormitories. Why spend your own money?" Wang Suling was unafraid of Wang Yunshan, but she genuinely feared Lu Xiaolan. Regardless of past or present, Wang Suling was the most educated among her siblings, having graduated from a middle-level vocational institution last year and secured a coveted position at the county textile factory, becoming an object of envy. Yet, she was also the one facing the harshest circumstances among her siblings. As the wave of layoffs began, the working class felt the chill first, and both she and her brother-in-law found themselves unemployed simultaneously. Ironically, the youngest sister, Wang Su Xian, graduated from high school and moved to the metropolis, taking over their parents' vegetable stall, gradually transforming from a mere seller to a thriving wholesaler. Meanwhile, the eldest sister, Wang Xiyun, married early, and later joined forces with the youngest sister, leading a comfortable life. Contemplating this, Wang Mingqi suggested, Suling, why not accompany our parents to the metropolis? To the metropolis? For what purpose? To sell vegetables. As soon as Wang Mingqi's words fell, Wang Yunshan slammed the teacup onto the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Your second sister is a respectable state employee. How can she stoop to selling vegetables? Are you envious of Suling's success?" Wang Suling echoed, "Indeed. How could you even think of such a thing?" Seeing his second sister's disapproval, Wang Mingqi chose not to pursue the topic further. The hardships endured in a past life did not necessitate suffering in this one, especially with the presence of a brand new, formidable brother. Wang Mingqi hastily shifted the conversation. "Father, to whom exactly did you lend the money? Why should I report to you?" Upon hearing it's about 50,000 yuan, Lu Xiulan is no longer in the previous conciliatory state. "Speak quickly. For such a sum, my daughter-in-law and grandson have departed. Are you pleased with that? You foolish woman. Do you understand anything? Don't I understand? Then bring back my daughter-in-law and grandson. I, Wang Yunshan, have been defeated once more." Wang Yunshan feels a sense of grievance. How has he, a once proud head of the family, fallen into such a predicament? Observing the attitude of his wife and children, if matters are not clarified today, do not expect a joyful new year. Do you remember that big boss who used to come to our home to buy groceries with his little secretary? Wang Mingqi ruminates and recalls such a person, as his appearance closely resembles a character from the Hong Kong film The Untamed Tycoon, leaving a profound impression on Wang Mingqi. With slicked back hair, dressed in suspenders and printed trousers, a machine hanging from his waist, and speaking with a Hong Kong accent, Wang Mingqi cannot help but flush every time he encounters him and his little secretary. Does such a large boss truly lack your 50,000 yuan? He engages in substantial business, equipped with advanced technology, allegedly of foreign origin. What advanced technology? Wang Yunshan feels a surge of pride. "See, this household still requires my leadership. Look at your ignorant little expressions. Do you even comprehend what advanced technology is? Water turning into oil. What? Water turning into oil? Peanut oil or soybean oil? You foolish woman, it's gasoline, do you understand? The kind used in vehicles, not for consumption by humans." Wang Mingqi is momentarily taken aback. The water-to-oil scam began in the 1980s, initiated by a bus driver in Harbin named Wang Hongcheng. Wang Hongcheng is a figure of note. He took the water-to-oil scam to the capital, ensnaring the elite, until it was exposed. However, the water-to-oil scam is a source of disgrace, unreported by the media, leaving the common people unaware of the truth. Many continue to exploit this ruse to swindle money. Among the biggest fraudsters remains Wang Hongcheng, with the scam persisting until the late 1990s. "Father, do you know where that big boss resides? He lives in the neighborhood across the street from us." "What's his name?" "Wang Li." With this valuable information, Wang Mingqi finally feels at ease. Drawing from his past experiences, after his divorce, Wang Mingqi chose to venture into the capital, familiar with the area. Should he seek out his wife and daughter in the south, or head to the capital? His father-in-law Shirley Wunti disclosed their whereabouts in any city. He can't possibly search city by city. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Heading to the capital, Beijing, he would encounter familiar faces and industries, without needing to acclimatize to the environment or deliberate on his next steps. He could revert to his original trade of selling videotapes. With this thought, Wang Mingqi's spirits were considerably lifted. Chapter 3. I want to go to the capital. The two had just begun to drink when the village secretary, Wang Zhangwo, approached wearing a military coat. Wang Yunshan quickly stood up and smiled. "Zhangwo, what brings you here?" Wang Zhangwo cleared his throat vigorously and said, "I heard you're leaving after the 15th. I came to discuss a few matters with you." Wang Mingqi presented a teacup to Wang Zhangwo, saying, "Second uncle, have a sip. It's good for you." Zhangwo inquired, "What's the matter? I've heard that you can earn quite a bit in the Magic City." Upon mentioning profit, Wang Yunshan perked up, declaring, "This is our forte." Zhangwo replied, "It's decent enough. For a family of 4, making several tens of thousands a year is not a problem." Wang Zhangwo gasped at the mention of several tens of thousands. Lu Xiulan interjected, "Secretary, don't listen to his tall tales. Several tens of thousands? After 7 or 8 years, we've barely saved that much." Wang Yunshan shot her a glare, retorting, "You're just trying to undermine me, aren't you?" Wang Mingqi chuckled, "Second uncle, even if it's not several tens of thousands, after expenses, we could still save a few thousand a year. That is still a considerable amount," Zhangwo said, troubled. "Look at our village. Come winter, Everyone is huddled by the wall catching sunlight. Throughout the year, we barely scrape together enough for basic necessities. Every household is short on cash, and with children needing to attend school and pay tuition, expenses pile up. Upon hearing Zhang Wo's words, Wang Mingqi understood his implication. Second uncle, do you want my parents to bring people to the Magic City? Zhang Wo, feeling a bit shy, admitted, I do have such thoughts, but I'm unsure if it's convenient for you. After years of navigating the world, Wang Yunshan was at a loss regarding Zhang Wo's intentions. He was taken aback to learn that Zhang Wo wished for him to lead villagers on this venture. He had boasted extravagantly in the village. Yet he was painfully aware of the reality. While it might have been feasible to earn 20 to 30,000 a year a few years ago, business had become increasingly difficult lately. He didn't mind the prospect of sharing the path to prosperity with others. In fact, he aspired to be a respected figure in the village. However, was the outside world truly as easy to navigate? Not only was it arduous, but one also had to wear a smile, which would surely invite ridicule if others knew he was merely selling vegetables while putting on a facade. Having been father and son for decades, Wang Mingqi understood his father's thoughts intimately. Father, how about you take some people to the Magic City, and I can lead a group to the capital? Upon hearing this, Wang Yunshan exploded, what is this? You don't want to work with me anymore? Lu Xiulan chimed in, not working with you. What can you do about it? Let us follow the child's suggestion and let him go to the capital. Wang Yunshan was adamant that Wang Mingqi should not go to the capital. Previously, with 4 people, he had it easy, wandering through the big city in his polyester shirt, boasting alongside the cadres of the Magic City while letting the others do the work. Now, with his daughter-in-law gone, if his son left too, would all the work fall solely on him? He was determined not to allow that. Why leave the comforts of the Magic City for the capital? No way. You're not going. Wang Zhangwo remarked, elder brother, the market in the Magic City is limited. If we send 20 people from our village, won't it be hard to manage? Whether it's manageable is for me to decide, Wang Yunshan asserted. Zhangwo quickly responded, elder brother, do you agree? That's wonderful. I'll go inform them right away. Zhangwo, wait a moment. What is it? I know that my brother Yunshan is a man of his word. Once he agrees, it's set in stone. Zhang Wo's words struck a chord with Wang Yunshan. Indeed, I have inquired far and wide. My word is as steadfast as a rock. Ultimately, Wang Yunshan paid a price for his boastful claims. Second uncle, I shall return to the bustling metropolis tomorrow. I will make arrangements there, and after the Lantern Festival, they can head directly to the capital, where I shall await your arrival. That sounds splendid. It is no wonder that my brother Yunshan commands such presence, replied Wang Mingqi. Second uncle, we should not be idle at home either. We could cultivate some vegetables to sell in the capital. It could yield some income, no? Indeed. That is the plan. Once you establish yourselves in the big city, I will organize vegetable farming in the village. I have heard that a pound of cabbage fetches nearly a dime in the metropolis. Wang Zhangwo successfully resolved the employment issues for the entire village. His spirits lifted as he began to toast with Wang Yunshan. Wang Mingqi, however, dared not indulge excessively. After 2 bowls of tea, he halted, much to the displeasure of old Wang. In the early hours of the following day, Wang Mingqi packed a few simple garments into a canvas bag and stepped outside. In the west room, Lu Xiulan watched her disheartened son with sorrowful eyes, tears streaming down her face once again. All you do is cry. A man should venture out and seek his fortune. Look at me. In my youth, I roamed the world, and now I guide you through this vast metropolis, achieving no less than anyone else. Others remain married, yet you have caused your son and daughter-in-law to part ways. Do you not feel ashamed? Foolish woman. It is how Wen Jun who lacks vision. Investment. Do you understand? Even if I do not lend money to Boss Wang, I would not return to renovate this dilapidated house. You always have your reasons, Lu Xiulan lamented. Though her words faltered against her husband's seasoned experience, she felt an innate sense of discontent. The housing prices in the metropolis rise year after year. If only I could save enough to purchase a home, it would be far better than repairing this place, Wang Yunshan mused. He felt an overwhelming solitude, a profound loneliness that only the truly skilled could understand. No one comprehended his aspirations, and he sensed that his dreams of fortune were unrecognized by his family. Upon exiting his home, he encountered Wang Jun, a fellow villager pulling a donkey cart. In their village, aside from Wang Yunshan, Wang Jun was the most capable individual, raising pigs and serving as the village electrician. Brother Jun, where are you headed? To the county to buy pig feed. Are you going to second uncle's house? Indeed, Wang Mingqi replied. leaping onto Wang Jun's cart. "Brother Jun, how many pigs are you raising this year?" 10. "Goodness, you have become quite the pig farmer. Well done. That pales in comparison to your family. I hear from Uncle Yunshan that you earn several tens of thousands each year. My father is just boasting. If we can clear 10,000 in a year, we would consider it a blessing. That's remarkable. A household earning 10,000 a year. That is nothing to scoff at. It surpasses our achievements." As they traveled, Wang Jun invited anyone he met along the way, familiar with them, to ride on his donkey cart. Many disembarked when they reached the town. With about 20 miles remaining from Guanyin to Dongpu County, the two conversed effortlessly, their journey far from tedious. Second uncle Wang Yunshan resided in the dormitory of the county repair factory. When Wang Mingqi arrived, his uncle's family had yet to awaken. Wang Yunshan opened the door and, upon seeing Wang Mingqi, exclaimed, "You came early." "Indeed," Wang Mingqi replied. "Come in and warm yourself." Second uncle Wang Yunshan had two daughters. In his perspective, only a son is deemed worthy of carrying on the family lineage. Thus, Wang Yunshan treated Wang Mingqi as his own child. As Wang Yunshan himself put it, after his demise, would his son-in-law tend to his grave? He would rather rely on his nephew. Wang Mingqi inquired about his aunt's whereabouts, to which he was told she was still asleep. He was offered 2 eggs for his pouch instead. "Uncle, enough of that. Please find me a vehicle to the Magic City." While opening the gas canister, Wang Yunshan asked, "So early this year, you no longer wish to stay at home? Don't let your father's temperament bother you. He has been like this all his life and won't change. Perhaps, once when Jun calms down, he may return for the sake of the child." Wang Mingqi could only muster a bitter smile. She certainly would not return. "In a few days, I plan to visit the capital to seek out Hao Wenjing and Hao Wenhua and inquire if they know where Wenjun has gone." That sounds reasonable. A woman with a child should not be exposed to dangers outside. An heir had risen as well. "Mingqi is here. An heir, I apologize for disturbing your rest." "Oh, this child, always speaking so formally. Sit down, I'll prepare some noodles for you." "Thank you, Aunt Heir." Before long, Wang Lei and Wang Xuejiao also awoke. Wang Xuejiao, who was a classmate of Wang Suxin, had always maintained a good relationship with her. "Brother, has my third sister not come?" "No. In that case, I'll go find her later." Aunt Heir glared. "Have you completed your homework?" Wang Xuejiao stuck out her tongue and hurried off to freshen up. Chapter 4. Wang Yunshan's investment. Wang Lei had already started working. She merely grabbed a few bites to eat before greeting Wang Mingqi and departing. Wang Xuejiao asked, "Brother, during the summer vacation, my third sister and I plan to visit the Magic City. If Suxin goes, she can lend a hand. What can you do? You should stay home. If you go to the Magic City, your brother will have to spend time looking after you." While slurping his noodles, Wang Mingqi replied, "Forget the Magic City. Your uncle will make you work like a laborer. During the summer, you and Suxin should head to the capital. I intend to make my way to Yanjing." Wang Yunshan popped his head out of the kitchen, asking, "Why not go to the Magic City?" "I simply don't wish to." "Are you avoiding your father?" Wang Mingqi slightly nodded in response. Wang Yunshan wiped his hands, seated himself beside Wang Mingqi, pulled out a cigarette, and took a deep drag. "Avoiding is wise. With a father like this, what can one do?" An heir interjected. "How can you speak of your elder brother in such a way? His heart is in the right place. He merely wishes to secure a better inheritance for Mingqi. They say that every finger is of different length, and parents and neighbors have their ranks. Not all birds can sing in unison. The elders have varying abilities. We do not emphasize how much inheritance we leave for our children, but one should not squander the fruits of their labor on frivolous favors." Wang Mingqi asserted, "If I can establish myself in Yanjing, my parents would not need to toil so hard. It is commendable that you possess such filial piety." Wang Yunshan took another deep drag from his cigarette. He was well aware of his elder brother's character, yet the elder brother never heeded anyone's counsel. "Rest at home for now. I will call you when the vehicle arrives." "All right." Wang Mingqi indeed felt fatigued and lay down on Suxin's bed, drifting into sleep until the afternoon. That evening, he finally boarded the freight truck bound for the Magic City. In the depths of the night on the following day, Wang Mingqi arrived in the bustling metropolis. Drawing upon memories from a past life, he successfully located the modest abode where his family of 4 resided. This dwelling was situated within an urban village, divided by a road that bifurcated the world into 2 distinct scenes. On one side stood upscale residential complexes, their multi-story buildings aglow with vibrant lights. Conversely, the other side was characterized by low, cramped alleyways and narrow streets. The Wang family occupied 2 rooms. with Wang Yunshan and his spouse in one, while Wang Mingqi and his family of 3 occupied the other. The first order of business for Wang Mingqi was to locate his stocks. He recalled that in 1985, Wang Yunshan had hidden them away quite cleverly, making them difficult to find. After a restless night of searching, he eventually discovered them in a box beneath the bed. Upon counting, he found to his astonishment that there were 600 shares, each representing 5 units, amounting to 3,000 shares with a face value of 30,000 yuan. When Yinzhong Industrial first issued shares, a total of 60,000 personal stocks were released, valued at 3 million yuan. In truth, Yinzhong Industrial lacked a core business and was classified as a shell company. It was originally established purely for the purpose of experimenting with stocks and gathering experience. To everyone's surprise, the stock sales flourished, and with the 3 million yuan raised, Yinzhong Industrial promptly constructed a substantial building spanning 27,000 square meters. Following the establishment of the Metropolis Stock Exchange, Yinzhong Industrial emerged as one of the only 2 stocks available for trading, igniting an unprecedented fervor among investors who eagerly bought into the company. It was likely that Wang Yunshan, observing the stock price of Yinzhong Industrial hovering around 10 yuan, assumed that his investment had not appreciated and thus felt embarrassed to disclose the extent of his success to his family. Unbeknownst to him, Yinzhong Industrial had undergone multiple stock splits, transforming one original share into the equivalent of 60 circulating shares today. This meant that Wang Yunshan's investment had multiplied 60-fold. Wang Mingqi felt a tightening in his chest, nearly 2 million yuan, and this was before the Baoyan incident had transpired. Once that event unfolded, the stock price was projected to rise approximately 4-fold, potentially nearing 10 million yuan in funds. With such capital at his disposal, Wang Mingqi was convinced that wealth was within his grasp. Even if he invested the entirety of 10 million yuan in real estate, it would suffice for his family for generations. Determined not to delay, Wang Mingqi secured the stocks and filled the box with a pile of newspapers. As dawn broke, the vegetable market sprang back to life. However, since the New Year festivities were not yet concluded, the market was relatively quiet, with fewer shops open than usual. The Wang family's stall was operational, but their offerings were limited to hearty vegetables such as potatoes and cabbage. As was his custom, Wang Mingqi engaged in casual conversation with the nearby vendors, yet his gaze remained fixed on the alleyway entrance. He was in dire need of money, substantial amounts of it. Although he possessed shares in Yinzhong Industrial, he had no intention of liquidating them just yet, as he planned to wait until the latter half of the year when Shunbaoan would acquire Yinzhong Industrial before cashing out. Wang Mingqi had set his sights on borrowing money from his father's employer, Wang Li. By 8 o'clock, he at last spotted Wang Li's charming secretary. With a broad smile, he greeted her. "Hello, Mississippi." She shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "You're the one who should be addressed as Miss. Your manners are lacking." "Greetings, young lady," he corrected himself. "You are a young lady, and indeed you are." Wang Mingqi searched his mind diligently for an appropriate way to address her. "Your father is far superior." Suddenly enlightened, Wang Mingqi promptly corrected himself. "Good day, madam. Is boss Wang not present today?" The secretary's expression brightened somewhat. "Our boss was engaged in business discussions until late last night, and has yet to rise," she replied casually, pinching the vegetables from Wang Mingqi's home, which had lost their freshness and opted to purchase from elsewhere. Wang Mingqi quickly interjected, "Oh no, please accept this as a gift for the lady, to nourish boss Wang." Upon hearing that it was a gift, the secretary's smile widened. "Now that is more like it. It is only fair considering my boss and I care for your family's business daily." Wang Mingqi swiftly filled a large bag with vegetables and inquired, "May I ask your surname, madam?" "I am Bai," she replied. "Ms. Bai, I have 10,000 yuan in hand. I heard that lending it to boss Wang yields 100% interest in a year." "Indeed, miss." Bai glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them and continued, "It is only because of your father's eloquence that our boss begrudgingly lent him 50,000. As for you, I'm afraid I cannot make any promises." Wang Mingqi, as he spoke, filled another large bag with potatoes, asked, "Might I request a personal audience with boss Wang? You see, money has lost its value these days. Rather than holding it, it is wiser to invest it." The secretary was quite pleased with Wang Mingqi's tact. While a bag of potatoes held little monetary value, she placed great importance on appearances, particularly in front of a boss from Hong Kong. "Ms. Bai, all I ask is for you to make an introduction. The outcome is entirely up to me. In the future, when you come to my home for vegetables, they will be complimentary." "Really? More genuine than gold," Ms. Bai pondered before deciding, let us go. I suspect the boss has already awakened. With that, Wang Mingqi closed the vegetable stand. Chapter 5. The reverse scheme for money boss Wang Li of Hong Kong was in a state of distress. Recently, the concept of water transforming into oil had gained tremendous popularity. It was rumored that Wang Hongsheng had begun discussions with several major businessmen in the Magic City, preparing to invest in a large-scale chemical plant for water-to-oil conversion. Wang Li had been unable to reach Wang Hongsheng, heightening his anxiety. Should Wang Li fail to secure authorization from Wang Hongsheng, his financing efforts in Hong Kong would be utterly doomed. When he saw the secretary returning with Wang Mingqi, his irritation flared. What nonsense is this, bringing back just anyone? Do you wish to abandon your duties? The secretary turned pale with fear. Wang Mingqi hastily produced a cigarette and offered it to Wang Li. Hello, Boss Wang. I persuaded the secretary to bring me here. What is it? Are you seeking your father's investment? No, you misunderstand, Boss Wang. If I wanted money, I would simply fetch it myself. Wang Li gestured towards the cabinet. We do not lack for your father's 5,000. Wang Mingqi replied, I am not here for money, Boss Wang. I wish to inquire about the business you intend to invest in. Is it lucrative? What are you contemplating? Do you wish to invest? Wang Li's demeanor softened significantly upon hearing Wang Mingqi's interest in investment. He casually tossed a stack of documents to Wang Mingqi. Glancing over them, Wang Mingqi asked, Water transforming into oil? Is that not Wang Hongqing's invention from Harbin? Wang Li was taken aback. A rural bumpkin was surprisingly familiar with Wang Hongqing. Do you know about the transformation of water into oil? Indeed, my second uncle is a colleague of Wang Hongqing. I have met him. Aren't you from the Luzhong region? Ah, my second uncle was reassigned to the automobile team in Harbin. You truly know Wang Hongqing? Could there be any doubt? However, my second uncle mentioned that Wang Hongqing has already secured a partner in the magical city, and I presume that refers to you. Wang Li did not expect that a poor country lad could bring him such immense surprise. While many might be aware of the concept of water transforming into oil, few would recognize the name Wang Hongqing, let alone know that he had already found a partner in the magical city and was in the process of raising funds to establish a factory. Brother, can you get in touch with Wang Hongqing? Wang Mingqi hesitantly replied, I would need to go through my second uncle. Brother, have a smoke. Wang Li offered him a cigarette from his pack of Zhonghua. Could you please contact your second uncle? As long as I can connect with Boss Wang, I assure you I will not neglect you or your uncle. Well, Wang Mingqi said, uncertain, I cannot guarantee it will work. Shall I make a call first? Yes. We have a phone at home. Hurry and call. Wang Mingqi picked up the phone, but, upon noticing Wang Li and secretary by watching him closely, he hesitated and hung up. Wang Li forced a smile and encouraged, Go ahead. They stepped several meters away from Wang Mingqi before he finally dialed. Second uncle. It's me. A minute later, Wang Mingqi hung up the phone. How did it go, brother? My second uncle said that Wang Hongsheng has quite the stature now. He has referred people in the past, but it requires a substantial fee. How much? 100,000 yuan. 100,000? That's trivial. Secretary Bai, please get my brother 100,000 yuan. As Secretary Bai opened the cabinet, Wang Mingqi was momentarily dizzy. Rows of cash were neatly stacked inside, visibly amounting to millions. It was likely all acquired through loans. Wang Li observed Wang Mingqi's astonishment, reveling in his reaction. Boss Wang, if we had 200,000, the chances of success would be even greater. However, my second uncle assured me that if it doesn't work out, the money will be returned in full. Is that true? Of course, our family has been selling vegetables here. Would we dare to deceive you? Indeed, your father's credit is impeccable. Initially, Wang Li hesitated. Most would be foolish to hand over 200,000 to a stranger. Yet, he found himself at his wit's end, borrowing money solely to seize the opportunity of water transforming into oil. With Wang Hongqing's authorization, he intended to raise funds in Hong Kong to salvage his precarious company. However, considering that the Wang family had been selling vegetables here for several years and were well known, Wang Li tried to quell his unease. Brother, I leave everything to you. Haha, since Boss Wang trusts me so greatly, I promise I will return it intact if the deal does not go through. With a chuckle, he graciously acknowledged the arrangement, promising an additional 200,000 as a token of appreciation once the task was accomplished. Wang Mingqi, mindful of the time, hurriedly departed with a substantial bag of money in hand. The Magic City Securities Exchange was situated within the lobby of a hotel. When trading commenced in 1990, it relied on a listed trading method, but since the previous year, it had transitioned entirely to electronic matching. This transformation placed the Magic City Securities Exchange at the forefront of global trading practices, completely eliminating the need for paper stock certificates. Wang Mingqi proceeded to register the shares of Yinzhong Industrial in his name, a total of 180,000 shares. His excitement surged once more as he beheld the significant stockholding. After depositing the full sum of 200,000 into the exchange, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the trading hall. Yang Baiwan, a renowned figure in the Magic City, was surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Boss Yang, which stock do you favor today?" they clamored. "Please, guide us, Boss Yang. There are several stocks set to go public soon. Which one do you believe will perform best?" Wang Mingqi chose not to join the crowd. Instead, he focused on the warrant trading displayed on another screen. Stock warrants come in two varieties: call warrants and put warrants. While they lack inherent financial properties, warrants serve as a form of leverage for stocks, acting as a means for listed companies to raise capital. However, warrants are notorious for their volatility. They can lead to overnight fortunes for many, as the value of a warrant can surpass that of the underlying stock once the warrants are publicly issued and traded. Conversely, countless individuals have seen their investments evaporate overnight, with some companies delaying their listings indefinitely, rendering the warrants mere scraps of paper. The warrants for Fail Audio had skyrocketed in value, nearly double the price of its stock. This surge likely correlated with the recent frenzy in the Magic City stock market, which had risen from a mere 400 points last year to approximately 1,000 points now. With Fail Audio stocks unattainable, many investors turned their attention to the associated warrants, hoping for another round of public offerings. At last, Wang Mingqi discovered a warrant that piqued his interest: Zhonghua Enterprises. During the flourishing of the capital CD industry, he had fortuitously encountered a bull market. Having dabbled in stocks previously, he was aware of which companies had gone public. Zhonghua Enterprises, being among the earlier listings and a subsidiary of the Magic City government, was expected to secure its place on the exchange. Failure to do so would reflect poorly on the city's image. Yet, no one dared to wager on Zhonghua Enterprises' potential listing. Originally valued at 1 yuan, the warrant now languished at a mere 10 cents, with trading volume exceedingly low. Chapter 6. Capital. Here I come. If Wang Mingqi were to invest his entire 200,000 into the Zhonghua Enterprises warrants at once, it could potentially elevate the entire warrant price. He assessed the sell orders and determined that approximately 50,000 could clear the market. With resolute determination, Wang Mingqi filled out the order, 50,000, entirely dedicated to purchasing the warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises. Half an hour later, the subscription warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises began to vanish at a discernible pace, with their prices rising by 2 cents. Wang Mingqi studied the market for another half day and discovered the near absence of put options, which are somewhat akin to short selling. It was not yet the opportune moment. March would present the most suitable time. As for the remaining 150,000, Wang Mingqi planned to take it to the capital to embark on a new venture. He calculated the time. Today was the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, and his family back home would arrive in Beijing around the 17th or 18th. Wang Mingqi needed to head to Beijing in advance to make preparations, at the very least to get his small shop up and running. On the train from Modu to Beijing, the crowd was sparse. According to Chinese tradition, the New Year festivities are not considered complete until the 15th day, and unless there were urgent matters, most people would refrain from departing before then. After an arduous 18-hour journey, Wang Mingqi finally arrived in Beijing. The familiar scents and scenes enveloped him. In his previous life, he had entered the capital with nothing but a bag of pancakes and 200 yuan, often resorting to sleeping in bridge underpasses to save money. This time, however, his circumstances were vastly different. While he still carried pancakes, he now possessed a substantial amount of cash. Upon disembarking, he heard the familiar calls: "Brother, need a hotel? Just 20 yuan a night. Brother, want to take a shower? You can stay without an ID, no temporary residence permit checks." Wang Mingqi boarded a bus heading straight for Zhonghuacan. "Song Laosan, your brother has come to rescue you." In his previous life, upon arriving in Beijing, Wang Mingqi had rented a stall near the Third Ring Road to sell vegetables. By chance, he visited a video hall and developed a keen interest in videotapes. In early 1994, he abandoned the vegetable business to sell tapes and later shifted to computer assembly, embarking on a trajectory of success fueled by high technology. Eventually, Wang Mingqi became acquainted with Song Xingren, the source of pirated videotapes and magnetic tapes, after Song had traveled south to learn about piracy techniques. This year, after the new year, Song began his entrepreneurial journey amidst considerable hardships. as no one was willing to distribute his tapes until the summer when he began to see some progress. Now Reborn. Wang Mingqi was determined to become Song Xingren's primary distributor. However, before meeting Song, he planned to find a place to settle down or perhaps a storefront. The most suitable location for his shop was in Zhongguancun, which had only been established for 2 years. Although it was more vibrant than the suburbs, Zhongguancun was still surrounded by construction sites and low-rise houses, far from the prosperity it would later attain. Stepping out of the taxi, Wang Mingqi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, familiar accents, familiar sights, and familiar faces. Boss, need a telephone? Imported from Japan. Boss, want a machine? Discounted Motorola, originally 3,000. I'll give you 200 off. Boss, interested in Hong Kong and Taiwan films? Wang Mingqi encountered several familiar faces from the future, including Ma Shouyang, who later engaged in printer agency, Han Xian, involved in computer agency, and Li Huijun, who ventured into the mobile phone business. Without exception, these individuals were sweeping the streets of Zhongguan village, predominantly engaged in the trade of various electronic products, ranging from calculators and telephones to, at the higher end, computers. Wang Mingqi skillfully made his way to the location of his future shop. The Sihai Electronic Market, situated by the 4th Ring Road, was the largest distribution center for videotapes in all of Beijing at that time. Viewed through a contemporary lens, Sihai Market resembled a vast urban village, characterized by rows of single-story houses, tangled wires, and an abundance of advertising facades, bustling with vibrant voices from all corners of the country, forming the essence of today's Sihai Market. At the entrance, an aunt selling egg pancakes was enticing customers. In his previous life, Wang Mingqi often had breakfast from her stand when he first delved into the videotape business. Big sister, 1 pancake with 2 eggs, and add plenty of scallions. Adding eggs incurs extra charge, 10 cents each. Of course, add them. All right, would you like some soy milk or tofu pudding? I'll have a bowl of tofu pudding. Wang Mingqi felt a strong craving. It had been many years since he last savored her tofu pudding. The familiar flavor was still there, especially her tofu pudding, which was devoid of any bean-like taste, enhanced with generous amounts of sesame sauce and chives, creating an exquisite taste. Big sister, how's business? Still the same. I feel like there are more people here than before. That may be true, but the earnings aren't as plentiful as they used to be. While eating, Wang Mingqi engaged in conversation with the aunt. The late 1980s to early 1990s marked a critical period of dual-track pricing, where the pace of inflation far outstripped the income growth of most individuals. Last year, earning 100 yuan a month was sufficient for a family, but this year, without at least 150, one couldn't dare to indulge in meat. You could consider raising your prices, even by just 5 cents. It's tough for everyone. Those who eat breakfast here are mostly kids working nearby. If it becomes too expensive, they might skip breakfast altogether. Wang Mingqi chuckled heartily. He was quite familiar with this aunt. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, it would be a wealthy pauper. She had once been an employee at a radio factory, while her husband worked for Beijing soft drink company. They owned 2 rooms near the 2nd Ring Road, approximately 30 square meters in size. In terms of value, her assets surpassed those of many, yet regarding income, it was a struggle, especially with her husband's unemployment making family life even more challenging. Big sister, do you know of any rental properties nearby? It would be even better if there were some for sale. Young man, are you looking to buy a house? Yes. If the price is right, I would consider it. The houses here are primarily for foreign sales. If you wish to purchase one for domestic use, you must venture to the 4th Ring Road. The so-called foreign sales houses are specifically designated for foreign buyers, typically priced between $1,500 to $3,000 per square meter, at an exchange rate of 1 to 8. That equates to about 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per square meter. It is not merely wealth that grants one the ability to purchase an overseas property. One must also possess foreign identity and utilize foreign currency for the transaction. However, domestic properties are considerably more affordable. The pricing is merely a matter of currency, one quoted in US dollars, the other in Chinese RMB. A well-dressed patron, donning a suit and tie, while simultaneously wiping his nose and stuffing his mouth with fried dough sticks, remarked, "Brother, head west. It's not far. There's a community called Zichunli selling at 2008 per square meter. Zichunli? Thank you, my friend. If you can tolerate the suburbs, prices are even lower. I've heard that a new community is launching in a few months. There's an office building in front and 8 residential blocks behind, going for less than 2,000 per square meter." Chapter 7. Familiar strangers, the individual approached Wang Mingqi's table. Brother, what size are you looking for? Are you a real estate enthusiast? The term real estate enthusiast, or house rat, refers to those who dominated the real estate market in Yanqing prior to the year 2000. It was only with the emergence of formal real estate agencies that their reign was diminished. I'm just trying to make a living, he added. What is the commission? 5%. That's too steep. To be frank, I also think 5% is excessive, but this has been the custom since the Republic era. No one dares to break it. What can we do? What is your surname? Zwingli. Here is my business card. Zwingli. Wang Mingqi took the card, which bore only a name, a landline number, and a mobile number, with the reverse side detailing his line of work. I feel like I've heard your name before. My name is rather common. No, there aren't many with the surname Zhua. Haha, perhaps that is true. So, how about I take you to view some properties? Wang Mingqi hesitated momentarily before responding. Here's the deal. Wait for me here at noon, and we'll go look at properties in the afternoon. Regardless of whether a deal is struck, I'll pay you 20 yuan for the day. If we do finalize a sale, we can negotiate the commission then. What do you say? Zwingli was elated. Brother, it's a promise. A word is a bond. After a modest breakfast costing 1 yuan and 4, Wang Mingqi settled the bill and proceeded directly to the entrance of the Sihai Market Management Office, where numerous rental listings were prominently displayed. Typically, any available storefronts would be prioritized for posting at the management office. Certainly, one could also rent through intermediaries like Zwingli, which would save a great deal of hassle, albeit at the cost of an additional fee of several tens of yuan. Damn it, Wang Mingqi felt frustrated. In his previous life, he had expended at least 50,000 yuan to secure a 20-square-meter storefront, not only covering the transfer fee, but also acquiring over 10,000 yuan worth of inventory left by the previous tenant. But now, what was the cost of a storefront? For a similar space, including 3 months' rent, without needing to inherit the previous tenant's goods or pay a transfer fee, one would only need a single figure. Yes, just a single figure, equivalent to 1 year's rent. To his astonishment, Wang Mingqi spotted a storefront situated near the main street. Such a location was indeed a scarce resource. He vividly recalled that by the late 1990s, these storefronts had all been claimed by prominent companies such as Fangzhong, by Shikong, and Guoha Computer, transforming the area into a battleground for major second-tier computer distributors. Nowadays, the monthly rent here is merely 5,000 yuan. Although this amount seems exorbitant compared to other storefronts that charge only 1,000 or so a month for those engaged in commerce. The foot traffic generated by a street-facing shop is incomparable to that of vendors in the Sihai market. Today, it must be secured. Wang Mingqi entered the management office with a smile. In the future, the brothers who would embrace one another would, at this moment, merely be a small fry. Perhaps a second-generation affluent individual or a bureaucrat's offspring. One should not underestimate the village chief's authority. Li Wenjin was engrossed in writing when he heard someone calling him and promptly lifted his head. Hello, are you looking for me? Yes, I wish to rent a storefront. Greetings, sir. The rental information is posted at the entrance. Please let me know which one you are interested in. The one of 100 square meters. Sir, what type of business do you intend to operate? That storefront is quite costly. I plan to sell videotapes and audio cassettes. Li Wenjin paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter. You jest. I am not joking. 5,000 a month, no negotiation. Very well, I'll rent it for 10 years. How much? 10 years. Did I hear that correctly? Indeed, 10 years, you heard correctly. Paying the entire 10 years rent in one go. Do you think I am foolish? It must be paid monthly. Do you think I am foolish? Signing a 10-year contract with you paying monthly. Are you not aware that the rent in Sihai increases by 20 to 30% annually? Wang Mingqi chuckled heartily, revealing Li Wenjin's innate bravado. Paying the 10 years rent at once, I have the authority to lease it to you. Li Wenjin, 60,000 for 10 years could purchase your family's storefront. Am I truly that foolish? Hey, are you mocking me? If you wish to buy, we wouldn't sell it anyway. Hurry and inquire with your village chief whether he would sell for 60,000. No need to ask, he wouldn't sell. Then let us sign a 10-year lease. Paid monthly, with an annual increase of 20%. What? Li Wenjin exclaimed in astonishment. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Look, this storefront has been vacant for nearly 10 days. Isn't that a loss of rent? By renting it for 10 years at once, you save on manpower and resources in searching for clients. Plus you avoid vacancy periods. What a bargain. Li Wenjin's demeanor shifted once more. Sir, please hold on a moment. I will consult with the manager. After all, the manager is your father. Can't you make decisions? Hurry up, sign the contract. I have other matters to attend to. Do you know me? Of course. Who doesn't he know the illustrious name of Li Wenjin? Hey, am I really that famous? Ultimately, Li Wenjin dared not make decisions independently. The Sihai market is a collectively owned enterprise, and only his father, Li Xianying, who is both the village chief and the manager of the Sihai market, has the authority to decide. Shortly thereafter, Li Wenjin's father, Li Xianying, arrived. Hello, sir. May I inquire your esteemed surname? I am Wang Mingqi. Haha. He just told me you wish to rent for 10 years? Indeed, that is my intention. I hope to establish the Sihai market as the headquarters of my company. Thus I seek a stable office space. Naturally, if you are willing to sell, I would purchase it immediately without hesitation. Haha, selling is indeed out of the question. However, a 20% annual rent increase seems rather modest. Many are optimistic about this storefront, with offers reaching as high as 5,500 a month. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Manager Li, relying on selling videotapes, doesn't he necessitate such a large space? How many videotapes must one sell to recoup 5,005? Wang Mingqi spoke the truth. The primary business of the Sihai market revolves around high-tech products such as videotapes. While videotapes can indeed be profitable, depending solely on small items like videotapes, telephones, and calculators makes it nearly impossible to cover such substantial rent. Nowadays, there are very few companies selling computers, as they are predominantly imported, and the average person struggles to obtain stock. The rental prices at Sihai market began to surge dramatically around 1995 to 1996, coinciding with the rapid development of personal computer assembly. The profit from a single assembled computer is at least 2,000 yuan. In 1997, Wang Mingqi also entered the personal computer assembly industry. It is not to say that personal computer assembly has ceased to exist. Rather, it is pursued by a scant few. For instance, a certain Huang Bin began in this field that very year, yet his first order resulted in a loss of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 8. Real Estate by Liao Yinghui. Haha, my young brother is quite familiar with this industry. Let us agree on a 25% annual rent increase. Wang Mingqi pondered briefly and replied, for the first 2 years, let us raise the rent by 10%. From the 3rd to the 8th year, we will increase it by 25%, and for the remaining 2 years, by 30%. Li Xianying contemplated for a moment and insisted on raising the rent for the first 2 years to 15%. Wang Mingqi pretended to deliberate for a while before finally consenting. Haha, Boss Wang is straightforward. Son, sign the contract with Boss Wang. Wang Mingqi's anxieties were finally alleviated. Had he truly secured this street-facing storefront of over 100 square meters? With this space, any venture would yield profit. Li Wenjin solemnly handed the keys to Wang Mingqi, reminding him not to forget the 3 yuan sanitation fee each month. Brother, let us grow closer in the future. Haha, Boss Wang is too courteous. From now on, you shall call me Brother Wang, and I shall call you Little Brother. This will foster a sense of intimacy. Haha, Brother Wang is a forthright man. Li Wenjin initially turned to leave but returned to say, the previous owner was apprehended. There are some items inside. Please handle them as you see fit. After bidding farewell to Li Wenjin, Wang Mingqi opened the storefront. My goodness. In the corner, there were hundreds of cardboard boxes neatly stacked. Wang Mingqi casually opened one, and his breath quickened. Second-hand monitors. Upon inspecting the label, he noted they were made in the United States. Wang Mingqi plugged one in to test it. But the monitor remained dark. After a rough inventory, aside from the absence of some components, particularly memory, he realized that with proper repairs, he could assemble at least 20 computers. When it came to repairing monitors, Wang Mingqi felt confident in his skills. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was getting late. And lacking the necessary tools, he decided to leave the items for now. The pressing concern is to secure a place to stay, otherwise, I shall have to spend the night in a storefront. The early spring chill in Beijing is quite biting, and with Wang Mingqi lacking even a bed or blankets, he will have to rely on shivering for warmth. Zhang Cuifen anxiously surveyed his surroundings, fearful of losing this business opportunity. Since graduating from university and returning to his hometown, Zhang Cuifen had been in a state of melancholy, grappling with the stark contrast and sense of loss after leaving the vibrant metropolis behind. Consequently, he resolutely resigned from his job in his hometown and returned to Beijing earlier this year, determined to make a mark in the city. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He had assumed Beijing's chemical enterprises would eagerly vie for his expertise as a technician. Yet the truth was he could not even gain entry into a chemical plant, let alone secure employment. By chance, he stumbled upon the real estate agent profession and successfully earned his first commission of 5,000 yuan before the year's end. This windfall kept Zhuang Yinghui exhilarated for several sleepless nights. Yet, in the following month, he found himself without a single transaction, let alone a customer. Other agents mocked him, pointing out that he could have quoted buyers an additional 5,000 on the price, but Zhuang Yinghui refused to partake in the intermediary profit, insisting that buyers and sellers negotiate directly. As a result, the buyers offered him merely 5,000 in commission, insisting on withholding the remaining 2,000. Nevertheless, Zhuang Yinghui felt justified in his stance. Exploiting the price difference might yield momentary gains, but it was not a sustainable practice. Just as Zhuang Yinghui was on the verge of despair, he finally encountered Wang Mingqi. "Boss, are you done? Apologies for the delay. Have you had lunch?" Zhuang Yinghui glanced at a nearby bun shop and suggested, "Shall I treat you to some buns, Boss Wang?" "No need. I'll treat you. Let us eat while we walk." Each took 4 buns as they strolled towards a nearby residential complex. This newly opened community was one of the few within the third ring that catered to domestic sales, and they still had several units available, albeit all on the top floor. "If you're not satisfied, we can explore other communities. Rest assured, I have dozens of listings at my disposal." "What's south the price per square meter?" "Fully renovated, 3,001. Isn't that rather expensive?" "Not at all. If you were to look at the prices for external sales, you would find them exorbitant." Walk 20 minutes south from Sihai Shopping Mall to Yushu Community. Zhuang Yinghui entered the sales office, negotiating with the staff for 10 minutes before emerging with the keys. "Shall we go, Boss Wang? This community boasts an excellent location, right next to one of the city's most reputable schools. Once purchased, your child's education will be secured." Wang Mingqi replied, "But I don't have a Yanjing household registration." Zhuang Yinghui paused, then remarked, "Your Yanjing accent is quite authentic. You're not a local?" Wang Mingqi smiled, "No. Can you help me obtain a Yanjing household registration?" Zhuang Yinghui chuckled awkwardly. "If I could, I would have secured mine first." Suddenly, an idea struck Zhuang Yinghui. "If your capital is substantial, there may be a way to establish residency." Wang Mingqi's interest was piqued. "Oh? What method do you propose?" "Investment. You have invested 500,000 yuan in Yanjing, and by purchasing a 2-bedroom apartment beyond the third ring road, you can allocate 20,000 yuan to secure entry permits for no more than 4 individuals into Beijing." This is what Zhuang Yinghui proposed, not expecting that Wang Mingqi, clad in a military green Zhongshan suit, would possess such an investment. "It is not impossible." "Mr. Wang, what do you mean?" "I mean it is not impossible." Zhuang Yinghui scrutinized Wang Mingqi once more, pondering whether he had misjudged. Could this individual be affluent? "If you have any intentions, feel free to approach me. We, as real estate agents, engage not only in property dealings, but in any information transactions as well." "All right." Zhuang Yinghui was taken aback momentarily. He had readily accepted? Naturally, it would be strange otherwise, as in the future when you embark on your entrepreneurial journey, we would still require each other's assistance. "Lianjia, you cannot afford to miss this." Before even entering the property, Wang Mingqi firmly declined, stating that the floor was too high and inquiring if there were any lower options, specifying no higher than the 3rd floor. Zhuang Yinghui awkwardly chuckled. "Mr. Wang, I apologize, but the remaining units are predominantly high-rise. Are there any courtyard houses available?" Zhuang Yinghui quickly referred to his notes, flipping through them before responding. "There is indeed one, near the 3rd ring road, not very spacious. Originally, it was a large unit that was subdivided into several smaller ones, with a registered area of 25 square meters. However, the owner has constructed a small kitchen and storage room." "Is it mixed residence?" "Indeed, it is. The courtyard accommodates around 10 households. You may take a look. The environment is rather poor, but the sole advantage is its proximity to Tiananmen. Oh, and the nearby school is commendable, with many government dormitories situated in that vicinity." Chapter 9. The courtyard house. The two boarded a bus, traveling south for 3 or 4 stops until they reached the courtyard house. Upon sighting the courtyard community, Wang Mingqi realized that around the year 2000, this area underwent demolition, transforming into one of the capital's distinguished neighborhoods. Just before Wang Mingqi's rebirth, the price per square meter in this community would have been exorbitant. He would live-stream himself consuming excrement if it were otherwise. The narrow streets were paved with bluestone slabs, many of which had cracked over time, leading to sewage flowing freely and an unbearable stench permeating the air. After walking just a short distance, Wang Mingqi spotted a rat, akin in size to a small cat, crossing the road brazenly in broad daylight. Vendors selling vegetables, shoemakers, bicycle repairers, and steamed bun sellers painted a vivid picture of urban village life. This area was once inhabited by the Manchu, with several universities nearby, and even more across the third ring road. After walking a couple of 100 meters into the alley, the two turned into a courtyard house. From the entrance, the remnants of the courtyard's former grandeur were faintly visible. Wang Mingqi was unaware of the significance of the 6 wooden door frames, but he recognized that the circular door represented the homeowner as a highly esteemed civil official. Upon entering, he was greeted by low-lying bungalows that were even shorter than the door lintel. The bungalows interconnected, leaving only a narrow path for two to pass through. After navigating several twists and turns, they finally entered the inner courtyard. "Mr. Wang, this is the one. I heard that around the 1980s, the owner reclaimed it from the government. However, due to the elder's unemployment, he had no choice but to sell it room by room. What about the homeowner? He has passed away, and his son, residing abroad, has entrusted the government to assist in the arrangements." Wang Mingqi pushed open the door and glanced inside. His initial impression was one of dimness, disorder, and filth. The homeowner quoted a price of 100,000 yuan, inclusive of the furniture. Without the furniture, it would be 90,000. What kind of furniture holds such value? I cannot quite say, but I have heard it is made of precious rosewood, which is quite valuable. Did the old man die in the house? Zhuanghui hesitantly replied, "Not exactly. I heard he collapsed at the doorstep, and by the time the doctor arrived, he had already passed." Wang Mingqi frowned, stating, "That counts as dying in the house. It's inauspicious, classified as a haunted property." "Huh, if Mr. Wang is dissatisfied, shall I show you a few more options?" Wang Mingqi remained silent, instead circling the property. This appeared to be the study and bedroom of the former occupant. The layout was quite favorable, particularly the ornate partition between the two rooms, still revealing the lavish craftsmanship of yesteryears. An antique eight immortals table, though somewhat worn, felt smooth to the touch and was made of exceptionally dense material. The imposing black bed stood out, its size remarkable. On the honeycomb coal stove rested a copper kettle, the kind used over a decade ago, narrower at the top than the bottom. "Zhuanghui, what is the lowest price?" The government representative stated the minimum was 100,000, inclusive of all the furniture. 100,000 yuan translates to 4,000 yuan per square meter, a price that exceeds that of newly constructed buildings by several hundred yuan. However, the prime location, almost adjacent to the imperial city, justifies the cost. Moreover, these 25 square meters are fundamentally different from those in an apartment. Accounting for shared areas, it might equate to around 30 square meters, making the price per unit comparable to that of new constructions. Noticing a rat scurrying around the room, Wang Mingqi instinctively stepped on it. "Zhuanghui, please negotiate with them for 80,000, including the furniture. I can complete the transaction today." "Mr. Wang, are you serious? Is there room for doubt?" he replied, patting his backpack. "I have the money on hand." "Very well, Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. I will check with the neighborhood committee. They should know the baseline price." Wang Mingqi nodded. He felt as though something was amiss. Had he quit smoking? In his youth, he did not smoke, but after venturing into the capital alone, he developed a penchant for it, at one point consuming 2 packs a day, which was insufficient. At the entrance, a woman in her 50s continuously peered into the house. "Excuse me, miss, is there something you need?" "Young man, are you considering purchasing this house?" "That is indeed my intention. Let me inform you," she whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot. "This house is inauspicious. Someone has died here." "A death? Wasn't it said he died at the doorstep?" The elderly lady smiled awkwardly. "Who knows if he truly died inside? It's quite ominous. May I ask your surname, madam?" "Zhang." "Ms. Zhang, where do you reside?" "Next door, in the east room." "Ah," Wang Mingqi suddenly understood. This Ms. Zhang was reluctant to have him move in. "Ms. Zhang, where is the landlord's kitchen?" The woman pointed to a small adjacent room, saying, "It's right there." "What about a storage room?" "There is none." "Is that so?" "However, someone informed me that he possesses it. Having lived here for over 20 years, am I not aware of this? He arrived later, thus he lacks a storage room." Wang Mingqi ceased to speak. The woman surnamed Zhang also found the conversation rather dull, curling her lips as she remarked, "In any case, I believe this house is undesirable. Even if you purchase it, you won't find peace living here. It is haunted at night." Wang Mingqi chuckled softly but did not respond. He glanced once more at the eastern wall of the study, where distinct traces of a door frame were evident. If his conjecture was correct, these 3 rooms were once interconnected, only to be blocked off later, dividing them into 2 households. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhang Cuifen returned, accompanied by a woman in her 30s. Boss Wang, this is Bai Bing, the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. Hello, Director Bai. Bai Bing scrutinized Wang Mingqi with curiosity, inquiring, are you looking to buy? I have such an intention. The homeowner mentioned a minimum price of $10,000, which aligns closely with what you said. However, I must clarify that the house is quite old. It leaks during summer rains, so do not trouble the neighborhood committee later. Haha, that won't be necessary. Once purchased, it's settled. Bai Bing, puzzled, asked, given your price range, you could easily acquire an apartment. Why insist on a bungalow? As a rural person, I prefer not to live in an apartment. Bungalows feel more grounded. That is true. Many people dislike the idea of eating, drinking, and engaging in other activities all in one room. Bai Bing retrieved a contract from her bag and handed it to Wang Mingqi. Here is the contract. Review it. And if you have no objections, I will accompany you for the transfer tomorrow morning. Wang Mingqi glanced through it, noting that the other party had already signed. Director Bai, everything is in order. There are 3 main rooms. I heard from Boss Wa that there is also 1 kitchen and 1 storage room. But earlier, a woman surnamed Zhang claimed that the owner has no storage room. The so-called 3 rooms differ significantly from what we typically refer to, as they are divided by beams. A room with horizontal beams is deemed 2 rooms, while a space without such beams is considered 1. Chapter 10. Evil requires evil to temper it. Zhang Cuifen? Ignore her. Do I not know her? She simply wishes to claim Old Chen's storage room as her own. Just wait and see. Bai Bing knocked on Zhang Cuifen's door. Zhang Cuifen, come out for a moment. After a considerable pause, Zhang Cuifen finally opened the door. Oh, Deputy Director Bai, what brings you here? Zhang Cuifen, are you attempting to stir up trouble again? When did Old Chen's storage room become yours? As Bai Bing spoke, she approached the storage room and tried the key in her hand, discovering it was entirely the wrong one. Have you changed the lock? Where's the key? Hand it over. Zhang Cuifen, hands on her hips, retorted, Bai Bing, I respect you. Calling you Deputy Director Bai, do you really consider yourself an official? Who claims this belongs to Old Chen the capitalist? Do you have any proof? All right, Zhang Cuifen, so you think you are capable? With your demeanor, do you expect to make it to the capital? Save your breath. Bai Bing, Deputy Director Bai, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Where is your husband? Call him out. My husband, Lu, is not home. Have Lu Shigue come to the neighborhood committee to find me. I will have a proper discussion with him. Bai Bing, Deputy Director Bai, you cannot bully honest people. Am I bullying honest people? Why did you not speak up when you were bullying Old Chen? You are spouting nonsense. When did I ever bully Old Chen? Every single incident you committed is documented by the police, and you still wish to settle your household registration here? How delusional. Wang Mingqi and Zhang Cuifen were left speechless. The seemingly gentle and elegant Bai Bing unexpectedly exhibited such a fierce side. An elderly lady, her hair gray and leaning on a cane, appeared at the Lu family's doorstep. Director Bai Bing's expression changed instantly. Oh dear, Aunt Lu, I apologize for troubling you. I offer my respects on behalf of my daughter-in-law. Please do not hold it against us. Zhang Cuifen interjected. Well, it is indeed our home. Lu old lady, leaning on her cane, retorted, if it is not ours, then it is not ours. There is no justification for forcibly taking it. Zhang Cuifen, resembling a child who had erred, lowered her head. However, Xuehua and Xueyan have already moved in. Then they must vacate. Mother, do you still acknowledge me as your daughter? Bai Bing said, my dear comrade, my apologies. Please do not take offense. Bai Bing smiled. Aunt Lu, I am aware of your family's situation, but whose family is not facing challenges? You cannot simply want to live in someone else's home just because theirs appears more spacious, can you? We shall gather our things and hand them over to this young comrade shortly. That would be for the best. Boss Wang has purchased these 3 rooms, and you will be neighbors from now on. Neighbors should assist one another, shouldn't they? Director Bai's words were sound. Boss Wang, you will soon understand the character of our Lu family. Aunt Lu, you are too kind. The elderly lady chuckled. You are about the same age as my grandson. It is inappropriate to call me aunt. Just call me grandma. As you wish, Grandma Lu. After returning indoors, Bai Bing remarked. Their family of 5 lives in a mere 15 square meters. It must be quite challenging. 5 people in 15 square meters? How do they manage? You will see for yourself shortly. Fortunately, their eldest son is in the military and seldom returns. Otherwise, it would be 6 people. Zhang Cuifen's family hails from a rural area. Lu Shigue married her when he went to the countryside, and she followed him back to the city. Zhang Cuifen is not a bad person, just someone who enjoys cutting corners. You will understand as you get to know her better. By the way, ensure your dining room is securely locked. Otherwise, you may find your gas consumption to be quite alarming. Wang Mingqi chuckled heartily. Life in a communal courtyard seems like it will be quite vibrant. Thank you, Director Bai. I shall sign. After Wang Mingqi completed the signing, the two agreed to handle the transfer formalities early the next morning. Boss Wang, there are still many houses for sale around Lu Shuli. If you are interested, I can introduce them to you. Wang Mingqi hesitated. I'm afraid, Director Bai, the funds are insufficient. Haha, indeed, who could produce such a large sum all at once? Our area has houses that are over a century old. Regardless of who buys them, they will require substantial repairs, which is another considerable expense. After bidding farewell to Beijing, Zhou Yinghui looked at Wang Mingqi with excitement. Wang Mingqi smiled. 80,000, 5% for 1,000. As he spoke, he opened his bag and handed it to Zhou Yinghui. Thank you, boss, thank you. Old Zhou, do you have any cigarettes? Yes, I do. Zhou Yinghui hastily retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag, one containing Zongnanhai and the other, Zhonghua. He extracted a cigarette from the Zhonghua pack and offered it to Wang Mingqi, while he himself took out a Zongnanhai. Hee, I prefer the mixed flavor. I am not fond of roasted tobacco, Zhou Yinghui remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Zongnanhai cigarettes are generally of a mixed flavor, leaning towards the taste of foreign cigarettes, whereas the majority of Zhonghua cigarettes are roasted tobacco, presenting a completely different flavor profile. Zongnanhai is quite good. Wang Mingqi inhaled deeply. The 2 men sat at the doorway, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Boss Wang, may I ask, is your family quite affluent? My entire family comes from a farming background, selling vegetables in the bustling metropolis. He replied. So, what brings you to the capital? It's a long story, better left unsaid. Is selling vegetables really that lucrative? It seems you have pulled out tens of thousands without batting an eye. It's decent, better than working a job. Indeed, earning a meager salary of a few hundred a month barely sustains a family. You could also make a good income in a day for 1,000 in hand. Zhou Yinghui said with a wry smile. To be honest, Boss Wang, we, the real estate agents, consider it a success if we close 3 or 4 deals a year. This is only my second. That's still commendable, better than a job. Let's keep it going. Please continue to assist me in exploring the Sihiyuan in here. Let me know if any entire buildings are for sale. You wish to purchase more? Of course. What is the purpose of acquiring so many properties? You can't even live in them all. I'll rent them out and collect the rent. What? Collect rent? Boss Wang, I advise you to consider this. If you were to deposit that 80,000 in a bank, you would earn nearly 10,000 in interest annually, while renting out a property for 1,500 a year would barely be worth the effort. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the interest rates offered by the government were indeed exorbitantly high, reaching up to 18% at one point. Although they have slightly decreased now, they still hover around 12%. Well, that's one way to view it, but property prices have been steadily rising. True, they have increased by about 100 yuan since last October. However, I still believe that saving in a bank is more advantageous. Wang Mingqi chuckled, remaining silent thereafter. Zhou Yinghui continued, Boss Wang, I reside in the Willow Tree area, in the westernmost room. Feel free to reach out to me directly if anything arises. Understood. Wang Mingqi replied, beginning to tidy up. Zhou Yinghui contemplated for a moment, set down his bag, and assisted Wang Mingqi in the cleanup. Aside from the essential furniture, they discarded all pots, pans, and utensils. Zhang Cuifen stood at the doorway, knitting a sweater, and mockingly remarked, They say a broken family is worth a fortune. Yet you two are tossing everything away. How will you survive? Wang Mingqi inquired. Aunt Zhang, have you cleared out the storage room? You should hurry. I still need to stack some useful items in there. Zhang Cuifen huffed coldly and turned to re-enter the house, the glass nearly shattering from the force. After hours of tidying up, the two finally cleared the space. Once they had disposed of the debris, Zhou Yinghui rubbed his aching waist and took his leave. Observing Zhang Cuifen's reluctance to clean up, Wang Mingqi decided not to be polite any longer. Sometimes, kindness is taken for granted, and one must not indulge others' bad habits. Today, it occupies your storage room. Tomorrow, it may encroach upon your kitchen, and the day after, it might even take over your entire dwelling. Wang Mingqi ventured outside to procure tools such as a hacksaw and a hammer, and began to strike at the lock of the storage room. Zhang Cuifen initially contemplated waiting a bit longer, hoping that this young man might be too shy to press her, thus allowing her to gain an advantage. Little did she expect to encounter such a resolute individual. "Hey, Wang, what are you doing? Open the door. This is my home. Shall we go to the neighborhood committee to discuss this?" It was evident that Zhang Cuifen lacked the courage to proceed with that idea, her tone softening as she added, "I mean, the lock belongs to me. If it's on my door, it is mine." Wang Mingqi, however, showed her no leniency. With another strike, the lock finally fell away. Zhang Cuifen was left dumbfounded. Was there truly someone so shameless? Just because it's in your house, does that make it yours? Are my 2 daughters in your house also yours? Chapter 11. The scene unfolds upon entering. Wang Mingqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He found himself in the bedroom of 2 young girls, specifically that of mature young women. Various undergarments hung across a bunk bed. He quickly shut the door. Zhang Cuifen teased, "Oh my, you big man. Is this what you have?" Wang Mingqi's eyes glinted as he chuckled. "Indeed, if it's in my home, it is mine." With that, he pushed the door open again, ready to claim the drying undergarments. "Hey, you scoundrel. What do you think you're doing? Those are my daughter's intimate garments. You said it's mine, so is there a fault in claiming my own belongings?" Wang Mingqi retorted, continuing to gather them. "Pure cotton, not too large," he wickedly mused. "Help! Catch this rogue. You despicable scoundrel, cease at once." Zhang Cuifen forcefully shoved Wang Mingqi aside, standing before him with arms outstretched like a protective hen guarding her chicks. "You think you can just take them? You, how ruthless. I'm going out to buy bedding. I hope by the time I return, you'll have finished your little game." Zhang Cuifen completely capitulated. "Mr. Wang, look. You've discarded all the belongings. You have no need for the storage room, so let me use it for a while." "Why should I allow you to?" Wang Mingqi questioned. "I have no choice." Zhang Cuifen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Our family of 5. My eldest daughter is in her final year of high school. My second son is in his first year of high school, and my youngest daughter is in middle school. It's truly inconvenient for us to live together. If you don't believe me, you can come see for yourself." As she spoke, Zhang Cuifen took Wang Mingqi by the hand and led him to her home. "Auntie, let go, let go." However, Zhang Cuifen would not release her grip. This was her last chance. The elderly matriarch of the Liu family, upon seeing Wang Mingqi enter, quickly stood and said, "Mr. Wang, please come in and sit." The 15-square-meter room contained 4 bunk beds, 2 wardrobes, and a small dining table. Apart from that, there was hardly anything else. "Sit. There's hardly space to stand," Wang Mingqi remarked. "Mr. Wang, you can see for yourself. There's simply no room for us to live here." Wang Mingqi found himself in a quandary. "But you cannot occupy my space," he replied, his tone softening. Observing that the space was far too ample for a single individual, "I propose to pay you 5 yuan monthly in exchange for renting the storage room." Witnessing the predicament of the Liu family, Wang Mingqi found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. The elderly matriarch of the Liu household interjected, "Cuifen, let us not put Wang boss in a difficult position. We cannot impose upon his belongings." Ultimately, Wang Mingqi's heart softened. "I am usually quite busy with work. If you could assist in tidying up my home, that shall suffice as rent." "Wang boss, do you truly agree? Then let it be so." "Thank you, Wang boss. I assure you, I will keep your home spotless and orderly." Zhang Cuifen expressed her gratitude profusely as she escorted Wang Mingqi to the door. Once outside, Wang Mingqi slapped himself, realizing that while the villagers of Dawangzhuang still lacked proper lodging, he had hastened to resolve another's housing issue. He purchased several sets of bed linens and, upon discovering a hardware store, also acquired a multimeter, an electric soldering iron, and essential rodent poison. For the rats in the willow trees were exceedingly rampant. One must show them their place. Upon returning home, Wang Mingqi noticed the door ajar and muttered a curse under his breath. He carefully placed the bedding at the threshold and tiptoed inside. Tianluo girl. Inside the room, a young girl clad in a school uniform was sprawled across the bed, assisting Wang Mingqi in making it. From her silhouette, she appeared slender yet not diminutive, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. Wang Mingqi cleared his throat. "Oh my!" The sudden sound startled the girl, causing her to leap from the bed. Once she discerned Wang Mingqi, she stuck out her tongue. "You must be Wang boss, right? Hello. My mother, Zhang Cuifen, sent me to help tidy your room." Lu Xuehua was at least 165 meters tall, slightly taller than Hao Wenjun, with a charming face and delicate skin, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Wang Mingqi noticed a fine layer of sweat on Lu Shuahua's face. Oh, Wang Mingqi regained his composure. Your name is Shuahua, I presume? Yes, thank you. From now on, Shuayin and I will assist you in maintaining your room. No need for formality. Where are the bed linens you purchased? Oh, they are outside. Lu Shuahua dashed to the door and exclaimed, Oh dear, why did you place them on the ground? There are bugs on the floor. Upon saying this, she carried the bedding inside. Wang boss, please wait a moment. I will set it up shortly. Oh, thank you. Just as Wang Mingqi stood there, unsure of what to do, a man around 50 years of age entered. You must be Wang boss, right? Oh, hello. I am Lu Shiguai. My family has spoken of you. Thank you. You cannot imagine the trouble you have alleviated for us. Wang Mingqi gestured towards the items in Lu Shiguai's hands. What is this? Oh, we have many rats. Your place has numerous rat holes. I will help you seal them so the rats cannot settle in. Lu Shiguai promptly set about searching for the rat holes. Wang Mingqi chuckled quietly to himself, thinking, what is this? Gradually, the residents of the courtyard returned home from work. Hello, did you purchase this house? Wang Mingqi had yet to tidy up when another visitor arrived. Hello, I am Wang Mingqi. Oh, hello. I am Tang Qing from the City Gas Company, the director of the Human Resources Department. Greetings, Director Tang. You have no idea how many people are eyeing these 3 rooms. If they remain unsold, the neighborhood committee might soon arrange for someone to move in. How fortunate for me. Once someone moves in, it would indeed be difficult to evict them. Director Tang, are you and Uncle Lu Shiguei colleagues? Him? He works at the gas station delivering gas. Tang Qing implied that while both he and Lu Shiguei were from the City Gas Company, they were not colleagues in the same sense. One worked in the office while the other delivered gas. Oh, in our courtyard, apart from your 3 rooms. The 4 in the west wing and the 4 in the east wing all belong to our gas company. Should you require gas in the future, just let me know. No need for tickets. Thank you very much. As Tang Qing spoke, he pulled out a few cigarettes and offered one to Wang Mingqi. I'm sorry, Director Tang, but I am not fond of foreign cigarettes, Wang Mingqi replied, producing his own brand. Tang Qing was momentarily taken aback. I am the head of our courtyard. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak to me directly. If I cannot resolve it, we can report it to the neighborhood committee. I appreciate your guidance. No problem at all. Tang Qing glanced around Wang Mingqi's room, a look of envy crossing his face. How does one live in 3 rooms alone? Do you sleep in one room at night and another in the early morning? Oh, by the way, since you just moved in, we will hold a meeting tonight in the entrance of the second courtyard for everyone to get acquainted. All right, I will follow your arrangements, Director Tang. As Tang Qing departed, Zhang Cuifen entered. Boss Wang, what did the man named Tang say to you? Aunt Zhang, it was nothing much. Just a few words exchanged to introduce ourselves. Zhang Cuifen said mysteriously, you must be cautious of that Tang. He is quite unscrupulous. He takes advantage of his position to overcharge for water every time. Is that so? Wang Mingqi felt that the capital was no different from the countryside. There were gossips everywhere, and people who were overly calculative. My old Lu returned to the city 2 years later than him, yet he has become a cadre, looking down on others with an air of superiority. And Zhang, is the second courtyard also part of the gas company? No, the 4 households in the second courtyard and the 2 in the front courtyard are from the television factory. Is the property owned by the public? What is property rights? Oh, then it's of no concern. After Zhang Cuifen left, an elderly man with graying hair and a sturdy build approached, holding an enamel jar marked with the words Yinjing City Television Factory and a large character for award. Hello. I heard you bought Old Chen's house. Wang Mingqi quickly set down the cloth in his hand. Greetings, sir. I am Wang Mingqi. Oh, hello, young Wang. I am Han Danian from the second courtyard. Hello, Mr. Han. Han Danian circled the house and remarked, I must say, it looks much better now. Old Chun was reluctant to throw anything away, and his place was a complete mess. Mr. Han, you work at the television factory? Wang Mingqi procured a stool and placed it beside Han Danian. Retired, having been so for over a year. One cannot discern that you are 60. 60? No. I am 56. 56. My children have taken over. Mr. Han, please have a seat. I shall not sit. I merely came to check in. I heard your household registration is not from Yinjing. Allow me to remind you not to forget to obtain a temporary residence permit. I shall not forget. Without the permit, the Public Security Bureau may apprehend individuals. Understood. Well then, you attend to your matters. I shall take my leave. Mr. Han, will you not sit a while longer? No, soon it will be time for dinner. Just as Han Danian departed, another individual arrived. slightly plump, approximately 50 years of age, with a shiny visage. Clearly a leader among the cadre. I hear you have purchased Old Chin's residence? Greetings, sir. I am Wang Mingqi. Oh, I am Li Chongqing from the Television Factory Service Company. Please, have a seat, Mr. Li. I shall not sit. I came specifically to inquire about your temporary residence permit. As I heard from the neighborhood committee that you are from out of town. Do you possess one? A temporary residence permit? I have yet to apply. Li Chongqing, stroking his receding hairline, replied with evident difficulty. No temporary residence permit? This is quite troubling. If the police station finds out, it will reflect poorly on us responsible individuals. Mr. Li, according to regulations, one is only required to apply for a temporary residence permit after residing for more than 3 days. I have just arrived in Beijing today. Thus it is not necessary. Li Chongqing appeared bewildered, encountering someone knowledgeable in the law. Is that so? You just arrived? And have already purchased a home? Indeed. Tomorrow I shall go with Director Bai to handle the paperwork and simultaneously apply for the temporary residence permit. Oh, that is good, that is good. Now I can rest easy. If the police station inquires, I can assist you in deflecting their scrutiny. You may continue with your affairs. Li Chongqing ambled away with his hands clasped behind his back. At the entrance, the sycophantic tones of Li Chongqing reached his ears. Ah, Director Tang, you are personally cooking? Just look at this dish, it must be exquisite. Tang Qing responded with irritation. If I do not cook, then who will? Allow Tang Dong to do it? He can barely feed himself. Where is Tang Dong's mother? She has returned to her family home. Sensing Tang Qing's impatience, Li Chongqing quickly replied, Director Tang, do not let me interrupt you. If the dishes are insufficient, feel free to come to my house. Very well, but do ensure your 3 little rascals are taken care of first. In the West Wing, a youthful voice rang out. Dad, is dinner ready? Are you trying to starve me? What a vivid portrayal of earthly existence. To be honest, Wang Mingqi found great joy in such an environment. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly, ultimately purchasing a home beyond the 6th Ring Road, yet he never relished it, not to mention the vibrant atmosphere of life. He was unaware of even the surname of his neighbors. Wang Mingqi had once savored solitude, thus he cherished the bustling life of the marketplace all the more. Had he not divorced, perhaps his life would have been more colorful. Ching, please wait a moment for Daddy. I shall come to fetch you. Hao Wenjun. I hope you can wait for me as well. Wang Mingqi silently vowed to bring Wang Qing to his side. If possible, he even wished to remarry Hao Wenjun. However, he held little hope, for Hao Wenjun had married this summer, and it was likely she had already taken up residence with a young man from her village. With a tinge of green atop his head, he no longer lingered on past thoughts. Yet, Wang Qing remained a good child, always had been. Within his backpack lay 5 pancakes, and fortunately, the previous homeowner had left behind a jar of fermented tofu. Wang Mingqi sniffed it, found it unspoiled, and without any disdain, he paired it with the last 5 pancakes. At 8 o'clock, Wang Mingqi arrived at the vacant space between the 2nd and 3rd courtyards with a folding stool in hand. To his surprise, there were about 20 to 30 people congregated in small groups, engaging in conversation. In the center stood a small table adorned with 3 cups of tea. The scene felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of the happenings in the courtyard of the simple-minded Juzi. Upon spotting Wang Mingqi, Zhang Cuifen beckoned, Wang, have a seat here. Thank you. Aunt Zhang, he replied. Nearby, an elderly woman inquired, Comrade, how old are you? 27, turning 28, he responded. Oh, I thought you were only 20. You look so youthful. Are you the only one in Beijing? My parents work in Modu. Are you married? I am. Is your wife not here with you? Wang Mingqi offered an awkward smile. Zhang Cuifen, curious as ever, continued knitting while asking, Are you divorced? Wang Mingqi hesitated, but considering the long-term interactions ahead, some truths could not remain hidden. Yes. Do you have children? Yes, a boy, staying with his mother. Oh dear, how could you two be so heartless? You divorced when the child was only 3? The child must be suffering. Conversations erupted around him, lamenting the various misfortunes associated with divorce. Chapter 13. The meeting of Courtyard 8 under the dim light. Wang Mingqi quickly assessed the assembly. Most appeared to be from the working class. Yet 2 exceptionally young women seemed out of place among them. This was not to say that the working class lacked youthful beauty, as exemplified by Han Denian's daughter, a striking young lady clad in a uniform from the television factory. However, the 2 young women donned chic coats, high heels, and even makeup. Noticing Wang Mingqi's gaze lingering on the 2, Zhang Cuifen huffed, I advise you, Wang, not to emulate them. What is the matter? He inquired. I hear they're secretaries. Do you understand what that means? Oh, I see. Such fine girls. Yet they contribute nothing, and the police turn a blind eye. Are they from the television factory? No. They're tenants, residing in the west wing of the third courtyard, next to the Tang family. I see. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin. Upon catching Zhang Cuifen and Wang Mingqi's stare, shot back with fierce glares. Wang Mingqi quickly diverted his gaze. Aunt Zhang, are there many tenants in our courtyard? Quite a few. Both rooms in our east wing of the third courtyard are occupied by tenants. How much do they rent for? About 80 a month per room. That is not much. You may think so, but that money is essentially unearned for them, just like those two vixens. Their landlord is a small leader from the gas company. They have a house in the gas company's residential area, yet they refuse to vacate this place. Who am I to speak to about this? Wang Mingqi, unfamiliar with the situation, could only manage a polite chuckle. At precisely 8 o'clock, led by Tang Qing, followed by Han Danian and Li Changqing, the three individuals entered the courtyard in unison. To everyone's astonishment, they were all clad in military green overcoats, complemented by black trousers and polished black shoes. The atmosphere shifted to a profound silence upon their arrival. Tang Qing took his seat at the center of the small table, with Han Danian to his left and Li Changqing to his right. When Tang Qing lifted the teapot to take a sip, he realized it was not his, prompting a swift exchange with Han Danian. After taking a sip, he coughed a few times. Esteemed neighbors, we shall convene an assembly for all residents of the courtyard this evening, primarily to introduce our new neighbor, Tang Qing announced, glancing around theatrically. Is Wang Mingqi present? Wang Mingqi raised his hand and replied, reporting to Director Tang, I am here. Li Changqing urged, please stand up, let everyone get acquainted. Wang Mingqi stood, greeting those around him. Comrade Wang Mingqi hails from central Shandong, and today marks his first day in Yanjing. Henceforth, he shall be a resident of Courtyard No. 8 in Lushuli. Let us extend a warm welcome. A sparse applause erupted in the room. Director Bai from the neighborhood committee specifically approached me, along with comrades Han Danian and Li Changqing, requesting that since comrade Wang Mingqi is new and may require assistance, we should proactively offer our help. He is still young and may falter at times. We must point out any missteps, fostering mutual criticism and improvement. Suddenly, Zhang Cuifen exclaimed loudly, are we allowed to point out the shortcomings of the leaders from the third courtyard? Li Changqing, sensing Zhang Cuifen's intent to stir trouble, slammed the table in frustration. Zhang Cuifen, be serious. This is a meeting for courtyard number 8, not a marketplace for quarrels. Li Changqing, spare me your airs. You were ousted from the television factory to sweep the streets, yet you still consider yourself a senior official? You, Zhang Cuifen, you shrew. Aren't you afraid Director Tang will make things difficult for Lu Shigue? Laughter erupted among the crowd. How could Tang Qing possibly make things difficult for Lu Shigue? He was already a delivery worker at the most basic level of the gas company. Even if Tang Qing were the head of the personnel department, he could not dismiss a formal employee of a state-owned enterprise. Tang Qing cast an irritated glance at Li Changqing, pondering the latter's lack of discretion. Am I truly someone who would make things difficult for others? Though I might be, I shouldn't voice it outright. Oh, Comrade Li Changqing did not mean it that way, right? Zhang Cuifen, if you have any grievances, please raise them privately. Let us proceed with the meeting. Indeed. Let us continue, Director Tang. Please carry on, came the encouragement. Recently, the social climate has become quite grave, exhibiting an exceedingly abnormal atmosphere. The neighborhood committee has mandated that we, as residents of each courtyard, enhance our vigilance and strictly manage external populations. Yes, strict management, echoed Li Changqing. Wang Mingqi, make sure to apply for your temporary residence permit tomorrow. Otherwise, the neighborhood committee will impose a fine of 20 yuan, he added. Another woman interjected, what about those two? Why haven't they applied? She pointed at Lu Mei and Wang Linlin. If permits are required, we should treat everyone equally. Why should they be exempt? After all, 20 yuan for a permit isn't a trivial sum. Lu Mei suddenly leaped up, demanding clarity, who has not obtained a temporary residence permit. Humph. Just the two of you. Without even a formal establishment, who would issue you a permit? Wang Linlin also stood up. You are unhappy with your own lives. And now you take it out on us sisters, is that it? Director Tang, you must advocate for both Mei and me. As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Zhao Cuifen's gaze brightened. She was one to stir trouble without hesitation. Tang Qing, when I first arrived at our number 8 courtyard, you fined my husband 5 yuan for not having a temporary residence permit. Now I recall. You were deliberately targeting our family, weren't you? Indeed, when my husband passed away, I brought 3 children to mourn, and you fined me 3 yuan for that. Zhang Cuifen added, introducing herself. Pei Hongying, a widow, with a deceased husband, working as a temporary laborer on television, raising 3 children. How pitiful. Wang Mingqi was taken aback. Such a small courtyard held so many stories. Tang Qing had not anticipated that his initial intention to intimidate Wang Mingqi would backfire, igniting turmoil within his own ranks. Silence. There is no order here. Tang Qing was truly incensed. Anyone who brings up past grievances will find an additional charge on this month's sanitation fees. Zhang Cuifen shouted. Tell me, have they obtained a temporary residence permit? Unyielding, she pointed at Lu Mei and Wang Linlin, demanding an explanation. You haven't, have you? The moment the police arrive to check for permits, they will certainly not be home. Do you think we are unaware? Humph. No wonder your wife has returned to her family. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhang Cuifen, you are slandering me. Tang Qing sprang up, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Such a reputation would be detrimental. If the factory learned of his association with 2 nightclub women, his newly acquired vice-directorship would undoubtedly be at risk. Chapter 14. The toilet crisis. Tang Qing felt his demeanor was less than dignified. He adjusted his military coat and reseated himself. What did I say? What did I actually say? Everyone, please enlighten me. Wang Mingqi chuckled, finding Zhang Cuifen's penchant for petty gains amusing, even if her words subtly implied an entanglement between him and the 2 young women. Han Danian rose to speak. All right, let us shift our focus to getting acquainted with Comrade Wang Mingqi. Now that everyone is familiar, let's adjourn. Li Changqing, sensing the atmosphere spiraling out of control, also stood up. Let us disperse, let us disperse. In a fit of anger, Tang Qing seized the teapot and retreated to the 3rd courtyard. The crowd, laughing and chattering, began to break apart in small groups. Having encountered so much since arriving in Beijing, Wang Mingqi found life quite intriguing yet exhausting. Upon reaching home, he collapsed into sleep. Just as dawn broke, he was awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself. The entire 3rd courtyard shared a single toilet, which served 6 households comprising nearly 20 individuals. Wang Mingqi hastily threw on his military coat and rushed out. For people were already lined up at the toilet door. One was presumably Tang Qing's son, Tang Dong, while the other 3 were unfamiliar. A man in his 30s introduced himself. Hello, I am Li Wenjin from the West Wing. Oh, hello, nice to meet you. Last night, after finishing work, the meeting had already concluded, and I did not get to see you. Wang Mingqi glanced over at a couple, a young man and woman, both appearing to be in their 20s, slightly younger than himself. The man was tall, yet his expression bore a hint of coldness. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, large eyes, double eyelids, and long hair. Greetings, I am Wang Mingqi, he introduced himself. I am Gao Wenshang, and this is my wife, Lu Wenxiu. Lu Wenxiu cast a fleeting glance at Wang Mingqi before quickly averting her eyes. Hello, hello. Since we all reside in the same courtyard, let us look out for one another. Gao Wenxing nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Mingqi stood behind Lu Wenxiu, perceiving 2 distinct scents in the air, one unpleasant, intermingled with a subtle body fragrance that was certainly not from perfume. He wrinkled his nose slightly. Lu Wenxiu stiffened momentarily and then exchanged her position with Gao Wenxing. Wang Mingqi offered an awkward smile. Soon enough, everyone rose, and behind Wang Mingqi were Lu Mei and Wang Linlin. Their attire indicated they had just finished work. The smell of smoke and alcohol emanating from them was overwhelming. I told you to stay at the office, but you insisted on coming back. Now look. So many people are here. Oh dear, Linlin, I forgot we had more people in the courtyard. Listening to Lu Mei and Wang Linlin's banter, Wang Mingqi found it quite amusing. Hey, Brother Wang, can I go ahead? Lu Xuehua, clutching her stomach, stood beside him. I have a class to attend, and I'm running out of time. Please. Her angelic visage and innocent eyes rendered Wang Mingqi unable to utter a word of refusal. Lu Mei was displeased. Hey, Lu Xuehua, that's rather inconsiderate. Our boss Wang has finally made it to the front. How can you behave like this? Exactly. You should queue up like everyone else. Sister, I need to attend my class. I don't have time. No, you must wait your turn. Wang Mingqi chuckled. It's permissible for a child to attend class. Let her go. Just then, Gao Wenshang emerged, and without a second thought, Lu Xuehua dashed in. Hey, Lu Xuehua. She made a face at Lu Mei and Wang Linlin. Wang Mingqi laughed. You all go ahead. I'll wait behind you. Wang Linlin chuckled. Oh, you just hold it in. After a while, Wang Mingqi finally grasped Wang Linlin's meaning. Women's restroom visits were indeed a hassle. It felt as though Lu Xiuhua had been inside for 10 minutes. Followed by Lu Mei, who took just as long. Wang Mingqi knocked on the door. Lu Mei, dear sister, please hurry. Serves you right for trying to be the good guy. Being a good person is not easy. He silently vowed to buy a chamber pot. Could a living person really endure such discomfort? As the sun rose, the courtyard of number 8 blossomed back to life. The sounds of greetings, quarrels, and morning routines echoed in harmony. Wang Mingqi strolled to the alley by the willow trees, purchasing a fried dough stick and a bowl of mung bean milk. As he returned home, his cloth shoes tapped against the bluestone path, evoking the essence of a retired elder. If only he held a paper fan, he would resemble one even more. As he journeyed along, whether familiar or unfamiliar faces, everyone exchanged nods. After breakfast, Wang Mingqi proceeded to a barber shop at the end of the alley. The barber had just set up his stall, and the water had yet to be heated. Young man, a haircut? Indeed, it has been over a month since my last one. Just a moment, the water will be hot shortly. I want to wash my hair. I plan to take a shower afterward, so just cut it directly. Very well, please take a seat. Your beard is quite long. Would you like it shaved? Can you shave my beard? That would be splendid. May I ask your surname, master? You may call me son, replied the barber as he tied an apron around Wang Mingqi. The white apron appeared blackened with use. Have you just moved in? Yes, I relocated yesterday, to the No. 8 courtyard. Ah, the residence of old Chun. The barber picked up his clippers, making a few sharp snips before realizing they had dulled. He applied a few drops of lubricant beside the clipper's teeth. Goodness, your hair is quite oily. Wang Mingqi chuckled awkwardly, feeling as if he hadn't tea-bathed or washed his hair in nearly a month. The barber's skill was evident. In less than 10 minutes, a stylish buzz cut took shape. Sun adjusted the chair to a reclining position, placed a warm towel over Wang Mingqi's face, and then took out a straight razor, sharpening it against the leather strap. How old are you, master? In my 60s. Your technique is impressive. Oh, I used to work in a state-run barbershop before venturing out on my own. Is business good? The neighbors are generous enough to keep us fed. Better than working for someone else, I presume? Just a tad better. It at least sustains my family. Indeed, the saying that calamities do not starve craftsmen rings true. Haha. You speak with a wisdom beyond your years. The barber applied a rich lather to Wang Mingqi's chin, deftly wielding the razor. Wang Mingqi felt no stubble under his fingers. Master, how much do I owe you? 3 yuan will suffice. Thank you kindly. The bathhouse opens at noon. Don't forget to wash up. As the clock struck 9, vendors began to emerge from their homes, selling clothes, mending shoes, repairing bicycles, and peddling vegetables, each claiming a corner of the alley. Chapter 15. The former sister-in-law Gao Wensheng. Is this your stall? Upon spotting Wang Mingqi, Gao Wensheng nodded, looking to buy some shoes. Wang Mingqi stamped his foot and replied, These shoes have served me for 2 or 3 years and are in tatters. Do you have any made of cowhide? Yes, but cowhide is expensive. Wang Mingqi casually picked up a pair, examining them. They bore no brand or size information. Did you make these yourself? Gao Wensheng nodded. Your craftsmanship is commendable. How much for a pair? You can have them for 50 yuan. Wang Mingqi recalled that he had paid over 40 yuan for his pigskin shoes 2 years prior. Given the inflation over the last 2 years, a pair of cowhide shoes could not possibly be priced at 50 yuan. This indicated that Gao Wensheng was not profiting at Wang Mingqi's expense. Despite his cold demeanor and lack of a smile, it seemed he had a kind heart. Then I shall not be polite. I'll take 2 pairs. Gao Wensheng assessed Wang Mingqi's feet and selected 2 pairs for him. After trying them on, Wang Mingqi found them to fit well. Although the soles felt a bit stiff, Gao Wensheng gestured towards Wang Mingqi's attire and remarked, If you wish to have a suit tailored, seek out my wife. She takes on work at Shoshui Street. You may purchase the fabric for her to craft or utilize our materials. That sounds splendid. No need to run about. Wang Mingqi replied, I shall visit you this evening. Gao Wensheng nodded in agreement. Shoes are a man's foremost representation. With a new pair, Wang Mingqi felt invigorated. For even clad in a tattered military overcoat, a certain spirit emanated from within. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi's return, Zhou Yinghui anxiously exclaimed, My esteemed boss. We agreed to handle the paperwork today. Why are you only just back? My apologies, I want to get a haircut. Let us hurry. Director Bai is waiting impatiently. When they arrived at the neighborhood committee office, Bai Bing was already awaiting them at the entrance. She handed Wang Mingqi a letter of introduction, stating, As you possess an out-of-town household registration, you must first acquire a temporary residence permit from the police station before proceeding with the transfer. Do you have your photograph? Zhang Inghui interjected, Director Bai, why don't you wait in the office for a moment? I will accompany Boss Wang to obtain the temporary residence permit. Hurry along, she urged. A few years prior, obtaining a photograph on the same day would have been an arduous task. In those days, at the state-run photo studio, there were no precedents for receiving photographs within 3 days. However, in the present, everything seemed manageable. With an additional 20 yuan, one could obtain it in 2 hours. Upon seeing the name of the police station, Lu Shuli, Wang Mingqi hesitated. Shall we go elsewhere? He inquired. No, this area falls under their jurisdiction. It was not that Wang Mingqi was being finicky. Rather, his former sister-in-law, Hao Wenjing, had seemingly been assigned to Lu Shuli police station since her graduation from the police academy last year. In a past life, Wang Mingqi had encountered Hao Wenjing by chance. At that time, he had been puzzled about what connections the Hao family possessed to secure her stay in Yanjing. It was well known that since the mid-1980s, it had been exceedingly difficult for non-locals to remain in the capital, particularly in the 1990s. Wang Mingqi followed Zhang Inghui into the police station's service hall, surveying the surroundings but finding no sign of Hao Wenjing. He began to think he had misremembered and that encountering her would result in mutual awkwardness. After a half-hour wait, it was finally Wang Mingqi's turn. He placed his identification card, letter of introduction, and photograph on the desk. Comrade, I am here to apply for a temporary residence permit. Sisterly, let me assist him, a voice chimed in. Wang Mingqi looked up to find Hao Wenjing standing before him, her expression frosty. He offered an awkward smile. Wenjing, what brings you here? Is that what you call me? She replied, clearly unamused. What business do you have? A temporary residence permit, he answered. Are you no longer selling vegetables in the metropolis? No, he replied succinctly. Name? She inquired. Wang Mingqi. Gender? Male. Zhang Inghui finally grasped the situation. It turned out Wang Mingqi had an acquaintance here. Yet, this acquaintance seemed to be deliberately obstructing him. Officer, could you expedite the process? Zhang Inghui implored. And who might you be? Hao Wenjing asked Zhang Inghui with a stern demeanor. Fearing a confrontation between them, Wang Mingqi quickly interjected. He is a friend of mine. Wenjing, please do not take offense. Hao Wenjing snorted disdainfully. A friend? Show me your identification. Zhang Inghui, not one to back down easily, retorted, Officer, what is the meaning of this? Wang Mingqi swiftly pushed Zhang Inghui aside, urging him to wait. Hao Wenjing felt a twinge of guilt. The dissolution of their marriage was not Wang Mingqi's fault, nor her sister's, but rather a consequence of Wang Mingqi's father's erratic behavior. With this thought, Hao Wenjing softened her tone. When did you arrive? Yesterday. Are you not planning to return to the metropolis? I won't be going back. I met with your uncle, and all we did was argue. What are your plans in Yanjing? I've rented a storefront at Sihai Market, intending to sell videotapes and other trifles. I warn you, do not engage in any illegal activities, understood? Understood. Hao Wenjing efficiently assisted Wang Mingqi in obtaining a temporary residence permit, valid for 1 year. Wenjing, thank you. Hao Wenjing lowered her head, refraining from responding. Here is some money. Wang Mingqi produced 20 yuan and offered it to her. She declined, saying, you just arrived in Yanjing. Keep it for yourself. Accepting her kindness, Wang Mingqi returned the money. Wenjing, where is your sister? Can you tell me? I don't know. Has she gone south? To which city? I don't know. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and leave. Wenjing, am I going or not? Hao Wenjing's voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of others in the administrative hall. Wang Mingqi said, I'm staying at number 8 courtyard, 3rd yard. If you need anything, come find me. I'm leaving now. Just as Wang Mingqi turned to depart, Hao Wenjing suddenly spoke up. Brother-in-law, don't look for my sister anymore. Wang Mingqi paused. Is it because of Zhou Qiang? You know Zhou Qiang? Hao Wenjing was taken aback and slightly embarrassed. Although she felt it was excessive for Wang Wenjun to entangle herself with someone else immediately after the divorce, she reminded herself that this was her sister. Wang Mingqi sighed ruefully. I suppose I do. My sister has her reasons. I hope you can understand. Wenjing, please pass along a message. If she considers Qingqing a burden, she can send him to me, and I will take good care of him. After speaking, Wang Mingqi fought back tears and hurried out of the police station. Chapter 16. The capture of the drifters. Zhang Inghui noticed something peculiar in Wang Mingqi's demeanor and promptly inquired, Boss Wang, are you all right? I'm fine. Is that female officer an acquaintance of yours? She was my former sister-in-law. Oh, Boss Wang, you're divorced? Wang Mingqi nodded. The two remained silent as the procedures progressed smoothly. By that afternoon, Wang Mingqi had received his real estate certificate. As of January 1st of this year, The government had merged the property certificate and land use rights certificate into a single real estate certificate. Wang Mingqi did not bid farewell to Zhuang Hui until he had secured the certificate. After a quick meal of steamed buns, he made his way to Sihai Market. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was met with the sight of several police cars barricading the exits. Confused by the scene, he was drawn to the commotion. "Excuse me. What is happening?" "The Public Security Bureau is capturing drifters. If an individual from outside the area is apprehended without a temporary residence permit, they are typically fined or deported by the authorities." As Wang Mingqi began to grasp the situation, a police officer pointed at him and inquired, "What is your profession?" "Officer, I am a merchant here." Upon hearing Wang Mingqi's authentic Beijing accent, the officer refrained from further investigation, advising him to attend to his own affairs rather than linger in the commotion. "Thank you," Wang Mingqi replied as he entered his shop. His primary objective for the day was to assess how many second-hand electronic products he could repair. A higher success rate would translate into considerable profits for him. Wang Mingqi retrieved a monitor. The cathode ray tube monitors of this era starkly contrasted with the liquid crystal displays of the future, characterized by a bulky rear. Skillfully, he disassembled the monitor and blew out the dust within using a small blower. "How lazy are these Americans?" he mused, noting the apparent fault, a loose solder joint that any average person could identify upon opening the casing. Yet, the Americans opted to replace the entire unit instead of making the simple repair, likely due to the high labor costs that made repairs nearly equivalent to purchasing a new device. With deft precision, Wang Mingqi resoldered the connection and plugged in the power supply, immediately greeted by the hum of electricity. He raised his fist in triumph. While he was uncertain of the current market value of this monitor, he recalled that in 1995, a similar model would command at least 2,000 yuan. And it wasn't until the year 2000 that such monitors became affordable at around 1,000 yuan. Having successfully repaired 3 monitors, Wang Mingqi encountered a challenge with the fourth. One of the diodes had burned out, lacking a suitable replacement diode. He could not salvage one from another monitor without rendering it useless. Ultimately, he opted to repair other components instead, finding that only the memory was missing. When this batch of electronic waste was imported, valuable components like memory had typically been stripped away. With the right memory, he could instantly assemble 3 second-hand computers. Upon examining the motherboard specifications, Wang Mingqi discovered that these computers utilized 286 and 640 memory, with a meager 20 megabytes hard drive and floppy disks of either 12 or 512 megabytes. In present-day Beijing, a complete computer industry chain had yet to emerge, and few companies within the capital offered computer components. Fortunately, in his previous life, Wang Mingqi had known a resourceful individual named Lu Mingda, who had built a business sourcing parts from Huaxiao Electronics Import and Export Company. "Where are you hustling these days, you rascal?" Wang Mingqi lamented, regretting his lack of knowledge about Lu Mingda's current whereabouts, though he suspected he was operating near Zhonghuacan. Glancing at the time, Wang Mingqi noted it was already past 5 in the afternoon. His efforts today had been fruitful, igniting a glimmer of hope for financial gain. Outside the Sihai Market, Zhuang Hui and a few others were squatting on the curb, smoking, resembling migrant workers awaiting selection in a labor market. As Wang Mingqi approached, they quickly presented him with business cards, asking, "Boss, are you looking to rent or buy?" Spotting Wang Mingqi, Zhuang Hui smiled. "This is my buddy," prompting the group to disperse. "Do you simply wait here for clients every day?" Zhuang Hui retrieved his unrefined cigarette and, after a moment's reflection, offered Wang Mingqi a Zhonghua instead. "What other course of action is there? Everyone operates this way. Relying on guerrilla tactics will not yield profit. One must establish a fixed office location for others to place their trust in you." Zhuang Hui smiled wryly. "Boss, do you think I wouldn't desire that? A permanent office entails an additional annual expense of at least 10,000 yuan, a sum I might not even earn in a year. It's akin to the age-old dilemma of the chicken and the egg. Without the chicken, how does one expect to have eggs? Yet, I cannot afford the chicken." Wang Mingqi pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? Give me a few months to gather some funds, and if it seems viable, I shall invest in establishing a dedicated intermediary company for you. What do you think?" "Are you serious, boss? Is there any doubt in that?" Zhuang Hui exclaimed with exuberance, his excitement palpable. After resigning from his hometown job a few months ago, he finally glimpsed the hope for prosperity. "You carry on with your tasks. Who knows? You might close a few more deals." All right, you take care." Wang Mingqi gestured towards his shop, saying, "That is my establishment. Come find me if you need anything. Zhua Yinghui respectfully bid farewell to Wang Mingqi. At the entrance of the alleyway, several police cars had stationed themselves, with Hao Wenjing and a few female officers standing beside a van. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin sat inside the vehicle. Had they been apprehended? Upon noticing Wang Mingqi's approach, Hao Wenjing turned her head, choosing to ignore him. Have I brought you shame? Wang Mingqi was perplexed by Hao Wenjing's demeanor. Gao Wensheng, what is happening? Gao Wensheng, squatting on the ground, acknowledged Wang Mingqi with a slight nod. They're rounding up vagrants. What is going on today? There seems to be a widespread crackdown. Do Lu Mei and her companion truly lack temporary residence permits? No. Why are you squatting there? That must be exhausting. Gao Wensheng replied flatly, I'm used to it. Boss, I'd like 2 jianbing guozi. Add an extra egg. Wang Mingqi realized he had yet to secure his dinner. Upon seeing the jianbing guozi, he decisively ordered 2 servings. Will you use your own egg or mine? Yours. Adding 1 costs 20 cents. Hurry up, I'm famished. Coming right up. Standing before the jianbing guozi stall, Wang Mingqi crossed his arms, observing the police detaining individuals. Chapter 17, The Enchantress. Comrade, may I kindly request you to present your identification? A young male officer approached Wang Mingqi. Wang Mingqi pointed to himself, querying, do I really appear to be a villain? Primarily because you are unfamiliar. Among the thousands of people in the Willow Tree area, I know them all, yet I've never seen you. Please cooperate. With a sense of resignation, Wang Mingqi produced his temporary residence permit and handed it to the officer. Just moved in? Yes, I arrived yesterday from the 8th courtyard. I am the neighborhood officer, Gao Jiqiang. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit the police station. Thank you. Wang Mingqi observed Hao Wenjing suppressing a laugh nearby. And without needing to guess, he understood the situation. One day, he would seek retribution, he thought to himself. Wang Mingqi stopped by a newsstand to purchase a specialized financial newspaper, the Mo Du Securities Trading Journal. Due to regional disparities, the publication reflected yesterday's events. Wang Mingqi came across an article regarding Zhonghua Enterprises. Clutching his jianbing guozi, he made his way home. Overwhelmed by curiosity rather than hunger, he delved into the relevant report. The special publication expressed a pessimistic view on Zhonghua Enterprises' public listing, suggesting that the company's main business leans towards overseas housing, primarily targeting expatriates and foreigners, resulting in a rather narrow clientele. Although the prices of overseas properties are significantly higher than domestic ones, the customer base is much smaller, leading to a far lower sales rate compared to local housing. Many believe that unless Zhonghua Enterprises alters its operational direction, the prospects for a successful public listing are bleak. And even if it does list, the stock would hold little value. Today, the warrants for Zhonghua Enterprises are priced at 8 cents. It appears that interest in Zhonghua Enterprises is stirring. Wang Mingqi felt that a company receiving substantial support from the government of the Magic City would undoubtedly succeed in going public. However, the fact that some are beginning to short the company's warrants suggests a desire to acquire them at a lower price. Possessing the warrants would allow one to exercise them at a minimal cost, thus obtaining a sufficient quantity of shares. 8 cents. Someone is about to enrich me. After perusing Zhonghua Enterprises, Wang Mingqi turned his attention to Yinzhong Industries. The stock price of Yinzhong Industries had surged to 11 yuan along with the market upswing. Patience. He reminded himself repeatedly as he consumed his jianbing guozi, feeling revitalized. Outside, a group was gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Among them, a woman in her 40s was vociferously expounding her opinions, occasionally spitting near the door of Lu Mei and Wang Linlin. Embracing his jianbing guozi, Wang Mingqi confidently joined the gossiping assembly. Zhang Cuifen's never-ending knitting project, from Tang Qing's household. I must say, you are absolutely right in what you are doing. Sister-in-law, I simply want to show these 2 vixens who truly hold sway in courtyard number 8. Indeed, they flaunt themselves right under your nose, clearly not regarding you at all. Wang Mingqi inquired, have Lu Mei and Wang Linlin been arrested? The woman cast a puzzled glance at him. Zhang Cuifen introduced, newcomer, this is Wang Mingqi, the owner. Wang, this is Sun Feng, Tang Qing's spouse. Hello, Sister Sunday. Oh, greetings, Boss Wang. Sister Sun, how could they be well if they've been arrested? Well, those 2 seductresses, what is there to be well about? They constantly hover around men. Surely nothing good can come of it. Let me tell you, Boss Wang. They are the what? Oh, they are ladies of the night, if you know what I mean. As enlightenment dawned upon Wang Mingqi, he responded, oh, now I understand. Zhang Cuifen teased, I must say, Xiao Sun, You shouldn't speak so freely. Your husband, Tang Qing, helps them daily. Doesn't that imply you are inferior to a lady of the night? Sun Feng misinterpreted Zhang Cuifen's insinuations, taking offense. Zhang Cuifen, do not slander my husband's reputation. What do you mean by hovering around them? Such harsh words. Well, I shall refrain from further comment. For only you are privy to the truth. As Sun Feng and Zhang Cuifen exchanged barbs, the gathering lost its charm, prompting the crowd to disperse. Wang Mingqi, seeing no more excitement, retreated to his room with a pancake roll in hand. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yunshan came to inquire whether Wang Mingqi intended to tailor a suit. In this era, the vogue for suits was undeniable. It was essential to have a proper ensemble, as perpetually donning military green attire was hardly appealing. For those in sales, a suit complemented by a tie and leather shoes was de rigueur. Wang Yunshan's modest quarters, not exceeding 20 square meters, housed merely a bed, a wardrobe, and a sewing machine among other tools. Upon Wang Mingqi's entrance, Lu Wenxio's cheeks flushed with color. He found it puzzling how someone as bashful as Lu Wenxio managed to secure work on Xiaoshui Street. Wang Yunshan then posed a question. Brother Wang, have you divorced? Taken aback, Wang Mingqi responded, how did you know? The folks in the courtyard are saying so. Regret washed over Wang Mingqi as he realized he had neglected the fact that individuals like Zhang Cuifen, with no job and an inclination for gossip, thrived on such tidbits, talk of the Zhangs, the lease, and the Wang family's domestic affairs. It was likely that the entire number 8 courtyard was already aware of his divorce. Yet Wang Mingqi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was not merely the number 8 courtyard. Throughout the Lushu Li community, with its thousands of residents, the news had spread far and wide. Lu Wenxio stifled a laugh, remarking, Aunt Zhang is our neighborhood's gossip monger. Wang Mingqi offered an awkward smile, stating, it's no big deal. Knowing is knowing. Divorce is hardly a source of shame these days. Wang Yunshan, rarely given to laughter, chuckled. Boss Wang, what kind of suit do you desire? Here, we have a variety of styles. Wang Mingqi, indifferent to fashion, casually pointed to 2 options. Do you also have leather jackets? Indeed, though they come at a premium. How much? 300. I'll take one. Wang Yunshan handed the leather jacket to Wang Mingqi, who tried it on. It fit perfectly. Boss Wang, may I be so bold as to inquire what your profession is? You seem quite affluent. I manage a modest business. It barely keeps me afloat. Lu Wenxio, with a hint of jest, remarked, with your extravagant spending, you call that barely? Just getting by, Wang Mingqi replied, extending his arms for Lu Wenxio to take his measurements. The alluring scent wafted into Wang Mingqi's nostrils. Under the dim light, he noticed the soft down on Lu Wenxio's youthful face. After 5 minutes, she shyly announced that she had finished measuring. How long will it take to complete? About 5 or 6 days. What is the cost for a suit? No charge for labor, just the cost price will suffice. For woolen fabric, it will be around 500. For ordinary fabric, just 100. Then, let us go with the woolen fabric. Labor should be compensated. Boss Wang, you jest, she replied. Upon returning to his room, Wang Mingqi found himself lingering on that captivating fragrance. Chapter 18. A familiar face from a past life as Wang Mingqi sat lost in thought. A fierce altercation erupted from the adjoining room. He opened his door to see Tang Dong rushing out with a backpack, knocking on the door of Lu Xuehua and her sister. Lu Xuehua opened the door, inquiring, are your parents at it again? Who says otherwise? It's so noisy that I can't concentrate on my homework. I'm in a bit of a predicament here. My sister is asleep. So perhaps you should find another place to study. Oh, come on. Just a corner of my desk will suffice. It's really inconvenient. Goodbye for now. Lu Xuehua closed the door, leaving Tang Dong to shake his head in resignation. Wang Mingqi waved his hand. Tang Dong, come over here to do your homework. Tang Dong replied helplessly, you're not even a college student. You can't help me. I'm not going. Reluctantly, Tang Dong trudged back home. The turmoil within the Tang family soon became the most sensational gossip of courtyard number 8. Zhang Cuifen and her fellow housewives, either knitting sweaters or crafting shoe soles, could not keep their hands idle and gathered at the entrance of the Tang residence, pointing and whispering. Wang Mingqi scanned the area but saw no men around. So he suppressed his intense curiosity and stood at the door to observe the commotion. Through bits of information, Wang Mingqi learned that Lu Mei and Wang Linlin lacked temporary residence permits, which had been reported by Tang Qing's legitimate wife, Sun Feng. What intrigued Wang Mingqi even more was that, prior to the new year, Sun Feng had caught Tang Qing in the act of infidelity. However, Zhang Cuifen prefaced this tale with the phrase "it is said," which significantly diminished the credibility of the story, relegating it to mere gossip. The excitement was palpable. Li Chongqing, wrapped in a military coat, jogged over. "You women, always eavesdropping. Scatter, scatter. Li Chongqing, you envy Tang Qing, don't you? Huh. Every day I see those two vixens. I could just devour them. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? Hurry up and disperse. We ought to learn to respect our leaders, understand? An administrator of courtyard number 8 isn't much of a leader. Exactly. If you were to say Han Dajing was a leader, I might concede, but you two? Forget it." After the women had their fun at Li Chongqing's expense, they began to leave the scene. Li Chongqing, gritting his teeth in frustration, spat on the ground before the Tang residence, grumbling about the hypocrisy of enjoying what one has while coveting what another possesses. Noticing Wang Mingqi watching him, he offered an awkward smile and hurried away from the third courtyard. After consuming 2 savory pancakes, Wang Mingqi felt a bit overwhelmed. At the entrance of courtyard number 8, Han Dajing and several elderly men were engrossed in a game of chess. "Boss Wang has arrived. Han Dajing, there's no need for formality, just call me by my name." "Haha, certainly," Han Dajing replied, returning to his fierce match with the barber. "Old Sunday, old son, you can't make that move." "What do you mean? If I don't make this move, then which one should I make? Jump the knight, jump the knight. Am I moving, or are you? You go ahead. But make sure not to play carelessly, all right, young man?" Wang Mingqi chuckled. "I'll just observe." A true gentleman observes the game in silence. Han Dajing inquired, "Do you know how to play?" "Of course, I am unbeatable in the whole village." "Well, that's quite a boast. Come on then, let's play a couple of rounds." "Old son is bound to lose." Old son glared. "Who says I'm going to lose? I can clearly win." As he spoke, he tossed a piece onto the board. "Are you trying to play dirty?" Old son vacated his seat. "Come on, young man, let us see your skills." Half an hour later, Han Dajing fell silent. Sun Baoquan inquired, "What kind of strategy is this? It appears so disorganized. How can one achieve victory?" Wang Mingqi, with a sense of self-satisfaction, replied, "Regardless of its order, winning is all that matters." Han Danian pondered for a long time, feeling vexed, and ultimately relinquished the game. Wang Mingqi chuckled, saying, I concede. "Shall we continue tomorrow?" "Certainly. I shall come whenever I have the time." After an hour of play, feeling no discomfort in his stomach, Wang Mingqi drifted into a pleasant slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Wang Mingqi hurried to the only securities exchange in Yanjing. Although it was merely 8 o'clock, a throng of people had already gathered at the entrance, predominantly elderly individuals, many of whom appeared to be retired officials based on their attire. Wang Mingqi, unfamiliar with any of them, squatted nearby, listening intently to their discourse. He discerned that the consensus among the crowd was that the market might surge to 2,000 points. Since last year, the market had been climbing steadily, having already surpassed 1,000 points without any signs of abating. Wang Mingqi smirked inwardly, recognizing the truth in the notion that retail investors are perpetually akin to harvested chives. In his lifetime, he too had dabbled in stocks, nearly losing his entire fortune, which led him to keep a respectful distance from the stock market thereafter. Yet, this did not hinder his ambition to amass wealth through it in this lifetime. Not only did he intend to explore domestic opportunities, but he also aspired to venture abroad. By 8:50, the trading hall opened its doors. Wang Mingqi first approached the counter to transfer his account from the bustling metropolis to Yanjing. Then he filled out the form for Zhonghua Enterprises warrants. In essence, he aimed to acquire as many of Zhonghua Enterprises warrants as possible today. As trading commenced, the warrants lingered at 8 cents. Wang Mingqi calculated the quantity and found it rather modest, totaling less than 100,000 shares, amounting to just under 10,000 yuan. By noon, Wang Mingqi had single-handedly elevated the price of Zhonghua Enterprises warrants by 1 cent, concluding the morning session at 9 cents. He assessed that he had acquired a total of fewer than 200,000 shares that day. To be candid, that was quite substantial. Further acquisitions would leave his pockets nearly empty. In the afternoon, Wang Mingqi began to wander around Zhongguan village. He was in search of 2 individuals, Song Xingren, who dealt in pirated goods, and Lu Mingda, a trader of electronic products. At the Zhongguan Village Electronic Technology Building, he spotted Lu Mingda, a lanky figure standing at approximately 1.60 meters, with a bag tucked under his arm, furtively asking passers-by if they were interested in high-tech products. Wang Mingqi found it amusing. In a few years, Lu Mingda would be dubbed a magnate, yet at present, He resembled a mere insect like Wang Mingqi, who dealt in real estate, while Lu was an electronic peddler. Boss, do you need computer components? Yes. What do you require? I have everything here. 5 286 processors and 5 memory sticks. Do you have them? Lu Mingda glanced at Wang Mingqi and laughed. My friend, you are quite the connoisseur. Just average. Do you have them? The memory is available, in stock, 800 yuan each. The 286, 1008, but that's out of stock. Secondhand is also acceptable. You want secondhand? How about it? Do you have any? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingda replied, Where are you making your fortune? In the Sihai market. Sihai? You seem unfamiliar. Having just opened his shop and yet to attract any business, Wang Mingqi planned to assemble a few computers to test the waters. Wait, what did you say? You assemble computers? Lu Mingda scrutinized Wang Mingqi from head to toe. You just returned from overseas? No, I was born and raised here, never left the country. Chapter 19. The pirated videotape strange. I know everyone in Beijing who can work with computers, but I've never encountered someone like you. I come from Luzhong. So it's normal not to have crossed paths. No, there isn't a computer market in Luzhong. Are you sure you're not a cop? Wang Mingqi laughed heartily. If I were a cop, would I waste my breath with you? I'd simply arrest you and subject you to severe interrogation. That would be easier than fishing. True enough. Clearly, Lu Mingda still harbored doubts about Wang Mingqi. My shop is at Sihai, in the storefront number 3. If you can provide me with a batch of 286 and 1 megabyte memory, send it to me tomorrow, and we can negotiate the price. Secondhand, that works too. Just leave me a contact. I don't have a phone right now, but you can reach me at Sihai Market. Just ask Li Wenjin to pass on the message. You know Li Wenjin? Of course. Lu Mingda slapped his thigh. Then that's settled. Knowing that rascal Li Wenjin means you're definitely in the loop. With a mutual acquaintance. Lu Mingda's wariness diminished significantly. I do have a few 286 processors on hand, but the price is rather steep. If you want second-hand ones, I can help you acquire a batch, but it would take at least a month or two. Wang Mingqi understood Lu Mingda's methods. He was simply acquiring electronic waste from abroad and shipping it back to the country. It was similar to the previous tenant of the shop Wang rented, who was also engaged in this business until he was arrested, which inadvertently made the electronic waste more affordable for Wang Mingqi. The only difference was that trading in second-hand electronics required certain qualifications, and Lu Mingda's connections allowed him to operate legally, whereas an ordinary person could not. Wang Mingqi inquired, How much for a new 286 computer? It depends on the configuration, ranging from 19,000 to 25,000. Upon hearing this price, Wang Mingqi's heart raced uncontrollably. The cost of computers was exorbitant. Little did he know that the current prices abroad hovered around $800, and after accounting for shipping and taxes, the cost would exceed 10,000. Selling at 19,000 was certainly understandable. In this era, computers were not a luxury that an average person could afford. Monitors, hard drives, and floppy drives were nearly negligible in cost. A new 286 would be around 1,800, which was reasonable. Moreover, Wang Mingqi could not afford to wait for Lu Mingda to take 1 or 2 months to procure parts from abroad. The time cost was too high. Intentionally glancing at Lu Mingda's business card, he said, Mr. Lu, supply me with 3 units and 3 memory sticks, with cash on delivery. Really? Cash? Are you selling or not? Lu Mingda hesitated, rummaging through his wallet. 1 unit and 1 memory stick now, the rest tomorrow. Wang Mingqi was straightforward, handing Lu Mingda 2,600 yuan. Brother, may I have the pleasure of an introduction? Let us proceed. Lu Mingda is a person of meticulous nature, particularly when it pertains to business matters, where he is exceedingly scrupulous. In a previous life, Wang Mingqi represented a foreign graphics card, and on occasion, Lu Mingda procured goods from him, calculating prices down to the last cent. Nevertheless, he is also a man of considerable integrity. Around 2006, when someone envied Wang Mingqi's agency rights and managed to acquire a batch of goods through alternative means, Lu Mingda rallied everyone in Zhongwan village to eliminate counterfeit products, allowing Wang Mingqi to navigate a precarious situation unscathed. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi's shop, Lu Mingda exclaimed in disbelief, What? This batch of goods is in your possession? Is there an issue with it? Indeed, ignorance breeds audacity. This batch is counterfeit. You do realize that, don't you? I was unaware, but I had my suspicions. The police and customs are searching everywhere. Will you report me? Wang Mingqi retorted, promptly shutting the door. After installing the memory into the machine, Wang Mingqi powered it on. fervently praying that the pre-installed system on the hard drive remained intact. As fate would have it, a glimmering light appeared, confirming his hopes. Brother, impressive. Old Lu, what do you think is a suitable selling price for a unit? Lu Mingda skillfully input a series of commands to check the configuration. 12,000. Anything above that would be difficult to sell. Lu Mingda glanced at the cardboard boxes in the corner and inquired, how many can you assemble? It's hard to say. Some components are faulty, and I am uncertain about sourcing replacements. If you can assemble 20 units, I can help you sell them. But I will require 1,000 yuan as a service fee for each unit. Do you have channels? A friend from the Northeast needs 20 units of 286 computers. But the import-export company has stringent quotas. We won't be able to procure them within 6 months. For a school? How did you know? Only a computer lab would require such a quantity. True, even the government wouldn't splurge on 20 units at once. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingqi replied, I will get back to you in 3 days. I need to assess which components are still functional. Lu Mingda gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother, you're remarkable, a true talent. Just average, third in the world. Lu Mingda left his contact information and, after confirming that Wang Mingqi could indeed assemble the units, departed contentedly. For someone like Lu Mingda, although he ostensibly operates in the high-tech industry, his essence remains that of a broker, capitalizing on the lack of information to earn a profit or service fee. Fortunately, Lu Mingda later decisively engaged in the agency of computer components in Zhongguan village, abandoning his broker identity. However, at this stage, Wang Mingqi still required Lu Mingda's insights. For instance, Lu Mingda had avenues to sell computers in bulk, while relying solely on Wang Mingqi would confine him to the retail market for the foreseeable future. After a long day of labor, Wang Mingqi felt utterly exhausted. Early the next morning, Wang Mingqi headed straight to the Sihai market. Song Xingren wandered aimlessly within the market, carrying several large bags filled with videotapes and audio cassettes. In an effort to promote his wares, Song Xingren had been frequenting the Sihai market since the previous year. However, the current scale of the videotape business is rather limited. The number of families capable of affording a VCR priced at 3,000 to 4,000 yuan is, after all, a minority. Moreover, the cost of a single videotape often reaches 30 to 50 yuan, which deters many potential buyers. With an entire month's salary barely sufficient to purchase 4 tapes, it is far more economical to spend a mere 1 or 2 yuan to enjoy a film at the cinema. Chapter 20. I will buy all your videotapes. Song Xingren had been running around for nearly a month, yet had scarcely sold a handful of videotapes. While he had sold a considerable number of audio tapes, the latter were comparatively inexpensive, with a wholesale price of merely 2 yuan, and thus enjoyed widespread acceptance among the public. Boss Song, would you care for a cigarette? Song Xingren looked up to see a young man smiling at him. Oh, thank you, he replied, accepting the cigarette offered by Wang Mingqi. May I ask your surname, boss? My surname is Wang Mingqi. Oh, boss Wang, you seem unfamiliar. Are you not one of the merchants from Sihai? Wang Mingqi pointed towards the entrance and said, I've recently rented this storefront and haven't opened for business yet. The despondency on Song Xingren's face dissipated. Boss Wang, what are your plans? Without answering the question, Wang Mingqi inquired, May I take a look at your videotapes? Oh, of course. Song Xingren hurriedly produced several tapes, all featuring new films from Hong Kong and Taiwan in recent years. Please have a look. Are there any pirated copies? Upon hearing this, Song Xingren realized Wang Mingqi was an insider. Yes, indeed, but I didn't dare to bring them along. Wang Mingqi examined the tapes closely, noting the high quality of the pirated versions. Where is your factory located? In the south, replied Song Xingren. That doesn't seem right. Factories in the south usually have older equipment, yet yours appears to be produced with the most advanced recording machines. Song Xingren was taken aback. You can discern that it is produced with advanced recording machines just by looking at the quality of the tapes? Indeed, it is equipped with Japan's most advanced technology. What is the price per tape? Between 15 to 25 yuan. The market price is nearly double that. Boss Song, shall we step over to my place? Certainly, Boss Wang. Song Xingren was a drinking companion of Wang Mingqi from before his rebirth. Back then, digital electronic products had obliterated the videotape industry. Yet Song Xingren firmly believed that high-quality visuals would eventually make a comeback. Little did he expect that the rise of the internet would extinguish high-definition quality altogether. Upon arriving at the storefront, Wang Mingqi reviewed all the videotapes. Almost all were the latest films from Hong Kong and Taiwan within the past 2 to 3 years. And the market reaction was exceedingly favorable. However, these were, after all, pirated items, and engaging in this business carried certain risks. Boss Song, if you trust me, I will buy all the videotapes from your factory. What? All of them? Yes, every last one. Upon hearing such a bold proclamation, Song Xingren felt a flicker of doubt. Boss Wang, do you know how many tapes my factory can produce in a year? 500,000. Song Xingren erupted into a fit of coughs. 500,000. Do you think videotapes are as plentiful as sand? Just a handful will yield a great number. My apologies, Boss Wang. My annual production is only 250,000. Operating a single production line around the clock, I can manage only 250,000 tapes. I'll buy them all, but I have a condition. Please, go ahead. For this particular batch, I require a special price. Wang Mingqi pointed to a plate of Dragon Tiger Wind and Cloud and stated, 10 yuan per plate. Song Xingren smiled wryly, responding, Boss Wang, you can't negotiate so fiercely. 10 yuan is barely enough to cover my costs. Don't rush, let me finish, Wang Mingqi continued, gesturing to other videotapes. For films from back in the day, it's 25 yuan. For every additional year, I can reduce the price by 2 yuan. How does that sound? Song Xingren hesitated. Logically, the latest films had the highest sales, and at 25 yuan per plate, nearly half of it would be profit. The newest films in the market typically range from 60 to 80 yuan, with the price difference stemming from the quality of the videotapes. Song Xingren believed that with his advanced recording equipment, he could confidently sell each plate for 80 yuan. I'll commit to 10,000 plates of Dragon Tiger Wind and Cloud as the first batch, and 5,000 of each of the others, totaling around 100,000 plates. That should suffice for your production for half a year, right? Are you joking, Boss Wang? I am not joking. Can you tell me if you have any significant channels? Xinhua Bookstore? Wang Mingqi chuckled. How could Xinhua Bookstore possibly sell pirated goods? I have my own channels. No need to inquire. However, let us make it clear, your goods can only supply me. If I discover that your products are available through other channels, I reserve the right to seek compensation. What if you can't sell, Boss Wang? I can't possibly return them to you. You are guaranteed a minimum of 200,000 plates annually. If you fail to sell enough, I will pay you the agreed price. Song Xingren began to calculate. Having navigated the videotape industry for nearly a decade, he understood the intricacies involved. Once he agreed to Wang Mingqi, it would mean entirely handing over the channels to him, akin to exposing his neck to Wang Mingqi, who could strike whenever displeased. Yet, after running around for a month or two, the market hardly recognized his goods. If he couldn't open up a sales avenue soon, he wouldn't even be able to pay his workers. It was akin to a cup of wine laced with slow-acting poison. Not drinking meant immediate death, while consuming it led to poisoning. Without an antidote, it would ultimately result in demise. Wang Mingqi remarked, the exclusive sales agreement lasts only 3 years. After that, you, Boss Song, can decide if I continue to handle your sales. How does that sound? Noticing Song Xingren's silence, Wang Mingqi assisted him in tallying the figures. The investment cost for a production line is approximately 1 million yuan. If I help you sell 200,000 plates each year, your net profit would exceed 1 million, meaning that over 3 years, I would have helped you earn 3 times that amount. Are you not satisfied, Boss Song? Song Xingren reaffirmed that Wang Mingqi was knowledgeable in the industry, calculating costs with precision. However, he felt Wang Mingqi's sales estimates were overly optimistic. Or perhaps he had his own unique sales channels. Think it over, Boss Song. If you agree, I won't go to Shenzhen. If by tomorrow you still haven't decided, I will seek suppliers there. Seeing Wang Mingqi rise, Song Xingren hastily grasped his arm. Boss Wang, could you possibly reveal your sales channels? Sorry, but that information is confidential. Song Xingren remained unable to muster the resolve to drink this cup of poison. As Wang Mingqi escorted Song Xingren out, Song inquired, if you, Boss Wang, are unable to sell 200,000 videotapes and the inventory is left unsold, how will you compensate? 200,000 tapes represent a substantial sum exceeding 4 million. Wang Mingqi chuckled, if you remain uncertain, we can draft a wager agreement. What sort of wager agreement? Song queried. Within 6 months. If I manage to sell 100,000 tapes, we shall proceed as we discussed. If I fail, the agreement shall be voided. And I will compensate you an additional 500,000, returning all merchandise. How does that sound? A flicker of conflict crossed Song Xingren's face. Chapter 21. A gathering of acquaintances. Wang Mingqi did not hasten him, merely waiting silently for Song to reach a decision. After a considerable pause, Song let out a long sigh. Boss Wang, let us collaborate joyfully. Wang Mingqi rejoiced. Indeed, a delightful partnership. Subsequently, The two began to meticulously negotiate the contract, laboring until past 6 in the evening, when darkness enveloped them, and they finally affixed their signatures. Once the contract was sealed, Wang Mingqi no longer held back. I wish to add a few elements to the cover of the videotapes, he stated, inscribing the characters Ba Huang. Is this your brand? Song queried. No, merely a mark. No problem. With all arrangements settled, both men finally relaxed. Shall we toast to our celebration, Boss Song? Song Xingren appeared utterly drained. All right, this round is on me. Boss Wang. The two strolled toward a nearby hot pot restaurant when they spotted Zhou Yinghui approaching, looking disheartened. Old Zhou, what troubles you? Zhou Yinghui glanced at Wang Mingqi. His spirits still low. Oh, Boss Wang, it's nothing. Have you wrapped up your business? Finished. Have you eaten? Not yet. Let us proceed to the hot pot. Zhou Yinghui's demeanor remained subdued, offering a simple acknowledgement. Wang Mingqi introduced Zhou Yinghui and Song Xingren to one another, and both men exchanged brief nods, their spirits dim. Once seated, Wang Mingqi wasted no time, ordering a plate of lamb fat for the broth, followed by 10 plates of lamb. While the pot was still heating, Lu Mingdao arrived with his past acquaintance, Li Huijun. What a coincidence! Wang Mingqi exclaimed, rising to greet Li. In their previous lives, this group hailing from the Four Seas market had seen Li Huijun thrive, as he astutely seized the opportunities of the mobile era, securing the agency for a prominent smartphone brand in Beijing, amassing great wealth. Once, in a drunken revelry, he had boasted that his assets had once exceeded 1 billion. Boss Wang, allow me to introduce Li Huijun, who also navigates the Four Seas, Wang Mingqi said. I recall meeting you, Boss Li. You owned a store specializing in camcorders. Did you not? Li Huijun smiled. My apologies. I failed to recognize you. Realization dawned upon him. Ah, Boss Wang has taken over that prominent storefront. Indeed, a generous endeavor. Wang Mingqi replied. Let us share a drink together, shall we? Certainly, serendipity is a fine host, Li agreed. Wang Mingqi proceeded to introduce everyone again. Noticing Zhou Yinghui's continued malaise, Wang Mingqi inquired, Old Zhou, what is truly troubling you? Ah, spare me the details. A client I had been following for 2 days has fled. Yet, what is there to fret over? If the business fails, it fails. Tomorrow is another day to seek new clients. Perhaps it was the ease with which Boss Wang secured this deal that left me somewhat unsettled. Laughter erupted among the crowd as Wang Mingqi recounted the tale of their encounter, narrating it like a story. Boss Wang was quite the magnate. Yet the area of Lu Shuli was rather chaotic, commented Li Huijun. Lu Mingda added, indeed, many properties there belong to the state, with few private holdings, making management rather difficult. Once I am wealthy, I shall purchase all of Lu Shuli. You are quite the character, everyone remarked, giving Wang Mingqi a thumbs up. Among the 5 men, for were in their 20s, with only Song Xingren having crossed the threshold of 30. They were all at an age ripe for indulgence. After devouring 10 plates of lamb, they finally turned their attention to the liquor. Wang Mingqi raised a glass to Li Huijun before inquiring, Brother, I wish to ask for your assistance. What is it? Speak freely, brother. Could you possibly introduce me to the general agent for Sharp camcorders in Huaxia? Sharp? That's easily arranged, but what do you need them for? He chuckled. Oh, that's a secret indeed. So mysterious, Li Huijun remarked, pulling out his notebook and jotting down a phone number, which he handed to Wang Mingqi. You can either visit him directly or call him. Just mention you are my friend. Wang Mingqi solemnly accepted the contact information with gratitude. Song Xingren sensed that this was one of Wang Mingqi's sales channels. Yet he could not fathom how Wang Mingqi intended to market the tapes. Would he sell the camcorders bundled with the tapes? However, whether in Japan or America, they pride themselves on copyright issues and would not utilize our pirated tapes, even if the counterfeit was superior to the original. As Song Xingren noticed Zhou Yinghui toasting him, he quickly gathered his composure and began clinking glasses with Zhou Yinghui. Since leaving his hometown, Wang Mingqi had not indulged in such revelry for quite some time, and this evening led to a state of blissful inebriation. The 5 consumed 6 bottles of Erguo too, but Wang Mingqi still craved more, insisting that the proprietor fetch another bottle. Among them, only Li Huijun could hold his liquor somewhat better. Brother, you are my dear sibling. I truly cannot drink any further. Spare us this torment. We've barely begun. One more round, and we shall disperse. No, let us retain some memories, keep a little longing. As Wang Mingqi observes Zhou Yinghui and Song Xingren slumped over the table, Lu Mingdao was grinning foolishly. Very well, we shall save the remaining liquor for another occasion. Lu Mingdao and Li Huijun did not live far apart, with Li Huijun tasked to escort Lu Mingda home. However, Zhuo Yinghui and Song Xingren were utterly incapacitated. What to do now? Boss Song, where do you reside? I shall take you home. Song Xingren opened his eyes. Is it over? Come, let us have another drink. Enough. Just tell me where you live, and I shall escort you. Song Xingren's gaze cleared a bit. Oh, Boss Wang. Do not trouble yourself. I shall return on my own. I will take a taxi. Song Xingren unsteadily rose to his feet, while Wang Mingqi escorted him to the entrance before returning to seek out Zhuo Yinghui, making his way towards the grove of willows. Fortunately, Zhuo Yinghui had resided there for quite some time, and with a few inquiries, Wang Mingqi was able to locate his dwelling. To his surprise, Zhuo Yinghui's accommodation was not a room as he had anticipated, but rather a bedroom converted from a warehouse, akin to Lu Xuehua's. With no windows and a door that let in the cold, Zhuo Yinghui had wrapped the doorframe in bed sheets for warmth. The space contained merely a simple single bed, devoid of any other furnishings, not even a wardrobe for clothes. Wang Mingqi let out a slight sigh. Such was the plight of those who drift to the north in search of opportunity. Wang Mingqi, somewhat inebriated, returned to courtyard number 8, where he coincidentally encountered Lu Mei and Wang Linlin as they were heading out. Oh, Boss Wang has just returned. Would you care to join us for some fun? Dear brother? Lu Mei teased playfully. Wang Mingqi waved his hand dismissively, covering his mouth as he hurried towards the restroom. As he opened the door, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Ah, pervert. He caught only a fleeting glimpse of a bare white backside before hastily shutting the door. Lu Xuehua, can't you close the door when you use the restroom? Lu Xuehua, her voice tinged with distress, retorted, it's the middle of the night. Who else is going to the toilet? I'm just doing what I need to. Hearing her daughter's outcry, Zhang Cuifen rushed out, asking in alarm, what's wrong? Dear? Wang Mingqi, feeling embarrassed, explained, Xuehua didn't close the door, and I nearly walked in. Zhang Cuifen remarked, this child, always making a fuss. Wang Gu is not a stranger. Wang Mingqi was taken aback. Not a stranger? Am I permitted to gaze upon your daughter at will? Once Lu Xuehua had composed herself and emerged, she found Wang Mingqi doubled over a tree, retching. Are you all right, Wang Gu? She inquired with concern. He waved dismissively. I'm fine, just had a bit too much to drink. The pungent odor wafting through the air made Lu Xuehua cover her nose, exclaiming, it stinks. Especially when she noticed that Wang Mingqi had vomited right at her doorstep, her distaste grew even stronger. It's all right, there are plenty of rats around. They'll take care of it by morning, he reassured her. Lu Xuehua, upon hearing this, gagged and hurried back inside her room. Wang Mingqi shook his head vigorously, striving to dispel the image of that bare backside from his thoughts. What a fool I am. You are 9 years her senior, yet your mind wanders to such thoughts. He felt considerably better afterward. Lu Xuehua re-emerged, offering him a glass of water. Gargle this, it reeks. Oh, thank you, he replied, taking the glass and gulping it down, feeling a significant relief in his stomach. You should head to bed early as well, he added before swaying slightly back into his room. Lu Xuehua, looking at the glass Wang Mingqi had used, scrubbing it at the sink several times before she felt less disgusted. With the numbing effects of alcohol, sleep was particularly sweet. Wang Mingqi slumbered soundly until dawn. Outside, greetings such as good morning, have you eaten? Echoed, signaling the revival of courtyard number 8. Regardless of any underlying tensions, the first encounter in the morning would always be met with a cordial salutation. Wang Mingqi opened his door to find Tang Qing, clad in a hat and scarf, attempting to stealthily leave the village. Good morning, Director Tang. Tang Qing was initially lost in thought as he walked forward, but upon hearing Wang Mingqi's greeting, he continued towards the door without looking back. Take care, Director Tang, Wang Mingqi chuckled, imagining that Tang's face must bear several scratches, which, if inquired about, would surely elicit the excuse of having drunkenly collided with a tree. As for the nail marks from the collision, they need not be scrutinized too closely, it was merely a tree incident. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin had returned. These two young ladies, often late to leave yet early to return, left little doubt about the nature of their endeavors. Oh dear, Director Tang, what happened to you? Wang Linlin exclaimed upon noticing Tang Qing stealthily edging along the wall. Lu Mei, look at Director Tang, so tightly wrapped up. Did his wife give him a beating? Haha, undoubtedly so. Are you all right, Director Tang? Lu Mei added. Indeed, Director Tang, you wouldn't be bested by a mere woman, would you? As Lu Mei and Wang Linlin called out, the early risers in the vicinity opened their doors to witness the spectacle. Tang Qing was fuming, his anger palpable. Yet he felt powerless. Unable to confront Lu Mei and Wang Linlin directly, he shouted at the assembled onlookers, "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do?" Han Dan's wife, holding a bowl of rice, stood at the doorway observing the commotion and replied, "I'm retired. I don't have to work." Chef Li Wenjin chimed in, "I don't start until 10. Tang Qing shot them a fierce glare and hurriedly exited. Were it not for his position as deputy director in the personnel department of a gas company, it would be quite challenging for him to navigate life in the 8th courtyard. Oh, and that Li Chongqing, he was no better. As Wang Mingqi went out to buy breakfast, he was called over by Pei Hongying from another unit as he entered the courtyard. Pei Hongying, around 30 years of age, was not particularly beautiful but conformed well to rural standards of ample physique. "Boss Wang heading to work?" "Oh no, just getting breakfast, then I'll head to work." Pei Hongying replied, "Oh dear, I made too much breakfast this morning. If you don't mind, why not come over to my place for a bite?" Wang Mingqi was taken aback, wondering what kind of unexpected invitation this was. "A bite at your place?" Li Chongqing stood at the doorway, watching Wang Mingqi. Li Chongqing's younger son, Li Chong, emerged holding a bowl of rice. "Pei Hongying, why didn't you invite me to eat?" Li Chongqing shot a fierce glare at his son. Pei Hongying blushed and hurried back inside. "Director Li, haven't you gone to work yet?" Li Chongqing glanced at Wang Mingqi with mild indifference. "What is going on? Did I do something wrong?" Li Chong scoffed. "Some people are just too old to know their place. Quite embarrassing." Wang Mingqi was even more puzzled. "Me? I'm only 2 years older than you." Li Chong awkwardly chuckled. "I wasn't referring to you. I meant your father." "Your father?" Li Chong was displeased. Matters of family should remain private. It seemed Li Chong was no pushover either. Just as Wang Mingqi approached the doorway, he heard a roar from the Li household. "Your mother is still alive. And you're already thinking about that young widow?" Wang Mingqi shivered slightly. "Goodness, age may weigh upon the body, but the spirit remains youthful. How can one be nearly 50 while a young widow is yet to reach 30? Even an old bull should not indulge in such tender pastures." At the entrance of the Sihai shopping mall, Lu Mingda had been waiting for Wang Mingqi for half an hour. "My brother, how can you conduct business this way? It's already 8:30, and you haven't opened yet? This isn't how one secures clientele. Have you brought the goods?" 9 units of 286 memory, along with some commonly used diodes. "I spoke with my friend from the Northeast this morning. He is quite interested. If you can assemble them. He is willing to pay 12,000 per unit, cash on delivery." "Thanks, brother. Let us not delay. I promise to have this ready in half a month." "Not a problem." 20 computers amount to 240,000 yuan, a significant sum, especially in these challenging business times. Securing over 200,000 at once is certainly a promising start for Wang Mingqi. Chapter 23. The sister-in-law's overreach. Just as Lu Mingda was about to turn away, Wang Mingqi called him back. "Lu, do you have any connections to help me install a telephone? Urgent?" "Yes, ideally within 3 days. In this day and age, installing a telephone is no simple task. A deposit of 2,500 yuan is required up front, followed by a waiting period. If the telecom bureau does not complicate matters, one might be able to have it installed within 2 weeks. Wang Mingqi's videotape business was on the brink of commencing, and without a telephone, all his plans would come to naught. The sooner he had the phone installed, the sooner he could embark on his piracy of videotapes. Not an issue. It should be ready by tomorrow afternoon. Just bring 5,000 yuan for the person who will assist you." "Thank you, brother. Don't mention it. Having the phone will facilitate our communication." Lu Mingda hurried away. Wang Mingqi, unwilling to waste any time, hastily consumed a stuffed pancake and then immersed himself in electronic waste. By the afternoon, he had managed to assemble 2 more computers. Desperate for assistance, he realized that in this age, individuals knowledgeable in electronics were exceedingly rare. Those who possessed such expertise were either in state-owned enterprises or academia. Academia? Students studying electronics? An idea sparked in Wang Mingqi's mind. If he could recruit a few students to help him test monitors and the like, and he focused solely on repairs and assembly, his efficiency would greatly improve. Spotting Zhua Yinghui squatting on the curb, smoking, Wang Mingqi surmised that this fellow had little business. "Old Zhua," he called. Zhua Yinghui responded, "Yes." "Boss Wang, what is it?" "I need to recruit a few students who specialize in computer hardware, preferably graduate students." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhua Yinghui replied, "You want to find any?" Wang Mingqi chuckled. "Who said I'm hiring them? I'm looking for part-timers to assist me with tasks. I can offer 10 yuan an hour. If you can find a suitable candidate at the university, I'll pay you 10 yuan for each person you recruit." On his way home, Wang Mingqi purchased a securities newspaper. The pages were filled with optimistic sentiments. At yesterday's closing, the warrants for China Enterprises ended at 9 cents, indicating that most people remained skeptical about the company's prospects for going public. As for Yinzhong Industry, it continues to rise in tandem with the broader market. Wang Mingqi harbors a sense of schadenfreude, pondering how many will cling to their stocks when the market commences its steep decline. When Yinzhong Industry begins its meteoric ascent, how many will still be aboard? Regardless of whether you are on board or not, I have steadfastly remained. I shall not exit until the price dips below 40 yuan. At the alley's entrance, Wang Mingqi purchased a Jianbingguozi. Hao Wenjing and Gao Jiqiang, armed with utility belts, appeared to be on patrol. Indeed, Hao Wenjing is a natural in this role. Clad in a military green uniform and donning her utility belt, she exudes an air of formidable elegance. Is this your daily fare? Wang Mingqi inquired with a smile. This is quite satisfactory, she replied. I know it is. I heard you added 2 eggs. Have you come into some extra cash? Can't you just prepare it yourself? It would save a bit, wouldn't it? Wenjing, you are no longer my sister-in-law. Why do you meddle so much? Wang Mingqi retorted. Every penny you save means one more for my nephew. He was nearly choked by Hao Wenjing's extraordinary line of reasoning. Rest assured, Qiqing will not lack for spending. Have you spoken with your sister? Is there a chance Qiqing could accompany me? I assure you, she will gain admission to the finest kindergarten in Yanjing. Hao Wenjing paused at this statement. Qiqing is 3 years old now. If she were a local child, parents would typically be enrolling her in kindergarten by now. Yet she was aware that Qiqing still roamed the market alongside her mother. Children from outside cannot enroll in Yanjing's kindergartens, she stated. By May at the latest. Or as early as March, I will relocate my and Qiqing's household registration to Yanjing. I truly will. Gao Jiqiang chuckled. Wenjing, your former brother-in-law may not comprehend how challenging it is to obtain a Yanjing household registration. Wang Mingqi ignored Gao Jiqiang and fixated his gaze on Hao Wenjing. She met his stare, perceiving sincerity and determination in his eyes. Comrade Wang, how do you plan to migrate your household registration to the capital? If I am not mistaken, you hold a rural registration, correct? There exists a natural barrier between agricultural and non-agricultural registrations, not to mention the vast chasm between rural agricultural and urban non-agricultural registrations. According to current policy, rural agricultural registrations cannot transition directly to the capital. Wang Mingqi felt disheartened when Hao Wenjing did not respond. Then I shall first arrange to transfer my registration. I shall await that day, she replied calmly. Wang Mingqi departed. It had been a month since he last saw his son. How was he faring? Although he knew his son excelled academically and later gained admission to a university in the capital, if Qiqing were to receive superior education, perhaps he could secure a place in an even better institution. Upon returning home, Wang Mingqi unearthed photographs of Wang Wenjun and Qiqing, gazing at them vacantly, tears streaming down his face without his realization. In his previous life, Wang Qing had only contacted Wang Mingqi upon turning 18 and gaining university admission. Through Wang Qing's brief remarks, Wang Mingqi discerned that the lives of Wang Wenjun and his wife were fraught with hardship, with Wang Qing also enduring suffering, assisting them in selling vegetables after school. Fortunately, Zhou Qiang did not impose too many difficulties on Wang Qing, and he continuously supported his education. In this regard, Wang Mingqi's malice towards Zhou Qiang diminished significantly. As for the cities they had visited, Wang Qing only recalled having been to Shenzhen and Guangdong. Although he asserted that they had traversed several places in his memory, Wang Mingqi devoted all his energy and affection to Wang Qing. Yet it could not compensate for the hardships Wang Qing endured during his childhood. Time seemed to stretch on, and in a state of drowsiness, Wang Mingqi heard someone push open the door. Wenjing, what brings you here? Through the light illuminating the courtyard, Wang Mingqi spotted Hao Wenjing and another woman clad in police uniform entering his home. Hao Wenjing circled around Wang Mingqi's house and inquired, I heard you bought this place? Wang Mingqi nodded. Where did you get the money? My sister mentioned that your father lent out all his funds. Wang Mingqi chuckled. It's a loan. A loan? Wang Mingqi was indeed honest with Hao Wenjing. He had borrowed the money. He then recounted the relationship between his father and Wang Li. Chapter 24. The deceiver of affection. The girl accompanying Hao Wenjing exclaimed in astonishment. What you are doing is illegal. Only then did Wang Mingqi notice her presence. She is my junior sister, currently interning with us. Hello, junior sister. I did not deceive him. I informed him that if I cannot reach Wang Hongcheng, I will return the 200,000. But you fabricated a story, claiming that your uncle and Wang something Chung were colleagues. They are indeed colleagues. Albeit one is in Harbin and the other in our county. The revolutionary spirit unites us all. The young intern was rendered speechless by Wang Mingqi's cunning retorts. Hao Wenjing laughed. Your tongue has become quite nimble. Truly, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. You are just as sharp-tongued as your father. Hao Wenjing was on the verge of exasperation, yet had no retort, for both their fathers were equally formidable with words. Taking a moment to calm herself, she remarked, I merely came to see how you are faring. Now that I have, I trust that Qingqing will not suffer under my care. Although reluctant to concede, Hao Wenjing could not deny that Wang Mingqi's circumstances were considerably better than Wang Wenjun's. Wang Mingqi placed 2 stools beside them. After a considerable pause, Hao Wenjing stated, I will speak earnestly with my sister. If she agrees to send Qingqing over, I will assist with his education. There is no need. In a few months, I will be able to transfer my household registration. You? That will be a long time coming. After finishing her statement, Hao Wenjing turned to the intern and said, Wu Shuang, let us depart. Officer Hao, Officer Wu, take care. Hao Wenjing and the young police officer exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter. Wang Mingqi, puzzled, wondered, did I say something wrong? Hao Wenjing dragged the female officer out, laughing. Sister Hao, your former brother-in-law is quite amusing. Amusing? I think you are the foolish one. Can a fool truly swindle money? It appeared that Wang Mingqi could not escape the reputation of a deceiver. Just as Hao Wenjing departed, the ever-curious Zhang Cuifen returned. Boss Wang, are you truly a fraud? Who claimed I was a fraud? The police officer just implied that you are a fraud. I am not a swindler in matters of wealth. I merely indulge in the art of seduction. What? Zhang Cuifen was taken aback. You. No wonder you were peeking at my daughter. Wang boss, are you truly a charlatan? Wang Mingqi felt a surge of resentment. This person was utterly insufferable. Henceforth, keep your daughter away from me. I wouldn't want to ensnare her in my charms. You. Zhao Cuifen was at a loss for words. Yet, she was reluctant to sever ties with Wang Mingqi, as her family benefited from his generosity. She could only advise her daughter to maintain a distance from him. The farther the better, ideally avoiding any contact. The following morning, Wang Mingqi resumed tinkering with his computer endeavors. By noon, 3 individuals clad in telecommunications uniforms, cigarettes dangling from their lips and tool bags slung over their shoulders, swaggered into Wang Mingqi's establishment. Are you Wang Mingqi? Oh yes, that's me. How may I assist you? Are you here to install a phone? Indeed. Our supervisor mentioned you, correct? Wang Mingqi chuckled, affirming, yes. As he spoke, he handed over a prepared red envelope. The men paused for a moment, then chuckled, commenting on Wang boss's sense of propriety. Such a generous gesture, indeed a good omen. One of them produced a telephone directory and presented it to Wang Mingqi, saying, choose a number, and my colleagues will begin the wiring. Wang Mingqi was pleasantly surprised by this fortunate turn of events. What about 888, 8888, or 666, 6666? Even 555, 5555 would suffice. Regrettably, for 5,000 yuan, those coveted numbers were unavailable. He perused the hundreds of phone numbers, all superior choices, yet most did not meet his criteria of being easily memorable. 575, 7577. I rise again. The meaning seems quite auspicious. Perhaps I shall select this one? Upon seeing the number Wang Mingqi chose, the representative scoffed, saying, consider this one. It's splendid. 686, 8688. I quite fancy that one. Suit yourself. Just to inform you, the charges are as follows. Fixed landline fee is 18 yuan, caller ID is 3 yuan. And calls are 2 dimes per minute, with long-distance calls incurring an additional fee of 6 dimes per minute. Very well, thank you. When can I begin using the phone? Tomorrow morning. The telecommunications team kindly left Wang Mingqi with a phone. Wang boss, this year our organization will publish a citywide telephone directory. Should you wish to include your business name and number, please call me in advance. Upon hearing about the directory, Wang Mingqi's interest piqued. I would like to be featured on the first page. I wonder if that is feasible? Haha, Wang boss, you jest. The first few pages are reserved for government listings. However, we do offer advertising space in the directory. It seems that a single page costs under 10,000 yuan. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but you may inquire further. Thank you. Wang Mingqi indeed took this matter to heart. After bidding farewell to the telecommunications crew, he resumed his computer tinkering. In the afternoon, Zhua Yinghui arrived with 4 graduate students from the electronics department of Jinghua University. Wang Mingqi brought out 4 monitors and requested, "Would you kindly examine this monitor to ascertain what is malfunctioning?" He gestured towards the multimeter and other tools beside him. Several individuals, without uttering a word, deftly disassembled the back cover of the monitor and commenced their measurements. Truly, they were graduate students from the electronics department of Tsinghua University. The manner and proficiency with which they wielded the multimeter justified the esteemed reputation of their institution. Among them, a tall young man exhibited the swiftest speed, identifying the issue in less than 10 minutes. Wang Mingqi instructed him to repair it, and he even managed to fix another monitor that had stumped Wang. Half an hour later, the tall student announced, "It's somewhat challenging. The electron gun is malfunctioning and requires replacement." Unfortunately, Wang Mingqi had no spare electron guns at hand. The other students also resolved their respective issues, which were largely similar. After some contemplation, Wang Mingqi inquired of the tall student, "May I ask your surname?" Li Ju, with the Ju character denoting to rely on, first-year graduate student at Tsinghua University. "If you four are interested, I could offer you a position here, 4 hours a day. Would that be agreeable? Is the work schedule flexible?" "Indeed, you may come at your convenience and extend your hours. However, there is but one requirement: no slacking off." Li Ju chuckled, "Rest assured, we are not the type to be lazy." "Very well, you shall commence today. Your first task is to ensure all components are repaired. Inform me if anything is lacking." "Understood." Chapter 25. The enigmatic widow. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi stepping out for a smoke, Zhou Yinghui promptly approached him. "Boss Wang, how is it? Is everything functioning well?" "Old Zhou, much appreciated," Wang Mingqi replied, handing him 40 yuan. "Please keep an eye out for talents like these. I'll pay 10 yuan for each. You can count on me, boss." With the addition of Li Ju and his companions, the pace of computer repairs accelerated significantly. In essence, electronic products are merely combinations of diodes. By measuring the voltage at specific points with a multimeter, one can easily identify failures. By evening, the quartet had worked for a total of 6 hours and assembled 8 computers. This pace astonished Wang Mingqi. 8 in a single day? Coupled with those repaired in the morning and the previous day, would the first batch be ready for delivery? It felt surreal to him. Had he truly netted 120,000? After deducting various component costs, was there a pure profit of 100,000? Wang Mingqi firmly patted his chest, urging his breath to flow more freely. Li Ju emerged to ask, "Boss, shall we continue?" Wang Mingqi gazed at the sky, now completely dark. "No need," he replied, producing 400 yuan. "This is your pay for today." Li Ju glanced back at the other 3. One, named Wang Air, remarked, "Boss Wang, we only worked for 6 hours. No matter. This is a bonus. If you maintain this efficiency tomorrow, there will be more bonuses." After a moment's thought, Li Ju said, "Boss, our school is currently purchasing computers. If you could assist in assembling some, I could help facilitate that." Wang Mingqi's heart soared. This indeed was a lucrative golden era. "All right, but this batch is already reserved. Once finished, I will focus on assembling a new batch." "Understood, boss," Li Ju responded, accepting the 400 yuan without hesitation. Wang Mingqi crouched at the entrance, yearning to shout, to release the exhilaration swelling within him. How delightful it was to be reborn. How effortlessly one could amass wealth in this second life. Why had he not discovered this sooner in his previous existence? The disparity of just a few years was astoundingly vast. The joy consuming Wang Mingqi was something he could not share with anyone, not even with Zhou Yinghui. He purchased a bottle of Mao Dai and half a kilogram of pig's head meat, tucking them beneath his arm as he jogged home. Upon his return, he found his abode increasingly pleasing to the eye. Setting up a small table, he opened the bottle of Mao Dai, only to find his face pale with dismay. Could it be? Was there counterfeit liquor already? He dared not consume fake alcohol, yet the desire for a drink was overwhelming. Contemplating the people in the courtyard, he thought of Gao Wensheng. Surely, with his robust stature, he could handle Tu Liang. As for Tang Qing and the others, it was best to avoid them. They were high-ranking officials, far removed from his circle. Wang Mingqi knocked on Gao Wensheng's door. Gao Wensheng peeked out, and upon seeing Wang Mingqi, he remarked, "Boss Wang, the suit isn't ready yet. Please wait a couple of days." Wang Mingqi rubbed his hands together and smiled. "I'm in the mood for a drink. But I bought a bottle of fake liquor. I have pig's head meat. Do you have any wine at home? Let us enjoy together." Upon hearing this, Gao Wensheng's face darkened as if rain were about to pour. "Sorry, I don't drink, and I have no alcohol at home." With that, he slammed the door shut. Just as the door closed, Wang Mingqi noticed a cleared space in their room, with a quilt laid out in the center. Was Gao Wensheng sleeping on the floor? Had the couple quarreled? Lu Shuihua heard the commotion and opened the door. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, her face flushed crimson. Shuihua, you're still awake? Brother Wang, what brings you here? Hee, I'm just looking for some wine. I have some at home. Would you like some? Oh, I couldn't possibly. No worries, just wait. I'll go get it for you. Thank you. I'll return it tomorrow. Lu Shuihua went to her kitchen and fetched a bottle of wine. Tongzhou Laojiao? How rare. Is this wine good? Yes, it's excellent. Thank you. Lu Shuihua, like a magician, then presented a plate of pickled vegetables. Oh, this is too much. With a sly smile, Lu Shuihua softly said, Brother, let us share a drink. Without a moment's thought, Wang Mingqi declined. No, you need to study. Drinking dulls the mind. As if I didn't know? My grandfather dipped his chopsticks in wine for me when I was young, and I didn't become dull. That doesn't matter. You have school tomorrow. Hurry back to sleep. Wang Mingqi said as he took the pickled vegetables from Lu Shuihua and slipped away. Frustrated, Lu Shuihua stamped her foot in place. Sister, close the door. Lu Shuiyan called from inside. Left with no choice, Lu Shuihua returned to the room. Sister, mother told you to avoid Brother Wang. Yet you still approached him. Lu Shuihua shot a glare at Lu Shuiyan and retorted, What mother says goes. I refuse to comply. Wang Mingqi twisted the bottle cap, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, How many years has it been? Wang Mingqi caught a whiff of the rich aroma of aged wine, a scent that no synthetic substance could ever replicate. After taking a sip, he felt a warmth envelop his body, and accompanied by a bite of pig's head meat. The mingling fragrances of wine and meat created an exquisite delight. It was no wonder his father insisted on having a drink whenever he encountered a sumptuous dish. As he indulged in a few more cups, a warmth spread through him, an illusionary heat that merely provided a sensation without generating any actual warmth within his body. This was precisely the comforting feeling he sought. Boss Wang, are you there? Pei Hongying, what brings her here? Wang Mingqi hastily opened the door, only to find Pei Hongying standing outside, holding a plate of peanuts. A sudden jolt ran through him. A married man understands the allure of springtime smiles and the charm of a captivating widow. Though Pei Hongying was not conventionally beautiful, the allure she exuded at that moment was irresistible to most men. Fortunately, Wang Mingqi was no ordinary man. In his past life, he had frequented nightclubs and encountered all manners of ambience. Hello, what brings you here? I heard you mention wanting to drink, so I brought you some fried peanuts to accompany your wine. Wang Mingqi hesitated. It was already 9:30, and the prospect of a man and a woman alone in a room could lead to misunderstandings if anyone were to see them. Thank you, but I appreciate the gesture. Don't be like that. I've had a tiring day too, and was hoping to enjoy a drink for a good night's sleep. Pei Hongying replied, pulling a bottle of erguotu from her coat pocket. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Mingqi was momentarily distracted, she slipped into the room. Chapter 26. Helping her raise a son? Wang Mingqi left the door ajar. Pei Hongying had already taken a seat opposite him and poured herself a glass of wine. Boss Wang, please have a seat. Oh, all right. He conceded, adhering to the principle of making the best of the situation. Back in the countryside, my husband and I could easily drink a pound of sweet potato liquor in one night. Wang Mingqi chuckled. In the countryside, anyone can manage two tails. Is your family from the countryside? Yes, indeed, a true country dweller. My husband's rural job brought me to the city, and I could never have imagined living at the foot of the imperial city if he hadn't passed away so early. Well, let us not dwell on that. Pei Hongying wiped away a tear, raised her glass, and clinked it against Wang Mingqi's. Boss Wang, this is for you. Thank you, Sister Pei. Don't call me Sister Pei. We don't know who's older yet. I was born in 1966. How about you? Pei Hongying burst into laughter. I'm younger than you. I was born in 1968. Wang Mingqi scrutinized her once more. The lines on her face were almost comparable to Zhang Cuifen's. If she claimed to be born in 1960, he would believe it. Country folk age quickly. He offered an awkward smile. You married quite young then. Your eldest must already be in elementary school. Such is life in the countryside. We marry early. I followed my husband at 16. Things are stricter where I come from. Anyone daring to marry before the legal age would face government repercussions. Pei Hongying chuckled. How many children do you have? One son, living with his mother. Alas, it is no easy feat for a woman to raise a child. Just look at me. These past 2 years, I have been caring for 3 children, and it has been arduous. With 2 cups of wine consumed, a rosy hue crept upon Pei Hongying's cheeks. Brother Wang, Have you not considered seeking another? If Wang Mingqi remained oblivious to Pei Hongying's intentions, he would have wasted all those years in his role as a boss. Although Wang Mingqi and Pei Hongying had only met a handful of times, she eagerly presented herself. If Pei Hongying claimed to be captivated by Wang Mingqi's demeanor, he would dare to write his name upside down. Pei Hongying's life was fraught with difficulties. She yearned for someone to assist her in raising her children. Presently, Wang Mingqi perfectly matched her criteria: divorced, a father, a rural man, and financially stable. Was he not the most suitable and ideal candidate? Wang Mingqi reflected that had he encountered such a woman during his earlier ventures in the capital, he would have certainly welcomed her. Yet, in this lifetime, he could not accept Pei Hongying. I shall remain single for now. Once I earn more, I will seek my child and their mother, Wang Mingqi said, half seriously. Pei Hongying was momentarily taken aback. How could a shattered mirror ever be mended? Hee, it might just be possible, she responded. Enough talk, sister, let us drink. Wang Mingqi emptied his glass and remarked, that will suffice for today, Hongying. Pei Hongying remained motionless on her stool. Wang Mingqi patiently awaited her response. A flush of red and yellow washed over her face as she wrestled with her thoughts, contemplating whether to take a bold step forward. Upon meeting Wang Mingqi's unperturbed gaze, she relented. She did not wish to become a woman who relied on the sale of her body. If that were her intention, the man across the street would have long since succeeded. With this thought, Pei Hongying offered a faint smile. Very well, we shall drink again when the opportunity arises. There is plenty of time ahead. After bidding farewell to Pei Hongying, Wang Mingqi resumed drinking alone. The thrill of earning money, which had briefly sparked within him, dissipated entirely due to her presence. Even when lying in bed, sleep eluded him. It was already the 14th day of the Lunar New Year, with the 15th approaching. In 3 days, his parents would be heading to the bustling metropolis, and the villagers would soon arrive in the capital. From the outset, Wang Mingqi had no intention of allowing the villagers to sell vegetables. Why would he venture into that when he was more familiar with and could earn more from the business of tapes and videocassettes? After meticulously planning his future, he finally fell into a contented slumber. The following morning, Wang Mingqi called Lu Mingda to discuss the acquisition of 10 second-hand computers. He subsequently ordered a box each of 286 and 386 chips, along with accompanying motherboards, memory, and hard drives, sufficient to assemble 10 new computers. Lu Mingda, astonished, inquired, Boss Wang, while friends are friends, your request is quite substantial. We must adhere to a cash-on-delivery arrangement. Wang Mingqi calculated for a moment and replied, I do not have enough cash on hand. Here's the deal. You take the 10 second-hand computers first. Once the payment is received, deduct your fees and then settle with me. Lu Mingdao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Tens of thousands worth of goods, and Wang Mingqi wanted him to take them away. They had only known each other for 2 or 3 days, having met 3 times in total and shared a drink once. Yet Wang Mingqi was bold enough to entrust him with goods worth over 100,000. This individual was either a fool or a natural-born leader. Wang Mingqi was certainly no fool. Brother, I have decided to befriend your acquaintance. Wait for me. I will send the items over shortly and immediately contact my friends in the northeast to fetch the computers. Wang Mingqi intended to say more, but Lu Mingda had already hung up the phone. Before long, Li Ju and 3 others arrived again. Their task for the day was to thoroughly inspect all remaining electronic products, repairing what could be salvaged and dismantling the irreparable for parts. Within an hour, Lu Mingda arrived with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Without greeting anyone, Lu Mingda began unloading boxes. Old Lu, what have you got? Asked the man. Here are the parts you requested. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, the middle-aged man excitedly grasped his hand. Hello, Boss Wang. I am Bai Jiaxuan from Northeast University. I heard you have assembled 10 computers? Hello, welcome to my company, Wang Mingqi replied. Lu Mingda inquired, has the company been established? We're preparing. Lefting Wei will arrive shortly, and I plan to have him assist me. What is the name of the company? Huaxia Bafeng Technology Company. Lu Mingda was taken aback. You named it Bafeng while being in Sihai Mall. Are you trying to overshadow Sihai? Wang Mingqi explained. It signifies the winds of all directions and the spring light of the 4 seas. What do you think? Is it not poetic? Nonsense. If anything, it's more comical. Hurry up and help unload the goods. Wang Mingqi promptly instructed Li Ju and the others to assist with the unloading while he led Bai Jiaxuan into the storefront. In this era, computers were a rarity and a valuable commodity. Each unit required meticulous inspection before any money exchanged hands. Wang Mingqi powered on every computer, Bai Jiaxuan clearly possessed expertise, as he swiftly understood the specifications with just a few keystrokes. After half an hour of thorough checks, Bai Jiaxuan remarked, "Brother, I am impressed. Your computer repair skills are commendable." Lu Mingda chimed in, "For computers of the same configuration, the import-export company charges 18,000, and you would have to wait over 6 months. Here, it's only 13,000, a third less." Wang Mingqi was momentarily taken aback. He had quoted 12,000, which included Lu Mingda's 1,000 for his efforts. It seemed Lu Mingda had relayed a higher price, perhaps intending to profit from the difference. "I understand. I've been in Beijing for nearly 10 days and know how difficult it is to find a computer. These will suffice for the students, alleviating our immediate urgency. Just to clarify, we do not handle after-sales service. Once the goods leave the store, we bear no responsibility." "Understood. Rest assured, both of you," Bai Jiaxuan said, retrieving a bag from the car. A stack of neatly arranged money was placed on the table. "Count it. It totals 130,000. However, Boss Wang, let us agree that you will assemble the next 10 computers promptly." "Not a problem. Come by in a few days to pick them up directly." Bai Jiaxuan treated each unit as a precious treasure, carefully placing them into boxes one by one to ensure their safety before departing in his vehicle. Upon returning to the room, Wang Mingqi directly tossed 2 stacks of cash to Lu Mingda. Lu Mingda displayed no hint of embarrassment. He had initially intended to profit from the price difference of 20 units, but Wang had discovered his scheme, leaving him at a loss. Wang Mingqi erupted into laughter. "I can't profit much either. I thought you were legitimate, but I can't issue invoices since all are registered under my own company." He chuckled even more heartily. "The company isn't even registered yet. Where would the invoices come from?" Wang Mingqi calculated the payment owed to Lu Mingda, which amounted to over 120,000 yuan. "Goodness, the money hasn't even warmed up, and it's already gone?" Wang gazed at the solitary stack of cash before him, feeling utterly despondent. After all, the components for 10 new computers amounted to nearly 200,000 yuan. Just consider that, a profit margin that could double. Such high profits and margins were unimaginable around the year 2000. The reality was that most people couldn't assemble computers themselves. A single skill could conquer all. Among the components Lu Mingda brought, there were many intended for repairing second-hand goods. Wang Mingqi assigned Li Ju and his 3 companions to continue with the repairs while he began to delve into assembling the new computers. This batch would no longer feature the outdated 286 model, which was destined for obsolescence. Instead, he aimed to sell the most popular 386 model, as the 486 had yet to arrive domestically. While Li Ju and his team were busy repairing components, their eyes remained fixated on Wang Mingqi. They watched as he skillfully unwrapped the packaging and began assembling the computer in a methodical manner. The computers of this era did not adhere to the standard interfaces of the future. One had to select appropriate connector cables based on the nature of the components, a task that could consume considerable time for those inexperienced in assembly. However, for Wang Mingqi, it posed no challenge whatsoever. In just an hour, a computer was fully assembled. Li Ju and the others assumed that Wang Mingqi would power up the computer, but to their surprise, he produced a stack of floppy disks and began inserting them one by one into the disk drive to pre-install the Windows operating system. "Boss, is this the latest version of Windows?" they inquired. Wang Mingqi explained while he worked, "It's not the most advanced version, but a 386 can handle Windows 10 without issue. Our teacher mentioned that version 10 was a failed product, but it's still better than nothing. Indeed, at least it was a graphical system." After another hour, the familiar interface finally appeared. Li Ju and the others ceased their repairs and gathered around the new computer, applying their limited knowledge to navigate the system. "Boss, how much do you plan to sell it for? What is the market price for similar configurations?" "Between 20,000 and 21,000 yuan. We'll sell it for 19,000 with a 1-year warranty." Although 19,000 yuan was a reasonable price, 10 cheaper than other brands, Wang Mingqi's profit margins remained substantial. He vividly recalled that at the turn of the century, when he first entered the computer assembly industry, a profit of 2,000 yuan per unit was considered exceedingly high, yet it paled in comparison to current figures. Not to mention that post-2000, a profit of 200 to 300 yuan had become the norm, a profit nearing 5,000 yuan. Who could contest that? 5,000 yuan for a 3-square-meter house near the 4th Ring Road in the outskirts of Yanjing. "Boss, may I borrow your phone?" "Good." Li Ju promptly picked up the phone and dialed the school. During Li Ju's attempt to contact his supervisor, a young man entered the shop. The young man immediately noticed the computer. "What configuration does it have?" he inquired. Wang Mingqi explained, 386, 2 megabytes of memory, 80 megabytes hard drive, with a floppy disk drive. "How much?" 19,000. "Can you lower the price a bit?" "It's only a bit over 20,000. I can't reduce it. The profit margin on computers is already minimal." The young man hesitated for less than 30 seconds, then declared, "I'll buy it." "What?" "I said I'll buy it. Are you selling or not?" Wang Mingqi snapped back to reality. "Oh, yes, we are selling. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pack it up." As he spoke, the young man opened his bag, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash. He took out 2 stacks, counted out 1,000 yuan notes, and handed the remainder to Wang Mingqi. Upon returning, Li Ju saw the computer had been sold and felt a pang of regret. Their school also required computers, and in substantial quantities. Currently, the several outdated computers at Tsinghua University were utterly inadequate. Wang Mingqi patted Li Ju's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, we have plenty of computers." At present, Wang Mingqi faced 2 challenges. The first was the computer brand. The name Bafang had been decided, and as long as he registered the company and trademarked the name, it would merely be a matter of time. The second challenge was the videotapes. Wang Mingqi needed to reprocess the tapes and affix advertisements to them. Noticing that Zui Yinghui had arrived again, he called him over and handed him 100 yuan, asking for assistance in finding a registration company. Relying on himself to navigate the registration process would be time-consuming and labor-intensive and might not yield results. However, employing a third party was advantageous, as they were familiar with the procedures and could expedite the process, crucially helping Wang Mingqi secure the company name Huaxia. Especially in 1993, when company names were not yet standardized, the chances of successful registration were significantly higher. Huaxia Bafang Technology Company versus Yanjing Bafang Technology Company. Which name holds more prestige? Clearly, it is Huaxia. Zhou Yinghui felt he had become Wang Mingqi's errand boy. Chapter 28. Purchasing wine until nightfall, Li Ju and the others were tirelessly at work. The remaining second-hand components were rather challenging to repair. It took 4 of them an entire day to assemble just 2 machines. They wished to continue working through the night, but were refused by Wang Mingqi. He had given Li Ju a total of 500 yuan, 400 for their wages, and 100 to treat the 4 of them to a meal. As it was the Lantern Festival, a time for celebration. After sending Li Ju off, Wang Mingqi sat in front of the phone, engaged in a lengthy internal debate. Once the moon reached its zenith, he finally picked up the phone and called the village. "Second uncle, it's Mingqi." Upon recognizing the voice of Wang Mingqi, Wang Zhangwo responded, "Mingqi, your parents are currently playing cards at the brigade. Wait a moment, I'll go call them." "All right." After a brief moment, the voice of Lu Xiaolan reached Wang Mingqi, calling out his name. "Mingqi, is that you?" "Mother, it is I. Are you in Shanghai or Beijing?" "I have arrived in Beijing and have been here for several days." Lu Xiaolan's voice trembled with emotion. "Mingqi, being alone out there, take good care of yourself. Do not hesitate to spend money. If you run short, I will send you more." "Mother, I am doing well. You need not worry." "Oh, how can I not worry? Seeing you and your husband torn apart by your father pains me greatly. Besides, I long to see Qingqing." Hearing Lu Xiaolan's sobs, Wang Mingqi felt his heart twist with sorrow. "Mother, in a few months, I will bring Qingqing back, I promise." Good. If Wenjun agrees to return, you 2 can sell vegetables in Beijing and ignore that old man of yours." "Mother, both Wenjun and I have left. You and father will have to endure a bit longer in Shanghai. If it becomes too arduous, we can forego it, and I will bring you here." "What nonsense are you speaking? I am not yet 60. I am still capable of working. State employees retire at 60. Your father and I are not yet eligible." Wang Mingqi felt a genuine ache for Lu Xiaolan. With Wang Yunshan's lazy demeanor, he could chat and boast, but to expect him to work? That was out of the question. All the labor in Shanghai fell upon Lu Xiaolan. Wang Mingqi silently vowed to earn money swiftly, purchase a grand courtyard, and bring his mother over to enjoy a life of comfort. "By the way, your brother Mingli is bringing 10 people to Beijing early on the 17th of the first month. Do not forget to pick them up." "Ah, I will remember." The bond between Wang Mingli and Wang Mingqi's family was quite close. If traced back, their grandfathers were brothers. In their generation, they were considered 3 households. It was likely that Wang Mingli was chosen to lead due to their close relationship. Wang Mingli was over a decade older than Wang Mingqi, and their relationship was rather average. Primarily because Wang Mingqi had spent most of his time in Beijing, his visits to the village had been limited, leading to a gradual distancing from relatives. What about my eldest sister? Is she coming? Your eldest sister returned yesterday. Your father asked her. And she said that Zonghao is about to start first grade, so they will not be going out. Once they save a bit more money, your father and I will support your eldest sister. Life will continue. Lu Zonghao was the son of Wang Mingqi's eldest sister, Wang Xiun. At 8 years old, he was indeed of school age and could not be away. However, Wang Mingqi had already arranged a path for Lu Zonghao, ensuring he would not end up like in the past, where he was involved in fights and mischief, nearly ruining himself. The two continued their conversation before it shifted to Wang Suxin. Wang Suxin, with a hint of gossip, remarked, "Second sister Wang Suling has a boyfriend." Wang Mingqi laughed and inquired, "What is his name? Where is he from?" "I do not know. My second sister Wan Ti say. She only mentioned he is a colleague." "Who would believe that? Just look at the way my second sister behaves around him. It would be strange if he were not her boyfriend." Wang Mingqi's mood brightened considerably. It is estimated that the brother-in-law from a past life, Su Jun, a colleague of Wang Suling, is a commendable individual who treats my second sister well and possesses the resilience to endure hardships. Once the couple resigns and realizes that the so-called iron rice bowl holds little value, Wang Mingqi will arrange for them. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingqi felt considerably uplifted. He returned to the same store where he had previously purchased mitai. As soon as he arrived, the owner recognized him. "Ah, young man. Back for more mitai?" the owner inquired. Wang Mingqi casually picked up a pack of cigarettes from the shelf and lit one, replying, "Do you think I am buying mitai as a gift? Isn't that the case? In this day and age, who buys mitai without giving it as a gift? Then you are selling me counterfeit?" Wang Mingqi's words prompted the owner to leap up and protest. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly sell counterfeit goods? Don't tarnish my reputation." Wang Mingqi smirked. "Shall I report you and have the authorities come to investigate? I find it hard to believe you don't have counterfeit mitai in your shop." The owner's tone softened. "I genuinely didn't know it was counterfeit. That is not my concern. It costs over 100 yuan a bottle. Refund me." The owner's eyes darted as a plan formed in his mind. "Refund? That is not feasible. How about I give you another bottle, and we call it even? Do you have authentic mitai?" The owner hesitated briefly before weakly replying, "Well, it's not exactly genuine." "Hey, if it's not exactly genuine, then it's counterfeit, right?" The owner nearly wept at encountering such a difficult customer. He lamented the misfortune of ever selling mitai to someone so shabby. Had he known this scruffy fellow would attempt to buy mitai for himself, he would have never entertained the idea. "How about this? Take whatever you fancy from my store, as long as it's under 100 yuan. Wang Mingqi ultimately acquiesced to the owner's proposal, as it was better than receiving nothing. He continued to browse the liquor selection. After some time, he found only mediocre spirits, and upon inspecting the labels, discovered they were all produced using the liquid state method. What is the liquid state method? It refers to liquor concocted from food-grade alcohol. How could a small shop possibly stock premium spirits? Wang Mingqi asked, "Is this all the liquor you have? There are more in the warehouse. See if anything catches your eye." Several varieties have been discontinued. Upon hearing of the discontinued options, Wang Mingqi's interest peaked. "Wow, this could be a fortune," he exclaimed. Recognizing brands like Tongzhou Old Liquor, Chrysanthemum White, and Lu Ling Zue, which were once celebrated wines around Beijing, all produced in the 1980s, a time before the advent of the liquid state brewing method, when all spirits were authentically grain-based. Noticing Wang Mingqi's enthusiasm, the shopkeeper smiled. "If you want any, they're 20 yuan a bottle." "Don't be absurd. It used to cost just over 2 yuan a bottle back then. You expect me to pay 10 times that?" "Sir, back in those days, 2 yuan held a different value than it does today. Besides, as someone who drinks mitai, do you really care about a mere 10 yuan? 10 yuan a bottle." Wang Mingqi counted, 5 boxes, 6 bottles each. "Not a chance. I need 18 more yuan. Otherwise, I'll report you for selling counterfeit liquor." All right. Take it. Wang Mingqi was overjoyed, counting out 300 yuan to the boss, and summoned a human-powered tricycle to deliver the wine back home. Chapter 29. The bitter rivalry at the widow's door. Wang Mingqi discreetly placed a bottle at Lu Shuawa's doorstep, adhering to the principle of reciprocity after having consumed her liquor on a previous occasion. With the delectable pig's head meat and the peanuts gifted by Pei Honging the day before, he began to indulge once more. During festive times, one often longs for family. In his previous life, such thoughts had eluded Wang Mingqi, yet in this lifetime, He found himself yearning for his relatives, especially his parents and Qingqing, whose memories lingered in his heart. Regardless of Wang Yunshan's antics, he remained his father. As half a bottle of wine was consumed, the courtyard became lively again. Wang Mingqi opened his door to see Zhang Cuifen running forward with a sweater in her hands. "Aunt Zhang, what is the matter?" he inquired. "It seems Pei Hongying and Li Changqing's wife have gotten into a quarrel," Zhang Cuifen replied while hurrying along. "Looks like their essay show to watch," Wang Mingqi thought. Making his way to the front courtyard, it appeared that everyone from the number 8 courtyard had gathered to witness the commotion. Even Lu Xuehua, a recent high school graduate, was seen with her arm draped around Lu Xuyan's shoulder, eager to observe. "Director Tang, what is going on?" Tang Qing, exuding an air of disappointment, remarked. "Just look at old Li. How can he be so careless about appearances? Pei Hongying's door is not so easily approached." Li Changqing is harassing Pei Hongying? Tang Qing shot Wang Mingqi a glare, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Li Changqing is a cadre from our courtyard. How could he possibly commit such an act? It must be that Pei Hongying is the one enticing him." Wang Mingqi held Tang Qing in utter disdain. This man had lost all sense of principle. "Pei Hongying, you vixen, luring another's husband, do you not have any shame? If your deceased husband were aware, he would surely rise from his grave in disbelief." The crowd chuckled as they watched Li Changqing's wife jumping up and down in outrage. Han Danian interjected, "What kind of behavior is this from the Changqing household? Look at you. Do you resemble a cadre's spouse at all?" His wife chimed in supportively. "Brother Han, please help me with this." On a festive day, Li Changqing claimed he was off to the restroom, yet this shameless man went to knock on someone else's door. After bearing him 3 sons. "This is how he treats me." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, as moments earlier she had been cursing Pei Hongying for seducing her husband, only to reveal her own husband's infidelity. Pei Hongying was no pushover. Upon hearing Li Changqing's wife demean her, she flung open her door. "Lu Xiaoyi, clarify this. Who is enticing Li Changqing? With his appearance, who would even glance his way? If you continue to insult me, I shall report to the authorities that Li Changqing intends to defile me. You shameless creature, you look like a seductress. What is the difference between you and Lu Meili? I'll make you pay," Lu Xiaoyi shouted, attempting to grab Pei Hongying by the face. Lu Meili and Wang Linlin, enjoying a rare day of respite during the festivities, never anticipated being caught in the crossfire. "Lu Xiaoyi, who are you talking about? Who are you referring to?" Lu Meili demanded, moving to seize Lu Xiaoyi by the hair, asserting, "Do you think you can bully me?" Wang Linlin chimed in beside me, and when Li Changqing spotted my sister Mei, his eyes sparkled with interest. My sisters and I have never deigned to acknowledge him. Lu Xiaoyi and Lu Mei were entangled in a scuffle, each tugging at the other's hair, striking playfully yet fiercely. Wang Mingqi remarked to Lu Xuehua, "Goodness, this is more thrilling than the brawls back in our village." Lu Xuehua spat in disdain, retorting, "None of them are virtuous." "Indeed, none of them are virtuous." Wang Mingqi's gaze fixated on Lu Mei's exposed waist, pure as snow. "You're no saint either. What is it to you?" Wang Mingqi quickly wiped away his drool, muttering, "Nothing, nothing." Tang Qing bellowed, "What on earth is happening? Do you all disregard me, the head of Courtyard 8? Yet." No one heeded his command. Sensing that Lu Mei was losing ground, Wang Linlin joined the fray. As Tang Qing prepared to intervene and separate the 3 women, his wife restrained him, asking, "What are you doing? Trying to take advantage?" Tang Qing pointed at Lu Xiaoyi, exclaiming, "Am I taking advantage of her?" Wang Mingqi chuckled. "You're the big boss. Best not to get your hands dirty." With that, Wang Mingqi embraced Wang Linlin, urging her to cease. The crowd looked on in astonishment, shocked by his audacity to seize a young woman in such a manner. Releasing Wang Linlin, he attempted to embrace Lu Mei. But Lu Xiaoyi's grip on Lu Mei's hair was too firm to break. "Let go, Lu Xiaoyi. Release me? Only over my dead body." After experiencing a moment of wicked delight in holding Lu Mei, Wang Mingqi reluctantly released her. Suddenly, Li Changqing burst through the door, shouting, "How much longer do you intend to embarrass yourselves?" His shout sent a shiver through Lu Xiaoyi, loosening her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mei landed a punch on Lu Xiaoyi and bolted away. With tear-filled eyes, Lu Xiaoyi gazed at Li Changqing, too afraid to utter a word. She recognized the fury in his eyes. Li Chang, the eligible bachelor, observed the commotion with his rice bowl in hand. Tang Qing declared, "Everyone disperse. If anyone dares to mention this again, you're no longer part of Courtyard 8. Laughter erupted among the crowd. His words fell on deaf ears. Wang Linlin sidled up to Wang Mingqi, casting him a flirtatious glance. "Boss Wang, feeling soft-hearted?" "What softness?" He replied, "My body." Wang Mingqi began to cough violently. Overwhelmed by her boldness, he fled in haste, leaving behind the sound of Wang Linlin's triumphant laughter. Had this been a previous incarnation of Wang Mingqi, he might have found himself sharing a bed with those two women that very night. However, in this lifetime, he resolved to mend his ways and live anew. He yearned to marry once more and savor the joys of marital life. After this incident, the tipsy feeling he had just moments ago vanished entirely. He poured himself another glass, taking a hearty swig. "Boss Wang, are you asleep?" came Wang Linlin's voice. "Not asleep. Can't you see the light is still on?" Lu Mei chimed in. Wang Mingqi opened the door, and the two women slipped inside. I must say, having a lone man in a room with two women does not bode well for your reputations. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin burst into laughter. "What reputation do we have left?" Wang Mingqi sighed. "I have a splendid reputation." "Oh please, you are nothing but a fraud." "A fraud? Who have I deceived?" The entire number 8 courtyard was abuzz with rumors that he was nothing more than a fickle-hearted rogue. Wang Mingqi immediately flared up. Who dares tarnish my name?" Chapter 30. We are still young maidens. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin continued to chuckle. "You deceived Officer Lu, and you still have your eyes on Pei Hongying. As if we are unaware." "Huh, Officer Lu? Who is that?" "I don't know her." Lu Mei set a stool and a wine glass on the small table. "That intern policewoman from the precinct. Isn't her surname Wu?" "Her name is Lu Wushuang, not Wu. You silly brother. How did I deceive her?" "Officer Lu herself said you are nothing but a swindler who tricks for money and love." Wang Mingqi felt more wrong than Doi. How did I become a fraud? Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Cuifen, that meddlesome woman, who clearly was both a gossip and a promoter. Just days ago, he had merely mentioned deceiving for affection, and she had turned it into a public announcement. Wait a minute, how am I even interested in Pei Hongying? We drank together for an entire night. As if we didn't notice. Wang Mingqi felt at a loss for words. Living in a communal courtyard had its drawbacks. A slight breeze could carry news far and wide. Wang Linlin glanced at the bottle of liquor and remarked, "This cheap wine hardly befits your status." Wang Mingqi pointed to the Maodai from the night before. "If you wish to drink, have that." Lu Mei chuckled. "We'll make do. But Linlin and I usually drink foreign wine. This has a peculiar peppery taste, hardly exquisite. These days, it's all about Remy Martin. It's quite delightful." The two poured themselves a glass of Maodai, clinked with Wang Mingqi, and downed it in one go. To their surprise, the two women had quite a capacity for alcohol, downing a full ounce in one gulp. "Drinking is an essential skill for us," they declared. Wang Mingqi inquired, "Are you still working at the nightclub?" It seemed Wang was not as innocent as he appeared. "Sometimes, at the bar," Lu Mei replied, rolling her eyes. "You don't think we're in the business, do you?" "Of course not. We are merely companions for drinks." "Is the commission substantial?" "It's decent. On good nights, we can earn 100 or so, but on bad nights, nothing at all, and we often have to cover the cost of a couple of beers. That is not too bad. But drinking every day is taxing on the body. What choice do we have? Your income is not low. Why are you renting here?" Lu Mei's expression dimmed. "If my family were well off, who would choose this life? I send most of my earnings home." Wang Linlin pointed at Lu Mei. She is the eldest. Her siblings are younger, and their father is ill. No amount is ever enough. I'm in the same situation. My parents are unwell, and my brother is a fool. So I must work tirelessly to support us. Indeed, life is difficult for all of us, Wang Mingqi said as he raised his glass with the two women. "What business does Boss Wang run to be so wealthy?" "He deals in videotapes, the kind shown in video halls." Wang Mingqi nodded in affirmation. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin exchanged a furtive glance and inquired, "Boss Wang, we haven't had the chance to see it yet. Might you allow us a glimpse?" "What is there to see in a videotape?" "I've heard that they play that at night in the video hall." "Which one?" "You know, the foreign film featuring a man and a woman. We've yet to watch it." Wang Mingqi burst into laughter. "Ah, you mean adult films?" "No, I only sell proper videotapes." "Uft, who believes that? If you want tea, let us see it, then we want tea." Wang Mingqi gestured towards the sparsely furnished room and remarked, "I don't even own a VCR." "Forget it then, let us just drink." Through their conversation, it was revealed that both Lu Mei and Wang Linlin were 19 years old. After graduating from middle school, they ventured out into the world together, having met at a small restaurant before deciding to work as hostesses in a bar. However, they both insisted that they would never engage in any illicit activities, regardless of the sum offered. Although Wang Mingqi feigned belief, his expression betrayed skepticism. In his past life, He had never encountered a princess who wouldn't entertain clients. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, Lu Mei pointed at Wang Mingqi and said, "You don't believe us, do you? Let me tell you, we are both still innocent." I believe you, I believe you. Lin, he still doesn't believe. If he doesn't believe, so be it. It's not like he can verify, they echoed. Let us drink. As Wang Linlin's words faded, silence enveloped the room. Wang Mingqi glanced at Lu Mei and Wang Linlin's figures, both clad in form-fitting sweaters that accentuated their alluring shapes. The stimulation of alcohol momentarily clouded his senses, awakening a long-dormant appetite for flesh after a month without meat. Lu Mei chuckled, shattering the room's awkward tension. He wants to verify? Us. That would be quite the sight. Wang Linlin covered her mouth and chuckled. You two are quite bold. How could you say such things? Suddenly, Wang Linlin leaned against Wang Mingqi and asked, Boss Wang, do you feel a flutter? Wang Mingqi nodded honestly. Though feeling a flutter is one thing, we aren't married yet, haha. He sensed that he had been playfully toyed with by the two women. Nevertheless, three lonely souls spinning the lantern festival together was still a celebration of sorts. Lu Mei suddenly asked, Boss Wang, don't you plan to find someone to share a warm bed with? Wang Mingqi shook his head, replying, seeking a warm bed without the intent of marriage is simply courting mischief. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin burst into laughter. Many of the bosses I know keep mistresses. You could too. Not interested. If you were to seek a mistress, I assure you, there are plenty willing to accompany you. Why is that? Young men, particularly those who are young and wealthy, are quite rare. Wang Mingqi could only manage a wry smile. Wang Linlin and Lu Mei possessed considerable tolerance for alcohol. While Wang Mingqi leaned against the wall for support, they appeared unfazed. He staggered before them to relieve himself, then collapsed onto the bed, feeling the world spin around him. Wang Linlin and Lu Mei jointly assisted in tidying up the aftermath. Linlin, are you feeling a flutter? Aren't you? Ah, what good is a flutter? He's a big boss. There's no way he'd be interested in us. Better to earn some money for a couple of years. Then return home and find someone to marry, living a quiet life. I truly don't want to go back. Seeing my foolish brother is disheartening. Have your parents arranged a match for him? Well, having a child is not my concern, is it? In our situation, we shouldn't expect a good family. As long as they don't mind our circumstances, we should be grateful. Wang Linlin whispered a few words, which made Lu Mei laugh heartily. Although Wang Mingqi felt dizzy, her mind remained remarkably clear, and she absorbed every word of their conversation. Amidst her confusion, she sensed someone removing her clothes, but paid no heed and drifted back into a deep slumber. Chapter 31. Rumors abound. The following morning, Wang Mingqi awoke feeling parched, though her head was not aching. This was the distinction between grain wine and industrial alcohol. Good wine does not induce a headache. After the Lantern Festival, it signified the end of the New Year celebrations. From today, government agencies and enterprises would officially resume operations. Zhou Yinghui was quite resourceful. Within his circle, there were individuals who specialized in company registration. For a fee of 2,000 yuan, he assured Wang Mingqi that he could facilitate the registration of a company with a capital of 5 million, specifically one with a Huaxia prefix. The process would take approximately 3 months, but with an additional 1,000 yuan, it could be expedited to 1 month, and for another 1,000, it could be completed within a week. Wang Mingqi opted for the week-long option, willing to pay 4,000 yuan for the convenience. The sooner it was done, the better, as there might come a day when the government standardizes company names, making it more challenging to register a Huaxia prefix company. Song Xingren finally delivered the first batch of 10,000 boxes of Dragon Tiger Fonyut. The surface of the boxes was printed with the titles of other popular movies, as per Wang Mingqi's request. At the bottom, there was a blank space for the phone number to pre-order popular movie tapes. After seeing off Song Xingren, Wang Mingqi carved his family's phone number onto the boxes in bold red letters. Leaving Li Ju and a few others to continue repairing the computer, Wang Mingqi took the videotape to Li Huijuan's store. Ah, Boss Wang has arrived. May I borrow your VCR? Li Huijun chuckled. A big boss like you doesn't even own a VCR? With how busy I am, when would I have time to watch? Wang Mingqi replied, skillfully inserting the tape into the machine. To his delight, the picture quality was quite decent. Li Huijun took the tape box, examined it for a while, and suddenly had an epiphany. Boss Wang, are you planning to sell Dragon Tiger Fonyut at a discount to boost the sales of other tapes? No, Wang Mingqi replied. Then why print the address and phone number? I intend to give them away. Give away? Yes, Li Boss, I will gift you 100 tapes. With one condition, your VCR must be sold alongside the tapes. As for whether you give them away as gifts or sell them, that is up to you. What do you think? Li Huijun was astonished. Can it really be done this way? Just for me? Every vendor selling VCRs across the region will receive the same offer. Wow, Boss Wang is quite generous. This is a brilliant strategy. You see, we acquire sample tapes from the Southerners for at least 8 yuan a box. If you give them away for free, we will certainly accept them. Li Boss, let us be clear, this is exclusive. If you use mine, you cannot use tapes from other suppliers. Absolutely no problem. Upon hearing Li Huijun's agreement, Wang Mingqi produced a cigarette and offered one to Li Huijun. How are your sales faring, Boss Li? Since the new year, sales have been quite satisfactory, averaging around 10 units sold daily. However, the retail volume is limited. We still rely heavily on wholesale. Numerous stores throughout the city operate through my channels. Is 100 boxes sufficient? That should last a few days. Once they run out, I will reach out to you again. Wang Mingqi expressed his gratitude to Li Huijun and continued to wander through the Sihai market. Whenever he encountered vendors selling video recorders, he diligently promoted his videotapes. By the end of the day, he had distributed several thousand boxes of tapes. In the afternoon, upon returning to his store, the phone rang incessantly. Li Ju excitedly reported, "Boss, all the calls are inquiries about the videotapes. Some wish for home delivery, while others prefer to pick them up themselves." Wang Mingqi glanced at the records made by Li Ju and was taken aback. Despite it being the same day, dozens of boxes had already been reserved. There were 8 customers in total, nearly exhausting all the films advertised, with most requesting delivery. Fortunately, these 8 clients lived nearby, primarily comprising expatriates or foreigners from overseas residential areas, rather than government establishments. For the first time, Wang Mingqi felt the strain of insufficient manpower. The 4 of them were ill-suited for such menial delivery tasks. Their expertise lay in furthering their work in computer technology. Yet, who would handle the deliveries? I can manage tomorrow, but what about the day after? And in the future? Moreover, answering calls was also a shared responsibility among the 4, which encroached upon Li Ju's time, effectively robbing Wang Mingqi of potential earnings. As for Zhuo Hui, he deemed it unwise to involve him. Zhuo was his future golden goose, better occupied with selling real estate. Others were even less suitable. Even if villagers were available, they would be unfamiliar with the area and incapable of managing deliveries. Could Zhang Cuifen handle the deliveries? But who would answer the phone? Wang Mingqi pondered over the individuals in number 8 courtyard. Pei Hongying might hesitate to leave her temporary job at the television factory. Lu Wenxiu, too shy, although she could handle phone calls due to her gentle voice. However, she had her own flourishing business. Would she agree to collaborate? Deciding to postpone these thoughts, Wang Mingqi promptly called Song Xingren, insisting that he deliver 1,000 discs by tomorrow morning for contingency purposes. Before nightfall, he departed the store, leaving Li Ju to arrange for someone to take phone duty that evening. Upon returning to the Willow Grove, Wang Mingqi encountered Hao Wenjing and her junior. Wenjing patrolling? No, I came to find you. Wang Mingqi noticed Junior Lu Wushuang glaring at him with fury. What do you want? Why have you been spreading rumors about Wushuang? How have I spread rumors about her? Lu Wushuang was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the sudden gossip that claimed she had been deceived. Even their superior had personally inquired if the allegations were true. Feeling utterly confused, Lu Wushuang had traced the rumor back to number 8 courtyard. Hao Wenjing, after investigating, realized that Wang Mingqi was the source of the slander. This is unacceptable. Hao Wenjing immediately took Lu Wushuang to number 8 courtyard. Wang Mingqi, I have no enmity with you in the past or the present. Why do you seek to disgust me? How have I disgusted you? You claim that you deceived me. Wang Mingqi felt utterly wronged. Who spread the rumor that I tricked you? Sister Hao personally conducted an investigation and concluded that it was indeed your slander. Where's the evidence? Zhang Cuifen asserted that you confessed to it directly. Upon hearing Zhang Cuifen's name, Wang Mingqi was rendered speechless. This woman, engrossed in gossip, neglects her duties, and now her prattle has escalated to the police. Come on, both of you, follow me. We shall confront Zhang Cuifen directly. With tears in her eyes, Lu Wushuang said, if it is indeed your fabrication, I will ensure you are apprehended. After listening to Lu Wushuang's inquiry, Zhang Cuifen felt a twinge of fear. Aunt Zhang, please clarify what transpired. Zhang Cuifen shrank back slightly and replied, this lady claimed you are a fraud, so I inquired whom you deceived. When you mentioned her, I assumed you had tricked her. As soon as Zhang Cuifen finished speaking, the 3 were left utterly speechless. Chapter 32. Do you take me for Ximenqing? Lu Wushuang was astonished. It was all a misunderstanding, yet this misunderstanding tarnished her reputation. Sister Hao, what shall we do? Hao Wenjing retorted sharply. Zhang Cuifen, you must restore Officer Lu's reputation, otherwise, we will charge you with spreading falsehoods. Yes, I will certainly restore Officer Lu's reputation, I promise. Hao Wenjing and Lu Wushuang shot a fierce glare at Wang Mingqi, and then turned away, swaying their hips as they left. Zhang Cuifen, with a quivering voice, asked, Boss Wang, they want to arrest me, will they? As long as you admit your mistake, there will be no problem. All right, I will explain shortly. And Zhang, I believe you are simply idling about. How many sweaters can your family wear? Wang Mingqi, observing Zhang Cuifen habitually clutching a sweater, wondered if her family could possibly wear them all. Zhang Cuifen responded helplessly, Boss Wang, what else am I to do but knit sweaters? I need to find some work. In the past, there were a few small factories on the street where I could pick up some jobs, but in recent years, they have all closed down. Where am I to find work now? Wang Mingqi sighed, come work with me tomorrow. You'll earn at least 10 yuan a day. What? 10 yuan a day? Boss Wang, don't tease an old woman. What kind of work pays that? Delivering videotapes, with a basic salary of 10 yuan and a commission of 2 jiao for each tape. Videotapes? Are they the kind from Tangqing's place? Zhang Cuifen gestured, indicating the size. In her understanding, a tape costing 2 jiao was small and light, and she could easily deliver 100 or 80 of them in one go. Exactly. Will you take the job? Yes. I have lived in the capital for 20 years. I know my way around. I guarantee I won't make any mistakes. While they were conversing, Lu Wenxiu entered and addressed Wang Mingqi. Boss Wang, your suit is ready. Would you like to try it on? Sure. Lu Wenxiu produced the suit, and Wang Mingqi changed into the jacket on the spot. It fit perfectly. I will settle the bill tonight. All right, Lu Wenxiu replied, lowering her head. By the way, how is business at Xiushui Street? It's about the same. It's better than working a regular job. Can you earn 300 yuan a month? Lu Wenxiu smiled wryly and remarked, 200 yuan a month is considered good. Most people opt for ready-made suits, and very few choose bespoke. In front of Zhang Cuifen, Wang Mingqi suggested, how about joining me? I'm in need of someone to answer the phone. I'll pay you 10 yuan a day. What do you think? Lu Wenxiu's expression turned slightly flustered. I can't decide on my own. I'll ask Wenxing tonight and let you know. All right, please give me a prompt response. If you decline, I shall find someone else. Lu Wenxiu dashed back to her room, shutting the door tightly behind her. Zhang Cuifen, with a mischievous smile tinged with flattery, inquired, Boss, have you taken a liking to her? Wang Mingqi's expression turned serious. Aunt Zhang, you mustn't spread rumors. I may be fine, but what if it tarnishes the girl's reputation? Yes, I won't dare to do so again. Just wait, I will clear your name, Zhang Cuifen replied before leaving. Wang Mingqi found the scene oddly familiar. Did Zhang Cuifen not resemble the character Wang Pu from Watermargin? And Lu Wenxiu, akin to Pan Jinlian, particularly in the portrayal by Wang Xiyu. I am certainly not Ximenqing, Wang Mingqi chuckled. Despite the troubling situation, he found a peculiar enjoyment in such dynamics, relishing the vibrancy of life. If everyone were a gentleman, wearing a perpetually aloof demeanor, he felt the essence of the streets would vanish, rendering life unbearably monotonous. Zhang Cuifen's inherent gossiping nature could not be curtailed. Within just over an hour, the entire courtyard was aware of Wang Mingqi's daily payment of 10 yuan to Zhang Cuifen. This news would soon reach the onlookers by the willow tree. Tangqing, with a sardonic smile, remarked, capitalists will always be capitalists. 10 yuan a day? That's still several yuan more than my position as director. Wang Mingqi gritted his teeth in frustration. Feeling utterly helpless, what he found most intolerable was Zhang Cuifen's explanation regarding his relationship with Lu Wushuang. The more she explained, the less people believed her, only solidifying their conviction that Wang Mingqi was deceiving Lu Wushuang. Hearing this made Wang Mingqi nearly apoplectic. If Lu Wushuang were to find out, he could only hope she would not be assigned to the Willow Tree police station after graduation, thereby avoiding this quagmire. After a long day, Wang Mingqi was utterly exhausted and fell asleep early. At an unknown hour, he was awakened by a knock at the door. It was Lu Wenxiu. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi clad only in shorts, her face flushed crimson. I'm sorry. He quickly shut the door and donned his military coat. Lu Wenxiu lowered her head and softly said, Wenshang has agreed, but he wants to accompany us tomorrow to see what the job entails, as it pays 10 yuan a day. All right, Let us leave together at 8 tomorrow morning. With Lu Wenxiu's interruption, sleep eluded Wang Mingqi. He glanced at the clock. It was merely 9 o'clock. Sporting the new suit made for him by Lu Wenxiu, he ventured out alone, only to encounter Wang Linlin and Lu Mei as they were leaving. Where are you working today? Lu Mei inquired. At a bar. Are you going? Not going. One visit costs at least 200 or 300 yuan. Two women burst into laughter, realizing that 20 yuan could suffice for an entire evening. A mere bottle of beer would hardly warrant being shooed away by the proprietor. Wang Mingqi waved his hand, indicating his disinterest. How lacking in romance, Lu Mei remarked. Come on, let us treat you. If I decline, I shall be labeled a kept man, he retorted, prompting even more laughter from the two women. With drool escaping his lips, he watched them sway away, before following them outside. Pei Hongying's face flushed crimson upon spotting Wang Mingqi. Boss Wang, last night was not as you imagined, she stammered. Wang Mingqi chuckled. I understand. It's not easy for a woman with a child. Tears welled up in Pei Hongying's eyes. Li Chongqing has long had designs on me, yet I have remained steadfast. I scarcely know how I have managed to endure. Are you both from the same workplace? He inquired. Yes, he is the section chief at the service company. If the job is unpleasant, you ought to leave. Come work for me. 10 yuan a day, he offered. Pei Hongying forced a bitter smile. I cannot afford to. Her words rang true. The thought of losing her income was terrifying. What would become of her 3 children? While the television factory's pay was modest, it was a state job, providing stability. In contrast, the income of an individual business owner like Wang Mingqi could evaporate overnight, leaving Pei Hongying to ponder where she might find work. Locals struggled to find jobs, let alone someone with her outsider status. Her situation mirrored that of Zhang Cuifen, who had moved to the capital with her husband. However, Zhang's household boasted 3 earners. Her mother-in-law, Lu Shigue, and her eldest son all contributed to the family income. Though they struggled to support 3 students, they managed to get by. Pei Hongying, on the other hand, had one salary to support 4 people, and as a temporary worker, her earnings were substantially lower than those of her permanent counterparts. This temporary position was granted to her out of consideration for her status as a widow. Very well. If you choose not to, so be it, Wang Mingqi said with resignation. But if you ever wish to work with me, do let me know in advance. Boss Wang, would you like to have a drink? Why not come to my home? The children are already asleep. Wang Mingqi quickly declined, realizing the absurdity of the suggestion. If he were to enter Pei Hongying's home today, the entire neighborhood would be aware by tomorrow. The crux of the matter was that he had no intention of entangling himself emotionally with her. In fact, he wished to avoid such complications altogether. Stepping out of courtyard number 8, the streets fell into a serene silence. The nightlife in the capital was rather monotonous, especially in the early spring when the air was still brisk. Hao Wenjing stood at the entrance of the police station, clad in a wool coat. Upon noticing Wang Mingqi approaching, she let out a huff. Off duty? When Wang Mingqi inquired, Hao Wenjing's cheeks flushed. What business is it of yours? She snapped. As a single woman, standing out here late at night is quite perilous, he pointed out. I am a police officer. Who would dare to harm one of us? She retorted. That may be true, but while they might hesitate to act against one in uniform, you are as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter, Wang Mingqi remarked, scrutinizing her, noting her lack of the demeanor one would expect from a police officer. Hao Wenjing was infuriated, her teeth grinding in irritation. She had never realized that this inexpensive brother-in-law possessed such eloquence. Just as the two were at a loss for words, a Santana vehicle slowly approached. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome visage. Wenjing, have you been waiting anxiously? Upon hearing this, Hao Wenjing's demeanor transformed instantly, her smile radiant as she replied, I just came out. No rush at all. With that, she opened the passenger door and slipped into the car, which roared to life and sped away. It seemed this young lady had indeed found herself a suitor, likely from an influential family. At that moment, Wang Mingqi finally grasped the reason behind Hao Wenjing's ability to stay in Beijing. It was probable she had secured a formidable boyfriend. Wang Mingqi noticed Zhua Yinghui drinking at a barbecue stall across the street and decided to approach him. Old Zhua just finishing dinner? Zhua Yinghui quickly stood up upon seeing Wang Mingqi. Boss Wang, care for a drink? Noticing Zhua Yinghui's improved spirits, unlike the despondent demeanor he had displayed a couple of days ago, Wang Mingqi inquired, what has changed? Struck gold? Pretty much, Zhua Yinghui replied with a grin. Got another deal? Wang Mingqi asked. Zhua Yinghui nodded vigorously. My first customer referred me to another. It went through. Although he shortchanged me 2,000. Right. The one who deducted 2,000 from you? He referred you to a 7,000 deal, but you only collected 5? Wang Mingqi chuckled. Goodness. Didn't you say the rule was 5%, no exceptions? Zhua Yinghui laughed. The rule still stands. It's 5%. But the customer reneged on the remaining 2,000. What can I do? Wang Mingqi commended him, realizing that Zhua Yinghui had cleverly lowered his fees. Old Zhua, you might end up friendless if you keep this up. I'm not bothered about that. If I stubbornly cling to the 5% fee and also profit from both ends, one must have some integrity in business. Zhua Yinghui retorted. It's only right for you to prosper. Cheers to your flourishing business. Thank you, Boss Wang. Here's to both our successes. Zhua Yinghui would eventually pay the price for his covert reduction of intermediary fees. No matter how discreetly he operated, it would inevitably be discovered. Others would not allow him to disrupt decades of established norms in the Beijing housing market. After sharing a few drinks, Wang Mingqi felt a wave of fatigue and decided to return home to rest. The next morning, Lu Wenxiu and his wife rose early. Wang Mingqi led the couple straight to the Sihai market. Gao Wensheng was purely concerned for Lu Wenxiu. Upon seeing only 4 university students in Wang Mingqi's shop, he felt reassured enough to set up his stall. Wenxiu, your job is to answer the phone, provide quotes, and record the requested videotapes along with addresses and contact details for delivery, Wang Mingqi instructed. Understood, Lu Wenxiu replied softly, and the phone rang almost immediately. Li Ju demonstrated the process to Lu Wenxiu, who, after expressing her comprehension, began to handle calls independently. Indeed, Lu Wenxiu's voice possessed an infectious quality, leading to a majority of inquiries converting into sales. Li Ju pointed to the stack of large boxes at the wall's base, stating, Boss Song sent these back early this morning. We counted them and signed off for you. Wang Mingqi nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Zhang Cuifen arrived on her bicycle. Wang Mingqi meticulously placed the addresses and videotapes into plastic bags according to each household's order quantity, repeatedly urging Zhang Cuifen to ensure the collection of payment. If the counterpart refused to pay, no goods would be delivered. Zhang Cuifen confidently patted her chest, assuring him there would be no issues. With the commencement of school just around the corner for the 4 of them, their time was limited. Today, they aimed to assemble the additional 10 second-hand computers required by Northeast Baijiaxuan, as Wang Mingqi was set to begin assembling new computers tomorrow. In just over an hour, Zhang Cuifen returned. Aunt Zhang, you're back so soon? Was it fast? She replied that the others lived nearby, making the delivery quick. Who should I hand the money to? Wang Mingqi noticed Lu Wenxiu was still busy and counted the cash himself. Zhang Cuifen expressed that she was not tired at all and could continue delivering, so she decided to deliver today's orders as well. By afternoon, Wang Mingqi had finally finished assembling all the second-hand computers. He took the initiative to call Baijiaxuan, who was overjoyed and stated that his colleague would come immediately to pick up the goods, with cash exchanged for merchandise. Wang Mingqi bought 4 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes at the mall for Baijiaxuan's colleague to take back, as a token of his appreciation. Seeing the returned funds amounting to over 100,000, Wang Mingqi felt a sense of disbelief. Chapter 34. Zhang Cuifen treats after dark. Lu Wenxiu pointed to her throat, indicating she could no longer speak. This was unsustainable. They needed to recruit more help. Wang Mingqi pondered where to find suitable operators. Lu Mei? Wang Linlin. He quickly dismissed the idea, knowing they earned over 100 daily and would never accept a 10 yuan per day job. With no other options, he posted a recruitment notice at his doorstep. Though the wage would not match what they earned, he offered 5 yuan a day plus commission. As Wang Mingqi assessed that the day's work was nearly complete, he considered closing up shop. However, Zhang Cuifen disagreed. Boss, it's only a little past 7. It's still early. Let me make one more delivery. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Aunt Zhang, there's no need to rush. Tomorrow will suffice. No. Zhang Cuifen insisted with an unusually serious demeanor. Boss, do you know how many orders I delivered today? How many? Over 200. Wang Mingqi exclaimed. Goodness, Aunt Zhang. That is impressive. According to the commission structure Wang Mingqi established, the delivery fee was 2 jiao per tape. For 200 tapes, that amounted to 40 yuan, plus the base wage of 10 yuan, bringing her daily earnings to 50 yuan. This wage placed her among the top 1% of income earners in the capital. Of course, it paled in comparison to the lavish salaries offered at Li Chengru's exclusive clothing store, where the monthly salary reached 5,000 yuan. A rural woman earning over 1,000 yuan a month, Zhang Cuifen felt content but yearned for more. Delivering just 10 more tapes would yield an additional 2 yuan, merely requiring a bit more effort. The one thing in abundance was strength. Once spent, a good night's sleep would restore it. Wang Mingqi remarked, "Aunt Zhang, money is endless. But Xuehua will soon take her college entrance examination. What will happen to her life? Moreover, today you have exhausted all your strength. What shall you do tomorrow?" It was at this moment that Zhang Cuifen recalled Lu Xuehua. Alas, this is troublesome. The 3 children must be starving. Zhang Cuifen hastily mounted her bicycle and took off. Wang Mingqi and Lu Wenxiu exchanged a glance, sharing only a bittersweet smile. "Tomorrow, take a day off. I will have Li Ju and the others rotate in. Once we find someone, you can relax," Wang Mingqi suggested. Lu Wenxiu, however, was anxious, earning 10 yuan a day, sheltered from the wind and rain. Without having to constantly appease others' moods, such a job was hard to come by. The thought of losing it due to her own shortcomings felt like a grave misfortune. Wang Mingqi reassured her, "Do not worry. You are merely taking a temporary break from answering calls. You will be responsible for helping me collect Aunt Zhang's money and finding someone capable of handling the calls tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxiu finally felt at ease. Upon returning to the Willow Grove, Lu Shigue awaited Wang Mingqi at the entrance. His face beamed with joy upon seeing Wang Mingqi and Lu Wenxiu return. "Boss Wang, you have returned," Lu Shigue exclaimed, bending slightly at the waist. "Ah, Uncle Lu, what brings you here?" Wang Mingqi inquired. "I was waiting for you. Tonight, I have invited Li Wenjin and his wife over to prepare a feast in your honor," Lu Shigue replied. "What do you mean by that?" "You provided work for the child's mother. It is only right that we treat you," he continued. "I heard from Cuifen that one can earn 20 to 30 yuan a day. That is far more than my salary. We must express our gratitude to you." "Uncle Lu, you are too kind. It is unnecessary," Wang Mingqi responded. "Li Wenjin and his wife are all set. Please come in. Please come in." At that moment, Zhang Cuifen returned on her bicycle. "Boss, hurry inside. The food will get cold," she urged, retrieving a bottle of Maotai from her bicycle basket. "My husband, Lu, is quite frugal, but I went and bought Maotai. Tonight, let us have a good drink." Wang Mingqi was taken aback. Was this really the same Zhang Cuifen who was always looking for a bargain? Yet, he had no intention of drinking. "Tongzhou Laojiao is perfectly fine. I shall not drink Maotai." "How could that be? You are the big boss. How can you drink Tongzhou Laojiao?" The group chatted as they entered the house. Lu Wenxiu felt caught in a dilemma about whether to follow or not. "Wenxiu, come along," Wang Mingqi encouraged. "Yes, come along," Zhang Cuifen echoed, though her expression was somewhat lukewarm, suggesting a hint of indifference. Lu Wenxiu shook her head, gesturing to her throat to indicate her fatigue and need to rest. Thus, Wang Mingqi went alone to the Lu residence. Upon Wang Mingqi's arrival, Li Wenjin greeted him with a smile. "Today, old Lu really splurged. Spending 5 yuan to treat me to dinner just for you. Thank you, Master Li, for your trouble." "What trouble is there? I wonder if Boss Wang will find the food to his liking." The already cramped quarters of the Lu home felt even more congested with the addition of Wang Mingqi and Li Wenjin. The elderly matriarch chuckled, "You all eat. I will retire to my bed. Shall we move to my room for drinks?" Wang Mingqi suggested. Lu Shigue slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, I was just too shy to speak up. Wenjin, go ahead and bring the dishes over." Wang Mingqi noticed the elderly lady attempting to climb onto the bed and promptly assisted her. "Lu Grandma, come dine with us. You all go ahead. I shall remain here with the child's mother. If you do not join us, I may find it difficult to eat," he implored. The elderly lady chuckled heartily. "All right, I shall accompany you for a while." Everyone hurriedly brought the dishes to Wang Mingqi's home. "Where are the children?" "I took them outside to play," Xuehua replied. "Lu uncle, this is not appropriate. How can we dine while the children go hungry? I shall call them back." Zhang Cuifen, recognizing Wang Mingqi's sincerity, promptly said, "You all continue. I will fetch them." Lu Shiguai intended to open a bottle of Maotai, but was stopped by Wang Mingqi. "No need for that. Let us simply enjoy Tongzhou Laojiao." What a jest. It is clear that the Maotai is from a convenience store, undoubtedly a counterfeit. Consuming it would be unpleasant. Tongzhou Laojiao is far superior, as evidenced by the label. "Then we shall drink Tongzhou? Indeed, let us partake in this." Li Wenjin remarked. "Boss Wang is generous. Securing employment these days is quite a challenge." Lu Shiguai chimed in, "Indeed. Thank you, Boss Wang." After his words, he raised a glass, followed by Wang Mingqi and Li Wenjin. "To speak of it, Cuifen has been idle at home for 20 years. It is my fault. Her household registration issue remains unresolved. which is quite unfortunate. Wang Mingqi inquired curiously, you married Aunt Zhang, yet you cannot bring her under your household? Alas, it is all my doing. Initially, I could have facilitated Cuifen's registration, but I hesitated for a mere plot of land in the countryside. This, too, is a historical remnant. Before the reform and opening up, having land in the countryside meant a modest annual grain income, coupled with Liu Shiguai's wages, allowing the family to live comfortably. Yet, no one foresaw that with the reforms, circumstances would take a drastic turn. It became increasingly difficult to obtain a household registration in the capital, especially for agricultural residents from other regions transitioning to urban status. Without a household registration, the neighborhood committee would not assist in securing employment, creating a vicious cycle. However, in recent years, the local factories have closed down. Even if one possesses a local registration, the streets would not offer jobs. Fortunately, Boss Wang has arrived. Liu Shiguai smiled in agreement, indeed. We are fortunate to have Boss Wang. After a few bites, the elderly lady left the table. Upon returning with her younger siblings, Liu Shuahua's eyes widened at the sight of the food. Mother, you prepare such delicious meals at home and fail to inform me, sending me away instead. Liu Chengwen expressed his displeasure. Liu Shuahua playfully tapped Liu Qingwen on the head, reminding him to focus on eating. She plopped down beside Wang Mingqi, asking, Brother Wang, did my parents specifically invite you? Yes, is that not acceptable? Of course it is. Liu Shuahua eagerly poured a glass of wine for Wang Mingqi, declaring, if I do not gain admission to university, I shall join Brother Wang in his endeavors. Laughter erupted among the adults. The merriment from Wang Mingqi's home could be heard throughout the courtyard, attracting Han Danian, who came to join in the festivities. Zhang Cuifen was displeased. For the food and drink were from her household, and those unrelated had no right to partake in her provisions. Today is a gathering for men. Even the formidable Zhang Cuifen would not dare to challenge Liu Shiguai's authority. Zhang Cuifen selected a few dishes and went next door to dine with the elderly lady. Liu Shiguai remarked, my wife may have her shortcomings, but she possesses one admirable quality. Han Danian chuckled, your Cuifen is truly filial. Liu Shiguai replied, indeed. Cuifen treats my mother as her own, so no matter how domineering or petty she may be, I accept her as she is. Han Danian suggested, when the next neighborhood committee nominates exemplary filial figures, I shall certainly recommend your family. Thank you, Brother Han, Liu Shiguai responded. No need for such formalities. Liu Shuahua glanced around and suddenly interjected, Dad, I would like to try some liquor. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shiguai declined. Han Danian laughed, drinking makes one foolish. I am not incapable of entering university, she retorted, prompting laughter from everyone. Just then, Tang Qing's head appeared at the door. What a lively gathering. What occasion is this? Liu Guishi stood up hastily, Director Tang, you have arrived. Han Danian pulled Liu Guishi back down, insisting, stay seated. Tang Qing addressed Liu Shuahua and her siblings, saying, adults drink, children should not intrude. Go fetch some dishes to enjoy at home. Liu Shuahua replied, Uncle Tang, if you insist on that, I shall no longer tutor Tang Dong. Whether you tutor or not is of no concern to me, Tang Qing replied nonchalantly. For Tang Dong, it mattered little whether he went to university, as Tang Qing would ensure he had a job, and a worker's identity was unavoidable. Liu Shuahua huffed and took her siblings away. Pray tell, what is the occasion for such a gathering? Han Danian queried with annoyance. What a presumptuous intrusion. Why the excessive inquiries? He added, there must be some joyous news. Has Boss Wang struck it rich? Tang Qing, undeterred, helped himself to bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard. Tongzhou Laojiao, that hardly befits Boss Wang's stature. His gaze landed on the Mao Tai. Without hesitation, he opened the bottle. Ah, still the same flavor. He poured himself a glass, while the four onlookers watched in silence. Wang Mingqi stifled laughter. Still the same flavor? The moment you opened the bottle, I could tell something was amiss. It seems Director Tang has never tasted authentic Mao Tai. To Boss Wang, I raise a toast. Director Tang is too courteous. I hope for your continued guidance. Wang responded amiably, clinking glasses with Tang Qing. What business do you primarily engage in, Boss Wang? I sell computers, as well as video and audio tapes. At the mention of computers, Tang Qing's eyes brightened. Do you have a source to procure them? I manufacture my own computers. Wang Mingqi boasted, elevating the assembly of computers to the status of production, a significant embellishment that Tang Qing failed to notice. Our company has been seeking to purchase a few computers, but has been unsuccessful. How much do your computers cost, Boss Wang? Prices vary based on demand. I heard from our purchasing department that a computer costs over 20,000. Is it truly that expensive? That is about right. New models are priced accordingly. Tang Qing leaned closer to Wang Mingqi and inquired, Boss Wang, what is the price difference in the middle? Wang Mingqi, a seasoned businessman from his previous life, understood Tang Qing's implication. In this era, conducting business was often fraught with such nuances, particularly concerning precious items like computers, which were predominantly acquired by government agencies, universities, and state-owned enterprises. Without a kickback, it was exceedingly difficult to thrive in such a market. Just like by Jiaxuan's dealings, he had to part with 4 packs of cigarettes. Director Tang believed that the price difference should be as significant as one could negotiate. In high spirits, Tang Qing laughed. Indeed, Boss Wang is a true businessman. Tomorrow, I will inquire if they have procured the computers. If they haven't, we shall undoubtedly support our own interests. Thank you, Director Tang. However, I do have a small request. Could you see if it can be arranged? Wang Mingqi prompted. Go ahead, speak your mind, Tang Qing replied. Wang Mingqi continued, our number 8 courtyard, apart from my family, is entirely owned by your gas company, correct? Indeed, Tang Qing confirmed. I heard you plan to sell this batch of properties? Is that so? Tang Qing looked at Wang Mingqi with a hint of confusion. You seem to possess information that I am unaware of. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Tang Qing, and he chuckled slyly. Observing this, Wang Mingqi promptly poured a glass of matai for Tang Qing. Boss Wang, shall we speak outside? Director Tang, please. Tang Qing accepted the cigarettes Wang Mingqi offered and took a satisfying puff. To be honest, our company indeed intends to sell all the Sihiyuan in Lushu Li and construct dormitories beyond the 3rd Ring Road for everyone. Really? That is splendid. May I purchase all the properties from your company? Tang Qing scrutinized Wang Mingqi, asking, do you know how many rooms our company possesses in Lushu Li? 100? Chapter 36. The beautiful woman inebriated Tang Qing erupted into a fit of coughs. Goodness, 100 rooms? If there were that many, would our gas company still need to build dormitory buildings in the suburbs? Not so many, not so many. There are a total of 20 rooms. Apart from our No. 8 courtyard, the entire 2-courtyard complex of number 7 has 10 rooms that belong to us, and there are a few rooms in number 6 courtyard as well. Is the gas company genuinely selling? It is uncertain if we will sell, but the new dormitory buildings are indeed a reality. However, the company is currently facing financial constraints. I can maneuver a bit to facilitate the sale here to raise funds, Wang Mingqi said with delight. The deputy director of the Human Resources Department at the gas company certainly wielded some influence. Director Tang, if I purchase this batch of properties, would your family be allowed to reside here for free? What do you say? Tang Qing looked at Wang Mingqi with disdain, saying, who would live here if there are new buildings? Not only are there swarms of flies and mosquitoes, but there are also plenty of rats, and one must queue to use the restroom. Indeed. You can sell me all those flies and mosquitoes. I shall endure the suffering. However, observing Tang Qing's calculated demeanor, Wang Mingqi realized that unless he offered some tangible benefits, Tang Qing would not be invested in the proposition. Wang Mingqi promptly stated, my computer has a base price of 17,000. What do you think is a suitable price for selling it to your company, Director Tang? Tang Qing was elated. This fellow truly understood the game. No wonder he was able to amass wealth. Our company will not impose difficulties on you small business owners. The market price is 22,000, and that is simply the price. If you could assist us in procuring computers, it would be a significant contribution to our company. How many units does your company require? During the last factory directors meeting, it seemed there were 50 units. Wang Mingqi nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. 50 units? Over 1 million? Goodness, is there not enough to build a staff dormitory? Over 1 million would suffice to construct an entire dormitory, wouldn't it? Wang Mingqi found it perplexing. Director Tang, with more than 1 million available for computers, why is there no budget for the dormitory? Oh, the intricacies of these matters elude you. Purchasing computers enhances our company's modernization and is regarded as a political achievement, while building a dormitory also counts as an achievement. It is not something that can be publicly showcased. Do you understand? Wang Mingqi suddenly grasped the concept. Indeed, it is quite profound. Having never worked in a public institution in his previous life, he could not fathom the leader's perspectives. Both Tang and Wang obtained what they needed, and upon returning, they acted as if they were old friends. Han Danian, unable to tolerate Tang's authoritative demeanor, left after a few drinks, and gradually, only Wang Mingqi and Tang remained in the room. Their conversation grew increasingly animated. One envisioned a promising future, while the other saw financial prospects, each fulfilling their own desires. Tang, slightly inebriated, grasped Wang Mingqi's arm as he prepared to leave and proclaimed, "Brother, I recognize you as my comrade. Our company has business ties with many units. If anyone needs computers, I shall refer them to you." "Ah, thank you, Director Tang. Thank you, Director Tang. When others come to purchase computers at 19,000 each. As for the selling price, you may decide." "Haha, splendid, splendid." After assisting Tang to the door, Wang Mingqi returned to his thoughts, clenching his fists. He felt a surge of ambition. My career is poised for rapid advancement. Each day is filled with activity, leaving no time to monitor stocks. Wang Mingqi retrieved the securities newspaper he had purchased earlier at the alley's entrance. The last page of the securities report bore bold headlines. The application for Zhonghua Enterprises change of business nature approved. Wang Mingqi eagerly delved deeper into the article. On the 14th day of the first lunar month, the municipal government convened a meeting to review and approve Zhonghua Enterprises' application to alter its business scope. Henceforth, Zhonghua Enterprises would expand from solely exporting residential properties to also engaging in domestic sales. Wang Mingqi felt his hands tremble. It has arrived, it has come. The moment has dawned. Zhonghua Enterprises has finally taken its first step towards going public. Reflecting on his recent analysis, he realized that some individuals were already maneuvering in anticipation of Zhonghua Enterprises warrants. Clearly, some had received news in advance and positioned themselves accordingly. How many warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises does he possess? He had invested over 700,000 shares in 2 separate transactions. Wang Mingqi could not recall the stock price on the first day of Zhonghua Enterprises' public listing, but he remembered the price at the end of 2022. He quickly took out paper and pen, calculating the proportion and price based on the total number of shares, estimating that on the day of the initial public offering, the stock price would hover around 16 yuan. With such exhilarating news, Wang Mingqi found himself unable to sleep. As he opened his door, he encountered Lu Wenxiu, dressed in pajamas and carrying a basin. Lu Wenxiu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Mingqi, her cheeks flushed crimson. Fortunately, the dim light in the courtyard concealed her embarrassment. She nodded at Wang Mingqi and busied herself at the faucet, washing up. Although the incandescent bulb at the entrance was not particularly bright, it still cast a gentle glow through Lu Wenxiu's nightwear. Clad in snug autumn attire, her graceful contours were unmistakably revealed, particularly her slender waist and firm bosom, which caused Wang Mingqi's breath to quicken. Lu Wenxiu felt an unsettling gaze upon her, yet dared not glance back, leading to several mishaps as she struggled to brush her teeth. Overwhelmed by a wave of weakness, she hastily retreated to her room. Fleeing from the captivating view, Wang Mingqi, deprived of this beautiful sight, felt a twinge of disappointment, yet excitement soon eclipsed his melancholy. He settled onto the steps, chain-smoking as the lights in neighboring homes gradually dimmed, leaving him wide awake. Lu Mei and Wang Linlin returned, supporting each other, clearly intoxicated. Recognizing Wang Mingqi at the entrance, Wang Linlin whispered, "Brother Wang, please help. Lu Mei has had too much to drink." Wang Mingqi rushed over to support Lu Mei. "How could you drink so much?" he inquired, learning they had encountered several heavy-drinking local patrons at the bar. With one hand under Lu Mei's arm, he draped her other arm over his shoulder, feeling the softness beneath his touch. Leaning closer, Wang Linlin whispered teasingly, "Is it soft?" Wang Mingqi nodded absent-mindedly. "What are you touching me for?" he stammered. "Oh, my apologies. It wasn't intentional," he mumbled, failing to notice that Wang Linlin was also aiding Lu Mei from the other side. Wang Linlin chuckled, calling him a coward. Together, they helped Lu Mei into the room. This marked Wang Mingqi's first visit to their shared quarters. The room contained 2 beds and 2 vanities, devoid of any other furnishings. Women's clothing hung from a line like a string of international flags. With his experienced eye, Wang Mingqi quickly discerned the abundance of sponges, explaining the softness he had felt. Chapter 37. No regrets, it's freezing, Wang Linlin exclaimed, tossing Lu Mei onto the bed as she went to ignite the coal stove. "You both hail from the south?" she asked. "Indeed, Beijing is far too cold. It's manageable. I haven't even lit the stove. Brother Wang, sit and let me pour you a glass of water." "Oh, no need. I ought to head back," Wang Linlin insisted. "Brother Wang, stay and chat with me. Is that appropriate?" "I'm not worried. Why should you be? In the dead of night, a man entering your room seems unseemly. What reputation do we have left?" Wang Linlin remarked, noticing Lu Mei had yet to change out of her clothes. Brother, help me with her. All right. Wang Mingqi supported Lu Mei while Wang Linlin began to remove her outer garments. Internally, Wang Mingqi recited, "Do not gaze upon what is improper." Wang Linlin, observing his flustered expression, laughed again. See, nothing is lost. As Wang Linlin prepared to remove Lu Mei's sweater, Wang Mingqi quickly averted his gaze. After a series of delicate sounds, Wang Linlin remarked, "Brother Wang, please have a seat." Wang Mingqi glanced at the coal stove. Noting that the bottom two pieces had already burned out, he replaced them, ensuring that the two wouldn't suffer from the cold that night. At your young age, why choose this path? Is there not something more suitable for you? Wang Linlin settled beside him, extending her hand to warm it by the fire. Our family situation is unique. We have no choice. If you wish to change careers, I could offer you a job, albeit with modest pay. How much would that be? 300 yuan. Wang Linlin sighed with a bitter smile. 300 yuan? I could save 100 a month, but that would hardly suffice for my family. Suddenly, Wang Mingqi recalled a song he had once heard. Sister laid off, do not shed tears, hold your head high, and step into the nightclub. Wasn't this a vivid portrayal of Lu Mei and Wang Linlin's reality? The only difference was that neither had ever held a formal job. What is your education level? I completed middle school, and she didn't finish. Think carefully about what I said. If you wish to change careers, just let me know. The work is not strenuous. Mainly answering calls. Wang Linlin suddenly inquired, Brother Wang, why not support us instead? Wang Mingqi coughed violently. What nonsense are you talking about? Honestly, we are still innocent girls. Wang Mingqi remained silent. The question of their innocence was irrelevant to him, as he had no intention of taking a mistress. In his past life, he had indeed supported someone, a college student, but eventually found it unfulfilling. Living without love was exceedingly awkward. Wang Linlin abruptly wrapped her arms around one of his, saying, Brother, if I were to be your secretary, how much would you pay me? Stop joking. I do not need a secretary. Are Lu Mei and I not beautiful? To claim they were not attractive would be a lie. Women who worked in nightclubs and bars were invariably stunning, both in appearance and figure. Beautiful. Then it's settled. We could be your secretaries. It would reflect well on you to take us out. Wang Mingqi replied, I am a small business. I do not currently require a secretary. As I said, if you wish to change jobs, come to me. Having said this, he rose to leave. Suddenly, Wang Linlin embraced him from behind. Brother, please agree to my request. I do not want to work in the nightclub anymore. Those older men are all unsavory characters. Rather than let them benefit, it would be better to give that to you. I do not ask for much. 800 yuan a month would suffice for my family's needs. The feelings stirred by Lu Wenxiu regained control over Wang Mingqi's mind. I know you look down on us. We do not expect to marry you. Once you are married, we will leave and return home. Is that agreeable? Wang Linlin's tone carried a pleading note. 800 yuan was trivial for Wang Mingqi. It seemed a fair exchange for companionship. You won't regret this? No regrets, no regrets. Wang Mingqi gently caressed Wang Linlin's hand. Brother, let's south go to your place. What a night it was, filled with absurdity. Wang Mingqi never anticipated that Wang Linlin was indeed an unwed maiden. As dawn approached, Wang Linlin remarked, Brother, Lu Mei is about to awaken. I must return. Very well, rest for a while. Meet me at Sihai in the afternoon. Do not go to the nightclub, he replied. Okay, I shall heed your advice. Do not mention this to Lu Mei, he added. Wang Linlin hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Wang Mingqi found himself unable to sleep. For today marked the arrival of his cousin Wang Mingli and his entourage in Yanjing. According to the train schedule, they were expected to arrive in the morning. As soon as Wang Linlin departed, Wang Mingqi too ventured outside. Wang Mingli and his 10 companions stood bewildered at the exit, uncertain of what to do. Mingli, did your aunt inform you that Mingqi would come to fetch us? Inquired the elder Wang Yunlu. Despite being merely in his 20s, Wang Yunlu's seniority compelled even the 30-something Wang Mingli to address him as uncle. Yes, it was indeed agreed upon, Wang Mingli responded. It has been half an hour. Surely Mingqi has not forgotten us. Could it be that Mingqi is coming? Asked Wang Ai. Upon exiting the taxi, Wang Mingqi spotted Wang Mingli and his group. Mingli, Uncle Yunlu, Brother Zhuji, my sincere apologies for the delay. Wang Mingli laughed. We thought you had abandoned us, haha. Among the group, Wang Mingli was the eldest, while Wang Yunlu held the highest familial rank. The others in Wang Mingqi's circle were all under 30, with at least a middle school education. Wang Mingqi led the group out of the train station and hailed 2 taxis at the roadside. Mingqi, is it not expensive to take a cab? The taxi driver glanced at the group clad in cotton-padded coats, reluctant to take them. To Sihai, 20 yuan, the taxi driver replied. His tone tinged with a hint of superiority. What? 20 yuan? Wang Mingli exclaimed in surprise. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Brother, we are not short of this trifling amount. Driver, let us proceed. Oh, Mingqi, this is too costly. We could simply walk back, protested one of them. Indeed, why waste money unnecessarily? The taxi driver scoffed. Walk back? It's over 20 kilometers. Do you think you can manage that? Wang Yunlu retorted defiantly. What is the big deal? It's less than 20 kilometers from our village to the county. We could push our cart there. Where do you hail from? Wang village, replied Wang Yunlu. Having visited the city before, he realized that this response was inappropriate. Mingli, they wouldn't know where Wang is. You should mention Guani town instead. Wang Mingqi felt utterly defeated, knowing that even if he mentioned the county name, they might still be unfamiliar with it. We came from Luzhong. Ah, Luzhong. I have visited your provincial capital, Green Island, the driver remarked. Laughter erupted in the taxi. Master, our provincial capital is certainly not Green Island. Is that so? I truly had no idea. It appeared even the capital's inhabitants had their own blind spots. They had never heard of Wang. Indeed, Guani town is also a sizable town. Though several years had passed since the onset of reform and opening up, many villagers had scarcely ventured far, with the furthest being to the city. Of course, Wang Mingqi's father, Wang Yunshan, was an exception, as was the village secretary Wang Zhangwo, who might have traveled extensively. Wang Mingqi could only sigh in resignation. The taxi driver exhibited a hint of apprehension, hesitating to respond, perhaps due to his limited understanding of the significance of Guanyiism. Chapter 38. Selling videotapes on the streets. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Sihai shopping mall. Upon spotting Wang Mingqi's return, Wang Linlin hurried outside, albeit with a somewhat awkward gait, indicating discomfort. Boss, you're back, she exclaimed. Indeed, Wang Mingqi replied, casting a questioning glance at her. Wang Linlin gently shook her head, signaling that it was nothing serious. He was a local man from the village, having never encountered a woman as fashionable and beautiful as Wang Linlin in real life. Astonishingly, she resembled those on television. Wang Mingli coughed, bemused by the foolishness of the children. Mingqi, are we selling vegetables here? He asked. We aren't selling vegetables, came the reply. What then? We're selling high-tech products. You all just arrived by train, so take a moment to rest. Wang Mingqi directed everyone to place their luggage in the storefront. Mingli, you all stay here for now. Once we find a house in a few days, we can all move. Having a place to stay is already quite good. We aren't tired. Mingqi, what do you suggest we sell? Wang Mingqi glanced at the registration records from Lu Wenxiu and Wang Linlin, astonished. Over 300 tapes? He inquired. Who has been to Beijing? He asked, only to be met with shaking heads. Not knowing the way means we can only rely on Zhang Cuifen to guide us. With only a handful needed for deliveries, Wang Mingqi planned to take them to the market first to see who could advance in the technical realm. Though the store's 100+ square meters seemed spacious, the arrival of 10 more people rendered it insufficient. Wang Mingqi was in urgent need of a new factory, particularly for assembling computers, ideally in a dust-free environment. He produced a set of videotapes and addressed Wang Mingli and the others. We are selling videotapes. Wang Yunlu perked up. Movies? Yes, have you seen them? I have. In the county, it's 1 yuan for a whole evening, all martial arts films. Wang Mingqi continued. Our target is the surrounding electronic malls. For every tape you sell, the profit plus commission is 50 cents. But how do we sell them? We've never done this before. Don't worry. For the first few days, I'll accompany you. Once you're familiar, you can venture out on your own. Wang Yunlu replied enthusiastically, no problem. Wang Mingqi distributed a bag to each person, containing 2 complete videotapes. Familiarize yourselves with the pricing. Shortly, I will take you to sweep the streets. After observing for a while, Wang Mingli lamented, Mingqi, I can't do this. That's all right. There are other tasks. Who else feels they cannot handle this? Wang Minghua raised his hand. Mingqi, I don't want to sell videotapes. I want to sell vegetables. Wang Mingqi responded. Selling videotapes is more lucrative than selling vegetables. My father mentioned that learning from Uncle Yunshan, one can earn quite a bit selling vegetables in a year. Wang Mingqi sighed, realizing he had fallen into a dogmatic error. Assuming everyone should follow his path toward prosperity, yet not everyone was inclined to embrace the direction he proposed. Is there anyone else who wishes to sell vegetables? Wang Mingzhu also raised his hand, saying, Mingqi, I believe we should sell vegetables. It is a stable option, and we already grow some at home. The village head remarked. In a few months, We can start sending vegetables to the capital with almost no investment. Brother Zhu, have you made up your mind? That was indeed my plan. Wang Kanying raised her hand as well, inquiring, Uncle, how much can one earn from selling videotapes in a day? At least 10 yuan, he replied. Then I shall sell videotapes. Wang Hai asked, Mingqi, is selling fish in the capital profitable? Wang Mingqi laughed. Anything can be profitable if one is willing to work hard. It's certainly better than staying at home. Is it more arduous than farming at home? Not quite, but it requires early mornings and late nights. We rural folk may lack resources, yet we possess strength. Wang Mingqi assessed the situation and found that only 4 individuals were interested in joining him. Wang Mingli, concerned about Wang Mingqi's demeanor, pulled him aside and said, Do not take offense. There are reasons they hesitate to work with you. What reasons? They wish to carve their own path without following your lead. Wang Mingqi suddenly understood. They were drawn to him, yet they sought independence. After contemplating for a while, he decided that it was essential to find them a vegetable market. In his previous life, he had sold vegetables near the Second Ring Road and was quite familiar with the management there. Wang Mingqi felt a sense of frustration, burdened by endless worries. Those uninterested in working with him rested in the shop. Upon Zhang Cuifen's return from delivering goods, she exclaimed, Boss, I need a moment to catch my breath before I head out again. Wang Mingqi knew that such a relentless approach was unsustainable for long-term success. One must distribute physical exertion evenly. He pointed to Wang Mingli, saying, Aunt Zhang, this is my cousin Wang Mingli. Zhang Cuifen nodded nonchalantly. Look, our shop's business is thriving. You cannot manage all the deliveries alone. For the next few days, take my cousin along so he can familiarize himself with the operations, and then allow him to handle deliveries independently. Sensing a sense of urgency, Zhang Cuifen hesitated, and Wang Mingqi surmised her reluctance stemmed from a fear of competition. He picked up the delivery records from Lu Wenxiu and Wang Linlin, stating, The sales are increasing daily. You cannot manage alone, and even 2 people would struggle. This will not adversely affect your income. Is it really that much? Zhang Cuifen glanced at the records, taken aback. Had it only been a short while, and already there were 20 or 30 clients. She could manage a maximum of 20 deliveries a day, and exceeding that would be impossible. Finally, Zhang Cuifen agreed. Wang Mingqi handed Wang Mingli 200 yuan, instructing him to purchase a bicycle, hoping it would ease their workload without exhausting them. Accompanied by Wang Yunlu and another companion, each carrying a pack, they plunged into the Sihai market. Selling requires a keen understanding of one's target clientele. One must identify those who stroll leisurely through the market, as they are likely browsing, while those hurrying by are typically merchants who will not purchase their videotapes. Do you see that couple over there? Wang Mingqi pointed. They are our target customers. Wang Mingqi intended to provide them with a demonstration. Good day, sir. Would you like some videotapes? These are from the 8 Desolations. In high definition. 8 Desolations? I have not heard of it. Wang Mingqi produced several tapes, saying, Here are the most popular films from Hong Kong and Taiwan in recent years. Do take a look and see if any pique your interest. The woman remarked. Do you not have a VCR at home? It seems you possess but a few tapes. Wang Mingqi handed over a price list. So expensive? Sir, compare it with the market. Is there a better deal than mine at the Four Seas? Take this tape for instance. A Hong Kong film that was released just last year, priced at 60 yuan, which is 20 yuan cheaper than others. Chapter 39. The conflict between Lu Mei and Wang Linlin. That's true. Most of my tapes are priced around 70 to 80 yuan, but yours is rather steep. If you require a substantial quantity, I can offer you a discount. I'll take these 2. Wang Mingqi replied, one for 60, the other for 55. I'll give you a 5 yuan discount. Make it cheaper, 2 for 100. Wang Mingqi hesitated and said, Sir, it's not that I wish to deny you a better price. This is already the lowest my boss has offered me. If you can reduce it by another 5 yuan, I will purchase immediately. Wang Mingqi, feeling conflicted, responded, I must consult my boss. Hurry along then. Wang Mingqi approached Wang Mingli, negotiating. What do you think, 105 yuan deal? According to my stipulated terms, regardless of who makes the sale, there is a commission of 50 cents per transaction. If I can hold firm and not reduce the price by those 5 yuan, that yields a profit of 350. Quite satisfactory, wouldn't you agree? Wang Mingqi established the rule of decreasing 5 yuan from the set price. This was their authority. While any excess profit would be split between Wang Mingqi and the other party, along with an additional 50 cents commission per sale. Is this settled? Wang Mingqi dashed back, saying, Hey there, The boss has stated that I will not receive a commission on this sale. I shall not profit from you, so please take it." The young man readily paid. Wang Yunlu and the others gathered around, astonished. Was that so effortless? While it may appear straightforward, the intricacies involved are plentiful. You three should give it a try first. I will observe from the side, and if anything seems amiss, I shall advise you. Wang Yunlu was eager to begin. Throughout the day, Wang Mingqi guided Wang Yunlu through the streets. From their initial naivety to a growing proficiency, the trio's development was rapid. By afternoon, when the accounts were tallied, Wang Yunlu had the highest earnings, astonishingly exceeding 20 yuan, while the others earned between 10 and 15 yuan. Wang Mingzhu and the others looked on with envy at Wang Yunlu's success, yet they remained resolute in their determination to sell vegetables. As Wang Mingqi returned with Wang Linlin and Lu Wenxiu, Wang Linlin exuded excitement, recounting amusing incidents from the day without pause. Lu Wenxiu glanced between Wang Mingqi and Wang Linlin, sensing something unusual about Wang Linlin's demeanor today. Wang Linlin had arrived at the Four Seas early, declaring her intent to work there, which struck Lu Wenxiu as peculiar. Lu Wenxiu pointed at the two. Wang Mingqi offered an awkward smile, remarking, "Comrade Wang Linlin has turned over a new leaf." Though Lu Wenxiu nodded in acknowledgement, her expression betrayed a lack of belief. The three returned to the willow tree, where Lu Mei stood at the doorway with her arms crossed. Wang Linlin chuckled awkwardly. "Lu Mei, you're awake?" "Of course," Lu Mei retorted. "It's been a day since I last saw you. Where have you been?" Wang Mingqi replied, "Linlin has started working at my company." "What?" Lu Mei exclaimed in shock. Pointing at Wang Linlin, "You went to his company?" Summoning her courage, Wang Linlin responded, "Yes, I've decided not to work at the nightclub anymore. I want a proper job. How much does he pay you? You just want to work for him?" Lu Mei questioned. Wang Linlin initially thought to say 800, but recalling that it included the cost of warming his bed, she held up 3 fingers. 300? You left for him for just 300? What do you mean by left for him? That's rather harsh. Linlin, are you betraying me? Lu Mei exclaimed. Lu Mei, let me explain. We've known each other for 2 years, and we promised to make enough money to go home together. Have you made enough? Wang Linlin grasped Lu Mei's arm. Lu Mei, let's talk about this later. I want to go back. Let us discuss it here. Lu Mei, do you think you can change just because you've latched onto a wealthy man? Wang Mingqi furrowed his brow, sensing Lu Mei's inability to see others thrive. Lu Mei, everyone has the right to choose. Since Wang Linlin has decided to work diligently, how can you hinder her? Wang Linlin, fearing a confrontation between Wang Mingqi and Lu Mei, quickly interjected, "Boss, why don't you head back first? I'll explain to Lu Mei." Wang Mingqi, frustrated, turned to leave. Lu Wenxiu caught Wang Mingqi's arm, mimicking a gesture of eating. "Thank you, but I'll eat out shortly," he replied. As he passed by the door of Lu Mei and Linlin, he heard Lu Mei's furious outburst. "You know I like him. Why do you have to compete with me? Why? Do you still claim we are good sisters?" Wang Mingqi approached their door, contemplating whether to confront Lu Mei, but reconsidered, thinking she might just need to vent her anger. Tang Qing, unusually, arrived carrying a package of pig's head meat and 2 bottles of erguo too. "Oh, Director Tang, how can I accept this?" Tang Qing beamed. "Boss Wang, things are looking up. Are you planning to sell the Sihiyuan?" Tang Qing cleared his throat a couple of times and replied, "It's about the computers." "Oh, thank you, Director Tang." Upon hearing it wasn't about the Sihiyuan, Wang Mingqi's mood returned to normal. 50 units. How long will it take to assemble them? Is it confirmed? Confirmed. Tomorrow our procurement team will come to see you, but let us agree on a price first. 19,000 per unit. Do not undercut it. Understood. Wang Mingqi reserved a 2,000 profit margin for himself, meaning for 50 computers, it would amount to 100,000, enough to buy a 50 square meter apartment in Yanjing. However, Wang Mingqi also realized that Tang Qing could not absorb such a large profit alone. The entire company would need to be accounted for, leaving Tang Qing with little. Wang Mingqi's home contained nothing but dishes, so thankfully, Tang Qing had brought the pig's head. As they ate and conversed, Wang Mingqi asked, "Brother, have you heard of the Lenovo brand?" "Yes, I have. I heard from the procurement department that they plan to produce a more advanced computer by the end of the year, priced at 25,000. Therefore, the speed of your computer supply must be swift." Wang Mingqi recalled vividly that Lenovo indeed launched a batch of Lenovo 486 computers in the latter half of 1993, which were slightly more advanced than the computers he possessed. To be honest, in the 1990s, Wang Mingqi did not harbor any resentment towards Lenovo. In fact, He believed that Lenovo played a significant role in promoting the development of high-tech industries in Huaxia. Without Lenovo, domestic computer prices might still be dominated by foreign brands like Toshiba, and computers would not have proliferated rapidly within a few years. Wang Mingqi felt quite frustrated that Lenovo could acquire advanced 486 chips equivalent to those from abroad, while he could not. Thus, he could only follow in Lenovo's wake, gleaning whatever benefits he could. Chapter 40. Wang Mingqi's softening heart. Wang Mingqi calculated the time and said, Director Tang, I will ensure everything is ready within half a month at the latest. That's the spirit. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Tomorrow, the head of the procurement department will visit your company for an inspection, so make sure to receive him well. Don't say too much about anything else. Understood, understood. What is the head of the procurement department like? Can Director Tang give me a hint? Director Liu is quite reserved, but he enjoys writing and painting in his spare time. Oh, I see. After bidding farewell to Tang Qing, Wang Mingqi immediately called Lu Mingda from a small shop at the alley's entrance. Upon hearing that Wang Mingqi needed components for 50 computers, Lu Mingda was taken aback. Boss Wang, have you found a significant opportunity to require such a large quantity? Hee, I will explain later. Just make sure to prepare them for me. If possible, I will need them by tomorrow afternoon. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingqi lit a cigarette, pondering the matter concerning the director named Lu Sr. He enjoyed writing and painting, but that was not his forte. Wang Mingqi approached Sun Baoquan and Han Danian, gesturing towards Han Danian, which infuriated Sun Baoquan, causing him to puff up his cheeks in annoyance. Boss Wang, if you continue like this, don't come to me for a haircut anymore. You are wise. I want tea dare again. Wang Mingqi pulled out cigarettes and offered them to Sun Baoquan and Han Danian. Gentlemen, I would like to inquire if you know anyone selling antique calligraphy or paintings. Are you looking to buy? I want to purchase a couple of pieces. The Tong family at number 10 Courtyard has quite a few, but the old man is hard to deal with. Perhaps you could stroll around Lilikang. You might find something worth buying. Wang Mingqi replied, but I don't understand. What if I get deceived? That's something you must figure out. Gentlemen, would you accompany me to visit Old Tong's house? Let's go. It has been a while since I last saw Old Tong. I wonder if he is still alive. Oh, he hasn't enjoyed many good days. I heard his son no longer recognizes him. I heard from Director Bai that his son died abroad long ago. It is his grandson who neglects him. Just think, with such a great estate, what will become of it? Wang Mingqi finally understood that this Tong was indeed a solitary elder. His nephew wished to inherit his estate, but Old Tong was resolute in refusing. One might say that the nephew was rather foolish. If he had cared for Old Tong for a few days, he could have inherited the estate after the old man passed, yet he didn't even show his face. Old son, it seems you are quite foolish. Old Tong has no descendants, and sooner or later, the courtyard will belong to him. Whether he serves or not, it is still his. Indeed. Gentlemen, does Master Tong possess a Sihiyuan? Yes, a 3-entry courtyard. Is he selling it? Selling? I have not heard of such a thing. Courtyards 8 and 10 are backyards to each other. The conditions of Courtyard 10 are similar to those of 8, with unauthorized constructions everywhere. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at the backyard, where the residence of Tong Xian mirrored that of Wang Mingqi, both being former master bedrooms combined with studies. Old Tong, are you in? There was no response from within. This is bad. Don't tell me he has perished inside. Han Danian exclaimed, pushing the door with all his might. Stop pushing. Just wait a moment. Finally, a sound emerged from the room. I've called out to you for ages. I thought you had died. Indeed, your descendants require us old fellows to manage your affairs. Tong Xian, over 70, with scant hair remaining, donned a tattered cotton coat and pants, hunched over, leaning on a cane. It is so cold inside. Have you not lit the stove? I can no longer manage it. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Mingqi cast a glance around. The furniture resembled that of his own home, likely consisting of various pieces of rosewood. On the small table lay several steamed buns, appearing to have been there for quite some time, the pickled vegetables desiccated. Wang Mingqi inspected the stove, which emitted no warmth. When Tong Xian mentioned being unable to manage, he must have been referring to the inability to carry the honeycomb coal. Master Tong, where is your honeycomb coal? It has all been used up. The weather is quite chilly. Do be careful not to catch a chill. After speaking, Wang Mingqi turned to Han Danian and said, Uncle Han, you chat for a bit. I shall fetch a bucket of honeycomb coal from home. Wang Mingqi recalled that there was honeycomb coal in his kitchen, and since he himself did not burn it, he might as well offer it to Old Tong. In a short while, Wang Mingqi had helped Tong Xian light the stove. Master Tong, please use this for now. Once you have used it up, I will bring you more. But I do not have the means to pay you. A few pieces of honeycomb coal are hardly worth anything. Tong Xian leaned back against the head of the bed, trying to make himself comfortable. I have heard from Old Han and Old Sun that you wish to purchase some calligraphy or paintings. Indeed, I have such intentions. Is it for personal enjoyment or to gift to someone? Is there any significance to it? For personal enjoyment, it must be the finest. If for gifting, then something from the Qing dynasty would suffice. For gifting, Tong Xian rose, retrieved a scroll from the cupboard at the head of the bed, and handed it to Wang Mingqi. This landscape painting by Jin Nong from the Qing dynasty is suitable for gifting. Wang Mingqi knew little of what was deemed suitable. As long as it was an antique painting, that was sufficient. Master Tong, how much is it? Just give me 100 yuan. Is that enough? Wang Mingqi sensed it surely exceeded 100 yuan, yet lacking expertise in antiques, he was unsure of the precise value. However, he was certain that antiques had significantly appreciated in recent years. 100 yuan was undoubtedly insufficient, while 1,000 would be more reasonable. Sun Baoquan interjected. If Old Tong asks for 100, then let it be 100. That seems rather inappropriate. I have no reason to take advantage of Master Tong. Wang Mingqi opened his wallet, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Tong Xian. You give me money, yet I cannot spend it. Then how do you manage your meals? The community committee occasionally sends me some provisions. Han Danian remarked. If you truly wish to assist Old Tong, why not procure some medicine for him? Medicine? What kind? I shall go buy it, Tong Xian responded, naming several commonly used medications. Wang Mingqi silently committed these names to memory. In truth, he felt a deep sympathy for Tong Xian. The boy had achieved success, venturing abroad, a matter of great pride when spoken of to outsiders. Yet, the true implications of such an experience were known only to Tong Xian himself. As the saying goes, one knows the warmth and coldness of the water they drink. On his way home, clutching the scroll, Wang Mingqi's heart softened. He stopped at a store to purchase some noodles and other provisions before returning to Tong Xian's residence. Tong Xian reclined on his bed, observing Wang Mingqi as he tidied up the stale buns and swept the floor. Uncle Tong, I've brought you some noodles and 2 pounds of eggs. If you feel hungry, you can simply boil some. Once your coal is used up, I shall return to deliver more. Tong Xian responded with a smile, accepting the gesture. Chapter 41. Renting a stall upon returning home. Wang Mingqi finally had the opportunity to thoroughly peruse the securities report. Goodness! Have they lost their minds? He exclaimed. The stock of Zhonghua Enterprises had doubled in a single day, soaring from 9 cents to 20 cents. This meant that Wang Mingqi's investment of 60,000 had now grown to over 120,000. We common folk are truly delighted. The following morning, Wang Mingqi rose early, intent on visiting the vegetable market on the second ring road to meet its manager, Niu Jian. As per routine, Niu Jian would don a red armband and make his rounds in the market at 6 o'clock each morning to signify his authority. Spotting Niu Jian, Wang Mingqi chuckled to himself. This old fellow, though aged, had a youthful spirit. He would always engage in cheerful conversation with the young women selling vegetables, while advising the young men to remain at a distance. Wang Mingqi pulled out a sealed pack of cigarettes and approached Niu Jian. Good morning, Manager Niu. Ah, good morning, Niu Jian replied, glancing at Wang Mingqi before continuing his stroll with hands clasped behind his back. Manager Niu, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Wang Mingqi discreetly slipped the pack of cigarettes into Niu Jian's pocket, who, upon feeling the gift, appeared pleased. I have a few relatives who wish to rent some stalls. What do you think? Niu Jian halted, placing his hands on his hips, and gestured towards the bustling market. Look around you. Where do you see any available stalls? Had he been a stranger, Wang Mingqi might have been intimidated by Niu Jian's assertiveness. But he knew the man and the market all too well. In a market with hundreds of stalls, people came and went each month, making the acquisition of an empty stall remarkably simple, contingent solely upon Niu Jian's willingness to facilitate it. Manager Niu, we hail from the central Shandong region, and as you know, it is renowned for its vegetables. 80% of the produce in our market comes from our area. Oh, from central Shandong. Niu Jian responded, impressed by the dialect. Wang Mingqi discreetly offered another pack of cigarettes. Initially, Niu Jian assumed it was merely a standard gift, but upon discovering it was a premium brand, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Well, that could be arranged. Follow me. Wang Mingqi sensed that matters were progressing favorably. Upon entering the management office, he greeted everyone there with practiced ease. Niu Jian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man had connections. As he turned his gaze towards Wang Mingqi, his expression softened considerably, shedding the air of superiority. The others, presuming it was due to Niu Jian's influence, took it in stride. After all, every family has a few relatives. Niu Jian surveyed the stall rental situation, finding himself in a bit of a quandary. Indeed, 2 stalls had become available, yet several people were already queuing in anticipation. Feeling somewhat conflicted, he led Wang Mingqi out of the office. "Do you know anyone from our management office?" he inquired. "No, but I am acquainted with some higher-ups who directed me to you. Could you divulge more specifics?" "Regrettably, I cannot disclose details, but suffice it to say, they hold significantly higher positions than the street-level officials." "That makes sense. Higher-ups have their own predicaments. How many stalls do you require?" "The more, the better." Niu Jian hesitated. "Well, there are indeed 2 available, but one is located in the fresh produce section and the other in the vegetable area. What do you think?" Niu Jian surprisingly adopted a tone of negotiation. Wang Mingqi feigned contemplation before responding. "All right then, but if any more stalls become available, you must inform me." "Rest assured, I will certainly do so." Wang Mingqi then slipped a pack of cigarettes into Niu Jian's hand. "Oh, Mr. Wang, this is quite unnecessary. Haha. We will be in frequent contact henceforth. You will come to understand my character." Niu Jian showed Wang Mingqi the stalls, and they agreed that he would bring people over in the afternoon to take over. Wang Mingqi then hurried back to Sihai. Lu Wenxiu was taken aback. Wang Linlin and Lu Mei were present, one on the phone while the other took notes. Wang Mingqi was flustered. What is happening? Why is Lu Mei here? As for the folks from his hometown, none were present. Upon inquiry, he discovered they had all gone out to promote videotapes. Thankfully, today, Li Ju and 3 others had arrived. Otherwise, it would have been quite chaotic. "Li Ju, starting today, our work has changed. Boss, whatever you say, we shall follow. We are likely on the verge of securing a substantial order for the new 386 machines. Lu Boss will be delivering parts shortly, and I will instruct you on how to assemble the new machines." They had frequently observed Wang Mingqi assembling new computers, and now he was willing to entrust the task to them, much to the delight of Li Ju and the others. As they conversed, Lu Mingdao approached. "Mr. Wang, is a big deal on the horizon?" "Just the usual." Lu Mingdao pulled Wang Mingqi aside to a more secluded spot and whispered, "I have reliable information that the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Lenovo may be about to release a 486 computer, expected to be priced at 31,999. Be cautious not to get stuck with these 386 machines." Wang Mingqi clasped his hands in gratitude. "Brother, thank you. You can count on me." After bidding farewell to Lu Mingdao, Wang Mingqi promptly began unpacking boxes, assembling the machines while explaining the wiring connections to Li Ju and the others. Once he had completed one unit, an elderly gentleman entered the premises. "Hello. Are you here to purchase videotapes or computers?" The old man, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back. "I would like to take a look at the computers." Just as the computer powered on, Wang Mingqi smiled and said, "You are in luck. I have just assembled a new one." The old man leaned over the computer, examining it for a moment before asking, "How much does this cost? Is it for personal use or for an organization? Is there a difference?" "The price varies with the inclusion of an invoice." "How much for this unit?" The old man still refrained from disclosing whether it was for the organization or personal use. Wang Mingqi, filled with caution, observed the other party's demeanor, which resembled that of an official. 19,000. What about with the invoice? Wang Mingqi was momentarily taken aback. He had initially referred to the price inclusive of the invoice. Since the other party inquired about the invoice price, he decided to drop his formality, as the funds were ultimately sourced from the public coffers. Over 20,000. The elder nodded, inquiring if there were discounts for bulk orders. Suddenly, Wang Mingqi realized, "You are Director Lu? What difference does it make what title one holds? As we are all here to serve the people? If I were to place a one-time order for 50 units, could there be a discount?" Director Lu, with an invoice. 19,000 is already quite favorable. It is several thousand less than the prices in the United States. We have already made significant concessions. The profit margin on these items is inherently low. Lu Sun remarked, "When Xiaoting mentioned this to me, I found it hard to believe. When did our country start producing computers? Just moments ago, I witnessed your team assemble one. It is truly astonishing. Even if the prices were on par with those abroad, I would still support your endeavors." Li Ju and others were perplexed, but only Wang Mingqi grasped the deeper meaning behind those words. Chapter 42. Zhua Yinghui gets beaten. Although Lu Sun did not comprehend that assembling computers and manufacturing them were entirely different matters. It did not deter his support for domestic products. Thank you, Director Lu. 50 units, then it is settled. With a wave of his hand, Lu Sun summoned a middle-aged man in his 30s. The man regarded Wang Mingqi with a hint of admiration in his gaze. Lu Sun handed over the contract to Wang Mingqi, stating, "Here is the contract. Please review it for any discrepancies." Wang Mingqi was taken aback. Is this truly finalized? I have yet to deliver the antique paintings I purchased, and this is already in place. Upon glancing through it, he noted that the price was clearly indicated, suggesting that Tang Qing had indeed put in considerable effort behind the scenes. Li Ju inquired, "Director Lu, what do you intend to do with this batch of computers?" Lu Sun was unsure of the specific applications for the computers. He only knew that the higher-ups placed great importance on it and had even allocated funds for modernization. He could not fathom the purpose of these devices, which could neither be produced nor physically manipulated. Wang Mingqi envisioned the applications within a gas company, remarking, "Managing gas users is a significant challenge. Utilizing computers could save substantial labor costs and minimize errors." Yes, our young staff members have mentioned the same. Suddenly, Wang Mingqi conceived a grander idea, stating, it could also be applicable in other scenarios, such as flow monitoring. Flow monitoring? Wang Mingqi introduced the concept of automated flow monitoring that would emerge in later years. Although Lu Sun did not fully understand, it did not prevent him from perceiving it as impressive. Excellent. Your professional insights are invaluable. In a few days, I would like to invite you to our organization to explore how computers can truly facilitate modernization. Director Lu, you are too gracious. Regarding the deposit, Wang Mingqi quickly added, "Director Lu, there is no need for a deposit. You may settle the full payment upon delivery." Lu Sun was astonished. It was indeed a rarity to encounter a merchant who did not require a deposit. "Young man, since you mention this, I shall not be coy. How many days until delivery?" "At most 7 days, came the reply. Lu Sun raised his hand and struck a gentleman's agreement with Wang Mingqi. After seeing Lu Sun off, Wang Mingqi finally exhaled in relief. To request a deposit necessitated issuing a receipt, and to issue a receipt required a company seal. However, the company had yet to be registered, so where would the seal come from? Wang Mingqi clapped his hands and said, "4 of you, let's work overtime, shall we?" Li Ju smiled wryly. "After completing the gas company's order, we should attend to our school's order. But let me clarify. Our teacher insists on a price of only 19,000 per unit, and an invoice must be provided." Wang Mingqi burst into laughter, understanding that those in the computing field had a rough idea of the costs involved. "Can you assemble them?" "Boss, let's give assembling a try." "All right. You start assembling while I step out for a moment." It seemed that Zhua Yinghui had encountered some troubles recently when Wang Mingqi found him. The young man bore bruises on his face. "Old Zhua, did someone hit you?" Zhua Yinghui's gaze flitted away. "It's nothing. I just got a bit drunk and bumped into a lamppost." "Come on, that story won't fool me. Did a competitor get to you?" Zhua Yinghui remained silent, squatting on the curb while he lit a cigarette. "Have you secured several contracts recently?" Zhua Yinghui hesitated but nodded. "Are you still luring customers with secret discounts?" He nodded again. Wang Mingqi joined Zhua Yinghui on the curb, both of them smoking. "Old Zhua, your solitary struggle against the entire industry is rather feeble. Therefore, consider my proposal. The matter of opening a store? Indeed. I'll think it over." After a moment of silence, Zhua Yinghui asked, "What brings you to me, Boss Wang? Are you looking to buy another property? How is my company registration progressing?" Zhua Yinghui's frustration was palpable. "Boss, we only started the process on the 14th day of the first lunar month, and today is merely the 18th. There are still 3 days, all right? I'm just anxious to get it done. Once the company is registered, I still need to open a bank account. It's quite a hassle." I'll nudge them again. My friend did mention that not many people applied for company registration before the new year, so the process might speed up. Brother, tell him that if I can get it by tomorrow, I'll pay an extra 500. Damn, having money is impressive. I'm in awe of you. Zhua Yinghui stood and walked towards the newsstand across the street. On the other side of the road, several individuals rose with ill intent. Zhua Yinghui raised his hands nervously and said, "Gentlemen, I'm just making a phone call. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually squatted down. Wang Mingqi observed the scene with amusement. It was evident that Zhua Yinghui was being collectively ostracized by his peers in the real estate circle. Previously, Real estate agents would share rental and sales information among themselves, but from now on, Zhang Cuifen could forget about obtaining others' listings. He would have to rely solely on his own efforts, significantly diminishing his efficiency. For instance, what kind of house do you desire? Other real estate agents can take you for a viewing, yet when it comes to Zhang Cuifen, he finds himself in utter darkness. Gradually, who would buy a property from an agent bereft of any listings? Wang Mingqi had just finished his cigarette when Zhang Cuifen returned. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow morning. So soon? With fewer applicants at the company, the process is naturally swifter, the other party explained. If you add an extra 500, I can take care of all the paperwork with the tax bureau and the bank. Wang Mingqi sprang to his feet. What are we waiting for? Am I someone who is short of that 500? I knew you would say that. I've already told them to let my buddy handle it. All right, you know me well, brother, Wang Mingqi said, patting Zhang Cuifen on the shoulder. Brother, ponder over what I've said. Establishing a company and opposing the entire real estate industry. Sooner or later, you will unify the market for property transactions in Beijing. Leaving Zhang Cuifen in a state of astonishment, Wang Mingqi returned to the store. The shop remained bustling with activity, the phone ringing incessantly. As Wang Yunlu and a few others came and went. Spotting Wang Linlin at a rare moment of respite, he pulled her aside. Have you lost your mind? Why did you call Lu Mei over? Wang Linlin, resembling a child who had erred, replied, Boss, I had no choice. If I didn't bring her, she would leave. Tell her the salary is 300 a month. Oh, Wang Mingqi inquired curiously, isn't that a bit low? Wang Linlin shook her head. Don't think about getting 800 from me. Wang Linlin covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 43. I want to buy a house again inside. The newly assembled computer had vanished. Lu Wenxiu handed over the delivery slip to Wang Mingqi, who upon inspection, noted it had been sold for 19,000. Li Ju and the others were sweating profusely, with Wang Erlai even shedding his sweater, now clad in a thermal undershirt, pacing around the computer case. Erlai, what is the matter? Boss, come take a look. Why does it alarm as soon as we power it on? Wang Mingqi examined the case for a moment. Pointing to a wire, this wire is incorrectly connected. The group suddenly understood. After readjusting the connections, the computer powered on successfully. Following the test, Li Ju affixed Baifeng's logo in several places within the case. Outside the case, the logo of Baifeng was particularly prominent. The four of them began assembling in unison. Wang Mingqi surveyed the store. It was too small. This space served multiple functions: a sales front, a customer service area, an assembly factory, and a warehouse. Such multifunctionality in one room resulted in a chaotic environment. Wang Mingqi was reminded of something. Zhang Cuifen had mentioned a large building not far from here that was about to launch. The front housed office spaces, while the back comprised 8 residential blocks. Oh, I'm about to purchase another house, yet my property certificate hasn't even been sold. Wang Mingqi had initially planned to secure the property certificate for Zhonghua Enterprises before making significant investments, but now it seemed he could not afford to wait. Of course, Wang Mingqi's notion of investment primarily revolved around real estate, aiming to acquire hundreds of properties, which would undoubtedly appreciate in value over time. The thought of loans made Wang Mingqi's head spin. The interest rate for an 8-year deposit stands at 12%. What should the loan interest rate be? It seems to be heading towards 15%. The office space for Baifeng Company urgently requires resolution, necessitating a loan. Wang Mingqi glanced at the time. It was noon. Time for lunch. One by one, Wang Yunlu and others returned. Wang Mingqi observed the excitement on everyone's faces, including those of Wang Mingzhu, who had long intended to sell vegetables. Brother Zhu, this afternoon I'll take you to the vegetable market. I've arranged for a stall, Wang Mingqi announced. Wang Mingzhu hesitated and remained silent. Wang Yunlu chuckled. Mingqi, it seems Brother Zhu isn't planning to sell vegetables anymore. Wang Mingqi then turned his gaze to Wang Hai, who asserted, Uncle, I still wish to sell vegetables. Ultimately, Wang Hai and Wang Minghua decided to sell vegetables, while the others resolved to remain selling videotapes due to the lucrative income. Wang Yunlu's earnings for the morning had already surpassed 50 yuan. Is that acceptable? He inquired. Mingli, how is it going on your end? Wang Mingli, who was assisting Zhang Cuifen with deliveries, could only receive a basic salary, which was fixed. Once he became independent in deliveries, his income might exceed that of Wang Yunlu and the others. Why, you ask? I want to disclose that. In a few days, I shall become familiar with it, Zhang Cuifen remarked. Your brother is impressive. He remembers the route after just one pass. Lu Mei, after a busy morning. was finally relieved by someone else. Now, Lu Wenxiu, Wang Linlin, and Lu Mei had become dedicated operators, one answering calls, one taking notes, and one resting, thus avoiding the exhaustion Lu Wenxiu experienced on the first day, when she managed everything alone and nearly lost her voice from fatigue. Boss, I need to discuss something with you. Wang Mingqi gestured towards the steamed buns, saying, let us talk after we eat. Oh, what is it? We can discuss it now? He replied. Boss, may I receive 2 salaries? What do you mean? I won't miss any calls. I'll work 4 hours daily. The remaining time, I'll assist them in selling videotapes. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingli and the others frowned at the emergence of a competitor. Wang Mingqi pondered briefly and suggested, promote in Zhongguan village and other places, a fixed monthly salary of 400 yuan, plus commissions from the videotapes. Boss, do you agree? I do. Thank you. Thank you. It can be said that Bafang Company's business was flourishing. In the foreseeable future, Wang Mingqi was undoubtedly confident of success. Thus, he took the first step towards expanding the company by purchasing property. After delivering Wang Hai and his companion to the vegetable market and leveraging previous connections to assist them, Wang Mingqi, accompanied by Zhua Yinghui, embarked on a journey to view properties. Boss, are we still considering the house by the willow trees? Let us first look at office buildings, ideally, an entire building. An entire building? Boss Wang, are you serious? Indeed, an entire building of 10 to 20,000 square meters, costing at least 2,000 per square meter. That amounts to tens of millions. I am aware. Wang Yinghui was exhilarated, trembling with anticipation. Heavens, if it's 10 million. The agency fee alone is 500,000. 500,000. I could never earn that in a lifetime. Laozhua, what are you thinking? Zhua Yinghui was startled. Boss, don't you plan to pay the agency fee? Wang Mingqi chuckled. Do you think it's reasonable to take a commission from me? Left Yinghui understood that Wang Mingqi intended to purchase building after building, rendering his role as a mere real estate agent unnecessary. The merchants could easily support Wang Mingqi. Wang's implication was clear. Upon acquiring the buildings, he would reserve a few offices for Yinghui. Should he express interest, he would invest 500,000. And together they could establish a real estate agency. If not, they would remain friends. Left Yinghui sensed that Wang Mingqi was cornering him, compelling him to form a company. Upon arriving at the residential complex that Left Yinghui had mentioned, Wang Mingqi had already devised a plan to acquire not only the office buildings, but also the adjacent residential area. Left Yinghui remarked once, I inadvertently encountered the manager responsible for this development. He mentioned that their company was experiencing a cash crunch, and the bank had ceased lending to them. As soon as the funds are secured, they could begin selling within a month. Unlike the speculative housing market of later years, real estate transactions at that time primarily involved completed properties, with pre-sales only emerging around 1997 or 1998. Is the manager at home? I'm not sure. Let us go directly to inquire. The area was positioned between the 3rd and 4th ring roads, slightly closer to the latter, but not yet reaching the upper ground location. At present, it could be deemed an urban-rural fringe or suburban area. Yet, a decade hence, this locale would evolve into a pivotal zone of Zhongguan village, serving as a launchpad for countless entrepreneurial ventures. Manager Li, greetings. Li Aigua scrutinized Left Yinghui for a moment, finally recognizing the young man, but failing to recall his surname. Ah, hello. I'm Left Yinghui. Oh, now I remember. You are an alumnus of our boss, the one selling houses. Manager Li's memory was impressive. Left Yinghui gestured towards Wang Mingqi, stating, this is Mr. Wang Mingqi from Huaxiao Bafang Technology Company. Upon hearing the name, Li Aigua was taken aback. Ah, so you're from Huaxia. Greetings, Mr. Left, I am Li Aigua. Hello, Manager Li. May I ask the purpose of your visit with Mr. Wang? Wang Mingqi approached the architectural renderings, inspecting them keenly. Chapter 44. If one cannot afford a house, one might as well acquire a real estate company. Left Yinghui and Li Aigua exchanged a few murmurs, and Li Aigua, now more attentive, remarked, Mr. Wang, shall I provide you with an introduction? Certainly. Our complex consists of 1 commercial building and 8 residential ones, spanning a total of 80,000 square meters. The residential area comprises 50,000 square meters with 840 units, while the commercial sector covers 30,000 square meters and stands 17 stories tall. Wang Mingqi calculated. If we consider 80,000 square meters at 2,000 per square meter, that amounts to 160 million. My word, over 100 million? Selling all shares of Zhonghua Enterprises and Yinzhong Industries would barely cover a fraction of that. It seems rather audacious. Noticing Wang Mingqi's silence, Li Aigua continued. I heard from Mr. Left that you are interested in purchasing a building. Are you inclined towards commercial or residential? What if I expressed a desire to acquire the entire complex? Would Manager Li find that absurd? You jest, Mr. Wang. I assure you, I am not jesting. Wang Mingqi replied, his expression earnest. Though I wonder, what would be the cost if we were to package it all together? Mr. Wang, it could exceed 100 million. I can roughly guess it exceeds 100 million, which leaves me quite conflicted. Wang Mingqi stood before the rendering with his hands clasped behind his back, genuinely contemplating the acquisition of the entire property, utilizing the front as an office and the rear as living quarters. Zhang Cuifen remarked, Manager Li, I heard your boss intends to sell the company? Li Aigua responded with a wry smile. Indeed, the incessant rise in raw material costs has inflated development expenses, and bank loans are becoming increasingly burdensome. Our boss calculated that if we continue borrowing, this project may incur losses. Upon hearing Li Aigua's words, Wang Mingqi discerned that the young man was holding back some information. Zhang Cuifen had just informed him that the bank had ceased lending for the development. Yet Li Aigua spoke of exorbitant loan costs. Clearly, there were undisclosed matters at play, and caution was warranted. What price is your boss considering for the sale? Wang Mingqi inquired. According to our boss, it would be around 10 million, which includes the entire community, a parcel of land, and all company qualifications. However, the buyer would also need to assume all company debts and invest an additional 10 million to complete the project. Wang Mingqi felt a surge of interest. With a total of 20 million, he could leverage a real estate project worth over 100 million. Although there were still considerable bank loans, even a 15% interest rate was manageable in the face of soaring property prices. Moreover, if the asking price was 10 million, did he have to offer that amount? One could negotiate, after all. Acquiring the entire community might cost over 100 million, but purchasing the company required merely 10 million. Although an additional investment of 10 million was necessary, the pressure would be significantly reduced. The most crucial factor was understanding why the bank had halted lending. With this thought in mind, Wang Mingqi asked, Manager Li, let us speak frankly. Why have you refrained from pursuing loans? Li Aigua hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Manager Li, I seek the truth. If I acquire this company, there may be opportunities for us to collaborate in the future. Wang Mingqi's intent was clear. If Li Aigua could provide him with insights to avoid pitfalls, their partnership could continue, perhaps with Li Aigua retaining his role as manager. If he were to purchase the company and fall into a trap, Li Aigua would also face unemployment. Li Aigua was visibly conflicted. Wang Mingqi remained patient, continuing to examine the rendering. Mr. Wang, please come closer, Li Aigua urged, summarizing the situation for him. Wang Mingqi chuckled, Thank you, Old Li. Please inform your boss that I am interested in purchasing the company, but I have not made a final decision. Certainly, Mr. Wang. Shall we exchange contact information? Wang Mingqi handed his business card to Li Aigua. Standing before the commercial building, Wang Mingqi turned to Zhang Cuifen and mused. Do you think naming this building Bafang Tower would convey a sense of grandeur? Zhang Cuifen laughed. It indeed sounds quite imposing. Wang Mingqi gazed up at the structure for an extended period, growing increasingly convinced of its suitability. Yet, at the end of the day, it still boiled down to finances. On his way back, Wang Mingqi purchased a securities newspaper, noting that the warrants for Zhonghua Enterprises had plummeted to 30 cents. Outside the Sihiyuan, Hao Wenjing and Lu Wushuang, clad in police uniforms and armed with utility belts, were engaged in conversation at the entrance of number 8 courtyard. Wang Mingqi greeted, Wenjing still at work? Before Wenjing could respond, Lu Wushuang erupted. It's your doing, Wang. Confused, Wang Mingqi replied, What have I done? The startled policewoman, Lu Wushuang, pointed at him, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Wenjing interjected, calming Lu Wushuang. Hold on, let me ask him first. She pulled Wang Mingqi aside and inquired, What have you been discussing with others lately? What's the matter? I haven't said anything, he protested. The rumors about you and her are becoming increasingly bizarre. They say you two are in a relationship. What? Wang Mingqi glanced at the fierce Lu Wushuang. Me and her? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. I know it's unlikely. But the neighbors are spreading this gossip. What should we do about Lu Wushuang? Wang Mingqi felt unjustly accused, exclaiming, It's not me spreading these rumors. I can't control what others say. Wenjing, I reiterate, I have never claimed anything about me and Lu Wushuang. Then you should clarify this to everyone quickly, or it will only escalate. Wang Mingqi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree. Fearing Lu Wushuang's temper, Wenjing led her away from the courtyard. As Wang Mingqi entered the courtyard, he was stopped by Li Changqing. Boss Wang, there's a notice. We have a meeting at the 8 courtyard shortly, and everyone must attend. A meeting? About what? Director Tang wants to convey the community committee's directives. Recently, the police have apprehended numerous transient individuals, and we need to strengthen our control measures. Any sightings of drifters must be promptly reported to the community committee and the police station. Understood, Wang Mingqi mused, likening the community committee to village heads, noting their extensive oversight. Upon returning to the 3rd courtyard, he found Lu Shiguai squatting at the kitchen door. As Wang Mingqi arrived, Lu Shiguai quickly stood up. Boss Wang. You're back. Yes, Lu uncle, what are you up to? Xiaohua is cooking. Xiaohua is cooking? Wang Mingqi asked, surprised. Her mother is so busy she can hardly keep up. And we all need to eat, Lu Shiguai explained. Wang Mingqi peered into the kitchen, observing Lu Laotai and Lu Xiaohua busily engaged in preparing food. The elder woman was offering guidance, instructing Xiaohua on the right amount of oil, enough to keep her learning for a while. Boss Wang, would you like to join us for dinner? Wang Mingqi glanced at Lu Xiaohua, who was awkwardly chopping radishes, and chuckled. No need. Let her family enjoy her first attempt at cooking. Chapter 45. Lu Mei's sales talent. Wang Mingqi placed the honeycomb briquettes on the gas stove, allowing them to burn until the bottoms glowed red, indicating they were ignited. He then positioned the lit briquettes at the bottom of the stove and added 3 more on top. After a short while, the flames intensified. As the stove caught fire, the temperature in the room gradually began to rise. Wang Mingqi checked on Lu's kitchen, finding Lu Xiaohua, under the elder's watchful eye, beginning to master the art of stir-frying. Boss, would you like something? Wang Mingqi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, there are no scallions, ginger, or vegetables at home, and I am reluctant to purchase any. Would it be possible for me to borrow a scallion and half a cabbage from you? Lu Xiaohua burst into laughter, replying, Brother, your situation seems rather bleak. As she spoke, she bent down to pick up a scallion and a cabbage, handing them to Wang Mingqi. It's my first time cooking today. Please forgive my lack of finesse. Why not join me for a meal at my place? Wang Mingqi glanced at Lu Xiaohua and replied, Are you looking down on me? Not at all, not at all, he quickly retorted, eager to escape. He feared that if Lu Xiaohua detained him, he would inevitably be compelled to sample her cooking, which he found daunting. With the scallions and ginger sizzling in the pan, he tossed in a few Sichuan peppercorns, sauteed the cabbage, added water, and once it boiled, cooked some noodles. After they were done, he drizzled in some soy sauce and vinegar, and if conditions permitted, a few drops of sesame oil, creating a bowl of fragrant noodles to satisfy his hunger. Just as he finished his meal, Wang Linlin and her 2 companions returned, each carrying a large bag. Lu Wenxiu produced a notebook and handed it to Wang Mingqi. This is today's revenue, totaling just over 30,000. So much, Wang Mingqi exclaimed. We sold a computer for 19,000 today, which means the sales of videotapes exceeded 10,000. Wang Linlin gestured towards Lu Mei, explaining, this afternoon, Lu Mei ventured into the market and sold 6,000 worth of videotapes. How much? Wang Mingqi asked, astonished as he looked at Lu Mei. She lowered her head and confessed, Boss, I took the liberty of reducing the price of the videotapes by 20 yuan, which helped in selling them wholesale. Lu Mei suddenly lifted her gaze, surprised. How did you know? Wang Mingqi did not respond, but began contemplating the wholesale aspect. Initially, he had planned to familiarize them with the videotape industry before guiding them towards wholesale operations and even supporting their expansion into other cities as his agents, establishing a comprehensive sales network. He had not anticipated Lu Mei would bring him such delightful news first. How did you find the clients? He inquired. A few days ago, I accompanied a client who owned a video hall. I reached out, and to my surprise, it worked out, she replied. Wang Mingqi gestured for the 3 to take a seat. Lu Mei, how do you think we should sell the videotapes? Lu Mei glanced at Wang Linlin, who responded. When we accompanied clients, we often heard them discuss business strategies. Lu Mei, share your thoughts with the boss. The nightclub is akin to a vast melting pot. Everyone who enters is either wealthy or influential, and they frequently discuss business, having mingled there for an extended period. The 2 women had gained considerable insight and broadened their perspectives. Lu Mei stated, I believe the boss's vision may not match theirs. Oh, in what way do you think it falls short? Wang Mingqi asked. I know many proprietors of electronic product businesses. They have stores in various provinces. If we could leverage their influence, our videotape venture could multiply exponentially. Wang Mingqi laughed heartily, leaving the 3 women bewildered. He had not anticipated that a serendipitous encounter would lead him to a figure akin to a sales director. Wang Mingqi paced back and forth within the confines of the room. After a span of 10 minutes, he seemed to have made a momentous decision and declared, "Lu Mei, from this moment forth, you shall assume the role of sales manager at our Bafang company. Do you comprehend?" "Manager?" she echoed. "Indeed, sales manager. Your base salary will be 1,000 yuan, with full reimbursement for business trips, a daily allowance of 10 yuan. In addition to a commission of 0.1% of the company's total sales." Lu Mei felt as though the world had tilted beneath her feet. The suddenness of her happiness was overwhelming. A monthly salary of 1,000 yuan? She unconsciously disregarded the minuscule commission, never imagining that, a year hence, her salary would merely serve as her pocket money. "Lu Wenxiu, tomorrow you will continue with recruitment. From now on, you are the customer service manager, fully responsible for all telephone-related matters. Starting tomorrow, apply for the installation of several new phones." Lu Wenxiu nodded. Her base salary, too, would be 1,000 yuan, along with a commission of 0.5% on telephone sales. Lu Wenxiu gazed at Wang Mingqi in astonishment. A base salary of 1,000 yuan? It was indeed startling. Wang Mingqi added, "Do not think that the salary I offer is excessively generous. With such compensation comes high expectations. If, at the end of the year, I earn not a single penny, would it not feel unjust for you to continue receiving high salaries?" Wang Linlin covered her mouth and chuckled. "I wonder if any of you have ever been to Special? I have, and even purchased clothing from there. Do you know how much the salespeople at Special earn each month?" "How much?" "Over 1,000. Wang Mingqi held up a hand. 500? That isn't too low, considering even a department head salary is only 200. It is 5,000. A hush fell over the room. Indeed, 5,000 yuan. These salespeople strive tirelessly to secure their positions, vigorously promoting their garments. I hope that by year's end, each of you can average 5,000 yuan monthly." Wang Linlin pointed at herself, inquiring, "Can I too?" "You certainly can. And what of me? What will I do? From now on, you shall officially be my secretary." As soon as Wang Mingqi's words fell, Wang Linlin blushed shyly, while Lu Mei cast an envious glance in her direction. Subsequently, Wang Mingqi imparted his extensive experience in establishing sales channels to Lu Mei, covering not only videotapes, but also the sales of computers, which he emphasized significantly. Initially, Lu Mei felt confident in her own methods, yet upon hearing Wang Mingqi's insights, including specific cities and locations of dedicated electronic markets, she was thoroughly convinced. Suddenly, Lu Mei stood up in a flurry. "Linlin, I haven't discarded the business cards I collected, have I?" Wang Linlin grew anxious as well. After nearly 2 years of working together, which employer wouldn't provide the princesses with cards adorned with their names? They had casually tossed them aside, not thinking much of it. But today, those cards would play an exceedingly vital role. Do not underestimate those cards. Lu Mei could save herself a great deal of effort because of them. Chapter 46. I have become the center of attention. The third hospital is out for a meeting. The annoyingly familiar voice of Li Changqing echoed. In the open space of the second courtyard, a small table had already been set up, still adorned with 3 teacups. Wang Mingqi, holding a stool, settled himself on the steps at the entrance. Wang Linlin joined him at his side. Pei Hongying, upon noticing the two, hesitated momentarily, deliberated intensely, and then took a seat on Wang Mingqi's other side. The previously buzzing atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, all eyes turning toward Wang Mingqi. To his dismay, he had inadvertently become the center of attention. Embarrassment washed over him as he felt utterly lost. Li Changqing fixed a penetrating gaze on Wang Mingqi. If looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. At that moment, Tang Qing and Han Danian emerged together. "Ahem, let us commence the meeting," Li Changqing asserted, unhesitatingly assuming the role of host. "Now, I invite Director Tang to address us." Wrapped in a military coat, Tang Qing rose slowly. "Esteemed neighbors, today we gather to discuss the directives from the neighborhood committee and the police station regarding our 8th courtyard." The crowd began to cluster in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, completely disregarding Tang Qing's words. Wang Linlin quietly remarked, "Tang Qing is quite unscrupulous, boss. You ought to be wary of him." "I am well aware," Wang Mingqi replied. Pei Hongying added, "And Li Changqing is cut from the same cloth as Tang Qing." Wang Mingqi chuckled, but read-ing. Li Changqing and Tang Qing are not from the same organization. Why does Li Changqing support Tang Qing so ardently? Pei Hongying explained. Li Changqing wishes to transfer to the gas company. Why is that? Wang Mingqi inquired. He is struggling to survive at the television factory, Pei Hongying elucidated. Enlightenment dawned on Wang Mingqi. It became clear that Li Chongqing had been relegated to a service company as a department head, highlighting his poor standing at the television factory. Although Tang Qing was similarly unpopular, he possessed a knack for navigating the system, earning the trust of both the company and the neighborhood committee. Tang Qing spoke eloquently for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Zhang Cuifen resumed her knitting, interjecting, "Director Tang, have you finished? We haven't eaten yet." Laughter ensued, and Tang Qing seethed with frustration, yet he dared not confront Zhang Cuifen. Should she retaliate, it would be he who faced humiliation. "Well, we shall study the document no further. Now I wish to address the issue of vagrants in our courtyard." No sooner had Tang Qing finished when everyone turned their attention back to Wang Linlin. She stood and declared, "Director Tang, Lu Mei and I will be applying for temporary residence permits tomorrow. That should suffice, correct? You two lack even proper employment. Who will issue you a residence permit?" Tang Qing retorted, "Wang Linlin, you think you can secure a permit? I haven't even reported you two to the neighborhood committee yet," he added, fully aware that his wife, Sun Feng, was no pushover. "What is this? You intend to report me? If you dare, I shall report Tang Qing." Wang Linlin shot back defiantly, fixing her gaze on Sun Feng. Sun Feng's eyes darted away, acutely aware of her husband's inappropriate attentions toward the two young women, which had not gone unnoticed. Feeling cornered, Sun Feng lacked the confidence to retaliate. "Humph, do you think Lu Mei and I are easy targets?" Wang Linlin challenged, glaring at Tang Qing. Tang Qing offered an awkward smile. "All right, enough for today. Let us adjourn the meeting." Disappointment washed over Wang Mingqi as the lively atmosphere he had hoped for dissipated. As Wang Mingqi was about to depart, he was once again stopped by Tang Qing. "Boss Wang, may I have a word?" "Director Tang, what is it?" "Thank you for today." "Thank me?" Wang Mingqi was puzzled. He felt it was he who should express gratitude, considering that it was Tang Qing who had facilitated the order of 50 computers. Tang Qing took the cigarette Wang Mingqi offered, savoring a deep inhale. "Do you know who that old gentleman visiting your shop today was? Wasn't it Director Lu?" Tang Qing chuckled ruefully. Director Lu was indeed present, but the elder was not Lu's son. He is the general manager of our gas company. "What?" Wang Mingqi was bewildered. The old man appeared to be of impeccable integrity. How could he possibly be involved in such underhanded dealings with someone like Tang Qing? He had initially thought that one should not judge a book by its cover. "Director Tang, you should have given me a heads up. I nearly slipped up. I didn't anticipate that the elder would visit your shop. Once I realized, I tried to call you, but your shop's phone was utterly unreachable. Fortunately, we narrowly avoided exposure. Director Lu holds you in high regard. From now on, all our company's computer business will be yours." "Thank you, thank you. Enough of that. Hurry and deliver the computers." Of course. By the way, regarding the courtyard issue, let's not rush. We can discuss it after the Lantern Festival." "That would be much appreciated, Director Tang." "Not a problem. We are like family, after all." With Tang Qing sent off, Wang Linlin approached. "Boss, are you cold tonight?" Wang Mingqi gazed at Wang Linlin's alluring demeanor, a warmth blossoming within him. "Do you think I am cold? I believe you are the one feeling chilly." Wang Mingqi chuckled heartily. Wang Linlin lowered her gaze, nervously twisting her garment, and in a voice barely above a whisper, asked, "Then tonight?" Seeing her coyness only stoked the fire within him further. However, thoughts of Lu Mei dampened his spirits. Her presence made things rather inconvenient. Wang Linlin whispered, "Come over once Lu Mei is asleep." Wang Mingqi chuckled softly in response. "I love bathing. It does wonders for my skin." Today, he had stoked the furnace, boiling several kettles of hot water in preparation for a bath. A makeshift shower stall made of plastic was suspended from the rafters, and he poured in a basin of hot water. Steam rose, filling the enclosure with warmth. And soon the temperature inside had risen comfortably. Wang Mingqi luxuriated in his bath, eagerly awaiting Wang Linlin's arrival. It was not until midnight that Wang Linlin stealthily made her way over. Chapter 47. An extraordinary windfall the following morning. Wang Mingqi instructed Wang Linlin to head to Sihai first, asking Zhou Yinghui to find a modest dwelling for his family. Nothing extravagant, merely livable would suffice. Meanwhile, Wang Mingqi, with nearly 50,000 yuan in recent earnings, made his way straight to the securities exchange. The securities market was bustling, teeming with individuals to the point of overcrowding. Hundreds stood beneath the large screen, awaiting the market's opening. Wang Mingqi deposited his 50,000 yuan into his account and positioned himself among the throng, listening to the myriad of rumors circulating. To his astonishment, many were completely unaware of what warrants were, yet they rushed to invest in the warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises. Warrants signify a qualification for purchase. Once the exercise date of the warrants for China Enterprises concludes, the warrants will be delisted, rendering them worthless. However, some warrants lack an exercise date, allowing for prolonged holding until one decides to exercise them, such as the warrants for Fail Audio, which have no exercise date. Akin to contemporary financing and margin trading, many are drawn to the seemingly low price of the warrants. Yet they fail to comprehend that the warrants themselves hold no intrinsic value. As the stock market opened, Wang Mingqi first glanced at Yinzhong Industries, noting its price around 12 yuan. Meanwhile, China Enterprises warrants opened at 2 yuan and 80 cents, having fallen 2 cents since the previous day's close. Wang Mingqi suspected this decline was related to the recent positive news regarding China Enterprises having dissipated. Numerous sell orders for the warrants flooded in, with many having already profited several times over, prompting some to secure their gains. Without hesitation, Wang Mingqi placed an order for 50,000 yuan. Just as he completed his order, the warrant price dipped another 2 cents. He hesitated momentarily, considering whether to wait. Every additional share purchased would translate to an extra 10 yuan of income. Counting ahead, he noticed a queue of over a dozen individuals. When it was his turn, Wang Mingqi steeled himself and handed his order along with his trading account card to the clerk. 50,000 yuan. Was he purchasing all China warrants? At 2 yuan and 60 cents each, he gritted his teeth and said buy. Having placed the order, he remained vigilant, monitoring the market trends. Wang Mingqi took back his account card and stood at the bottom of the trading hall. Without needing to check his account, he knew his order had been fully executed. As Wang Mingqi prepared to exit the trading hall, a sudden uproar erupted among the crowd. What was happening with China Enterprises? Goodness, it surged by 30%. It had reached 35, astounding. Wang Mingqi hurriedly squeezed into the throng, witnessing the warrant prices skyrocket at an astonishing pace. What was going on? Did anyone know? Quick! By China Enterprises. The crowd surged towards the trading desk. Wang Mingqi, bewildered, could hardly fathom how China Enterprises had skyrocketed by 50% in such a brief span. Each fluctuation sent his heart racing. As the influx of people continued, a significant amount of capital flooded into China Enterprises, clearing out the sell orders. Extra! Extra! At 9 o'clock, China Enterprises submitted a listing application to the Modu Stock Exchange. A young man stood atop a stool, proclaiming loudly, China Enterprises will publicly issue stocks on March 15th at a price of 16 yuan per share. 16 yuan? Oh no, it's too late. I can't buy in. Wang Mingqi shouted, when will it commence trading? He learned they would have to wait for the approval from the Modu Stock Exchange. The so-called public stock issuance refers to an offline offering, which is contingent upon the warrants. In essence, possessing a warrant grants one the eligibility to purchase stocks of China Enterprises before they are officially listed. According to Wang Mingqi's understanding of warrants, if the initial issuance price of a stock is 10 yuan, the price of the warrant often exceeds that of the stock itself, with some warrants priced at 3 times the publicly issued stock price. This phenomenon occurs as some individuals speculate that the stock price will multiply several times after its listing. In an era devoid of price fluctuation limits, it was commonplace for stock prices to soar several-fold within a single day. Warrants possess such an exhilarating nature. They resemble a game of passing the parcel, where each participant aspires to reap substantial profits through warrants. Particularly, warrants related to companies like Zhonghua Enterprises, which have already submitted a listing application, command exceptionally high prices. Wang Mingqi felt an urge to smoke, as within a mere half hour, the warrant for Zhonghua Enterprises had surged to 1 yuan. It is no wonder that the government later abolished warrant trading. The frenzy was overwhelming. How many individuals might find themselves destitute as a result? Where are my warrants? Where are my warrants? A man in his 30s shouted at the clerk. The clerk, not daring to delay, hurriedly began to assist him. Sir, you purchased put warrants. Since Zhonghua Enterprises has commenced preparations for its listing, the put warrants may soon be delisted. What put warrants? No, I bought the warrants for Zhonghua Enterprises. You must be mistaken. Wang Mingqi could only shake his head, silently mourning for the man for a minute. Put warrants are akin to short selling, based on the belief that Zhonghua Enterprises would not go public. When the time for exercising the warrants arrives, one can profit simply by repurchasing the warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises. However, now that the company's listing is confirmed, who would still buy put warrants? Wang Mingqi squatted at the entrance of the trading hall, taking several deep puffs of his cigarette to calm his emotions. Upon re-entering the trading hall, he discovered that the price of Zhonghua Enterprises warrants had skyrocketed to 3 yuan, tenfold in just over an hour. Simultaneously, he felt immense relief. Had he hesitated even slightly, his 50,000 yuan would have missed the opportunity to invest. Wang Mingqi had invested approximately 120,000 yuan in the warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises, holding a total of 820,000 warrants. At 3 yuan per warrant, that amounts to around 2,500,000 yuan. This was not the end. He constantly reminded himself to resist the temptation to sell. Wang Mingqi felt he could no longer remain in the trading hall. Chapter 48. The Trials of Business. Upon returning to Sihai, Wang Mingqi noticed Lu Mei and Wang Yunlu standing by the roadside. "What are you two up to?" Wang Yunlu replied. "Lu Mei asked me to accompany her on a business trip." "A business trip?" Lu Mei interjected. "I just contacted several familiar business owners who are quite interested in our videotapes and computers. I need to discuss matters with them. This time, I will travel through the 3 northeastern provinces and Hebei, then proceed to Shidu." "So soon?" Lu Mei chuckled. "I didn't expect such favorable results." "Boss, I won't return without securing an order. There's no need to push yourself so hard," Wang Mingqi said to Wang Yunlu. "Uncle Yunlu, I entrust Lu Mei's safety to you." Wang Yunlu assured him, "You need not worry, Mingqi. Lu Mei mentioned she would share a portion of her commission with me." Lu Mei remarked, "Wang Yunlu, at home, you may address the boss however you wish, but in the office, it is imperative that you refer to me as Manager Lu." "All right, Manager Lu. I shall heed your words." Huang Mian arrived, and Lu Mei was the first to board the vehicle. "If time is of the essence, you all should take a flight." "A flight?" Wang Yunlu exclaimed with excitement. "I can also fly." Lu Mei replied curtly, "If we can save costs for the boss, we should. By the way, boss, I received 10,000 yuan from Linlin. You still need to sign it, don't forget." "Understood, no problem." Within the Beifeng Computer Company, only Lu Wenxiu was answering calls. Wang Mingqi inquired about Wang Erlai, who informed him that Wang Linlin had gone with Zui Yinghui to rent an apartment. "How many computers have been assembled?" 5. "This afternoon. All 4 of us have classes, and we will continue assembling in the evening." Wang Mingqi joined their assembly efforts. The busyness momentarily distracted Wang Mingqi from Zhonghua Enterprises. With each computer assembled, he earned a profit of 3 to 4,000 yuan, igniting a fervor within him. After all, Zhonghua Enterprises was merely a one-time transaction, whereas the computer business represented the developmental trajectory for the next 2 decades. Several computers displayed in the storefront attracted a multitude of onlookers. Upon Wang Linlin's return, she proactively introduced the products, unexpectedly leading to a sale on site. Li Ju was exasperated. At this rate, regardless of how many they assembled, they could sell them all. And their school was awaiting computers for classes. When would it come to an end? In the afternoon, Wang Mingqi rubbed his lower back vigorously, feeling fatigued and slightly strained. He glanced at the time. The stock market had not yet closed. Wang Mingqi asked Wang Linlin to tally the day's earnings, which amounted to over 20,000 yuan. Had it not been for Lu Mei withdrawing 10,000, their revenue by 2 o'clock would have surpassed 30,000. With cash in hand, Wang Mingqi departed. In the trading hall, everyone was discussing Zhonghua Enterprises. The warrants for Zhonghua Enterprises had surged to 5 yuan. Many were hesitant to invest. The sell orders for Zhonghua's warrants appeared on the market at a visibly rapid pace. Without hesitation, Wang Mingqi invested 20,000 yuan, acquiring 4,000 shares, planning to amass a total of 900,000 shares before ceasing. With half a month remaining until March 15th, he believed he could accomplish this task. The following morning, fresh favorable news regarding Zhonghua Enterprises warrants emerged. The Shanghai Securities Exchange would convene the next day to discuss Zhonghua's application for listing. The warrants soared again, exceeding 8 yuan. Wang Mingqi could only purchase a little over 3,000 shares with the day's earnings. Enough is enough, he thought, glancing at his account, which neared 830,000 shares, and felt it was time to withdraw. Upon returning to courtyard number 8, Zui Yinghui awaited him. "Boss Wang, I finally found you." "Old Zui, what is it? Do you remember the residential community we visited together?" "Yes, I recall. Their boss, Lu Haojuan, wishes to invite you to dinner." "How does that sound?" "Now, yes, he has reserved a private room at the Yenjing Grand Hotel for this evening." Wang Mingqi pondered briefly. The matter of the Chinese warrant was nearing resolution. According to the general principles of the stock market, his over 800,000 shares could yield at least 20 million. Precisely the amount he had invested in his company. It seemed prudent to meet now. As they traveled, Zhang Cuifen introduced Liu Haojuan to Wang Mingqi, a graduate of Beijing University of Chemical Technology and one of the first university students after the reform and opening up. Liu Haojuan's competence was beyond question, having ascended to the position of director in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department. Later, he heeded the government's call and ventured into business. However, the realms of commerce and governance are entirely distinct. Liu Haojuan soon realized that those who once sought his favor had now adopted a condescending attitude. As his company struggled to make progress and had yet to construct a residential community after 2 years, much of the initial capital of 1 million he had used to start his company was borrowed, and the pressure on him was immense. Without further financial infusion, he could find himself in dire straits. Liu Haojuan had contemplated selling houses given his current circumstances, but his former colleagues opposed the idea. Generally, individuals who attain the rank of director are bound to have adversaries. Yet, Zhang Cuifen was unaware of the full extent of Liu Haojuan's challenges, which stemmed from his prestigious background. If a scion of a prominent family could not navigate the housing department, it would render his efforts futile. Ultimately, it was Liu Haojuan's father who was exerting pressure, compelling Liu Haojuan to return to the bureaucratic fold. This meant that all the obstacles Liu Haojuan faced were trivial. As long as Wang Mingqi took over Liu Haojuan's company, he would encounter no difficulties and might even reap unforeseen benefits. The two arrived at the Beijing Grand Hotel, where the doorman, upon recognizing Wang Mingqi, hurried to assist another patron by opening their car door. Zhang Cuifen chuckled, "Boss Wang, it's high time you acquired a vehicle. In our neighborhood, is there even space to park? You need to get one first before considering parking." Wang Mingqi took this to heart. Relying solely on his legs and taxis was indeed impractical. Liu Haojuan, around 40 years of age, did not fit the mold of a privileged youth, resembling more the character Zheng Tong from Blood-Soaked Romance. As Liu Haojuan extended his hand to Wang Mingqi, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so young." "Boss Wang," Wang Mingqi replied with a smile, "Young? I'm 27. Haha, that is still quite young. When I was in college, I was also 27. The first cohort of university students after the reform tended to be older, with many attending school alongside their spouses and children. A decade had passed swiftly. Indeed, Liu Haojuan pointed to Li Aigua. "You've met Aigua, my friend from the countryside. This is my childhood companion Wang Kachin. You two are actually distant relatives. He is currently the manager of the Beijing Stock Exchange." Wang Kachin, seated on the sofa, nodded in acknowledgement towards Wang Mingqi, signaling a greeting. Chapter 49. Do you have inside information? Wang Kachin might not recognize Wang Mingqi, given his stature, but Wang Mingqi was well aware of his illustrious reputation, having later presided over the Shanghai Securities Regulatory Commission. "Hello, General Wang. I am Wang Mingqi." Wang Kachin nodded slightly, still gazing down at the documents in his hands. Suddenly, he inquired, "What did you say your name is?" "Wang Mingqi," came the reply. "Wang Mingqi, is your ID number? It seems to resemble mine." Wang Kachin abruptly stood, scrutinizing Wang Mingqi from head to toe. "How did you know that Zhonghua Enterprises is going public?" "Intuition," Wang Mingqi responded. "Intuition? Mr. Wang, I implore you to be truthful with me. In just a few short days, you have acquired over 800,000 shares of Zhonghua Enterprises warrants. It cannot solely be based on intuition." Only then did Liu Haojuan come to realize, "Oh, you are Wang Mingqi. That's why the name sounds so familiar." Wang Kachin ignored Liu Haojuan and continued, "Are you aware that the authorities in Modu may initiate an investigation into you?" "I can surmise that. But a clear conscience fears no shadow," Wang Mingqi replied. "Do you not know anyone at Zhonghua Enterprises? My family has been selling vegetables in Modu. How could we possibly know anyone in the government?" Wang Kachin fell silent. "Have I become the scapegoat?" Wang Mingqi asked. "They have operated with great discretion. Only you, with a single account purchasing Zhonghua Enterprises shares, have drawn attention," Wang Kachin explained. "Mr. Wang, you may investigate as you wish," Wang Mingqi stated. Wang Kachin nodded. Wang Mingqi's social connections and background were readily verifiable, and coupled with his nonchalant demeanor, Wang Kachin began to trust him to some extent. Liu Haojuan pulled Wang Mingqi aside. "Do you truly possess such a large number of warrants?" "Indeed." "My goodness," Liu Haojuan gasped, shocked. He had initially presumed Wang Mingqi to be merely a frontman for someone else, not realizing he was a skilled investor. It was only at that moment that Zhang Cuifen comprehended he was friends with a millionaire. "Indeed, they are now friends," he confirmed. "Mr. Wang, how high do you believe the warrants for Zhonghua could rise?" "Approximately 30 yuan," Wang Kachin replied. Liu Haojuan inhaled deeply, This price was quite similar to Wang Kachin's predictions. Mr. Wang, do you plan to sell this batch of warrants, or are you considering exercising them? I plan to sell. Could you possibly sell them to me? This request posed a challenge for Lu Haozuan, as electronic matching transactions rendered private sales virtually impossible without assistance. Wang Kachin interjected, Old Lu, let it go, seeing 30 yuan. He could not possibly sell to you at a lower price. Lu Haozuan chuckled awkwardly. Li Aigua took the initiative to pour Maodai for Wang Mingqi and the others. Come, Mr. Wang, our gathering is a matter of fate. Let us share a toast. The Maodai went down smoothly, and the atmosphere felt distinctly different. The group chatted aimlessly for quite some time, avoiding the main topic. Lu Haozuan noticed Wang Mingqi's reluctance to discuss real estate, realizing he was dealing with a seasoned individual. Lu Haozuan exchanged a glance with Li Aigua, who remarked, Mr. Wang, not long ago, you mentioned your interest in purchasing the community we developed. Do you still harbor that intention? Wang Mingqi quickly began to contemplate. The unique identities of Lu Haozuan and his companions necessitated utmost caution when dealing with the offspring of officials. Alternatively, this group might assist Wang Mingqi in accomplishing many tasks that others could not, such as securing a household registration. Wang Mingqi spoke up. Manager Li mentioned to me that Boss Lu is contemplating selling the company. I wonder if there is any truth to it. Lu Haozuan sighed. Without new capital injection, the sale is indeed inevitable. What is the minimum price at which Boss Lu would sell? To take over all debts and payables. It would be 10 million. What is the total debt amount? The bank loan exceeds 90 million, and the supplier's payments are approximately around 10 million. With no other debt disputes remaining. This aligns with what Li Aigua stated. A capital infusion of 10 million is essential for the company's survival. Should Wang Mingqi take over and inject 10 million, once the construction is complete and the property sold, he would reap profits in the tens of millions. Li Aigua provided Wang Mingqi with a comprehensive overview of the company's situation, including its qualifications and employees. The bank debts reference pertain primarily to the acquisition of the current development site and another parcel of land exceeding 200 acres. If Lu Haozuan can manage to grow the company gradually, he might truly expand the real estate enterprise. 9 million, I will purchase the company, but I have one condition. 9 million? Lu Haozuan hesitated. Initially, his starting capital was merely 1 million, which had transformed into 9 million over 2 years, a figure that seemed acceptable. Yet, the hardships endured during this journey were known only to him. If it were someone else starting a company, 1 million would scarcely make a ripple. He had leveraged family connections to secure suppliers, construction firms, and banks, bringing the company to its current state. How could these costs be accounted for? Wang Kachin remarked, Enough is enough. If you continue to resist, your father may intervene personally. Lu Haozuan could only offer a bitter smile. His father had completely severed Lu Haozuan's entrepreneurial path in an effort to have him return to his previous job. Boss Wang, how do you intend to manage Haozuan real estate? Manage? Manage what? Are you planning to replace Manager Li and the others? The room fell silent. After a while, Lu Haozuan finally inquired, You want to be personally managing it? I know nothing of real estate. Why should I take on that role? Manager Li is doing quite well. Li Aigua transitioned from shock to elation. Typically, when a company changes hands, the new owner seeks to install their trusted personnel. He never anticipated that the new owner would consider keeping him on. Boss Wang, what was the condition you mentioned earlier? I heard that by investing 500,000 and purchasing a property, one could obtain 4 permits for entering the capital? Lu Haozuan and Wang Kachin exchanged glances. Is this the condition? To them, such matters hardly seemed significant. Lu Haozuan said, Aigua, you handle this, make it swift. Rest assured, I will ensure it is properly managed for Boss Wang. With the negotiations concluded and everyone in high spirits, they now awaited the sale of Wang Mingqi's property rights to finalize the transaction. The group began toasting one another. As Wang Mingqi indulged a bit too much, he casually remarked at the gathering's conclusion, Does anyone know Wang Yunshan? Wang Yunshan, the con artist who turns water into oil? Wang Kachin inquired. Yes, that's the one. What do you need him for? This fellow is audacious, swindling everywhere he goes. Wang Mingqi recounted to Wang Li the tale of how he embarked on his journey with the 200,000 Wang Li lent him. Lu Haozuan and Wang Kachin erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You possess quite the audacity. Lu Haozuan offered, Allow me to inquire further. Thank you, Boss Lu, Wang Mingqi replied. Chapter 50. The unfeeling courtyard. Wang Mingqi staggered home, inebriated. Han Danian was hastily dressing while rushing outside. Grandpa Han, what's the matter? Hurry, Tong Xian has fallen. What? Wang Mingqi's intoxication dissipated almost instantly. Is he all right? I don't know. The two hurried to courtyard number 10. Tong Xian lay at his doorstep. Yet not a single neighbor stepped forward to assist. They merely stood aside, as if spectating a spectacle, some even pointing at the fallen Tong Xian. The malevolence of human nature was starkly evident at that moment. They likely thought that with Tong Xian's demise, no one would come to collect their rent. Yet, amidst this scene, there was also a glimpse of humanity's goodness. Apart from Han Danian and Sun Baoquan, several other elderly individuals rushed over. Old Tong, what happened? Tong Xian was already unconscious. Without hesitation, Wang Mingqi lifted Tong Xian in his arms and rushed outside. Where's the hospital? Turn left at the alley's entrance. Wang Mingqi sprinted towards the alley, carrying Tong Xian. The onlookers parted, allowing him passage. After a relentless 20-minute run, Wang Mingqi finally glimpsed the hospital. Upon delivering Tong Xian to the emergency room, he patted his pockets only to realize, to his dismay, that he had forgotten his money. Noticing that Han Danian and others had arrived, he said, I forgot my wallet. I'll go retrieve it. Please keep an eye on old Tong. Go quickly, they urged. When Wang Mingqi returned, Tong Xian had regained consciousness. The doctor remarked on the timely arrival, stating that had he been delayed, Tong Xian might have faced paralysis. If not death. Tong Xian smiled brightly at Wang Mingqi. Thank you, Xiao Wang. Wang Mingqi gasped for breath, loosening his suit jacket. Old Tong. You nearly frightened me to death. It seems the king of hell is not yet ready for me, he added with a chuckle. Han Danian remarked, thanks to you, Xiao Wang. If we had relied on our old bones, you would have been finished. You have no idea how startled I was. The Maodai I just drank has all escaped. Laughter erupted among them. Even the doctor and nurses joined in. Tong Xian inquired, Xiao Wang. I won't be able to repay you for the medical expenses. Oh, why speak of such things? You haven't charged me for the calligraphy yet. Consider this a payment for that. Tong Xian nodded slightly in agreement. Noticing the color returning to Tong Xian's face, Wang Mingqi suggested, Grandpa Han. You all should head back. I'll stay with old Tong. That is fine. You're young. We'll trouble you tonight, they replied. After bidding farewell to Han Danian and Sun Baoquan, Wang Mingqi settled beside Tong Xian's hospital bed. Xiao Wang, how many people are there in your family? My parents, uncles and aunts, an older sister, and 4 younger sisters, Wang Mingqi enumerated, considering Wang Yunshan's family as his own. Goodness, you are the sole heir. Isn't that the truth? As the two conversed, Wang Mingqi gradually succumbed to sleep, feeling drowsy. At the break of dawn the following day, Wang Mingqi awoke to find Tong Xian leaning on a cane, attempting to make his way to the restroom. Wang swiftly assisted him, exclaiming, Elder Tong, why didn't you call for me? I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I refrained from disturbing you. I'm already feeling better, Tong replied. That is a relief. Please assist me with the discharge paperwork shortly. I wish to return home. Wang hesitated, saying, But, sir, you are all alone at home. Perhaps I should seek out your nephew? With a sigh, Tong Xian responded, There is no need. He would rather I depart this world sooner. After all, he is your closest kin. How could he wish for your demise? Wang countered. With a cold laugh, Tong Xian retorted, When he severed ties with me years ago, I regarded him as a stranger. Every family has its burdens to bear. After completing the discharge formalities for Tong Xian, Wang Mingqi felt the unfriendly gazes of the residents of Courtyard 10 as he escorted Tong back home. Once settled on the bed, Wang inquired, Elder Tong, why do you not evict these tenants? They lack any semblance of humanity. Tong Xian scoffed. In the past, they were the fiercest adversaries against me. Now, they eagerly await my end. It is true that those who desire your death may harbor the deepest guilt. Since the house belongs to you, is it not easy to evict them? Wang pressed. With a resigned sigh, Tong Xian replied, Though they possess little warmth, they still embody some humanity. Wang was taken aback. This was Tong Xian's predicament. He despised these unfeeling tenants, yet he was lonely. He yearned for conversation and connection. The thought of inhabiting the vast estate alone was daunting. Well then, I shall make it a point to visit you often. Tong Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. Wang Mingqi hurriedly procured some bean juice and fried dough sticks for Tong before taking his leave. In recent days, Wang's responsibilities had grown burdensome. With numerous computers still unassembled, he found himself working overtime. Fortunately, Wang Mingli and others had found new accommodations and vacated the storefront. The previous night, Li Ju and his companions had assembled another 7 or 8 computers. With their classes today, Wang Mingqi's energy was limited, and he managed to piece together only 10 by evening. However, Wang Linlin had sold 2, leaving him in a state of frustration, feeling both pained and yet joyous. Lu Mei exhibited remarkable efficiency in her work. Her first stop was at the easternmost location, where a former client awaited her. Upon her arrival and introduction of the videotapes and computers, the client promptly made a decision. Although uninterested in the tapes, he expressed great enthusiasm for the computers. Wang Mingqi, resolute, instructed Wang Mingli to take a computer directly to the northeast. Matters began to spiral beyond control. Lu Mei's daily tasks revolved around acquiring computers. Wang Mingqi realized the necessity to scale up operations. By March 10th, he finally gathered all the computers needed for the gas company. Personally, he and his team delivered the computers to the gas company. Director Lu, my sincerest apologies for not recognizing you last time, he said. Lu Sun chuckled. You nearly gave me a heart attack that day. Wang Mingqi and Lu Sun exchanged knowing smiles. Wang Mingqi produced the invoice and inquired, shall I fill in 19,000? Lu Sun nodded in agreement. After Wang Mingqi completed the paperwork, Lu Sun signed it on the spot and took the invoice to the finance department to collect the check. Contact Director Tang tonight, he advised. Wang Mingqi firmly grasped Lu Sun's hand. Upon exiting Lu Sun's office, he arranged for Li Ju to undergo training for the gas company and handed the invoice to Wang Linlin, instructing her to retrieve the funds. He then hurried towards the stock exchange, nearly running. On March 15th, Zhonghua Enterprises was set to commence its public stock issuance, and Wang Mingqi needed to liquidate the warrants within the next couple of days. Zhang Cuifen was even more exhilarated than Wang Mingqi. In recent days, he had refrained from pursuing real estate investments. Upon hearing that the warrants for Zhonghua Enterprises could rise to 30, he had purchased 10,000 at the price of 10 the very next day. To his astonishment, within just a few days, the warrants surged toward 30. Chapter 51. Secure the gains. Wang Mingqi was taken aback by Zhua Yinghui's fervor. He pulled the frenzied Zhua Yinghui from the crowd. Old Zhua, what are you doing? Boss Wang, look. It's almost at 30. Everyone is optimistic about Zhonghua Enterprises, and they say it could reach 40. We are going to make a fortune, haha. Wang Mingqi glanced at the ticker. It had surpassed 29, and crossing 30 today seemed inevitable. We are indeed going to profit, Zhua Yinghui exclaimed. Wang Mingqi replied. Let us place an order at 30. It's time to offload. What? Today? Boss, let us wait a bit longer. Even if it reaches 40, we can still sell. Sell now. Never aim to capture the last penny, Wang Mingqi asserted, filling out a form for 100,000 shares at 30. The broker, astonished by Wang Mingqi's order, asked, are you certain, sir? Absolutely. Proceed swiftly, he affirmed. The broker verified the details and promptly processed the order. As soon as Wang Mingqi completed the transaction, all shares at 30 were sold. He then filled out another order for 200,000 shares at 31. After at least half an hour, all orders were successfully executed. Zhua Yinghui, never leaving Wang Mingqi's side, exclaimed, Boss, you've missed out on 100,000. Old Zhua, do you understand what warrants are? After March 15th, if you lack the necessary funds to exercise them, they become worthless pieces of paper. What do you mean? It appeared Zhua Yinghui was unaware of the implications of warrants. Given your smaller stake, listen to me. Sell at 31 or 32, and do it quickly. Zhua Yinghui hesitated. Wang Mingqi crouched at the doorway, smoking while observing the market. Once the market absorbed Wang Mingqi's 200,000 shares, the warrants of Zhonghua Enterprises gained upward momentum, edging toward 31.50. Without hesitation, Wang Mingqi placed another order for 300,000 shares at 31.50. He noted that Zhonghua Enterprises oscillated around 31.50, indicating an ongoing battle between buyers and sellers. With Wang Mingqi positioned as the market's largest short seller, 32 yuan happens to be double the stock price of China Enterprises, which is utterly insane. The cost of purchasing qualifications exceeds the value of the stock itself. By the time of the midday market recess, China Enterprises had still not surpassed 31 yuan and 50 cents. Wang Mingqi and Zhua Yinghui ventured to a nearby bun shop, each ordering a steamer of buns. Wang Mingqi devoured his portion with remarkable speed. Wang, do you truly lack confidence in China Enterprises? It's not a matter of lacking confidence. Rather, I cannot afford to wait for the peak price to sell. Why is that? Because my stock holdings are substantial. When the market lacks momentum, unloading 800,000 shares all at once could potentially trigger a market crash, causing the stock price to plummet. Zhang Hui appeared somewhat perplexed. Should I liquidate my holdings or hold on? Noticing Zhang Hui's untouched buns, Wang Mingqi took one for himself. If you still have around 10,000 yuan, hold on. Your returns are likely to double. Wang Mingqi then proceeded to explain the concept of warrants to Zhang Hui, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He was fortunate to have encountered Wang Mingqi that day. Without his explanation, how would Zhang Hui manage to exercise his rights when the time came? Failing to do so would render his 10,000 yuan investment worthless. Old Zhua, heed my advice. The stock market is exceedingly volatile. A misstep could lead to total loss. Zhang Hui nodded solemnly, grateful for Wang Mingqi's timely warning. In the afternoon, the market continued to oscillate around 31 yuan and 50 cents. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hui placed an order at 31 yuan and 50 cents, clearing all his warrants. The tripling of his profit left him elated. By the time trading closed for the day, China Enterprises had yet to breach 32 yuan. Wang Mingqi still held over 200,000 warrants, which he would have to consider selling the next day. Gazing at his account, now exceeding 10 million yuan, Wang Mingqi finally experienced the thrill of securing his gains. Old Zhua, reach out to Li Aigua and inform him that trading can commence. The following morning, upon arriving at the exchange, Wang Mingqi discovered that the China warrants had still not surpassed 32, remaining around 31 yuan and 80 cents. He resolved not to wait any longer. In a single transaction, he liquidated 230,000 shares, instantly clearing the market. The transaction netted over 25 million yuan. And how much had he invested? A mere total of less than 200,000, yielding a staggering profit margin of over 100 times within the span of a month. With this newfound wealth, many of Wang Mingqi's plans could now come to fruition. Lu Haochuan gazed at Wang Mingqi with envy. Boss Wang, I am in awe. Director Lu, thank you, thank you. Since finalizing the acquisition discussions with Wang Mingqi, Lu Haochuan had returned to work within the system, albeit not in his previous construction sector. He took up the role of office director at the Hating district government. Brother Wang, I am impressed by your young sibling. Haha, Director Lu. I hope for your continued support in the future. Of course. Lu Haochuan and Wang Mingqi signed a share transfer agreement, with Wang Mingqi transferring 9 million to Lu Haochuan's account. From that moment on, Lu Haochuan and Haochuan Real Estate Company would have no further ties. Brother, my father has already made the necessary arrangements, so you can instruct AI Gua to handle the loan, which will alleviate much of your pressure. Wang Mingqi is only filled with gratitude. After bidding farewell to Lu Haochuan, Wang Mingqi said to Li Aigua that once the paperwork is completed, he will initially invest 10 million, aiming to expedite the completion of the project. The immediate priority is to clear out the commercial space for him, at the very least, to ensure the first and second floors are ready, as he requires room to expand his computer assembly operations. In truth, the entire community is nearly finished. The remaining landscaping work can be completed in half a month. Their predicament ultimately stems from Lu Haochuan's family not wanting him to engage in business. Boss, I heard from Boss Wu that you intend to name the building Bafong Building? Yes. All right. When do you plan to move into Bafong Building? If everything can be sorted out by this afternoon, we will move in tonight. No problem, Li Aigua remarked, pointing to the wall in front of Bafong Building. Once we demolish the wall, the building will be usable. Good, let's expedite the process. Wang Mingqi could hardly wait. Lu Mei was incessantly urging for computers. They noted that their school was also waiting for computers. Having finally assembled several computers, some were sold from the storefront almost immediately. If production does not increase soon, Wang Mingqi feels he would be remiss in this second chance at life. Li Aigua then inquired, Boss, regarding the household registration, do you know whose you plan to process? How many slots are available? 4, excluding minors. Direct relatives minors can settle in Beijing, but not collateral relatives. Wang Mingqi pondered briefly. He certainly intends to transfer his own registration. Not for himself, as he does not necessarily seek a Yanjing household registration, but rather for Qingqing. Furthermore, he plans to register Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao, as they will soon enter high school, and Wang Mingqi hopes they can participate in the college entrance examination in the capital. The fourth person he intends to register is his eldest sister, Wang Xiyun. Wang Mingqi's nephew, Lu Zonghao, has just entered first grade and has been in the capital since childhood, avoiding the difficulties of the local education system. Although he may not gain admission to a prestigious university in the capital, getting into a decent school should not pose much of a problem. Chapter 52, 100,000 gone. Just like that. With this in mind, Wang Mingqi wrote down the names of the 4 individuals. I can issue the household transfer certificate tomorrow. You may need to return briefly to bring the household registration book. Oh, by the way, except for Wang Xuejiao. The others are registered as agricultural households. Is that an issue? Li Aigua chuckled. It's a problem for the others, as it requires converting from agricultural to non-agricultural status locally. But for you, it should be no problem. Wang Mingqi thought likewise. Having invested 20 million, how could they not resolve the agricultural conversion? As for Wang Hongqing, Mr. Wang has already made arrangements. He is currently in the Magic City. You can go directly to find him there and mention you are a friend of Mr. Wang. He will arrange a meeting. Thanks. Lao Li, I leave the company in your hands. Also, please assist me in contacting the Telecommunications Bureau to arrange 10 more phones. I will have Wang Linlin come over to coordinate with you shortly. Understood, boss. From this day forth, Wang Mingqi became Li Aigua's superior, and Li Aigua's attitude towards Wang Mingqi underwent a complete transformation. Wang Mingqi intends to relocate the customer service center, assembly workshop, and warehouse to the Bafang building. This location is superior to that of the Sihai market, which is situated on the edge of the future 4th Ring Road, while the Bafang building is nestled between the 3rd and 4th Ring Roads, much closer to the current Zhongguancun Technology Market Center. Wang Mingqi plans to establish the 1st floor here as the flagship store for Bafang computers, in harmony with the store at Sihai. Only by establishing a presence in Zhongguancun can Bafang computers hope to thrive in the future. Boss, should we change the company name? Of course, he replied. Yanjing Haotsun Real Estate Development Company bears too much personal imprint. Let's go with Huaxia Qishan Real Estate Development Company. Qishan? I recall there's a place called Qishan County in my hometown. Is that so? Then let's choose another, Huaxia Bafang Real Estate Development Company. Zhou Yinghui was utterly dismayed. Bafang. Bafang. The computers are Bafang. The videotapes are Bahuang. It seems you can't escape the number 8, can you? Li Aigua chuckled. Bafang. Bafang brings fortune. A good omen indeed. So it's settled. Wang Mingqi recalled something and inquired. Old Li, which school is our company partnered with? Partner school? I'm not sure, Li Aigua replied. Wang Mingqi thought for a moment. The concept of educational real estate had yet to be introduced. Could Bafang Real Estate be the pioneer in this domain? With this in mind, he said, Old Li, please contact the local neighborhood committee and schools to advertise that our Bafang Communities Partner School is the best in Yanjing. We will focus on educational real estate. Educational real estate? Yes. Although Li Aigua did not fully grasp the concept, he felt a sense of awe. Education has always been highly valued in Huaxia, and perhaps success was indeed possible. Wang Mingqi finally felt a sense of relief. In the afternoon, Wang Linlin began coordinating with Li Aigua to prepare for the early launch of the Bafang building. Zhou Yinghui sat at the entrance of the Bafang building, having already smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. He gazed at the Bafang building, lost in contemplation. Wang Mingqi had repeatedly reminded him that since an individual could not contend with the collective of real estate agents, it was imperative to unite the company to face them. Now, Zhou Yinghui found wisdom in Wang Mingqi's words. The geographical location was advantageous, with numerous technology buildings nearby. Establishing a fixed storefront here would alleviate the hassle of seeking properties, allowing clients to come directly to them. One could either be a potential victim of deceptive real estate agents or rely on a reputable property brokerage with a legitimate storefront. Whom would the customers trust? Zhou Yinghui touched the bank card in his pocket. He had just over 30,000 yuan. Rising to his feet, he entered the Bafang building. The Bafang building, close to the main thoroughfare, boasted over 1,000 square meters of street-facing storefront space. Even if Bafang Computers opened a flagship store, they would scarcely utilize such a vast area. If he established a storefront on the 1st floor and advertised, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable. The more he contemplated, the stronger the sense of feasibility became. As night fell, Wang Mingqi returned to courtyard number 8, dragging a large suitcase. Tang Qing had already returned early, leaving the door ajar while casting glances toward Wang Mingqi. He was filled with trepidation. Should Wang Mingqi refuse to acknowledge the debt, Tang Qing would be left to bitterly swallow the consequences with a forced smile. At present, Tang Qing felt a pang of regret for not having requested the funds from Wang Mingqi in advance. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi's return, he finally exhaled in relief, donning a more cordial expression. Boss Wang, you have returned? Tang Qing's tone carried a hint of flattery. Director Tang, greetings. Did you not work today? Oh, how could I focus on work? Tang Qing's gaze was fixated on the suitcase. Wang Mingqi smiled slightly, handing the suitcase to Tang Qing. 100,000, Director Tang. This time, I earned not a single cent. Understood. Director Liu has spoken to me privately about this matter. Let us proceed as previously agreed. Next time, we shall adhere to the rules. It is not right for Boss Wang to bear only losses. Wang Mingqi clasped his fists in gratitude. Director Tang, thank you. Please extend my gratitude to Director Liu. Of course. Regarding the Sihiyuan, there is no need to rush. Director Liu is aware of your interest in the Sihiyuan. He has it noted in his mind. After the Spring Festival, I shall bring it up with Director Liu. Struggling, Tang Qing carried the suitcase into the room and closed the door, chuckling to himself. Wang Mingqi felt a physical ache at the loss of 100,000 yuan. Do not be deceived by your laughter today. Beware of the future when the bill arrives. What you have consumed must eventually be repaid, he sneered coldly, disapproving of Tang Qing. Ultimately, the reason he was giving Tang Qing a rebate was his desire for the Sihiyuan of the gas company. Wang Mingqi headed straight to the police station. Lu Wushuang felt that every encounter with Wang Mingqi heralded misfortune. As soon as he arrived, a colleague jestingly remarked, "Little Lu, Boss Wang has come to pick you up from work." Lu Wushuang felt tears welling up in her eyes. Upon noticing Wang Mingqi's arrival, Hao Wenjing hurriedly transferred her tasks to other colleagues and tersely said, "What brings you here?" Wang Mingqi's previously pleasant mood was disrupted by the two women. "Hao Wenjing, is your police station a palace? Am I not allowed to visit?" Hao Wenjing had learned to fear Wang Mingqi. His sharp tongue could silence anyone. "Looking for little Lu?" "Yes, for you. What do you need me for?" Wang Mingqi pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. "You never used to smoke. I hadn't divorced then. Have you gone mad?" Chapter 53, The Two-Faced Wang Mingqi. Wang Mingqi took several deep puffs, suppressing his rising irritation. "The matter concerning my household registration is nearly settled. Please contact your sister and inform her that I am transferring Qingqing's registration to my name so she can attend school in Yanjing." "What? You've transferred your household registration? Tomorrow, I will receive the transfer certificate, and the day after, I will return home to handle it, including Qingqing's transfer." "You truly managed to get it done? Is there any doubt? By what means did you accomplish this?" "Investment. You invested 500,000? No, I thought so. Where would you find 500,000? Even if you borrowed, you would only manage to acquire 200,000. "Big liar," Lu Wushuang interjected, rolling her eyes. Wang Mingqi suddenly laughed. Deceived in matters of affection? Lu Wushuang, being a naive young girl, stood no chance against Wang Mingqi. Observing her cheeks redden like a monkey's backside, Wang Mingqi's spirits lifted considerably. Hao Wenjing pondered for a moment and remarked, "If Qingqing can attend school in the capital, it would be beneficial for her. However, do you have the time to care for her?" Wang Mingqi responded with gravity, "My company is now on the right track, allowing me to dedicate myself entirely to raising the child." "You? Taking care of a child?" "Yes." Hao Wenjing fell silent. After a while, she said, "I will consult my sister's opinion." "All right, could you please take care of the school arrangements for Qingqing? Also, my two younger sisters are facing this year's high school entrance examination. Could you assist in relocating their household registration and finding a school?" Hao Wenjing retorted curtly, "Caring for Qingqing is indeed a responsibility of an aunt, but what business do you have with my sisters? If you refuse to help, I will ensure that Qingqing does not recognize you as her aunt." Hao Wenjing was exasperated, wondering when Wang Mingqi had become such a scoundrel. Seeing that Hao Wenjing had acquiesced, Wang Mingqi's mood brightened. "Wushuang, I must take my leave now. If you need anything, you can find me at courtyard number 8. Lu Wushuang was on the verge of tears. "Sister Jia, look at this scoundrel." Hao Wenjing could only soothe Lu Wushuang, as he was her former brother-in-law. "Wushuang, you have connections. Could you help me find a decent middle school around here?" "No, why should I help him?" Hao Wenjing sighed in resignation. "Just consider it a favor for me." Lu Wushuang tilted her head and thought for a long while before declaring fiercely, "If it weren't for your sake, I wouldn't bother with this scoundrel." After an entire afternoon, Li Ju and his 3 companions finally moved all the computer components to the Bafang building. Although the Bafang building was quite rudimentary and surrounded by a construction site, it was a significant improvement over the Sihai shopping mall. At the very least, each of them had a workbench and a set of assembly tools. Wang Mingqi convened a meeting with Li Ju and the others, emphasizing one point. They were the backbone of Bafang Computers and needed to continue recruiting, especially individuals skilled in computer assembly. The more, the better. For Bafang Computers to grow and expand, it was imperative. Wang Mingqi was racing against time with Lenovo. hoping to cultivate Bafang Computers into one of the most notable computer companies in the country before Lenovo's 80486 computer launch, ensuring Lenovo would be left behind. In this life, certain burdens were meant for Wang Mingqi to bear. Early the next morning, Li Aiguo brought 4 household registration transfer certificates to Wang Mingqi. Before settling the registrations, Wang Mingqi needed to purchase a set of houses for each of the 4 individuals. After inquiring, he found that houses in Lushu and those in Bafang community would suffice. For the sake of the children's education, Wang Mingqi decisively instructed Zhua Yinghui to buy them in Lushu. When Wang Mingqi held the household registration transfer certificates and the proof issued by the Lushu Neighborhood Committee, Hao Wenjing was completely convinced. As Wang Mingqi prepared to leave, Hao Wenjing suddenly called out, "Brother-in-law, why don't you go pick up Qingqing?" Wang Mingqi paused momentarily, then turned sharply, "I will go pick her up." "Where is she?" "I will buy a plane ticket now." Hao Wenjing lowered her head and softly replied, "She is in Yanjing." "What? In Yanjing? Where exactly?" Hao Wenjing mentioned the name of a market, and Wang Mingqi simply could not believe it. Impossible. They cannot be at that market. Because the vegetable market mentioned by Hao Wenjing was precisely the one where Wang Mingqi later sold vegetables. It was inconceivable that Wang Mingqi would remain unaware if Hao Wenjun and Qingqing were present. Moreover, Wang Minghua and Wang Hai had frequented that market for several days. Had Hao Wenjun been there, they would undoubtedly have informed him. "A few days ago, my brother-in-law mentioned he had seen you. But who said they saw me?" "Your brother-in-law?" Hao Wenjing suddenly realized she had misspoken and nervously glanced at Wang Mingqi. "Zhou Qiang." Hao Wenjun hesitated but nodded, his gaze fixed on Wang Mingqi's expression. Noticing Wang Mingqi's calm demeanor, he felt a semblance of relief, fearing that Wang Mingqi might recklessly seek out trouble with Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang assumed I was going to the market to sell vegetables, prompting them to consider leaving Yanjing and heading south for better prospects. Hao Wenjing nodded again, explaining that eventually, it was the villagers who rented the stall while they decided to pursue opportunities in the south. Wang Mingqi trembled, attempting to light a cigarette, repeatedly failing to ignite it. After a moment's hesitation, Hao Wenjing lit it for him. With a quivering voice, she confessed, "I didn't want to tell you, but I felt you should know where Qingqing is. Brother Wang, please don't hold it against my sister. It's incredibly tough for a woman to raise a child alone." Wang Mingqi once doubted that before her divorce, Hao Wenjun had already become entangled with Zhou Qiang, but he dismissed the thought, recognizing that Hao Wenjun had been selling vegetables in Mo-Du, leaving them no chance to interact. 2 months, merely 2 months, he sighed lightly. "I came from Mo-Du to Beijing to escape my father, intending to bring her and the child over once I had established myself. I never anticipated that in such a brief span, she would." It was false to claim he felt no pain, yet much of it was an act. He sought to portray himself as a lovesick, tragic figure. Wang Mingqi had long been aware of the affair between Hao Wenjun and Zhou Qiang, having learned of it in a past life. "Brother-in-law, please don't blame my sister. She had no choice. She couldn't stay at home, struggling to survive as a woman with a child." Wang Mingqi smiled bitterly. It's all in the past now. After speaking, he left the police station, disoriented. Lu Wushuang approached curiously, asking, "Sister Hao, what happened with that scoundrel?" Hao Wenjing sighed. "I feel my sister has gone too far." "What do you mean?" Hao Wenjing recounted the events between Wang Mingqi and his sister. Lu Wushuang remarked, "He shows some sense of responsibility." Observing the disheartened man, Hao Wenjing felt a pang of compassion. Upon exiting the police station, Wang Mingqi hurriedly made his way to the vegetable market. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the market management office, yet he felt no inclination to join the throng, despite his robust instincts urging him to do so. After circling the market, he found neither Hao Wenjun nor Zhou Qiang, just as he assumed they had departed. He spotted a small figure playing with mud in a corner of the market. Tears streamed down Wang Mingqi's face. Wang Qing, clad in a heavy cotton coat, had a rosy little face, with snot trailing to the edge of his nose. He sniffed vigorously, drawing the mucus back into his nasal cavity. To prevent Wang Qing from wetting his pants, Hao Wenjun had even dressed him in split-crotch trousers. The northern chill rendered Wang Qing's small bottom a vivid red, tinged with gray and green from the vegetable leaves that clung to him. Back in the days in the bustling metropolis, although Qingqing played in the vegetable market, he was always spotless, no different from the children of the city. Now, however, he had transformed into a grimy little child. Wang Mingqi approached Qingqing slowly, calling softly, "Qingqing." Wang Qing looked up at Wang Mingqi, showing no reaction, then lowered his head to continue playing with the mud. Wang Mingqi suppressed his emotions, squatting beside Wang Qing. "What are you making?" Qing replied in a childish voice. "Daddy, I'm making a gun." "Oh, a gun? It looks quite realistic," Wang Mingqi remarked. "Qing, can you give Daddy a piece of mud?" Without hesitation, Wang Qing tore off a piece of mud from his hands, saying, "Here, Daddy, make a gun, make a gun." "All right, Daddy will make a gun." Wang Mingqi wiped away his tears and began to play with the mud beside Wang Qing. "Where's your mother?" he asked. "Mother and uncle went to fight," Wang Qing replied. "Fight?" Wang Qing continued to play with the mud, seemingly oblivious. Wang Mingqi felt anger rising within him. "I've been playing with Qing for 10 minutes, and I haven't seen you." Even seeing Zhou Qiang would have been more comforting. In the bustling vegetable market, leaving his son to play alone while going to fight was unfathomable. Picking up Wang Qing, he said, Qing, let us go find your mother, shall we?" "Okay." Wang Qing continued to clutch his mud, absorbed in his play. Wang Mingqi first went to the stall of Wang Hai and found them absent. A sense of dread filled his heart. Wang Hai and Wang Minghua both knew Hao Wenjun. Could it be? He hurried to the management office. The sound of Wang Hai's curses echoed from within. "What the hell are you? You think you can be my Wang Hai's uncle? You're not even close." Wang Minghua stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing Zhou Qiang and Hao Wenjun. Zhou Qiang's face bore bruises, while Hao Wenjun was tending to his wounds. Wang Mingqi squeezed through the crowd, carrying Qing. Upon seeing him, Wang Minghua exclaimed, "Brother Mingqi, you're here. What is going on?" Wang Mingqi turned to look at Hao Wenjun and Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang's gaze began to avert, while Hao Wenjun quickly lowered his head upon noticing Wang Mingqi. "Mother, Daddy's here," Wang Qing chirped. Instantly, murmurs arose from the crowd. "He deserves to be beaten. Look, he's come with a child." "Exactly. And he still won't admit it. Shameless." Listening to the crowd's comments, Wang Mingqi felt his face burn. "Damn it. They can't think I'm wearing a green hat." "Uncle, tell me, what is going on with Aunt and Zhou Qiang?" Wang Mingqi stated, "We are already divorced. She can do whatever she wants. It's none of our concern." Hao Wenjun suddenly asked, "Did you send Hai Zi and the others to beat Zhou Qiang?" Wang Mingqi remarked, "Were it not for Wenjing's notification, I would have remained oblivious to your presence alongside Zhou Qiang. How do you intend to arrange for Hai Zi to confront him?" As he removed his suit jacket, he wiped the mud from Wang Qing's face. "I had anticipated that you would treat Qing well. Even if he were not destined for great wealth, he should not be left to play alone in a corner. Are you aware of the rampant human trafficking nowadays?" Zhou Qiang responded, "Wang Mingqi, regarding Wenjun, she was initially watching over Qing, but when Wang Hai approached, he struck me. So, in her eyes, is it only you that matters, to the neglect of her own son?" "Wang Mingqi, let me explain, today was truly an accident. My son must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances." Wang Mingqi then stood and greeted Niu Jian. "Manager Niu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Both parties are acquaintances of mine. What do you think?" Manager Niu smiled. "Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us settle it this way. Henceforth, no more fighting, or the authorities will not be lenient." "Thank you, Manager Niu." Wang Mingqi then addressed Hao Wenjun. "Wenjing has spoken to you, I presume?" Hao Wenjun nodded. "I shall take Qing with me. You have no objections, I trust?" Hao Wenjun hesitated. "Are you planning to develop in the south?" Zhou Qiang and Hao Wenjun looked at Wang Mingqi in astonishment. They had only discussed their plans to leave Yanjing a couple of days prior. How did he know? Qing shall remain in the capital, allowing him to pursue his studies here. As you know, attending university in the capital is somewhat easier. Hao Wenjun remained silent. "I will take Qing now. Reflect upon this matter. If you still disagree, we shall have no choice but to resort to litigation." Wang Mingqi held ample conviction that the court would rule in his favor regarding Qing. Firstly, the prevailing customs dictate that upon divorce, it is uncommon for the mother to retain custody without the child. Initially, Wang Mingqi relinquished custody out of compassion for Qing. Secondly, given the events of today, the court would undoubtedly consider Qing's safety and future prospects. As he spoke, Wang Mingqi picked up Wang Qing. "Qing, bid farewell to your mother. I shall take you for a ride in a grand vehicle." "Mother, goodbye, goodbye, we shall ride in a grand vehicle." Qing, unaware of the significance of this farewell, perceived it as a mere temporary parting. His excitement for the ride filled him with joy. Wang Minghua and Wang Hai closely followed. "Huazi, how is business?" "Not bad. Goods in the city are quite expensive. Earning 30 to 40 yuan a day is no trouble." Wang Mingqi replied, "You two should not focus solely on retail. Pay more attention to the vegetable wholesale market. Our region's Shouguang is the largest vegetable wholesale market in the country. Once you familiarize yourselves with the trade, you should consider venturing into vegetable wholesale." Vegetable wholesale? Indeed, selling vegetables is merely a small enterprise. Only by scaling up can one reap substantial profits. Having concluded his advice, Wang Mingqi took Wang Qing into a taxi and departed. He headed directly to Taipei. Upon arriving at the entrance of Taipei, Wang Mingqi was profoundly awestruck. The words Taipei emblazoned at the entrance conveyed a sense of opulence and sophistication, even through the lens of future standards. This establishment exuded high-end allure. Exceptional service, unparalleled quality, distinctive products, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Thus, it is aptly named Taipei, a phrase uttered by Li Qingru when introducing his enterprise. Indeed, it is quite exceptional. Upon entering the showroom, one is greeted by a row of attractive young women on either side, all adorned in kipayos and stockings, each standing at least 165 meters tall, with striking features and slender figures. Chapter 55. The son returns home. Welcome to Taipei. The staff exudes a high level of professionalism. Even when Wang Qing appeared in tattered clothing and was covered in dirt, the attendants did not display any hint of disdain. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Do you have clothing for children?" "Indeed, please follow me." Taipei boasts an expansive retail space, at least 1,000 square meters in size, bustling with customers. Yet behind each group, a sales associate diligently offers insights into various clothing styles while providing personalized advice. Accustomed to the cold and brusque demeanor of state-owned enterprises, many patrons, despite their reservations about prices, find themselves compelled to purchase one or two items when met with such attentive service from beautiful attendants. The sales associate promptly guided Wang Mingqi and his grandson to the children's apparel section. Wang Mingqi observed that the prices were indeed higher than those in ordinary malls. A simple set of children's autumn clothing cost 50 yuan, a staggering amount at the time, as many individuals could not afford 3 sets on their monthly salary. "Sir, these are Japanese products, crafted from high-quality materials with a splendid texture. Please, do try them on. Miss, could you please bring me a complete set according to the child's measurements?" The attendant was taken aback. "What do you mean? All of them?" "Yes, all styles for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Sir, I recommend selecting only spring and summer attire, as children grow remarkably fast. If you purchase winter clothing now, by the time winter arrives, it may no longer fit your child." Wang Mingqi felt a deeper appreciation for Taipei. They were not attempting to deceive him into purchasing unnecessary items merely to increase sales. "That's all right. I'll select larger sizes for winter. Thank you for your assistance." "Oh, certainly. Please hold on." Wang Mingqi set his grandson down and tried on a small garment, which fit perfectly. The attendant did not shy away from assisting Qingqing either, helping him try on the clothes, and once they found suitable options, Wang Mingqi promptly requested them to be wrapped up. In the end, the total came to over 3,000 yuan. The sales associate kindly assisted Wang Mingqi in placing the garments into a taxi. The two returned home to stow away the clothing before heading straight to the bathhouse. The child was in a deplorable state, covered in grime, with dirt on his hands and face, and even lice in his hair. Wang Mingqi stripped Wang Qing down to his bare skin, and the child, exhilarated by the absence of his heavy winter coat, was free to frolic. Wang Mingqi gently carried Wang Qing as they descended into the bathhouse. "Grandpa, it's hot. "Is it hot?" "Not at all." Wang Mingqi reclined slowly, placing Wang Qing on his abdomen as the child played with his newly acquired toy gun. Wang Mingqi took the opportunity to scrub Wang Qing's body, washing away large clumps of dirt that darkened the surrounding water. However, the lice on the child's head proved more challenging to address. Like a little monkey, Wang Mingqi meticulously searched strand by strand, leaving no louse or egg unchecked. After he completed the task, he still felt a lingering sense of unease. Wang Mingqi recalled that using 100 parts of white chrysanthemum infused in alcohol was an excellent method for exterminating lice eggs. Soon, he would take Qingqing for a haircut, for it was only after applying the chrysanthemum alcohol that the issue of head lice could be thoroughly resolved. "Qingqing, is it fun?" "Yes, it's fun, Daddy. Why isn't mother here to play?" "Oh, your mother has matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I will take you to see Grandpa and Grandma, all right?" Sure. "Do you miss Grandpa and Grandma?" "I do." "Where do you miss them?" Wang Qing pointed to his stomach. "I miss them here." Wang Mingqi burst into laughter. After tidying up, Wang Qing donned his newly purchased attire, becoming a rosy-cheeked, white-toothed little boy. After their playful antics, when they returned to the willow tree, night had already fallen. Sun Baoquan had closed his stall, and upon hearing that Wang Mingqi's child had lice, he wasted no time in boiling water again. Did you change his clothes? Yes, they were all discarded. His hair is clean now. If we cover it with a 50-degree towel for a while, the lice eggs will generally be eradicated. This way, we can minimize the use of medication for the child. All right, I will follow your advice. Qingqing nestled in Wang Mingqi's arms and drifted into a drowsy sleep. The news of Wang Mingqi returning with a child swiftly spread throughout Courtyard 8. Boss Wang, is this your son? Wang Mingqi, in high spirits, replied, just look at this little face. If he isn't mine, whose could he possibly be? Oh my, that mouth and those eyes, they are carved from the same mold as yours. Haha, Aunt Lu, I think so too. Pei Hongying, upon seeing Wang Mingqi's son, felt a slight pang of envy. With 4 children, who could afford to raise them all? She had once hoped that Wang Mingqi would assist her in raising her offspring. But now, with his own son returned, what was she to do? Pei Hongying felt a moment of hesitation. Raising 4 children was indeed challenging. Yet the main concern was that Wang Mingqi's child was still very young and could not be left alone. Did that mean she would have to care for his child? This was something Pei Hongying would firmly refuse. Looking after someone else's child was beyond her capacity. If you wish to marry me, you must first send your child away. This was Pei Hongying's final stubborn stance. Lu Chengwen poked his head out and asked, Brother Wang, is this your little brother? Wang Mingqi chuckled. You may either call me Uncle Wang or him little nephew. Oh, as soon as they arrived home, Wang Qing awakened again. He clung to Wang Mingqi's neck, burying his head in his shoulder. Qingqing, this is Brother Chengwen. Wang Qing glanced at Lu Chengwen and then buried his head back into Wang Mingqi's neck. Who's here? Who's here? Lu Xuyan's head appeared, and upon seeing Wang Mingqi's son, she exclaimed, Brother Wang, is this your child? Indeed. Wang Mingqi gently patted Wang Qing's little bottom. Son, this is Aunt Xuyan. Wang Qing curiously looked at Lu Xuyan, this time not bowing his head, but gazing at her with intrigue. Lu Xuyan, being a little younger and quite lovely, naturally endeared herself to children. Wang Mingqi set Wang Qing down and said, Qingqing, go play with Aunt Xuyan. Lu Xuyan was taken aback. Aunt? I've become an aunt. Xuyan, please watch over Qingqing for a moment while I tidy up. Lu Xuyan helplessly remarked, my sister returned at noon to help tidy up, so you needn't worry about it. I still haven't figured out dinner with Qingqing. When my sister returns, we can all dine together. In essence, Lu Xuyan was reluctant to entertain Wang Qing. No need, Wang Mingqi stated, making his way towards the alley. From now on, life must be approached with greater seriousness. No longer could it be handled with such casualness. As he exited the number 8 courtyard, Hao Wenjing and Lu Wushuang approached, dressed in casual attire. Where is Qingqing? Hao Wenjing asked anxiously. At home. I'm off to buy groceries, Lu Xuyan replied. You scared me. I've looked for you twice, and you weren't back, Hao Wenjing exclaimed, pulling Lu Wushuang into the courtyard. Wang Mingqi hurried to the market, purchasing several pounds of ribs and pork, along with some buns, before rushing back home. Chapter 56. The son who digs and Tang Qing's wife, Sun Feng, along with other women, stood at the door, discussing the happenings within the room. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi return, Sun Feng smiled and said, Oh my, Boss Wang, your son is truly handsome, especially that little head of his. It's simply delightful. Wang Mingqi's expression darkened instantly. Is a bald head really so charming? As soon as he stepped inside, Hao Wenjing erupted. Wang Mingqi, what do you mean by this? It's freezing outside, and you've given Qingqing a bald cut? Hao Wenjing, is this how you act as an aunt? Don't you know that Qingqing has lice in his hair? When I went to the market, your sister left Qingqing to play alone in a corner. Where were those two? I took Qingqing away, and they were oblivious. The thought of Qingqing playing in the mud alone filled Wang Mingqi with inexplicable pain. As a police officer, let me ask you, how many children are stolen or abducted each year? His shout startled Qingqing, causing him to seek refuge in Hao Wenjing's embrace. Lu Wushuang, hands on her hips, shouted back. Can you lower your voice? You're scaring the child. Then she softened her tone. Qingqing, don't be afraid. If your father dares to scold you, your sister will stand up for you. Dear niece, what does this have to do with you? The room fell silent. Hao Wenjing hung her head, trembling, while Lu Wushuang opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Wang Mingqi, unperturbed, took the ribs to the kitchen, thinking of how to minimize cooking in the room. so as not to expose the child to smoke. Hao Wenjing's laughter rang out. Wang Mingqi borrowed a pressure cooker from Tang Qing and began braising the ribs while stir-frying some shredded potatoes. He initially intended to prepare braised pork, but Hao Wenjing insisted that Qing was hungry. This won't do. We must eat quickly. Wang Mingqi filled a bowl generously and set aside another half bowl of leftovers. You all eat first. I will step out to visit Uncle Tang. Tang Xian was busy making noodles when Wang Mingqi entered. What brings you here? I've cooked some ribs to share. You can have rib noodles for dinner. Is there a celebration? Have you noticed? My smile is reaching my ears. I am searching for a wife. Wang Mingqi replied cheerfully. My son has arrived. Really? Congratulations, congratulations. Wang Mingqi chuckled a few times and hurried back home. Seeing Qing enjoying his meal, Wang Mingqi's tears flowed uncontrollably. Qing, take your time eating, savor it slowly. Qing completely ignored Hao Wenjing, focusing solely on his meal. One particular action of Qing caused Wang Mingqi to erupt with frustration. Wang Qing tore a piece of steamed bun, dipped it into the rib soup, and brought it to his mouth, chewing joyfully. Wang Mingqi quickly turned his head to prevent Qing from seeing his tears. Initially, Lu Wushuang was carefree, intending to mock Wang Mingqi, but upon witnessing him biting his lip to stifle his cries, she felt a twinge of empathy. Hao Wenjing, while debating for Qing, remarked, My sister is busy with the vegetable stall every day, skipping meals. It's understandable that Qing doesn't eat well. Understandable, is it? I suppose I must understand everything you do, right? Wang Mingqi was utterly enraged. He could comprehend how Hao Wenjing treated him. After all, the Wang family had made mistakes. Even if she found a new partner within 2 months, he could still understand. However, he could not fathom how Hao Wenjing could treat her own flesh and blood this way. Wang Qing was her biological child, after all. Observing how the child ate, it was evident he had not had meat in quite some time. Dipping steamed buns in vegetable soup? The proficiency with which Wang Qing did this indicated it was a common occurrence. Were the Hao family truly so cold-hearted? Cold-hearted to the point of lacking any sense of right and wrong. As Wang Mingqi's anger flared, Wang Qing was frightened. Qing, I'm not scolding you. Just eat your food. Wang Mingqi attempted to soothe him with the gentlest tone. Wang Qing buried himself in Hao Wenjing's embrace, unable to look at Wang Mingqi. Hao Wenjing understood Wang Mingqi's feelings. Any father would feel heartbroken seeing his son in such a state. Qing, that's enough for today. Don't overeat. Auntie, I'm full. Wang Qing replied. Wang Mingqi took a seat at the table and poured himself a glass of Tongzhou Laojiao. After a moment's thought, Hao Wenjing poured herself a glass as well. Brother Wang, I will come to see Qing often, she said. There's no need for that, Wang Mingqi replied. Lu Wushuang quietly interjected. It's not like Sister Hao has wronged you. What is your concern? Lu Wushuang found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she was the only outsider present. Gradually, Wang Mingqi began to feel he had overreacted. His earlier fury stemmed solely from Hao Wenjing and Zhou Qiang. Wenjing, Officer Lu. I apologize for my outburst earlier. Wang Mingqi, I forgive you, Lu Wushuang said, gently stroking Wang Qing's head. I can understand your feelings. After finishing a cup of tea, Wang Mingqi set it down. Why have you stopped drinking? You used to want to get my father and brother drunk. I'll take Qing out tonight, Hao Wenjing stated. Brother Wang, you are a good father. I feel reassured with Qing by your side. All right, it's getting late. It's not appropriate for you two to linger here. With a sigh, Hao Wenjing took Lu Wushuang and left. When Lu Xuehua returned from school, she curiously observed Wang Qing, saying, Hey, Brother Wang. If you two aren't related by blood, I wouldn't believe it. Soon after, Zhang Cuifen, Lu Wenxiu, and Wang Linlin returned, all curiously glancing at Wang Qing and discussing how the pair didn't resemble each other. By 9 o'clock, Han Danian and Sun Baoquan also arrived, with Han Danian presenting a piece of jade to Qing. Wang Mingqi glanced at the object and immediately recognized its immense value. Grandpa Han, what is this for? It's a gift from Old Tong to the child. Isn't this a bit too precious? This is merely a lifeless object. Old Tong himself does not consider it particularly valuable. Han Dajin remarked as he draped the jade pendant around Wang Qing's neck. Tomorrow, I will express my gratitude to Old Tong. Neither Han Dajin nor Sun Baoquan opposed this idea. Before long, Wang Qing began to feel drowsy. Father, I want to find Mother. Oh, your mother has something to attend to and one TB back. Shall we sleep together tonight? Father, I want to find Mother. Your mother is occupied. Father, I want to find Mother. Wang Qing's mouth was already quivering, ready to cry at any moment. Qing, come, let us go to sleep, Wang Mingqi urged. I want to find mother. I want to find mother. Wah. I want to find mother. Wang Mingqi felt utterly overwhelmed. The only thing he could do was hold Wang Qing tightly in his embrace, hoping to provide the child with a semblance of security through his broad chest. Wang Qing's cries drew the attention of the neighbors. Zhang Cuifen pointed at Lu Xuehua and her siblings, saying, Look, you always complain about me being too meddlesome. See how pitiful the motherless child is. Chapter 57. Returning to the magical city with his son Wang Linlin stood at the door, torn about whether to assist Wang Mingqi. Gao Wensheng opened the door, listened to Wang Qing's cries for a moment, and suggested, Wenxiu, why not go and comfort Boss Wang's son? Lu Wenxiu's face turned crimson. I can't. Tang Xing's wife, Sun Feng, knocked on Wang Mingqi's door, asking, Boss Wang, should we call someone to come and take a look? What if the child encountered something inappropriate? Tang Xing, infuriated, pushed his wife aside. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xuehua could no longer endure it. Her study tasks were exceedingly demanding, and Wang Qing's wailing disrupted her concentration. Brother Wang, open the door. Wang Mingqi opened the door and was touched by the concerned expressions on everyone's faces. In comparison, although the neighbors in Courtyard 9 had their flaws, be it greed, bullying, or gossip, they were undeniably more compassionate than those in Courtyard 10. Lu Xuehua stepped inside, fixating on Wang Qing. Qing, no more crying. Wang Qing glanced at Lu Xuehua and then buried his face in Wang Mingqi's shoulder, continuing to sob. I said no more crying. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Qing actually ceased his tears. A man should not cry. What purpose does it serve? Lu Xuehua said as she took Wang Qing into her arms. How about you sleep with me tonight? Wang Qing looked at Wang Mingqi, then at Lu Xuehua, and gave a slight nod. Wang Mingqi was taken aback. What was happening? Was he no longer a desirable father figure? Lu Xuehua carried Wang Qing back to her room and placed him on Lu Xuyan's bed, saying, It's getting late. You two should hurry and sleep. Lu Xuyan interrupted. Sister, what are you doing? What does it look like? Hurry and soothe Qing to sleep. Why should I? Lu Xuehua whispered. We are staying in someone else's house. Then you comfort him. Lu Xuehua pointed at Wang Qing, who had already fallen asleep, likely exhausted from his crying. Hearing no more cries from Wang Qing, Wang Mingqi finally felt at ease. This young girl possesses quite the skill. Wang Mingqi clasped his fists and apologized for the disturbance. The crowd reassured him that it was of no consequence and returned to their rooms. As he lay in bed, a sudden thought of seeking a companion crossed Wang Mingqi's mind. The absence of a woman in the household left him feeling profoundly melancholic. In the past, or perhaps in a previous life, Wang Mingqi had been indifferent to the notion of marriage, believing that as long as he was well fed, the rest of the family could manage. However, now that he had a son, he felt that a woman was essential to truly define a home. Who could it be? Wang Linlin? No, that wouldn't do. Although Wang Mingqi did not disdain her for having once played the part of a princess, her former profession would inevitably cast a shadow over her identity once he achieved prominence. He pondered extensively, even considering Pei Hongying, yet found no suitable candidates for marriage. Hao Wenjing? No. Wang Mingqi scolded himself internally. Strangely, he thought Hao Wenjing might be a fitting choice. She was Qiqing's second aunt and would not mistreat him. Lost in thought, Wang Mingqi drifted into a deep slumber, oblivious to Wang Linlin's secretive arrival. The following day, a sense of loss washed over Wang Mingqi. Wang Linlin had spent the night, and yet nothing had transpired between them. He briefed her on matters regarding the company, emphasizing the urgent need for a vehicle. Even if it were merely a van, having a son necessitated such considerations. At dawn, Wang Mingqi knocked on Lu Xuehua's door. Dressed in her nightgown, Lu Xuehua opened the door, only to recoil in surprise upon seeing Wang Mingqi, promptly shutting the door again. Wang Mingqi, disregarding the fleeting glimpse of Lu Xuehua's embarrassment, urged, Xuehua, quickly bring Qiqing out. I shall take him back to our hometown. Wang Ge, wait a moment. 20 minutes later, Lu Xuehua finally appeared with a properly dressed Wang Qing in tow. After a 3-hour flight, the two finally returned to the bustling metropolis. Upon arriving at the alleyway, Wang Mingqi spotted Wang Yunshan, clad in a shirt and leather shoes. Wielding a paper fan like an old cadre of the city, engaged in animated conversation. Qiqing, do you see who that is? Wang Mingqi asked. Wang Qing looked over and called out in a sweet voice, Grandpa, Grandpa. Wang Yunshan, engrossed in recounting his adventurous tales, filled with colorful anecdotes, paused mid-sentence. his expression shifting from narration to surprise upon hearing the familiar call. As he turned to see Wang Mingqi and Wang Qing, an exuberant leap accompanied by applause ensued. Haha, I was wondering why my heart felt so restless today. It turns out my eldest grandson has returned, he exclaimed joyfully. Wang Yunshan hurried over, scooping up Wang Qing and burying his face in the boy's neck, playfully nuzzling and inhaling his scent. Qing, have you missed Grandpa? He asked. Yes, came Wang Qing's giggling response, feeling the prickly sensation of his grandfather's beard. Wang Mingqi inquired, Father, where's my mother? Wang Yunshan paid him no heed. Qing, your grandfather has missed you dearly. Come, let us return home. I have purchased many toys for you, but I do not know where you are, so I cannot deliver them. As he spoke, Wang Yunshan embraced Wang Qing and hurried home. Wang Mingqi felt a sense of frustration now that he had a grandson. He seemed to have been forgotten by his son. With no choice left, Wang Mingqi made his way to the market. The market was as it always had been, chaotic, filthy, yet bustling with activity. In front of the Wang family's vegetable stall, Lu Xiaolan was busily directing the villagers in arranging the produce. In this regard, Lu Xiaolan had dedicated herself far more than Wang Mingqi, who had callously abandoned Wang Minghua and Wang Hai at the market without a second thought. Mother. Lu Xiaolan looked up and saw her son had returned, her eyes glistening with tears. You're back? Oh, how wonderful. And Qing is back too. Who? Lu Xiaolan thought she had misheard. Qing? Where is he? She glanced behind Wang Mingqi, searching for the grandson she longed to see, but he was nowhere in sight. I've taken him home, Wang Mingqi replied. That old fool, that old fool. Lu Xiaolan exclaimed, tossing her apron aside and sprinting homeward. Brother Gang. You've worked hard, Wang Minggang said with a smile. What is hard about it? Is there a job more grueling than farming? Besides, Uncle and Aunt have paid us quite well. Wang Mingqi observed that Wang Minggang had become quite adept at communicating with customers. What about the others? He inquired. They've gone to other markets. We've worked with Uncle for a few days and learned the ropes, so we split up to work independently. You didn't venture out on your own? Wang Mingqi pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Wang Minggang. We worried Aunt would be overwhelmed alone. So we organized a schedule. Each of us helps for a day, and it's not without compensation. Aunt pays us 5 yuan a day. Wang Mingqi could only smile wryly. His father refused to exert himself, leaving Lu Xiaolan to manage everything by herself. Chapter 58. Do you know he is a fraud? Selling vegetables is an exceedingly arduous task, requiring one to arrive at the wholesale market by 3 in the morning to procure fresh produce, which must be delivered to the stall before 5 o'clock. Residents of the bustling city are discerning. If the vegetables appear disheveled or stale, they will not purchase them. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare the produce, at the very least, to pluck away the wilted leaves and bundle them into small portions before they will consider buying from your stall. Hence, one cannot manage alone. Previously, with Wang Mingqi and his wife working together, Wang Yunshan could afford to be lazy, but now, even with the same attitude, mere words would not suffice. One must be willing to labor. Brother Gang. Thank you, Wang Mingqi said. As Wang Minggang organized the vegetable stall, he remarked, why speak of such things? We are all here, thanks to Uncle Yunshan. Without him, we would still be tilling the fields in the village. Wang Minggang then inquired, how are those in the capital faring? Wang Mingqi provided a brief overview of Wang Mingli and the others, whether selling vegetables or videotapes. As long as it brings in profit, that is all that matters, he stated. If any of you wish to go to the capital, do let me know in advance. Sure, Wang Mingqi had just tossed away the cigarette, but when a familiar face approached, Wang Li confirmed repeatedly that it was indeed Wang Mingqi sitting at the stall before he nearly burst into tears. Boss Wang. Wang Mingqi laughed heartily. Old brother, the task is complete. I have come to report back. Wang Li was overjoyed. Is everything settled? Continuing on, I have yet to meet Wang Hongqin. Wang Mingqi glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Come, I shall take you to find Wang Hongqin. Wang Mingqi led Wang Li to a small shop to make a phone call. This number was provided by Wang Kachin, who assured him that dialing it would connect him to Wang Hongqin. Once the call was connected, Wang Mingqi spoke in a tone befitting someone of authority, saying, hello. I am looking for Wang Hongqin, the owner. Who are you? Our boss is very busy, came the response. Please inform Wang Hongqin that I am a friend of Director Wang Kachin, and Director Wang has sent me to see him. No matter who the director is. Without an appointment, our boss won't meet. Wang Mingqi's tone turned frigid. You must tell Wang Hongqin it is Wang Kachin who sent me. Arrangements have already been made. On the other end, A cacophony of noise erupted, and after a moment, a man's voice inquired, "Is this Wang Mingqi, the owner?" "Hello, Wang boss, this is Wang Mingqi." "Oh, hello. I have been waiting for your call, but had not received it. If you hadn't called soon, I would have returned to Harbin." "Huh, I nearly missed you." "Wang boss, where are you staying now?" "A friend, and I would like to visit you." "Oh, what visit?" "This evening, I will treat you to a meal." "Shall we go to the Huangpu River?" "That sounds good." The two agreed on a time and place, and Wang Mingqi ended the call. Wang Li clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Finally, we made contact. How wonderful." Wang Mingqi recalled vividly how Wang Hongqing had amassed a staggering 400 million in funds over the past decade through the water-to-oil scam. And all who partnered with him had invariably ended up losing everything. "Wang boss, let me forewarn you, Wang Hongqing's water-to-oil technology may very well be a deception." Wang Li chuckled, I understand. But you know, for financing needs, one must always bring social relevance into the mix." Wang Mingqi was utterly astounded. It turned out that Wang Li was aware of the water-to-oil scam. His eagerness to contact Wang Hongqing was solely for the purpose of securing financing. Observing Wang Mingqi's astonishment, Wang Li explained with a smile, "Wang boss, to be candid, I have studied the water-to-oil concept, yet over in Hong Kong, no one believes it. They only trust Wang Hongqing from Harbin. If I fail to reach him and obtain his company's authorization, how can I secure financing in Hong Kong?" Wang Mingqi felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. "Wang boss, I assure you that what I promised will come to fruition upon success. I shall bestow a reward of 200,000. Old Wang, does this not amount to aiding and abetting wrongdoing?" Wang Li burst into laughter. "Wang boss, you are a man of integrity. This is not your concern." Wang Mingqi checked the time. It was still quite early. At home, Wang Yunshan squatted on the floor, joyfully playing with Wang Qing. Lu Xiaolan held a bowl, occasionally feeding Wang Qing a piece of apple. "Mother, let Qingqing play well, do not disturb him." Lu Xiaolan shot him a glare. "What? Do you find your mother bothersome?" Wang Mingqi promptly raised his hands in surrender, realizing the gravity of his mother's admonition. He softly inquired, "Mother, I have purchased a house in the capital. Why not persuade father to cease his labor and join me in enjoying a more prosperous life there?" Wang Yunshan suddenly lifted his head and asked, "Are you saying you have acquired a property in the capital? What is its size?" 25 square meters, Wang Mingqi replied. "Is it that small?" Wang Yunshan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Your decision to buy a house indicates that you possess discernment. My dear wife, we still have several thousand yuan at home. Hand some over to Mingqi. If there's an opportunity, he should purchase a bit more space. Investing in property is never a loss." Wang Mingqi couldn't help but admire his father's keen judgment. Despite his father's many flaws, his insight was indeed sharp. "There's no need. I have sufficient funds. You and mother should not hesitate to spend." Wang Mingqi estimated that no matter what, they would not accompany him to the capital. "Father, how about I purchase a house for you in Shanghai?" Lu Xiaolan interjected, "What is the purpose of that? We are not from Shanghai. Once you and your father can no longer work, we will inevitably return to our village. You are short-sighted, my dear. If you have money, then buy a house. It is a guaranteed investment," Wang Yunshan asserted, standing up. "What have you been doing in Yanjing? Buying a house is not a trivial matter." Wang Mingqi briefly recounted his dealings with videotapes and mentioned that he had unexpectedly secured a for someone else's tapes, earning a modest fortune. Videotapes can be so lucrative? Clearly, the discerning Wang Yunshan found it hard to believe his son. It truly is profitable. Wang Mingqi sensed that Wang Yunshan might pursue further inquiries, so he shifted the subject, saying, "Mother and father, I have registered my household in Yanjing. This visit is to discuss relocating Su Xian and Shuijiao's registrations there as well." "Su Xian and Shuijiao? Indeed, I have arranged for them to attend school." Lu Xiaolan murmured, "It's one thing to handle Su Xian's registration, but why for Shuijiao? She already has an urban household registration." Wang Yunshan shot Lu Xiaolan a glare, saying, "You don't understand. Mingqi is conducting business in the capital and requires assistance. If Su Xian and Shuijiao move to Yanjing, they can lend a hand." After some contemplation, Wang Yunshan asked, "Do you have arrangements for Zonghao?" Wang Mingqi chuckled, "I will also move my elder sister there to look after Zonghao and Qingqing. That works as well. After all, we are family," Wang Yunshan thought, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. His son had achieved success. Within a month, he had established a household in the capital and could afford a property. Yet, Wang Yunshan reflected, no matter how accomplished his son became, he would always be his son. With that thought, His mood brightened. When you return to the capital, I will accompany you to ensure everything is in order. Wang Mingqi felt disheartened. Lu Xiaolan knew Wang Yunshan all too well. She understood his nature and anticipated that if her son's business flourished, he would surely meddle. What will I do if you leave? I will return in a few days. That won't do. You cannot go. Are you trying to wear me out? Wang Mingqi's eyes twinkled as he proposed. Father, mother, why not accompany me back to the capital? You could assist me and my sister in caring for the children, and let us not forget Su Xian and Xuejiao. This time, Lu Xiaolan refrained from uttering her usual remarks about aging. She turned her gaze towards Wang Yunshan, as such significant matters required his judgment. After stepping outside for a smoke, Wang Yunshan returned, resolute. Mingqi, tell your father just how substantial your business is. With a hand raised, Wang Mingqi declared. This figure per year. 50,000. Wang Yunshan interjected. That's quite a sum. No, father, it's 5 million, Wang Mingqi corrected him. Wang Yunshan erupted in a fit of coughing, exclaiming, nonsense. Do you think videotapes are made of gold? 5 million. 50,000 would be commendable. Despite his experience, Wang Yunshan's knowledge was merely that of an ordinary retired city dweller, and the mention of 5 million left him incredulous. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. First, handle the household registration back home. In a month or so, I will visit the capital to advise you. Young people often think too simply. I must take charge, he continued. Otherwise, you and mother might as well abandon the bustling metropolis. Nonsense. I am not yet 60. A fortune teller proclaimed that I am destined for great wealth. Wang Mingqi was rendered speechless. In Wang Yunshan's eyes, a heroic father begets a heroic son. He felt compelled to prove his worth in front of others. Wang Mingqi dared not press further. If he successfully convinced his father to move to the capital, the elder might meddle in his affairs, and Wang Mingqi feared he would be shooting himself in the foot. Wang Qing, upon returning to a familiar environment, felt liberated. Mingqi, how did you find Wenjun? Wang Mingqi recounted the events, prompting Wang Yunshan to explode. What? She found someone else? Wang Mingqi nodded. This woman is utterly unprincipled. Wang Yunshan seethed. It's fortunate you brought my grandson back. Otherwise, she would surely have changed his surname. He added, enough. It's a new society. Why cling to the old ways? Mingqi, if she has sought a new partner, we shall also find one, perhaps a woman from the city to vex her. Previously, Lu Xiaolan had staunchly defended Hao Wenjun, but upon hearing that she was pursuing another relationship, her fury ignited. After a brief family conversation, Wang Mingqi noted the time and announced his intention to dine out. At the alley's entrance, Wang Li's Mercedes was already awaiting him. As Wang Mingqi approached, Secretary Bai obsequiously opened the car door, greeting, hello, Boss Wang. Hello, Secretary Bai, Wang Mingqi replied. Bai's ingratiating smile widened. Boss Wang, our employer is waiting for you inside. Once settled in the vehicle, Wang Li remarked, it seems our acquaintance owes much to Secretary Bai. You must reward him handsomely tonight. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Indeed, Brother Wang. Did you truly locate Wang Hongqing through your second uncle? Wang Mingqi shook his head. The individual I found holds a rather special status, making it inconvenient to disclose. Understood. Those who can connect with Wang Hongqing are not to be taken lightly, Wang Li acknowledged. Boss Wang, allow me to remind you once more. The notion that Wang Hongqing can turn water into oil is nothing but a ruse. Should anything go awry, do not seek my assistance. Haha, my friend, rest assured. I shall not trouble you. When you visit Hong Kong Island next, I shall express my gratitude properly. Upon witnessing Wang Li's insistence to meet Wang Hongqing, Wang Mingqi remained silent. Wang Li retrieved a set of keys from his bag and handed them to Wang Mingqi, saying, Brother, as we agreed, if you can help me connect with Wang Hongqing, I shall reward you with 200,000. My current funds are limited, and this apartment is yours. Wang Mingqi had previously visited Wang Li's residence, which boasted 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, covering at least 120 square meters, valued at over 300,000. After all, his property was located in the old city, less than 2 kilometers from the Bund, with a square meter priced at no less than 3,000. Boss Wang, how can I accept such generosity? Wang Mingqi replied. Haha, I find it rather modest. Wang Li said, producing a business card to hand to Wang Mingqi. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out on Hong Kong Island. Wang Mingqi glanced at Wang Li's card, noting the title of chairman of the board of directors at Hong Kong Island Go Brothers New Materials Company, Limited, which sounded quite prestigious. Thank you. In a short while, The vehicle came to a halt in front of a remarkably ancient restaurant. Secretary Bai hurriedly opened the car door for Wang Li. "Hello, may I ask if you are boss Wang Mingqi?" inquired a young man clad in a black suit. "Indeed. I have an appointment with boss Wang. Our boss has been awaiting your arrival. Please come in." Wang Hongqing stood in the lobby, waiting for Wang Mingqi. This was Wang Mingqi's first encounter with Wang Hongqing, who appeared to be around 50 years old, dressed in a well-fitted Zhongshan suit, embodying the image of a seasoned official. "Haha, you must be boss Wang," he said. "Greetings, Mr. Wang, I am Wang Mingqi." "Haha, Mr. Wang called me regarding your matter, coincidentally. I am also in the Magic City. The world is indeed full of surprises. All three of us share the surname Wang, including the intermediary Wang Kachin. Hearing the titles of Boss Wang and Mr. Wang is rather uncomfortable." Wang Mingqi introduced, "Boss Wang, allow me to present to you, this is Wang Li, chairman of the board of directors at Hong Kong Island Go Brothers New Materials Company Limited." Wang Hongqing extended his hand to shake with Wang Li, expressing his puzzlement. "Go Brothers? The name sounds quite familiar." Wang Li responded, "I had previously attempted to schedule an appointment with Boss Wang, but to no avail. So I had no choice but to request Brother Wang's assistance for an introduction." Wang Hongqing slapped his forehead, feigning realization. "Ah, so there's this connection, my apologies." In the private room, the three men settled into their respective seats. Chapter 60. Swindlers among swindlers. Wang Hongqing personally poured a bottle of Armai Martin, stating, "Here in our country, many Armai Martins are counterfeit. Gentlemen, please sample this. I arranged for it to be sourced from abroad." Wang Mingqi chuckled, covering his glass. "I apologize, Boss Wang, but I am not particularly fond of foreign spirits." Wang Hongqing replied with a smile, "You jest, Boss Wang. In our circle, who does not indulge in foreign liquor? I shall abstain, as will Director Wang." At the mention of Wang Kachin, Wang Hongqing refrained from further comments. Although Wang Kachin is merely a modest general manager of a securities exchange, his influence is considerable, and Wang Hongqing dares not offend him. Wang Li jested, "Boss Wang, since my younger brother is not fond of it, let him enjoy his erguo alone while we indulge in Remy Martin." Wang Li offered Wang Hongqing a way out, which he readily accepted. "Haha, indeed. Waiter, fetch a bottle of Maotai." Wang Mingqi expressed his delight. The dishes were exquisite, embodying the typical flair of Shanghai. One person could easily finish 2 pair of chopsticks worth, celebrated for their elegance and presentation. The liquor was equally fine. It was either Remy Martin or Maotai. "Boss Wang, I toast to you." "Haha, well said," Wang Hongqing replied, tilting his head back as he gradually poured a glass of Remy Martin down his throat. Wang Li was taken aback. Was this truly the proper way to drink Remy Martin? Wang Mingqi stifled a laugh, lifting his Maotai glass to take a gentle sip, savoring its rich flavor and lingering aroma. Noticing Wang Li's discomfort, Wang Hongqing remarked, "Is something wrong with the liquor, Boss Wang?" Yes, Wang Li responded, tilting his head back to down a glass of Remy Martin, concerned that Wang Li might overindulge and hinder his affairs. Wang Mingqi felt that even if Wang Li drank too much, he had already fulfilled his promise, thus justifying the 200,000 in a property. "Boss Wang, my older brother holds your water-to-oil technique in high regard and wishes to explore its potential in Hong Kong." Upon hearing Wang Mingqi mention the water-to-oil technology, Wang Hongqing was not surprised but rather alarmed. Wang Mingqi clearly had connections at a high level and must have known that the water-to-oil scheme was a ruse. Why would he bring it up? Wang Mingqi chuckled, "This matter has no relation to Director Wang. It is simply my brother's admiration for your technique." As he spoke, he stood up. "You two continue your discussion. I shall step out for a smoke." Wang Mingqi exited the private room, allowing ample space for the two to converse. Secretary Bai noticed Wang Mingqi with a cigarette, fiddling with a lighter, and without hesitation, hurried over to assist him in lighting it. "Boss Wang, just call if you need anything." "No worries, just getting some fresh air." Secretary Bai smiled. "Boss Wang, if you could sign here, I will handle the transfer for you tomorrow." Wang Mingqi pondered for a moment and replied, "Put it under my parents' names." Good. I will consult with Boss De Wang tomorrow." After taking a drag from his cigarette, Wang Mingqi felt the time was ripe. Inside the private room, Wang Hongqing and Wang Li were huddled closely, exchanging whispers with lascivious expressions. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi enter, Wang Li cheerfully called out, "Brother Wang, come, have a bite. Let's change venues for drinks." Wang Mingqi instantly discerned their intended destination. Having frequented such places in his past life, he had lost interest. Accustomed to Maotai, the thought of erguo held little allure, even if he enjoyed drinking. Moreover, the current princesses had yet to align with international standards. Haha, I shall decline. I just returned to Shanghai and would like to spend some quality time with my parents. Wang Hongqing's expression turned serious, half-jokingly saying, now that's no fun. We work so hard. It's a rare opportunity to relax. How can you not join us, Brother Wang? Forget it, you all go ahead. Next time you visit the capital, we shall relax together, Wang Li remarked. Since you are not inclined, Wang Laodi, we shall not impose. Just the two of us will go. Wang Hongqing reluctantly agreed. On their way back, Wang Li reflected, the mainland is indeed a society rooted in human connections. When I arrived in the magical city last year, I encountered numerous obstacles. Who would have thought that with Wang Laodi's intervention, my considerable troubles would be alleviated? Was the deal finalized? Indeed it was. In consideration of your reputation, Wang Zong merely accepted a nominal authorization fee. Wang Mingqi silently recited a prayer, feeling a pang of guilt for facilitating the schemes of two deceivers. I shall return to Hong Kong Island tomorrow afternoon, Wang Laodi. We must gather again when the opportunity arises. Wang Mingqi nodded in agreement. After disembarking, Wang Li's driver unloaded 2 cases of Maotai before departing. Upon seeing the Maotai, Wang Yunshan's eyes sparkled. Where is Qiqing? He inquired. Asleep, came the reply. Was there any commotion? How could there not be? Lu Xiaolan began to weep again. An orphan is like a rootless weed. My Qiqing has no mother. Wang Mingqi felt a heavy heart as well. Yet, this was a rite of passage Qiqing must endure. In a few days, perhaps the distress would subside. Wang Yunshan prepared a plate of peanuts, savoring their aroma. Father, mother, I am heading back to my hometown tomorrow morning. Go ahead, go ahead. Your household registration is of utmost importance, Lu Xiaolan replied with a tone of negotiation. Mingqi, why not leave Qiqing here? It must be challenging for a grown man to manage a child alone. I can send my elder sister and brother-in-law to the capital, not to mention Su Xian and Shuijiao. What a situation this is, Wang Yunshan mused, lost in the rich fragrance of Maotai. To him, as long as his grandson was healthy, nothing else mattered much. Wang Mingqi cradled Wang Qiqing and retreated to his room. Observing Qiqing sleeping with clenched fists, his heart ached. The child bore far too much for his tender age. The following morning, Secretary Bai approached Wang Yunshan, expressing the intention to gift him a house, rather than joy. Both Wang Yunshan and Lu Xiaolan were taken aback. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, this is a token of gratitude from our boss. At that moment, Wang Mingqi emerged, carrying the still sleeping Qiqing. Father, mother, please accept this. In a few days, you can move in. The new place will be more spacious, he said, leaving his parents in stunned silence as he entered Wang Li's sleek black Mercedes. The driver handed Wang Mingqi a set of documents, stating, Mr. Wang said he no longer needs this vehicle, so he is temporarily lending it to you for transportation. Wang Mingqi chuckled, your boss is exceedingly generous. A house worth over 300,000 is one thing, but a Mercedes valued at over 500,000 simply given away. Indeed, properties appreciate while vehicles depreciate. They are incomparable, the driver replied. You should express your gratitude to your boss later. Wang Mingqi peered out and softly told Lu Xiaolan, Mother, I have left 100,000 yuan in my room. Please do not toil so hard. Spend it freely, and do not hold back. Where did you acquire such a sum? She asked, astonished. I earned it from selling videotapes, Wang Mingqi replied, gesturing for the driver to start the car. Chapter 61. The abundance of relatives at Uncle's house. Wang Mingqi originally intended to return home via the county's vegetable delivery vehicle from the wholesale market. However, now that he had access to a car, he felt no need to hesitate and headed straight for Lu's home. Master, may I inquire your surname? One may be excused. My surname is Chen Dong. Master Chen, are you from the magical city? Not quite. I hail from the same city as Boss Wang, though not the same county. I used to be a long-haul truck driver. Oh, do you accompany Wang Li to Hong Kong Island? Boss Wang did mention to me that in a few days, I should head directly to Hong Kong Island, but my parents are quite elderly, and I am reluctant to leave them. Wang Mingqi chuckled. I don't possess a driving license either. If Master Chen doesn't mind, could you drive me for now? However, I must forewarn you. My offered salary will certainly be considerably less than Boss Wang's, merely 300 a month. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong became momentarily flustered, struggling to stabilize the vehicle after a few turns. 300? Boss Wang, is that truly the amount? Of course, with meals and accommodation included. Thank you, boss. Thank you. I'll work for you. That is splendid. Chen Dong, being a native of Lu's Hong, was well acquainted with the route from the magical city to Luzhong. Some individuals possess an innate talent for driving. Once they traverse a road, it becomes indelibly etched in their memory. Wang Mingqi, however, was not one of those individuals. Without navigation, he would be as lost as a blind man. Finally, Qingqing awakened. Upon seeing the automobile, he became exuberantly animated, exclaiming, "Oh, a big car, a big car." Wang Mingqi felt a tinge of exasperation. Was the child's reflex arc exceedingly delayed? He had taken him in taxis multiple times. Yet it was only now that he seemed to grasp the concept of a big car. "Dad, I need to pee," Wang Qing complained after merely an hour of travel. Shendong steadily pulled the car over to the side of the road. Wang Mingqi lifted Wang Qing out of the vehicle, removed his trousers. And the child laughed heartily as he relieved himself. "Dad, look. I washed the ants away." Wang Mingqi also unfastened his trousers, replying, "Son, watch me." "Dad, that's so far." "I'm trying hard to." The father and son erupted into laughter. Once back in the car, Wang Mingqi cradled Wang Qing and said, "Qingqing, from now on, do not call me Dad. Call me Father, all right?" Wang Mingqi shifted his dialect from Luzhong to the capital city's vernacular. Wang Qing, perplexed, nodded but could not articulate the word father. At times, Wang Qing sat on Wang Mingqi's lap, at other times sprawled on the seat, alternating between the need to defecate and urinate, as well as bouts of sleepiness and hunger. Essentially, he could not remain still in the vehicle. The journey was filled with starts and stops, and it was not until midnight that they finally returned to the county. Wang Yunshan, upon hearing Wang Mingqi's voice, became flustered. "Mingqi, what has transpired?" In a short while, the second uncle, Wang Suling, Wang Suxin, Wang Xuejiao, and Wang Lei all emerged. "Brother, what is the matter?" Wang Yunshan, noticing Wang Mingqi holding Wang Qing, asked, "Qingqing has returned?" Wang Qing opened his eyes, saw Wang Yunshan, softly called out second granduncle, and promptly fell back asleep. The second aunt hurriedly took Qingqing into her arms. "Mingqi, what on earth happened?" Wang Mingqi replied, "Second uncle, there is still a driver outside. Please assist him in finding accommodation. I will explain everything in due time." "Brother, are our parents all right?" "They're perfectly fine. Have you eaten yet?" inquired Wang Lei. "Not at all. Hurry and prepare me a bowl of noodles." Auntie brought Wang Qing to their bed before coming out. "Child, couldn't you have mentioned this earlier? You startled us to death." Wang Mingqi chuckled softly. Wang Suxin hurried to Wang Yunshan's room to check on Wang Qing. After a while, Wang Yunshan returned. "Uncle, Auntie, the main purpose of this visit is to handle household registration." "Household registration? Are you planning to change to urban residency?" "I intend to transfer my elder sister, Suxin, and Xuejiao's registrations to the capital." "What?" Wang Yunshan was taken aback. Wang Mingqi pulled out Wang Xuejiao's household transfer certificate from his bag and handed it to Uncle. "This is Xuejiao's. Uncle, please retrieve Xuejiao's registration page within these few days, as I will take it with me when I leave. Oh, by the way, Xuejiao and Suxin will accompany me back to Yanjing for their studies." Uncle Wang Yunshan and Auntie finally snapped out of their shock. Auntie gently patted Wang Mingqi's shoulder, saying, "Child, such a significant matter, and you didn't discuss it with us? What is there to discuss about a good opportunity? Attending university in the capital is somewhat easier." In the previous life, Wang Xuejiao failed to enter university and ended up working in the cotton spinning factory alongside Wang Suling. After barely 6 months, the factory closed down. And later she opened a bakery, which did quite well, but it was grueling work without any holidays. This must cost a considerable amount, right? I have invested in a project in the capital, and they provided 4 spots. Wang Xuejiao ran over, looking at the transfer certificate with excitement, saying, "Dad, I have classmates who moved their registrations to the Northwest. It's easier to enter university there, and I heard it's also easier in the capital." "It is somewhat easier, but the education there is more competitive. You both need to be prepared for hardships." "What does competitive mean?" "It means the competition is incredibly fierce, and the children in the capital have high overall quality requirements." "Oh, as long as I can get into university, I would consider it a blessing." Wang Suxin was completely oblivious to the significance of household registration. She did not realize that a simple registration could alter the course of her life. Wang Lei brought noodles to Wang Mingqi, who inquired, "Do you wish to accompany your brother to the capital to seek fortune?" Wang Lei replied, "I would never go. You are just like Suling, clinging to your secure job without letting go. What is the point? Mind your business." Wang Lei's temper was slightly better than Wang Suling's, yet not by much. If Suling were to resign, I would resign too. Sister Lei, don't involve me. Our situations are different. Exactly. Suling is a vocational school graduate, a bona fide technician at the textile factory. Can you compare yourself to Suling? Auntie also disapproved of her daughter constantly comparing herself to Suling. Wang Lei felt disheartened again. She graduated from high school and entered the county repair factory, becoming colleagues with her biological father. Yet, the county repair factory had not paid wages for several months. After the 1980s, individual repair shops sprang up like mushrooms after rain, while state-owned repair factories lost their competitiveness and were gradually phased out. Just as Wang Yunshan lit a cigarette, Auntie snatched it away, saying, "Qingqing is at home." Wang Mingqi felt warmth in his heart, for Uncle and Auntie truly regarded Qingqing as their own grandson. Wang Mingqi believed that Wang Lei's situation was particularly unique. The repair factory no longer had a reason to exist. "Wang Lei, do you have a fondness for cars?" Wang Lei nodded vigorously. "How about this? You resign and come with me to the capital. I will find you a job selling cars. What do you think?" "Huh? Still resigning?" Wang Lei was in a quandary again. Wang Mingqi believed that securing a position in car sales through Lu Haozuan would not pose a challenge. Once Wang Lei became familiar with the sales process, he could support her in opening a car dealership, thereby uplifting her. Wang Lei was conflicted. Anna remarked, "A girl should not be crawling under cars every day. It's no wonder she can't find a partner." Unlike Su Ling, Wang Lei was 22 this year, 1 year older than Wang Su Ling. Has Su Ling found someone? Originally, Wang Su Ling had been listening nearby, but upon hearing her relationship mentioned, she shyly retreated to her room. "Bring him over for your brother to see in a few days," Wang Yunshan said with a smile. "We have asked several times, but this child is too shy to bring him back." Wang Mingqi chuckled. Chapter 62. The Wild Vegetables of Spring. Once the women had retired for the night, Wang Yunshan gestured towards the door. The two men stepped outside, each with a cigarette in hand. "It seems you're doing well in the capital." "Not too bad. I opened a storefront selling videotapes and computers." "How much can you earn in a month?" "Hard to say. I make more in a day than you do in a year." "Nonsense," Wang Yunshan scoffed, unable to believe it. Even with a struggling repair shop, one could still earn 100 a month, 1,200 a year. "You earn 1,002 in a day? Do you think I, Wang Yunshan, have never seen the world?" Noting Wang Yunshan's disbelief, Wang Mingqi chose not to continue. Wang Yunshan said, "As for Lei Lei, I will think it over. Regarding Shuijiao, we shall proceed as you suggest." "All right, it doesn't matter for Lei Lei. Her brother is wealthy. Can she possibly go hungry?" Wang Yunshan appreciated this aspect of Wang Mingqi. He was a man of responsibility, 100 times better than his father. "As for your elder sister, we will handle it together. Tomorrow, I will go to my elder sister's house and ask her and my brother-in-law to come to the capital. With so many people, will there be enough space for everyone?" "You need not worry. There is plenty of room." "That's good, that's good." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yunshan added, "I will accompany your aunt for a visit. I won't feel at ease without seeing it for myself." "That sounds good." Early the next day, Wang Mingqi was awakened by Wang Qing's persistent calls. "Daddy, I want to go out and play." Wang Mingqi replied, "Qingqing, call me Daddy." "Daddy, I want to go out and play." "All right." Wang Mingqi hurriedly got up and tidied the sofa. Wang Yunshan's home was in a typical unit dormitory, with 3 households per staircase. The weathered exterior walls indicated the building's age, but the spacious layout and a small garden in between were inviting. Wang Mingqi took Wang Qing outside, where elderly residents were already out for their morning exercises. Wang Qing was a very well-behaved child, able to entertain himself for quite a while simply observing ants. It was only when Aunt Air called them for breakfast that the two returned. Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao were rather slow to react. It wasn't until after a nap that they began to feel excited. "Dad, do my third sister and I still have to go to school?" "Why not? We're about to go to Yanjing for school, so we don't need to go anymore. Right?" "No way." Wang Yunshan resolutely declined, stating that they had to attend school in the morning before departing in the afternoon. Wang Xuejiao attempted to act coy, but a stern glare from Wang Yunshan silenced her. After breakfast, Wang Mingqi left Qingqing at his second uncle's house and proceeded alone to his elder sister's home. Wang Suyan, 3 years older than Wang Mingqi, had married early. Her husband, Lu Wan, possessed an exceptionally good-natured character, though he was not particularly articulate, as his wife put it. He was the kind of person who wouldn't even produce a sound with a kick. Before reaching the village entrance, Wang Mingqi spotted Wang Suyan, who was busy foraging for wild vegetables in the fields. Spring was the season when wild greens flourished, particularly shepherd's purse in the wheat fields, as well as dandelions, noodle vegetables, and ginseng vegetables along the ditches, all abundant and easy to gather. In the past, Wang Mingqi had a fondness for dumplings filled with shepherd's purse, relishing them endlessly. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he called out, "Sister." At merely 30 years of age, Wang Suyun donned a tattered cotton coat. Years of labor in the fields, exposed to the elements, had etched lines upon her face and hands. Were someone to claim she was 40, many would likely believe it. Seeing Wang Mingqi return, her immediate reaction was one of alarm. "Mingqi, what has happened? Why are you back?" Wang Mingqi hurriedly reassured her, "It's nothing. Just came to check in." "Where's brother-in-law?" "He went to hoe the fields," Wang Suyun replied, setting down her basket to glance at the car. "Is that borrowed?" "Sort of," he said, rummaging through the basket and eyeing the tender shepherd's purse, salivating at the thought. If only there were some mint leaves to go with it. Oh, and some Sichuan pepper sprouts, fried, they would be exquisite. "When did you acquire such wealthy friends?" Wang Suyun teased. Wang Mingqi chuckled. "Your brother is no longer the vegetable vendor he once was. He has become quite the entrepreneur." "Really? You a big boss?" She scoffed. "I've never heard of anyone making a fortune selling vegetables." As Wang Mingqi noticed his brother-in-law Lu when glancing in their direction, he waved. "Come on, let us head home. Have you eaten breakfast?" "I had breakfast at my second uncle's," she replied. "How are our parents?" "Oh, I forgot, you went to Yinjing." "They're well. I bought them a new apartment in Modu. It's much more spacious than before." "You bought a house?" Wang Suyun appeared incredulous. "Indeed, right across from the market." Wang Suyun chuckled lightly. "As if I spent time at the market myself. You were there for only a few days." Though she had indeed sold vegetables in Modu with Wang Yunshan for about half a year, she had returned to marry shortly after. Luwen approached, carrying a hoe and grinning warmly. "Mingqi's back." "Indeed," Wang Mingqi affirmed. "Let us go home." In rural life, the first task at dawn was not breakfast, but rather tending to the fields while the sun was still mild. When the sun grew too intense, they would return home for their meal. During busy farming seasons, they often ate right in the fields, saving the time it would take to return home. Wang Suyun's home was relatively new in the village. When they married, Wang Yunshan had given them 2,000 yuan to renovate the old house. Upon learning of Wang Mingqi's arrival, Lu Wen's mother, leaning on a cane, stood at the door. "Little Mingqi has come?" The so-called crutch is merely a wooden stick, slightly taller than the elderly lady. Wang Mingqi quickly supported the old woman. "Aunt, I am already 27. Must you still call me Little Mingqi?" "Haha, even at 28, you are still Little Mingqi." "And my uncle?" "He has gone to the market. Today is the big market day." "Are you and uncle in good health?" "Yes, we are well, though my leg is not quite functional." Lu Wen's mother suffers from rheumatoid arthritis, a remnant of her youth when, in the harsh winter, she labored to earn additional work points by helping the production team dig for lotus roots, coupled with inadequate protective measures, resulting in many suffering from chronic leg pain. In youth, one feels invincible, but as age catches up, the body, once mistreated, exacts its revenge. Wang Suyun washed her hands and went to the kitchen to prepare some noodles. "Zhonghao's mother, please bring 2 eggs for his uncle." Wang Suyun chuckled. "He has already eaten." "Mother, there's no need to worry." With deft hands, Wang Suyun boiled the noodles and tossed in some mint leaves. As Lu Wen ate, he inquired, "Mingqi, did you return for a specific reason?" Wang Mingqi recounted the matter of household registration for Wang Suyun and Lu Zonghao. Lu Wen had yet to respond, but the elderly lady was already agitated. "Child's uncle, are you saying he can acquire a city household registration?" The old woman's perspective differed from others. She envisioned her grandson as a city dweller, having no concept of what a Beijing household registration entailed. "And indeed, but it requires my brother-in-law and the 3 of them to work in the city." Go. The elderly lady struck her crutch, her excitement palpable. "I will decide. Go." Lu Wen interjected, "Mother, given your condition, how can Suyun and I leave? I'm not on the verge of death. You 2 need not stay home to care for me. Besides, your father is here too." Wang Mingqi added, "Brother-in-law, you can lease out your land. Once you've earned enough, you can bring uncle and aunt over." Lu Wen remained silent. Chapter 63. Many misfortunes arise from weary souls. Wang Suyun glanced at her household registration transfer certificate. "Am I now a citizen of Yinjing?" "Yes, but primarily, it is for Zhonghao's education. He can attend school in Yinjing and participate in the college entrance examination there." Wang Suyun's eyes sparkled. Wang Mingqi turned to Lu Wen, who maintained a stoic expression, continuing to eat his noodles. "Lu Wen, will you go or not? I need to think it over." What is there to consider? The elderly lady was displeased. Your uncle is making such an effort for the sake of the child, and yet you cannot discern the importance of this matter? Wang Mingqi smiled. This time, I have only 4 slots, primarily for those pursuing education. Those not studying have no opportunity. Look at what your uncle has done for you. What more do you desire? The elderly lady was genuinely anxious. What if Wang Mingqi changed his mind and did not assist her grandson? Mother, may I take some time to think? Think. What is there to think about? I know you well. Back when your father-in-law suggested you and your wife go to the metropolis to sell vegetables, you hesitated, citing this and that. And yet, look at your father-in-law. He is doing better than you. Mother, why bring this up? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Wang Mingqi chuckled. Annie, please do not rush. I will be home for a few more days. Why not wait for my uncle to return, and then you can discuss it together? Wang Mingqi sensed that his brother-in-law harbored a hint of inferiority, a feeling corroborated by certain tidings from his previous life. In those days, Luwen had dedicated himself to farming at home. Logically, with a father-in-law making his way in the world, the son-in-law should have followed suit without hesitation. Yet, Luwen refrained from doing so. It was not until his younger brother Wang Suxin took over the vegetable stall that Luwen began collaborating with him, gradually emerging as one of the prominent vegetable growers in the town. Thus, Wang Mingqi intended to afford Luwen a period of respite. Sister, brother-in-law, please deliberate on this matter. This situation is unlike any other. If it pertains to finances, I shall refrain from persuasion. However, concerning Lu Zhonghao's education, we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. The policy for investing in housing and settling in the city had only been in effect for a few years, ceasing around the mid-1990s, after which settling in the capital depended solely on points. Should Lu Zhonghao secure residency now, even if he were to fail his university entrance exams? What about his children? All right, I will confer with your brother-in-law again. After bidding farewell to Wang Mingqi, Wang Xiyun trudged home, gritting her teeth. Upon Wang Mingqi's return to Wang, Wang Zhengwo's immediate reaction was one of alarm. Upon learning that Wang Mingqi intended to transfer his residency to Yanjing, he was infuriated, exclaiming, "Is this trivial matter worth such a trip? A mere phone call could resolve it." Wang Mingqi could only smile in response. Wang Zhengwo extended his hand. Proof? Oh, here it is. Wang Zhengwo inspected the bright red official seal, which was undoubtedly authentic. You should return home and check. I will prepare the necessary documentation shortly. And then we can head to the town to upgrade your file. Wang Mingqi was utterly oblivious to the procedure for transferring residency. By the way, what about Chi-Chi's mother's residency? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingqi replied, "Let it be. If there is no hope for reconciliation, it would be best for her to relocate as soon as possible. She has lost her land anyway." As for the land, Wang Mingqi was indifferent. Their village was not even considered a suburb, and it would take 30 years for any development to reach them. At home, the young grass had already begun to sprout green shoots. While pulling out a patch of shepherd's purse, he heard Dong shouting from outside, "Do not touch it. Do not touch it." Wang Mingqi opened the door to find several children, just released from morning classes, circling around a vehicle. They clutched stones, poised to scratch the car's surface. Wang Mingqi shouted, "Wang Guoqing, feeling mischievous, are we?" Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, Wang Guoqing bolted, exclaiming, "Uncle, I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it." Dong was on the verge of tears, as several scratches marred the vehicle's body. Wang Mingqi reassured him, "It's all right. We can repair it once we return to the capital." "Boss, it'll cost 1,000 yuan. I cannot afford it." "What are you liable for?" "It's not your fault." Gradually, a few villagers approached. "Uncle Mingqi, is this your car?" "It's borrowed," Wang Mingqi replied, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and distributing them. "Goodness, such expensive cigarettes?" one remarked, placing the cigarette behind his ear, reluctant to smoke it. "Mingqi, does it pay so well in Yanjing?" As it happened, Mingli called his wife, stating that he earned 300 to 400 a month, while Yunlu could earn over 1,000. Several individuals who accompanied your father to the metropolis averaged only 300 to 400 a month. What exactly does Yunlu sell to earn over 1,000? Wang Mingqi, finishing a pack of cigarettes, remarked, "Yunlu is being modest. He earns not less than 1,000 a month. I believe it's between 1,500 to 2,000. What? Such an amount? Mingqi, what are you doing in the capital? Isn't it selling vegetables?" "No, indeed. If selling vegetables could afford such an expensive car, everyone in the world would be selling vegetables." "Oh, that car must cost around 100,000, right?" 100,000? 100,000 merely sells you 4 wheels. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Mingqi, tell me, if I were to follow you, could I earn 300 a month? Certainly, at least 300. Could I really do it? You could. Provided you are willing to toil, there is no income unattainable. Back when Brother Zhang mentioned it, your aunt was against me going out. Wang Mingqi replied, Uncle, you might as well forget it. If my sister wishes to go out, I can arrange it once we reach Yanjing. The elder might only be able to write his name. Upon arriving in Yanjing, he would be incapable of doing anything, but his daughter would manage, having completed high school. Really? Is there any doubt? Several individuals were intrigued. Wang Jingwo rode up on his bicycle and said to Wang Mingqi, let us go. I've made arrangements with the town. We need to retrieve the files. As he spoke, he placed 2 bottles of liquor in Wang Mingqi's vehicle. Nowadays, if one doesn't treat guests, matters can be quite troublesome. Let's treat the town officials at noon. Uncle, I have liquor in my car. Come on. 2 bottles aren't worth much. In the town, Wang Jingwo led Wang Mingqi directly to the office of the police chief. He gently pushed the office door open. A smile gracing his face. Director Zhang, here I am to trouble you again. Director Zhang looked up at Wang Jingwo. Oh, it's old Wang. Just go directly to the household registration department. I'll sign for you shortly. All right. Thank you, Director Zhang. Upon reaching the household registration department, Wang Jingwo discreetly spoke a few words to the officer in charge, who beamed with delight. In less than half an hour, Wang Jingwo retrieved the household registrations for Wang Mingqi, Wang Qing, and Wang Suxin. Uncle, isn't there an issue with Qingqing and Suxin's registrations? Wang Mingqi pointed at their household registration book, which contained only their birth dates and lacked identification numbers. Wang Jingwo explained, we are somewhat backward here, without an ID card. They won't assign a number. Wang Mingqi acknowledged with an O. Let us head to the restaurant and wait for them. They should arrive around noon. Chapter 64. Lu Wen is a man of pride, as Wang Jingwo adeptly ordered a basin of braised meat, a basin of stewed chicken, and a basin of pork ribs with cabbage. Wang Mingqi was left utterly astonished. Indeed, it was a basin devoid of any delicate dishes, merely baskets of food brought to the table. Particularly the basin of braised meat left Wang Mingqi feeling quite queasy. However, the basin of stewed chicken made him swallow slightly. Additionally, the snow-white tofu dipped in chive flowers promised an exquisite flavor. At the stroke of midnight, several officers clad in police uniforms arrived. Director Zhang, thank you for your esteemed presence. Old Wang expressed with gratitude. Oh, there's no need for such formalities between us, he replied with a chuckle. Leaders, please take your seats. After surveying the room, Director Zhang remarked, Old Wang, you've gone to great lengths. Haha, knowing your preferences, I made sure to prepare this special treat for you. Old Wang said with delight. Director Zhang, pleased, patted Wang Jingwo's shoulder heartily. Your efforts in maintaining the public order in Wang have been commendable. It is all thanks to you, the village head. Thank you, Wang Jingwo replied, pulling Wang Mingqi forward. This is my nephew, doing quite well in the capital. He is here to transfer his household registration. A young officer inquired. I heard your household registration has moved to Lushu in Beijing? Indeed, Wang Mingqi confirmed. I have a classmate assigned to the Lushu police station. I wonder if you know her? She is also from our town. How Wenjing? Wang Mingqi asked. Yes, that is her. Do you know her? Wang Jingwo laughed heartily. How could he not know her? They are quite familiar. Wang Mingqi smiled wryly. She is my ex-sister-in-law. So you two have this connection? No wonder you were able to transfer your registration to Yanjing. The young officer implied that Wang Mingqi's ability to move his registration was due to Hao Wenjing's connections. What is the story there? Wang Jingwo inquired. You're unaware? Hao Wenjing's boyfriend's father is a high-ranking official. I truly had no idea. Let us not dwell on that. Let us drink instead. Director Zhang mentioned a name, and upon receiving a nod from the young officer, he was astonished. We have such influential families in our town? Which village do they hail from? Wang Mingqi had little interest in their gossip regarding familial connections. He pondered who Hao Wenjing's boyfriend could be. Could the child of a high-ranking official genuinely be interested in a girl from the countryside? Regardless of Hao Wenjing's beauty, it seemed implausible for her to marry into a family of high officials. The drinking continued until 3 in the afternoon, when Wang Jingwo respectfully bid farewell to Director Zhang. Wang Jingwo sighed. Alas, village matters are unavoidable. We must trouble them. Wang Mingqi understood the challenges faced by grassroots officials. After escorting Wang Jingwo back, he returned to the county. Wang Qing was in high spirits, enjoying the company of his 4 aunts, feeling no need for a mother. By evening, Wang Qing obediently followed Wang Yunshan to bed. "What is the situation with your sister?" Wang Mingqi asked with a bitter smile. "My brother-in-law may not wish to go," Wang Yunshan replied, frustrated. "A timid man can be a stubborn one. The more you push him, the less he will comply. What then? If all else fails, let your sister take the children. That won't do. Living apart, they'll inevitably divorce." Wang Yunshan contemplated. "Perhaps I should visit your sister tomorrow." "I refuse to believe the in-laws are oblivious to the situation." Wang Mingqi relayed the perspective of the elderly matriarch of the Lu family. She was a sensible woman. Yet with the entire family involved, the burden of care would weigh heavily upon him. "What is the issue? Our family has assets. Arranging a few people is simple. In a few years, once I retire, I will come to Beijing to assist you." Wang Mingqi erupted into laughter. Pondering the futility of attending university in a few years when Wang Yunshan and Wang Shuejiao would be enrolled, he stepped outside to make a phone call, primarily to inquire with Zhang Cuifen about the progress of their housing arrangements. Zhang Cuifen assured him with a pat on his chest that 2 rooms had been secured for each person, awaiting their arrival in Beijing to complete the registration process. Early the following morning, Wang Yunshan stood at the doorstep of Wang Yunshan's home with her child. As soon as the second aunt opened the door, Wang Yunshan burst into tears, exclaiming, "Second aunt, woo woo woo." The second aunt, startled, asked, "What happened, Yunshan? What's wrong?" Wang Yunshan continued to sob, prompting the second aunt to shout, "Wang Yunshan, Wang Mingqi, come quickly. Lu Wen is bullying Yunshan." Wang Mingqi's mind reeled as he rushed out to witness Wang Yunshan weeping. "Sister, what is the matter? Did Lu Wen hit you?" Lu Zonghao interjected, "No, they merely had a quarrel." The second aunt, relieved, remarked, "You child, always crying." She led Wang Yunshan inside. Lu Zonghao's demeanor bore no resemblance to either parent. He greeted all the elders, including the second granduncle and granduncle's wife, as well as various aunts. Upon spotting Wang Qing, Lu Zonghao dashed over. Wang Qing seemed unfamiliar with Lu Zonghao, retreating into Wang Yunshan's embrace, hesitant to move. "Sister, what exactly happened?" "You brother-in-law is entirely opposed to our family relocating to Beijing," Wang Yunshan explained, which allowed Wang Mingqi to breathe a sigh of relief. "Is that all? I thought it was something serious." Wang Yunshan continued, "He is utterly disregarding Zonghao's future. His selfishness knows no bounds. Is his pride truly so valuable?" As she spoke, tears flowed anew. Wang Yunshan inquired, "What do your in-laws mean by this?" "They support us, but Lu Wen adamantly disagrees," Wang Yunshan replied. "What should we do?" The second aunt asked while pouring water for Wang Yunshan. Uncertain, Wang Yunshan had no answers. Just then, Lu Song, Wang Yunshan's father-in-law, arrived. "Ah, in-laws, please come in," he urged. Lu Song, feeling embarrassed, said, "I apologize for the trouble." Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, he added sheepishly, "Uncle, look at the mess this has caused." "Uncle, we are family. There is no need for formality. I understand you wish to assist your sister, knowing her struggles. But you also realize your brother-in-law is quite concerned about his pride. It may be that he feels embarrassed." Both Wang Yunshan and Wang Mingqi remained silent. The second aunt, however, did not spare Lu Wen, stating, "Is his pride more valuable than the children's education? Can he not distinguish between what is truly important?" Lu Song could only smile apologetically. "Mother-in-law, please do not be upset. I am merely discussing this with his uncle. Whether we go or not is a decision already made." "What is there to discuss?" she asserted. "Indeed, it is our decision. Uncle, I wish to inquire if it would be possible to facilitate the relocation of their entire family." A profound silence enveloped the room. None had anticipated Lu Song would propose such an idea. Chapter 65. Does my father agree? After a considerable pause, Wang Mingqi finally spoke. "Uncle, it is not that I am being overly sentimental or trying to take advantage, but if my brother-in-law had a non-agricultural household registration, my sister's registration could be transferred without issue. However, the complications arising from the conversion from agricultural to non-agricultural status render the situation more challenging." "Then how can your sister's situation be resolved?" Wang Mingqi replied, "They only allocated 4 slots, and not even one more can be added. The only eligible for transfer are underage children or spouses with non-agricultural household registrations." Lu Song rubbed his hands together nervously, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet unable to remain silent. "Well, uncle, how about this? We process your brother-in-law's registration and have your sister wait a bit longer?" Initially, Wang Mingqi suspected that Lu Wen was reluctant to accept assistance from the Wang family. It was only now that he realized Lu and felt ashamed. His wife held a household registration from the capital, while he himself was still registered as a rural resident. Wang Mingqi stated, "I cannot make this decision. It must be left to my father." He passed the responsibility to Wang Yunshan, which immediately deflated Lu's song. Let Wang Yunshan decide. Forget it. They are no match for him. Ah, well, I merely suggested it. Please do not take it to heart. Wang Suyun then inquired, "Father, what should we do about Zonghao?" Lu Wen's refusal left her at a loss. Wang Suyun began to sob quietly. Wang Mingqi felt an urge to slap himself. Had he inadvertently created more trouble? Had it not been for this situation, their family would not be in such disarray. In Wang Mingqi's perspective, a household registration from the capital was not of paramount importance. While it would ease the children's educational pursuits, its absence was not insurmountable. He reassured himself that as long as he was present, they would not suffer undue hardships. Yet, the actions of the Lu family were quite distasteful. Wang Mingqi rose and said, "Uncle, why not discuss this with my father? If he agrees, there is no reason for me to oppose it. Sister, the validity of the household registration transfer certificate is 3 months. Whether or not you proceed should be discussed with my brother-in-law. I shall not linger at home waiting for you." Mingqi, Sister, whether or not the registration is transferred is truly insignificant. What matters is that the family lives harmoniously together. Wang Suyun's heart was in turmoil. A splendid opportunity to convert from agricultural to non-agricultural status lay before her. Could she truly let it slip away? Unbeknownst to her, a nationwide initiative for such conversions would commence next year, with fees ranging from 4,000 to 8,000 yuan per slot. Wang Mingqi instructed Chen Dong to escort Lu Song and his elder sister back, while he would attend to the transfer of Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao's school registrations. Once these matters were settled, he still needed to ascertain how Haoanjing was managing the enrollment at the receiving school in Yanjing. Wang Mingqi dedicated an entire day to navigating various procedures. By evening, his primary concern remained with Wang Suyun. Given the complications with his elder sister, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Even dealing with Wang Qingyun was troublesome, as they were not genuine in-laws, and thus, he felt constrained from speaking out or admonishing them. The most prudent course of action would be for Wang Yunshan to intervene. Resolving to take this step, Wang Mingqi decisively called Wang Yunshan. Upon hearing the news, Wang Yunshan exploded. "Ah, Lu Song, I still hold an agricultural household registration, yet you all seem to take advantage of my family without restraint. Father, what should we do? I must confess, I find it hard to believe this predicament. Without your Lu family, does my Wang family have to resort to consuming pigs with fur? Father, do grant some consideration for my brother-in-law." Consideration? If it weren't for his docile nature, would I have ever entrusted my sister to him? Truly, the meek often court trouble. Upon hanging up the phone, Wang Mingqi recognized that Lu Wen was in a predicament. Old Wang's intervention was notorious for remedying all manner of grievances. The following morning, Wang Mingqi set forth on a journey northward, accompanied by Wang Suxin, Wang Xuejiao, and Qingqing. Fortunately, the highway was now open, sparing them the arduous trek along the national road, and allowing them to cover the distance of over 200 kilometers from the county to the capital in merely 4 hours. As they entered the city of Yanjing, Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao were awestruck. Hearing their animated chatter, Wang Mingqi turned to Chen Dong and remarked, "Old Chen, let us stroll by Tiananmen." "Brother, are we passing by Tiananmen?" "Indeed, we must. Can we go up and take a look?" "Not today, but I can take you both there on the weekend." "Sounds good." Upon sighting Tiananmen, Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao erupted in excitement. Third sister, look quickly," Wang Mingqi cautioned. "Once we arrive at Tiananmen, we must refrain from speaking our native dialect, understood?" "Understood. We shall speak Mandarin," Wang Suxin replied. Moving forward, in the presence of Qingqing, they would only converse in Mandarin. "Very well." At the willow trees, Sun Baoquan noticed Wang Mingqi alighting from the vehicle and enviously remarked, "I must say, young Wang, you have truly made it. Riding in a grand automobile." "Oh, I borrowed it from a friend." "Goodness, with a black license plate. That's impressive." Wang Mingqi simply smiled. "My 2 sisters will be studying in the capital. Please take care of them." Sun Baoquan glanced at Wang Suxin and her sister, then back at Wang Mingqi. "Young Wang, you've grown a bit, ask you." Wang Mingqi's face darkened, while Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao were left puzzled. Gao Wensheng, rarely amused, chuckled heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Mingqi retorted, "Where are the women's shoes? Hurry and bring them out." Gao Wensheng laughed. "Haha, Boss Wang, you aren't so misaligned yourself. Wang Mingqi's expression grew even more somber. Wang Mingqi permitted Wang Xuxin and Wang Xuejiao to select 2 pairs of shoes each. He then contacted Wang Linlin, instructing her to take the sisters to the mall in the afternoon to purchase some decent attire. Upon entering courtyard number 8, Wang Xuxin was bewildered. Brother, is this the capital? Of course. Are Snow Jiao and I to reside here? Naturally. But this is not even as good as our home. Do you believe the capital is all that splendid? But it is the capital. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Our home has good houses as well. Yet I find being grounded to be more preferable. Brother, I cannot live here. For today, we shall temporarily stay here. We shall discuss the future later. It was Sunday, a day of rest, and none were required to work. Pei Hongying, upon seeing Wang Mingqi's return, stood at the entrance and inquired, Boss Wang, have you brought back your sisters? Indeed, I have. Please call me Sister Pei. Wang Xuxin and Wang Xuejiao obediently greeted her. Oh my, these 2 young ladies are truly striking. Lu Xiaoyi, wife of Li Chongqing, remarked upon seeing Wang Xuxin and Wang Xuejiao, they would make splendid daughters-in-law for my son, ha. Wang Mingqi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. What kind of person is your son Li Chong? Do you not know? Pei Hongying let out a cold laugh and remarked, a toad hopping on one's foot is quite bothersome. What do you mean, you sly vixen? Pei Hongying scoffed again before retreating into her room and shutting the door. Chapter 66. Real estate affection brother. They are quite fierce, Wang Xuejiao remarked. Having lived in the city all her life and never having witnessed a tongue lashing on the streets, Wang Xuxin found it rather normal, thinking, what is so strange about that? Our village has its share of street curses. Losing a chicken warrants 3 laps of curses around the village. Wang Xuejiao burst into laughter. Wang Mingqi, noticing Lu Xuehua's door ajar, called out, Lu Xuehua, come out. Lu Xuehua poked her head out and asked, what is it? These are your 2 younger sisters. Please look after them. Lu Xuehua, puzzled, inquired, your biological sisters? Of course. They don't look alike at all. Wang Mingqi was nearly exasperated. Wang Qing jumped down from Wang Mingqi's arms and exclaimed, Aunt, look at my new toy. Wang Xuxin felt a twinge of jealousy as she watched Wang Qing dash towards Lu Xuehua. Wang Mingqi said, you 2 take a break. Someone will come by shortly to take you shopping for clothes. Wang Xuejiao shyly replied, brother, I don't want to. Wang Xuxin interjected, you must at least buy a school uniform. Oh, before long, Wang Linlin arrived, looking worn out. Boss, your sister is here? She just arrived. Take them shopping for a few outfits, but nothing too mature. They are only 16. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Once Wang Xuxin's sisters had left, Wang Mingqi found a sheet to divide the space into 2 rooms, making do for the night while planning a more permanent arrangement for the following day. After tidying up, he sought out Zhuo Yinghui. After a few days apart, Zhuo Yinghui's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was clad in a well-fitted suit, polished shoes, a crimson tie, and carried a black leather briefcase. Have you come to a decision? Indeed, the boss was right. To combat the real estate pests of the entire capital, I cannot do it alone. Therefore, I have decided to collaborate with you and establish a real estate agency. Wang Mingqi slapped Zhuo Yinghui's shoulder enthusiastically and said, you will take pride in today's decision. Boss, how much are you prepared to invest? How much do you require? 500,000. No problem. Once the company is established, the funds will be transferred immediately. The paperwork is already in progress. What will the company be named? Huaxia Lianjia Real Estate Agency Company, Limited. How will the shares be divided? You will invest 500,000, and I will contribute 30,000, giving me 10%, of which 3% will be management shares. You will hold 90%. Agreed. Thank you for your support, boss. Where are the properties located? Once the business discussion concluded, Zhuo Yinghui finally relaxed, asking, boss, how would you rate our service just now? What do you think is the most appropriate commission percentage for us? 5%. Zhuo Yinghui was dumbfounded. Wang Mingqi patted Zhuo Yinghui's shoulder and remarked, to prevent all the pests in Yinjing from being trapped and perishing, we must employ a strategy akin to boiling frogs in warm water, allowing these pests to move in sync with our rhythm. If we were to immediately impose a 3% brokerage fee, what do you think the pests would do? They would resist. Not merely resist. They might even resort to sabotage. Zhuo Yinghui pondered for a moment, realizing that such individuals might indeed commit acts of destruction. So what is our selling point? He inquired. In Zhuo Yinghui's view, if we still charged a 5% brokerage fee, how were we any different from the pests? without a unique selling proposition. How could the company possibly grow? Targeting the chronic ailment of price discrepancies in the real estate transaction industry, we will advertise that we will not engage in price gouging. If discovered, we shall compensate tenfold. Price gouging constituted one of the primary sources of income for the pests. Although refraining from such practices would also encroach upon their interests, there were certain matters that could not be openly discussed. One cannot simply declare that gouging is an inherent rule among pests, can one? As the two conversed, they made their way towards the willow trees. Zhang Cuifen was quite reliable. The properties he selected for a few individuals were all located in Courtyard 6. Adjacent to Courtyard 8, Wang Mingqi was indifferent, as it was primarily for household registration purposes, and Wang Yunshan and the others would not be residing there. There are still 2 vacant rooms in the second courtyard of Courtyard 8, remember? Yes, I recall. It seems that no one has been seen in the 2 rooms opposite Han Danian. The owner is a director from the television factory. After being promoted, he moved to the factory's residential compound. However, these 2 rooms have not been rented out yet. I contacted the other party, who indicated that they are available for rent. But the rent cannot be based on the television factory's rates, 100 yuan per month for each room. The room rented by Gao Wensheng and his wife costs 80 yuan a month, which is already considered a high price. I did not expect the other party to demand an even higher price. All right, just sign the contract with the other party. Okay, I will handle it shortly. It should be done by this afternoon. Get in touch with Li Aigua and inform him that we will be at the basement of Bafang Mansion, providing you with half an office. Zhang Cuifen chuckled softly. There was no need to ask. It was evident that the young man had already made prior arrangements. Upon returning home, Wang Mingqi's expression turned sour. Lu Qingguan, the second son of the Lu family, was incessantly approaching Wang Yunshan and Wang Shuejiao. Lu Qingguan, what are you up to? Oh, Wang Gu, are they attending our school? I don't know. They must be going to our school. Our neighborhood has the best school. What is the name of your school? Yinjing No. 11 Middle School. Wang Mingqi quietly noted the name of the school. He took the household registration transfer certificates for the 4 of them to the police station. It was the weekend, and the police station was closed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not extract Hao Wenjing's address from the security guard. Just as Wang Mingqi was about to give up, a cold snort came from behind him. Humph, filthy rogue. Turning around, he saw Lu Wushuang's small face, looking at him with disdain. Officer Lu, whom have I wronged? You. Of course. Unable to articulate it. Are you? If you cannot, then you are defaming me. Lu Wushuang suddenly burst into laughter. Unable to contain herself, you truly lack education. It is defamation, not destruction of reputation. Humph, as if I didn't know that. This is a test for you, to see if you recognize those 2 characters. Scoundrel. Although Lu Wushuang still called him a scoundrel, her tone had softened. What brings you to Sister Hao? Firstly, it concerns my household registration. I have brought my own and my sister's documents. Secondly, it pertains to my son and sister's school matters. I am uncertain if she has addressed them. Lu Wushuang chuckled lightly. Do you also encounter difficulties? Officer Lu, Miss Lu, where does Wenjing reside? Could you possibly reveal that information? I shan't tell you, Lu Wushuang replied, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she walked towards the police station. Wang Mingqi found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to pursue her or not. After a few steps, noticing Wang Mingqi had not followed, Lu Wushuang turned and said, Aren't you supposed to facilitate your sister's school transfer? Indeed, you heard that day. I entrusted Wenjing with it. But I am unaware of her progress. Humph, you 2 have a little secret I hold over you, Lu Wushuang teased, mimicking a grasping motion. Did you handle it? Lu Wushuang remained silent, striding into the police station's backyard. Chapter 67. The sons of Li Chongqing. Wang Mingqi anticipated Lu Wushuang would emerge again, and indeed, 10 minutes later, she appeared in athletic attire. Wang Mingqi's eyes brightened. This young lady possesses an admirable figure. Shall we go? Where to? To school. To school? Which school? 11th Middle School. Wang Mingqi felt as though his spine had been utterly shattered as he followed closely behind Lu Wushuang. She first sought out a public phone to make a call, then turned to Wang Mingqi and said, Have your sister come over. I will take her. They require a preliminary test before proceeding. By the way, could you possibly sponsor 11th Middle School? Certainly. What shall I sponsor? Money? Lu Wushuang pondered briefly. How about computers? You could sponsor 2. No problem. While 2 computers might pose a challenge for others, for Wang Mingqi, it was a mere trifle. He wasted no time and hurried home to bring Wang Yunshan and Wang Shuejiao along. Wang Linlin dressed them in fresh outfits, making them appear youthful and radiant. Upon seeing Wang Yunshan, Lu Wushuang smiled. Are you siblings? Wang Mingqi's face turned a shade of green, yet he dared not retort against Lu Wushuang. Yunshan, where is Qingqing? Sister Xuehua is watching over her, Wang Mingqi replied. Officer Lu, how about you take my sister over while I stay home to watch the children? All right, 2 computers, yes? No problem, no problem. If they find that insufficient, feel free to promise a few more. Wang Mingqi earnestly instructed Wang Yunshan and her sister to speak in Mandarin and to answer the questions carefully. Upon returning home, Wang Mingqi found Wang Qing playing joyfully in Lu Xuehua's room. Lu Xuehua, noticing Wang Mingqi's return, quickly said, Brother, please take Qingqing away. Why? Elder brother. I am in my final year of high school. And what of it? My study load is quite heavy. There are only 4 months until the college entrance examination. Oh, I understand, Wang Mingqi replied, lifting Wang Qing. Where shall we go, Qingqing? The alley remained as lively as ever. Wang Qing gazed longingly at the steamed buns, his mouth watering as he realized he had yet to partake of his midday meal, and it was already 1 o'clock. 2 baskets of buns, please. Just a moment, sir. Wang Qing, upon seeing the buns, first handed one to Wang Mingqi. Good boy, eat. Daddy will eat. Yes, it's Daddy's turn. All right, Wang Mingqi replied, taking the bun and devouring it with gusto. So delicious. Wang Qing savored the buns heartily, while Wang Mingqi, seizing every opportunity, fed him spoonfuls of millet porridge. After finishing 2 baskets of buns, both of them contentedly burped. How much do I owe you? 4 yuan and 80 cents, plus 20 cents for the porridge, totaling 5 yuan. Sun Baoquan called Wang Qing over, inspected his head, and remarked, You still have lice. We must find a way to eradicate them. It was then that Wang Mingqi remembered the medicinal alcohol he had purchased for Wang Qing should be ready by now. Please scrape it again. I will apply the medicine to him this evening. A child's skin is delicate. It cannot be scraped any further, and there is not much growth. Understood. Wang Mingqi carried Wang Qing home, and along the way, acquaintances of Wang Mingqi would tease Wang Qing. At the entrance, Li Changqing was also carrying a child. Director Li, is this your youngest son? Li Changqing chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my eldest grandson. Oh, has your eldest returned? Yes, it's Sunday. So he came to visit. How old is your grandson? 3 years old. Ah, my Qingqing is also 3, Wang Mingqi said, placing Qingqing on the ground. However, Qingqing was 3 by Chinese reckoning, while Li Changqing's grandson was genuinely 3. Once on the ground, Qingqing dashed towards the corner where a drainage ditch was located, picking up a stick to play with. Li Changqing's grandson, seeing this, was filled with envy. Grandpa, I want to play too. Li Changqing found himself in a bit of a predicament, glanced into the courtyard, and then set his grandson down. The laughter of the 2 children warmed Wang Mingqi's heart. Although he held disdain for Li Changqing and his family, the innocence of children was undeniable. Li Chang emerged, cursing under his breath. Who are you cursing? Li Chang glanced at Li Changqing and squatted on the steps. Wang Mingqi pulled out a cigarette and gestured to Li Chang, who declined. Li Changqing accepted the offer instead. Why aren't you cooking at home? What are you doing out here? Your 3rd brother will return soon, and we'll all be left to fend for ourselves? Why should I cook when they return? Li Chang retorted. You want to cook, so I should? Can't my mother cook? Can't my sister-in-law cook? Can't the 3rd brother's wife cook? Brother, it's not that your siblings won't cook, it's just that they can't stand the smell of cooking oil. Li Changqing's 3rd son, Li Jie, was supporting a pregnant woman at the alley's entrance. Li Chang shot a glare at Li Jie, but remained silent. Oh dear, 3rd brother's wife. Hurry home and rest. Don't overexert yourself, Li Changqing said, his tone surprisingly laced with a hint of respect. Dad, why are you smoking again? You're suffocating me. Hearing the tone of Li Jie's wife sent a chill down Wang Mingqi's spine. Had Li Jie married someone from Hong Kong or Taiwan? You go home. I'll stay here and chat with Dad and 2nd brother for a while. Li Jie, adorned in a tailored suit and tie, clutched a black briefcase, his appearance mirroring that of Zhua Yinghui from the morning. He made a beeline for Wang Mingqi, undoubtedly the renowned boss Wang of Lu Shu. Wang Mingqi lifted his gaze and greeted. Hello, I am Wang Mingqi. Li Jie responded with a polite, Hello, I am Li Jie, as he presented his business card. Wang Mingqi examined it, inquiring, Wei Jie Trading Company? Engaged in trade? Indeed, Li Jie affirmed, extracting a cigarette and offering one to Wang Mingqi, while tossing a Zhong Nanhai to Li Changqing. Wang Mingqi nearly choked, finding Li Jie's behavior rather inappropriate. Offering his father Zhong Nanhai, while he himself smoked huazi? This clearly reflected Li Jie's questionable character. It was evident that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Wang Mingqi held a deep disdain for such individuals. Those lacking integrity seldom thrive, as no one wishes to conduct business with morally bankrupt people. Though Li Chongqing felt a bit embarrassed on his son's behalf, he could only endure, recalling the third son's disposition. Boss Wang, I hear you have computers? Li Jie inquired. Yes, Wang Mingqi replied. Could you spare me a few units? Li Jie pressed. Certainly, at 19,000 each, no negotiation. 19,000. That's exorbitant. I'm not using them for myself. I intend to sell them. Wang Mingqi responded. I'm afraid we currently have no plans to develop second-hand dealers. Boss Wang, how about this? I could act as your agent in Yanjing. What do you think? I'm sorry, but we plan to operate directly in the Yanjing region. Li Jie's expression gradually morphed into one of discomfort, taken aback by Wang Mingqi's blatant disregard. A mere peasant from the countryside. How could he be so slighted? Chapter 68. The Wild Child. Who is this wild child? Look at what they've done to our baby's clothes. Wang Mingqi exclaimed, casting his gaze towards a woman of similar age, with cascading wavy hair, clad in a brown wool coat and black leather boots, who rushed out from the doorway to embrace Li Chongqing's grandson. Whose wild child is this? Who does this child belong to? Wang Mingqi's face darkened ominously. What is the matter? I am the child's father. Who are you calling a wild child? Wang Qing was Wang Mingqi's Achilles heel. To provoke him was to court disaster. I'm speaking of your son. Look at the state of my child's clothing. Our outfits cost over 100. Can you afford to pay for this? The woman turned, admonishing Li Chongqing. Dad, I warned you repeatedly to keep the baby off the ground. Look how filthy it is. If the child falls ill, will you take him to the hospital? I beg your pardon, madam, but what did you just say? Who are you calling a wild child? Repeat that if you dare. Wang Mingqi slowly rose, discarding the cigarette, but ready to confront her. Who are you calling madam? Are you blind? Sneered Li Chong. You might be bold at home, but who indulges you out here? Li Jie chimed in. Indeed, you may think you're the top dog, but you're just a second-rate. Li Chongqing felt a surge of anger and quickly intervened. Boss Wang, please don't be upset. The child is young and doesn't understand. He didn't mean any harm. The eldest daughter-in-law, already furious, erupted upon hearing her father-in-law imply she was unreasonable. Li Gua, come out. Someone is bullying your son. Clad in an apron, the burly Li Gua dashed out from the courtyard, exclaiming, Who dares to bully my son? Wang Mingqi, upon noticing Chun Dong approaching, promptly shot him a calming glance. Your son, the esteemed Li Dake, who would dare to offend him? It is your wife who bullies others. Li Chong interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Li Gua retorted, I told you not to come back. Why toil as a dutiful son for this dilapidated house? Just look at the company we keep, lacking any semblance of decorum. Wang Mingqi gazed in astonishment at Li Gua and his wife. Li Chong sprang up, declaring, So you are coveting our parents' house? Let me tell you, it is mine and yours shall remain but a dream. Li Jie, displeased, countered, Brother, why should it be yours alone? We 3 brothers are entitled to our share. Li Gua laughed. Your sister-in-law, being a mere woman, spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart. Spoke in jest? Li Gua's wife erupted. What do you mean by that, Li Gua? Her voice, sharp as a razor, pierced through the air. Wang Mingqi noticed Wang Qing flinch, hastily rushing to his side and clutching his leg. Fear not, my son. The fierce mother tiger is in a rage. We must flee. As he spoke, he lifted Wang Qing and dashed away, holding him sideways, which elicited peals of laughter from the child. As the 3 brothers continued their squabble, Li Chongqing felt his vitality drain away. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Tang Qing poked his head out, asking, What transpired? Li Chongqing's 3 sons have fallen into discord, Wang Mingqi replied. Lu Shiguai's mother stood at the entrance, tapping her cane, remarking, A father lacking virtue breeds unfilial sons, just like Li Chongqing. Tang Qing added, I have observed since childhood that none of those 3 brothers are of good character. Tang, aren't you going to intervene? This reflects poorly on our number 8 courtyard, someone urged. Though Tang Qing initially wished to remain uninvolved, Wang Mingqi's words compelled him to act. Alas, I cannot escape this, he sighed, strolling towards the front yard with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Xuehua fidgeted restlessly, standing to listen for a moment before sitting down again. Brother, what sparked their quarrel? They are squabbling over the property, replied Li Chongqing. Really? Over just these 2 rooms? Wang Mingqi chuckled. I wonder if they truly do not understand. The property belongs to the television factory. What is the point of their arguments? Old Lady Lu chimed in. They simply wish to monopolize it without returning it to the public. Wang Mingqi suddenly comprehended, realizing that seizing a room could yield a rental income of 100 yuan, akin to a bonus of half a month's salary. At last, unable to contain herself, Lu Xuehua bolted outside. Wang Mingqi noted the striking resemblance between her and her mother. Both relished gossip and the spectacle of drama. It seems I too enjoy the commotion, he mused. Tang Qing's intervention bore fruit, and soon the front yard fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Chen Dong entered. Then, a man surnamed Zhuo arrived, offering to arrange a room for him, albeit under less than favorable conditions. Please bear with it, he suggested. Chen Dong smiled, responding, the conditions are already quite satisfactory. After enjoying lunch and a day of play, Wang Qing felt a bit drowsy. He discarded the toy in his hand, climbed onto Wang Mingqi's lap, and promptly fell asleep with his eyes closed. Boss, the young master exhibits commendable self-sufficiency, remarked old Chen. Do you have children, old Chen? Yes, my child is already in junior high. Is that so? I feel as though we are of similar age. Wang Mingqi responded with a chuckle. I married early. Wang Mingqi gently laid Wang Qing on the bed just as Zhuo Yinghui returned. Here is the lease agreement and the keys. I've already paid him 3 months' rent, he said. Wang Mingqi opened the door to inspect the interior, which was bare and devoid of even a bed. Did you rent it? Inquired Han Danian. Indeed. What is the monthly rent? 100 for a room. Han Danian mumbled something inaudible, likely expressing dissatisfaction with the leaders of their factory monopolizing the accommodations. Among the television factories, housing was quite limited. For instance, Han Danian and his wife shared a room with their daughter, despite both parents being employed. Yet, the leaders could occupy 2 rooms without relinquishing them to the factory. Who could they appeal to for justice? Bai Ling, a neighbor of Han Danian, interjected, Master Han, it's fortunate you have a place to stay. Many in our factory's single apartments don't even have a room. Han Danian sighed and ceased speaking. Wang Mingqi rarely encountered Bai Ling, having only seen her once during an initial meeting. They exchanged nods in acknowledgement. Old Chen, shortly you should ask Wang Linlin for some funds to purchase furniture. Preferably solid wood, Wang Mingqi instructed. Certainly, boss. Old Zhuo, where are the properties you purchased located? 3 rooms in courtyard 6 and 2 connected rooms in courtyard 7. Are there tenants? 1 room is occupied by a female university student. The rest are vacant. Wang Mingqi pondered before saying, do not rent out the 2 connected rooms. Help me find tenants for the others. Understood. He wanted to reserve the connected rooms for his elder sister, Wang Siyun, in case her husband, Lu Wen, decided to move in. Chapter 69, Pioneers of Educational Real Estate. In a short while, Li Aiguo arrived. Old Li, what brings you here? My esteemed boss. You've returned without even visiting the company? Is there something happening at the company? Nothing urgent, but shouldn't you check in? Let us discuss it when necessary. Goodness. You manage with such nonchalance. Even more so than Director Lu, Li Aiguo remarked as he pulled out a notebook to report on work matters. Wang Mingqi quickly interjected. Stop right there. You are the manager of Bafang Real Estate, not my subordinate. Nonetheless, Li Aiguo proceeded with his report. Currently, our Bafang community has commenced full-scale operations. We anticipate being able to apply for property sales in about half a month. Following our preliminary plan, we intend to sell at 2,800 per square meter. However, based on our recent market survey, the price trends around the 3rd Ring Road are quite promising. Therefore, we have deliberated on increasing the price. What do you think? Wang Mingqi was compelled to listen, as 2,800 was indeed a modest price. Wang Mingqi pondered and remarked, transfer the entire Bafang building to my personal name and sell it to me at the rate of 2,800 per square meter. I will use the 10 million I provide as a down payment. And for the remainder, you may secure a loan in my name. All right, no problem. The total cost of the Bafang building is approximately 84 million, a sum that Wang Mingqi is not yet capable of affording outright. Although 84 million appears substantial, he recalls that around 2010, the rental price here was approximately 10 yuan per square meter per day, yielding a daily income of 300,000, which amounts to over 100 million annually. Acquiring it now would be a sound investment. Wang Mingqi could choose to retain ownership under Bafang Real Estate, but any profits generated would belong to the company, leaving him with no personal stake. He has grand plans for the Bafang building and is unwilling to allow the real estate company to interfere. While it is indeed possible to transfer ownership through illicit means, Wang Mingqi has witnessed too many repercussions from such actions in the past. Thus, he prefers to adhere to the rules to avoid future complications. As for residential properties, the price stands at 3,500 per square meter. What? 3,500? Boss, did I hear you correctly? You heard correctly. This is a meticulously calculated price. At 3,500 for 5,000 square meters of residential space, the total sale price would be around 175 million. After settling bank loans and supplier payments, approximately 70 million would remain, sufficient to develop another community. The next community is strategically located near the 4th Ring Road. By the time it is completed, it will coincide with a surge in the computer industry, and property prices here could escalate dramatically, especially in the area around Shanghai, where prices may reach 10,000 by around 2,000. The highest surrounding prices are merely 3,000, and their positions are considerably inferior to ours. However, our schools are excellent. Those who purchase in our community can directly enroll their children in the nearby top elementary school. But, trust me, this is how we will sell. With a slight misstep, Bafang Real Estate could become a pioneer in educational real estate. When will our new plot be developed? One can imagine that if prices are set too high, the absorption rate will be sluggish. When will the new community commence construction? Wang Mingqi is consciously delaying matters. Selling ready properties in an 80,000 square meter community yields only a few million, insufficient for the effort expended. A little delay could lead to promising prospects. Oldzwa, boss, what is it? You can also sell the properties in Bafang community. Allow 150 yuan per square meter profit for Lianjia Real Estate. Boss, we can also sell. There are various types of real estate agencies. One deals with second-hand houses, while another focuses on new properties. I hope you can use Bafang community as a training ground to cultivate a proficient team. Do you understand my meaning? Are you suggesting that we can undertake the entire sales operation for a particular community? Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Zhuo Yinghui seems taken aback by Wang Mingqi's proposal, left speechless for a moment. Li Aigua is equally astonished. Currently, properties are sold independently. So who would hire others for sales? Isn't that simply increasing costs? 150 yuan per square meter. Who, aside from Bafang Real Estate, would be willing to concede such margins? After half a day, Zhuo Yinghui finally grasped the situation. He understood that any real estate company looking to sell new homes must possess a corresponding sales team. The cost of maintaining such a team is undeniably substantial. Yet the sales techniques and expertise of these teams cannot match that of specialized real estate sales personnel like themselves. Indeed, if they allocate merely 5% of the housing price for sales, it might yield inferior results compared to entrusting the task to them. If they could achieve this, Laozhua, Lianjia Real Estate could expand nationwide. Wang Mingqi heard Zhuo Yinghui's labored breathing. Just after sending off Li Aigua and Zhuo Yinghui, Li Ju arrived again. Boss, I wish to resign. Why? If I continue, my mentor will surely expel me. Why is that? You have been absent for several days, leaving the 4 of us to oversee the company. But we are still students. I apologize. I've been exceedingly busy. How about I visit tomorrow? Boss, we have class soon. Could you possibly go now? Wang Mingqi glanced at the time. He truly could not leave. Wang Qing was still on his lunch break, and Wang Suxin had not yet returned. How could he possibly manage to leave? Li Ju, can you hold on for one more day? I will check on the company tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Li Ju shook his head. Tomorrow is Monday. We must attend class. What shall we do? Wang Mingqi found himself at a loss. Tomorrow, his uncle and aunt would arrive, and he might even have to take Wang Suxin to school. Then you 4 should attend class. Let's take a break for a day. We cannot do that. Why not? Because we currently have more than 20 employees just assembling computers. If the 4 of us leave, there will be no one to supervise them. Boss, you must go tomorrow. We truly cannot skip class again. Also, please expedite the delivery of the computers you promised our mentor. We cannot endure this any longer. Haven't they been delivered yet? Li Ju was on the verge of tears. Manager Liu and Manager Wang are selling all the newly produced computers individually. We cannot stop them. Liu Mei and Wang Linlin. I shall reprimand them. Oh, you'll see for yourself tomorrow. In any case, we cannot afford to skip class again, Li Ju said hurriedly before running off. Wang Mingqi waited and waited until it was nearly dark when Lu Wushuang and Hao Wenjing returned Wang Suxin. How did it go? Wang Mingqi inquired excitedly. Lu Wushuang produced a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Mingqi. Chapter 70. The English teacher is the physical education instructor Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao lowered their heads. Brother, please do not blame us. What happened? Wang Mingqi's heart nearly stopped when he saw their grades. This is the exam paper from the last test at number 11 middle school. Over 30 in English. Wang Xuxin, did you learn English from the physical education teacher? Wang Xuxin quickly lowered her head. Wang Xuejiao, you were supposed to be a top student. 50 in English? Brother, it was exceedingly difficult. Their scores in Chinese, however, were commendable, each exceeding 90. To his dismay, Lu Wushuang delivered another blow, a total score of 120. Wang Mingqi swiftly clutched his heart, praying it would not fail him. Is mathematics also worth 120 points? Lu Wushuang nodded slightly. Hao Wenjing remarked. The textbooks from Luzhong differ from those in Yanjing. It is understandable that they are not familiar with each other. Regardless of the differences, the fundamental concepts remain the same. Right? Lu Wushuang replied. There are 3 types of classes in Shi High School: the elite class, the accelerated class, and the remedial class. Initially, the school intended to place them in the remedial class, but after much persuasion, they agreed to put them in the accelerated class. However, it was made clear that if their scores do not improve in the next monthly exam, they will have to return to the remedial class. Wang Mingqi, feeling exasperated, tapped their heads in frustration. Hao Wenjing interjected, enough about them. Let us promptly find a tutor for them. Wang Mingqi felt regretful, understanding that with their current grades, even in Yanjing, they might not gain admission to university. They will report to school directly tomorrow, prepare the computer for them, and send it to the school in a few days. Wang Mingqi expressed her gratitude profusely as she saw Lu Wushuang and Hao Wenjing off. Observing Wang Xuxin and Wang Xuejiao appearing like children who had misbehaved, Wang Mingqi felt a pang of compassion and refrained from reprimanding them. Later, around 7 in the evening, Lu Wenxiu and Wang Linlin returned. Where's Aunt Zhang? Still out delivering. She'll likely be back around 8 or 9. Wang Linlin leaned against the door, watching him cook in the kitchen, and remarked with a smile, Boss, I didn't expect you to look so handsome while cooking. Wang Mingqi chuckled. So you've realized it now? Wang Linlin nodded, almost starstruck. Has Lu Mei not returned yet? Not yet, but she will soon. She is in Jibei province. And once she finishes there, she'll come back. Oh, I see. Our computer production cannot keep up. No matter how many places we go, it's futile without computers. That's indeed the case. As they conversed, Wang Mingqi prepared 4 dishes. Wang Linlin assisted in bringing them to the dining room. She did not leave, and Wang Mingqi made no effort to send her away. Wang Qing had only eaten a bun around 1 in the afternoon and was not hungry at the moment. After a few bites from Wang Mingqi, Wang Qing refused to eat any further. Qing, have a little more. Otherwise, you'll be hungry tonight. Wang Qing ignored Wang Mingqi, engrossed in playing with his toy. You won't have any food tonight if you're hungry, so please, just 1 bite. Wang Mingqi brought the food closer to Wang Qing's mouth, but he turned his head away, refusing to eat. Wang Xuxin placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Wang Qing and said, Eat by yourself. Wang Qing looked at Wang Xuxin and then at Wang Mingqi, pouting and on the verge of tears. No crying, Wang Xuejiao admonished sharply. To Wang Mingqi's astonishment, Wang Qing actually managed to hold back his tears. Take the chopsticks. Remarkably, Wang Qing picked up the chopsticks. Now eat. He began to eat, persistently attempting to bring the food to his mouth, despite frequently dropping the vegetables. Wang Linlin observed. Children are incredibly perceptive. They know when they are indulged, and so they throw tantrums. Indeed, one must not spoil them. You treated me the same way when I was young, Wang Xuxin retaliated, feeling a sense of satisfaction after a long day of restraint. All right, I concede my mistake. By the way, later on, let us go to Lu Chengwen's place and borrow all his middle school textbooks to review. If there's anything unclear, you can ask your sister Xiaohua. Wang Linlin laughed. You can ask me too. You? Wang Linlin lifted her chin defiantly. Is that not permissible? All right. Your sister Wang has graduated from middle school, having attended for 4 additional months compared to the 2 of you. Wang Linlin waved her chopsticks in protest. Just as the 5 of them finished their meal, Pei Hongying pushed the door open. Upon seeing Wang Linlin there, an awkward expression crossed Pei Hongying's face. Boss Wang, I thought your sister had just arrived, and with your household running low on oil and salt, I brought you some dishes. I didn't expect you to have already finished. Oh, thank you, Hongying. Come in and have a seat, Wang Linlin replied, her displeasure evident as she clattered the dishes while cleaning up. After some consideration, Pei Hongying took the initiative to pick up a broom and began to assist Wang Mingqi with the cleaning. Wang Mingqi found himself in a difficult position. not because he harbored any feelings for Pei Hongying, but because he did not wish for anyone to misconstrue his relationship with Wang Linlen. He lifted Wang Qing and said, "You all continue playing. I'll make a trip to courtyard 10. Oh, by the way, boss, I received a call today from your second uncle. They want to be coming tomorrow due to some unresolved matters at home." Wang Mingqi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at Tong Xian's home, he found Sun Baoquan engaged in conversation with Tong Xian. "Uncle Tong, still awake?" Sun Baoquan laughed. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Wang Mingqi set Wang Qing down, who clung to his leg, hesitant to move. Upon seeing Wang Qing, Tong Xian sat up excitedly. "Qingqing has come." Wang Mingqi chuckled. "You gifted Qingqing such a valuable charm. I haven't even brought him over to express my gratitude yet." Tong Xian hardly registered Wang Mingqi's words. His gaze fixated on Wang Qing. "Qingqing, come here. Grandpa has something wonderful for you," Tong Xian said, retrieving a box from a cabinet on his bed. Intrigued, Wang Qing approached. Tong Xian opened it to reveal a Go set. Although Wang Mingqi was unaware of the value of Go, he understood that anything stored in Tong Xian's cabinet was undoubtedly precious. As Wang Qing began to play with the pieces, Tong Xian smiled. "Since Qingqing likes it, I'll gift it to him." Wang Mingqi interjected, "Uncle Tong, that isn't appropriate. I brought him here to visit you, not to receive gifts." Sun Baoquan chuckled. "Our Qingqing often comes by. He'll end up taking all of Uncle Tong's treasures. Haha." Tong Xian replied, "These things are born without me and will die without me. I don't hold any value in them. You don't cherish them, yet you used to guard them like a hen with her chicks? That's different. As I age, I see things more clearly." Observing that Tong Xian's supply of honeycomb coal was dwindling, Wang Mingqi went home to fetch a bucket. This should suffice. With the weather warming up, he thought. Tong Xian ignored Wang Mingqi, continuing to elaborate on the materials of the chess pieces, describing the imperial green and imperial yellow. Wang Mingqi couldn't quite grasp it, but recognized their undeniable value. To his astonishment, Wang Qing nodded seriously, as if he understood. Chapter 71. Pei Hongying is not suitable for you, Qingqing. Which one do you like? Without hesitation, Wang Qing seized the imperial green piece, exclaiming it was beautiful. Tong Xian grew increasingly animated, launching into a tale about the origins of jade. "Uncle Tong, Qingqing is only 3 years old. He understands nothing. What one truly comprehends is that this endeavor necessitates nurturing from a young age to cultivate a child's discerning eye." Sun Baoquan grasped Wang Mingqi's arm and said, "Little Wang, refrain from speaking. Why? Old Tong rarely wishes to impart knowledge to the child. Let the child learn diligently. Old Tong possesses a wealth of expertise in gem appraisal that must not be lost to oblivion." "Well, if Qingqing consents, I have no objections," Sun Baoquan mused. Old Tong indeed harbors intentions of taking on an apprentice, yet his days are numbered. It remains uncertain how much the child can absorb. Wang Mingqi, intrigued, held Wang Qing as they sat beside Tong Xian's bed, listening intently as Tong Xian elucidated various jade artifacts. With each explanation, Tong Xian insisted that Wang Mingqi retrieve corresponding jade pieces from the nooks and crannies for Wang Qing to examine. Wang Mingqi developed a profound interest in Tong Xian's collection, which was filled with treasures. Tong Xian spoke for over an hour, only pausing when Wang Qing yawned, at which point he relented, suggesting they return the following day. "Old Tong," he mused, "the child is soon to start kindergarten and shall have less time. What purpose does kindergarten serve? The child gains little knowledge there. Old Tong, a child requires collective experiences." Perhaps these words resonated with Tong Xian, for he replied, "Then let them come to me after school." "Very well." As Wang Mingqi lifted Wang Qing, he heard Tong Xian remark, "Others may wish to learn from me, yet I may not be inclined to teach." Upon returning home, Wang Qing commenced his antics, crying, "I want my mother. I want my mother." Hearing this, Wang Mingqi felt overwhelmed. "Qingqing, your mother is not home and will return in a few days. I want my mother. I want my mother." No matter how Wang Mingqi coaxed, Wang Qing remained insistent on seeking his mother. Fortunately, Wang Suxin was present. She extended her hand to Wang Qing and said, "Come here, sleep with your aunt." Wang Qing clung to Wang Mingqi's neck, proclaiming, "I want to sleep with Daddy." "No, you must sleep with me." Wang Mingqi gently patted Wang Qing's little bottom, stating, "Tonight, Daddy will sleep on the floor. Go sleep with your aunt." Wang Suxin firmly took Wang Qing, who dared not resist. Indeed, one thing overcomes another. Wang Qing obediently followed Wang Suxin to wash up before climbing into bed. Wang Xuejiao was still studying, and Wang Mingqi advised, "You have school tomorrow. You should sleep now." Wang Xuejiao responded, "Brother, their textbooks are exceedingly difficult. Take your time, there is no rush. If you encounter difficulties, consult your sister Xuehua." Wang Xuejiao felt that attending school in the capital was a considerable challenge. Listening to the three of them drift into slumber, Wang Mingqi quietly exited. With Lu Mei absent, Wang Linlin was bound to feel cold. After half an hour of movement, Wang Linlin finally warmed up. Just as Wang Mingqi was about to return home, Wang Linlin suddenly said, "Brother, what is it? Pei Hongying is not suitable for you. Why do you say that? She merely seeks someone to help her raise her child. Your gaze betrays no affection." Wang Mingqi chuckled, donning his clothing. "You perceive it clearly. Do you believe I am oblivious? Regardless, she is not the one for you. Then who do you think is suitable for me?" Wang Linlin pondered for a moment and replied, "Lu Wushuang." "What? Lu Wushuang?" Wang Linlin nodded earnestly. "Why? She comes from a well-off family. How did you discern that? Her attire was adorned with renowned foreign brands." Wang Mingqi chuckled softly, pondering whether donning foreign labels truly indicated affluence. He could not wholly concur. He had witnessed princesses uniformly wielding iPhones, while the majority of their affluent counterparts opted for Huawei. An iPhone, despite its bitten Apple logo, far surpassed the cost of a red Fuji apple. Enough of such trivial musings. It was time to retire for the night. Wang Mingqi stepped into the courtyard to inhale the fresh air, opting not to return to his room, but instead to seek refuge in an unoccupied house within the inner courtyard. After all, sleeping on the floor was the same wherever it occurred. At the break of dawn, Wang Suxin roused Wang Mingqi, as he and Wang Xuejiao were to attend school, while Qingqing remained sound asleep. Wang Mingqi felt a sense of disappointment in his older brother, who could oversleep on the first day of school for his sister. Shindong arrived early that morning. Wang Mingqi faced a demanding day ahead. Firstly, he needed to visit the company, as Li Ju had taken a leave of absence, and someone knowledgeable was required to oversee the computer operations. Secondly, he had to visit the police station to register his household, and he intended to consult Hao Wenjing regarding Qingqing's enrollment in kindergarten. If that could not be accomplished today, Wang Mingqi planned to leave Qingqing with Tong Xian, who could assist in looking after the child. At that moment, Wang Mingqi fervently wished for his elder sister, Wang Xiyun, to arrive in the capital, or even for their mother, Lu Xiulan, to come. After ensuring Wang Qing had breakfast, Wang Mingqi carried him to the police station, where Hao Wenjing had been waiting. After reviewing the materials Wang Mingqi had brought, she personally helped the four of them register their household. "You need to update your ID card," she remarked. "Oh, very well." As Wang Mingqi retrieved the photos, he inquired, "What about Qingqing's kindergarten situation?" Hao Wenjing shot him an exasperated glance, questioning, "Is this how a father behaves? What is the issue? When is Qingqing's birthday?" She pressed. "August 14th, he replied. "And in the lunar calendar?" It's after September. According to the capital's regulations, children must be 3 years old to attend kindergarten. Qingqing is 3, Wang Mingqi asserted, but Hao Wenjing was left speechless. August 31st presents a hurdle. Therefore, Qingqing technically has yet to reach 3 years, being merely 2.5, which is below the age for kindergarten. "We'll revisit this in a few months." Wang Mingqi could only respond with a subdued "oh." As Wang Mingqi stepped outside with Qingqing in his arms, Hao Wenjing called out to him again, suggesting, "Why not leave Qingqing with me?" "No, I'll take him to Uncle Tong at number 10 courtyard. I'll ask him to keep an eye on him. If you have time, do check in." "That sounds reasonable, but can Uncle Tong manage? His health isn't the best. Primarily, I hope Qingqing can learn something from him." Yet, Hao Wenjing's words served as a reminder to Wang Mingqi that Tong Xian's health issues might hinder his ability to care for Qingqing. Wang Mingqi pondered, but could not think of anyone else to assist with childcare. Perhaps Han Danian? He dismissed the idea. Wang Mingqi brought Qingqing to the Sihai shopping mall, which had undergone a complete transformation. Once a blend of warehouse, workshop, and storefront, it now featured solely the facade of a shop. Inside were 2 individuals. One was Wang Ming, while the other remained unfamiliar to him. Chapter 72. Taking the child to work. Wang Ming spotted Wang Mingqi. "Uncle, you've arrived. Just the 2 of you?" "Indeed." Wang Ming noticed Wang Mingqi observing another young man and explained, "This is the newcomer, specifically in charge of computer sales, named Ding Jiaxiang." Ding Jiaxiang acknowledged the presence of the boss. "Hello, boss. Have you had prior experience with computers?" Yes, after graduating from a technical school. I worked at the photocopying center of our city government. Very well, do your best. Thank you, boss. Wang Ming chuckled. Dinggu performed admirably, selling 2 computers yesterday. Wang Mingqi nodded in approval. The company's operations were still quite informal, and within this brief time, Wang Mingqi noticed numerous issues. He proceeded to the Bafang building. Although the building had yet to be officially opened, the storefront on the ground floor was already undergoing renovations. One storefront was designated for the Bafang computer store, while another served as the sales hall for Lianjiao real estate. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi approach, Zhang Cuifen hurried over. Boss, are you here for an inspection? Not much time. There's still a multitude of tasks to attend to at Bafang. In that case, you can head directly to the 2nd floor. Wang Linlin and her team are working there, while Li Aigua is on the 3rd floor. Just as Wang Mingqi was about to enter, Zhang Cuifen called out again, Boss. Several people have come recently asking if the Bafang building is available for rent. It's for our own use, not for rent. Before reaching the 2nd floor, Wang Mingqi was greeted by the ringing of phones. Lu Wenxiu approached him. Goodness, so many people? There are 10 in total, dedicated to answering calls. Lu Wenxiu led Wang Mingqi to the northernmost room. The room was at least 100 square meters, with a rough floor, simple office desks that had lost their paint, and white walls. No renovations yet. Lu Wenxiu replied. There's no time. Floors 3 to 17 are being renovated. Once they are complete, we shall move to the 17th floor. Wang Mingqi picked up a ledger, observing the densely packed records that indicated the booming sales of videotapes, interspersed with inquiries about computers. What is the daily volume? Approximately 1,000 videotapes. Manager Lu's side has a significant amount as well, around 3 to 4,000 daily. The Lu manager referred to Lu Mei, who was spearheading the expansion into the northern market, which encompassed several provinces and hundreds of millions of people, thus naturally yielding substantial sales, even without full deployment. This clearly demonstrated that Wang Mingqi's strategy of distributing free videotapes was remarkably successful. Once Lu Mei promoted the free videotapes nationwide, sales figures would soar even higher. Keep an eye on this. Once the distributor's volume increases, we will cease retailing in Yanjing. Why? Lu Wenxiu was puzzled, as retail prices were higher with greater profit margins. Wang Mingqi was considering volume over profit margins. Regardless of how high the profit margins of the videotapes were, they could not be scaled indefinitely, as the market capacity was finite. Through the videotapes, a sales channel would be established, and their mission would conclude. We must rely on wholesale to build our own sales network. Although Lu Wenxiu did not fully comprehend, he nodded in agreement. Dad, let's go. Wang Qing may have an aversion to the sound of the phone. Thus, he left shortly after arriving. Wang Mingqi, feeling helpless, could only carry Wang Qing out. In another office, 5 individuals were busily assembling computers. It was said that Li did not come, and indeed he did not. Upon learning of Wang Mingqi's arrival, Wang Linlin hurriedly came out to greet him. Boss, you're busy. I'll take a look at their assembly first, she introduced. In the past few days, Li and his team have hired 20 people, each bringing in 5, so there are 5 people per office. How is it going? They still lack the proficiency of Li and his 4 companions. Let it progress gradually. Wang Linlin observed Wang Qing's restless eyes and clapped her hands, saying, Qing, why don't you go play with your aunt? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Qing reached out to Wang Linlin. With Wang Qing gone, Wang Mingqi no longer needed to divide his attention to care for him. Standing next to a young man, Wang Mingqi watched him assemble the computer. Perhaps the pressure Wang Mingqi exerted was significant, as the young man's hands trembled slightly. Intrigued, Wang Mingqi noticed that the young man frequently glanced his way. And when selecting wire bundles, he hardly looked at them, yet managed to accurately choose the required ones. Have you done this before? Wang Mingqi inquired. No, the young man replied. How did you know which wire was needed? I previously worked at a wire harness company in the south, so I'm quite familiar with it. Is that so? Do you think there are any companies in our country that can produce such wire harnesses? This is produced by my former company. Wang Mingqi's interest was piqued. These wire harnesses were procured separately by Lu Mingda. Although they were included with the motherboard or other components, their prices were accounted for individually. The case contained more than a dozen jumpers, costing about 5 yuan each. Altogether, these wire harnesses amounted to approximately 80 yuan. While 80 yuan seemed trivial in the face of several thousand yuan in profit, reducing manufacturing costs was essential for creating one's own branded computers. With this thought, Wang Mingqi inquired further, can you still contact your factory? Of course. What is your name? Zhang Shouling. Wang Mingqi quietly noted his name. Another young man spoke up. Boss, I believe there are many components here that we can produce ourselves. Oh, what else do you think we can manufacture? This, the young man pointed to the case. I know there are many companies in the South that can create molds. As long as we provide the blueprints, they can assist us in production. Localization. Wang Mingqi pondered this term for the first time. A story flashed through his mind. When Huaxia sought to construct an aircraft carrier, procuring arrestor wires became a formidable challenge, with foreign prices starting at several $1 million and reluctance to sell. Eventually, Huaxia resolved to create the arrestor wire independently, only to discover that a southern rigging factory could fully meet the specified parameters. It turned out that the arrestor wire the Americans sold us was merely for re-export. Wang Mingqi understood that many of the components Lu Mingda sold were domestically produced but rebranded by foreign companies. Currently, no one knew where they were manufactured. It seems imperative to elevate domestic production to the forefront of our agenda. Wang Mingqi observed that the individuals recruited by Li Ju exhibited commendable qualifications, having graduated from either high school or vocational schools and possessed relevant industry experience, demonstrating considerable intellectual agility. After surveying several other rooms, he found the conditions to be largely similar. With a workforce of 20 individuals, their daily output exceeded 80 units, a substantial figure, averaging over 4 units per person each day. Chapter 73. Li Ju's predicament. If they become proficient, particularly in pre-installation systems, oversight would become unnecessary. They would be able to assemble while simultaneously pre-installing systems, thereby exponentially increasing efficiency. Wang Mingqi arrived at Wang Linlin's office, where Wang Qing was crouched on the floor, playing with stones he had obtained from Tong Xian. Wang Mingqi's heart skipped a beat. Was that imperial green jade merely a plaything? He rummaged through Wang Qing's small bag, discovering not just imperial green, but a vibrant array of stones. If, 20 years hence, a piece of jade were to fetch less than $1 million, I shall invert my surname. Wang Linlin inquired. Shall I bring the accounts for your review? Wang Mingqi nodded affirmatively. Dad, this one's broken, Wang Qing called out. Daddy, this one's broken. Wang Mingqi felt a pang in his chest. Items worth several million in the future had been so carelessly damaged. He picked up the fractured stone and reassured, no worries. Your grandfather Tong has plenty more. Oh, Wang Qing continued to focus on his stones. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Mingqi decided to set the stones aside for now and find a skilled artisan to carve them later. They were treasures that could not be discarded simply because they were broken. Wang Linlin returned with the financial statements, and upon reviewing the balance, Wang Mingqi was taken aback. Such a substantial amount? The figure exceeding 3 million was indeed startling. Wang Linlin chuckled. The payments from Boss Lu and Boss Song have yet to be settled, and everyone's salaries are still pending. Wang Mingqi calculated that since mid-February when recruitment began, over a month had passed without any salaries being disbursed. We must expedite the payroll. Let us ensure salaries are issued today. Yes, boss. If salaries are delayed any longer, I'll have no money for meals. Why didn't you mention this to me? How could I possibly bring it up? A system must be established for timely payment of salaries in the first week of each month. Understood, boss. Wang Linlin proceeded to calculate the wages while Wang Mingqi reviewed the sales performance of videotapes. The figures were consistent with what Lu Wenxiu had reported, thousands of boxes sold daily. However, the profit margins had significantly declined, primarily due to Lu Mei's initiation of a wholesale era and the establishment of provincial-level distribution agents. In contrast, the computer division was severely hampered by insufficient production capacity, with over 200 units outstanding, most of which were attributed to Lu Mei, who had secured orders across 7 provinces, each requesting dozens of units. Wang Mingqi vigorously rubbed his face. In a few years, 200 units would be inconsequential. A proficient employee should be able to assemble 20 to 30 units a day under manual conditions, a benchmark for excellence. However, at present, the computer is not designed for modular assembly, making the process rather cumbersome. No wonder Li Ju's mentor was infuriated. The number of computers recorded by Wang Linlin had nothing to do with Tsinghua University. The 4 of them, having little influence, felt embarrassed to request priority supply for Tsinghua University, especially with the computers selling so well. Wang Mingqi pondered for a moment. Tsinghua University is indeed a crucial battleground. To be precise, any university with a computer science department is a battlefield for Bafang computers. The current students in electronic and computer science programs are the future elites of the Huaxia industry, with many talented individuals graduating in these years. They are the primary consumers of computers in the future. Gaining their endorsement for the Bafang brand would be immensely profitable. To collaborate with Tsinghua University, a compelling reason must be devised. After considerable thought, Wang Mingqi devised a plan and took immediate action. He and Chen Dong each carried a computer to the car. After inquiring, they located the graduate dormitory of the electronic department, but upon asking, discovered that Li Ju and the others were not there. They then sought out their classroom. Li Ju, is this your assignment? Do you still wish to graduate? As Wang Mingqi ascended the stairs, he overheard an irate voice. You failed to complete your assignments. And you can't even handle a simple task I assigned to you. What use are you for? Teacher Wu, please don't blame us. You have no idea how in demand Bafang computers are. We can't even get in line. Are you employees of Bafang? Huh, are you? Wang Mingqi leaned closer to the classroom door, straining to hear the commotion within. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, glaring at Wang Mingqi. What are you doing here? Hello, teacher. I am Wang Mingqi from Bafang Company. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man called inside. Li Ju, your boss has arrived. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, Li Ju exclaimed, Boss, what brings you here? The middle-aged man had taken a couple of steps forward, but, upon hearing Li Ju refer to Wang Mingqi as his boss, retreated. You are the owner of Bafang Computers? Hello, I am Wang Mingqi. The middle-aged man's demeanor instantly transformed into a beaming smile. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I failed to recognize the esteemed Wang. Please, teacher. You flatter me. Boss, this is our mentor, Professor Wu Zhenan from Tsinghua University. Greetings, Professor Wu. My apologies. Wu Zhenan grasped Wang Mingqi's hand and remarked, I have long wished to visit you, but the myriad responsibilities at the university have kept me occupied. I completely understand, Wang Mingqi said, kicking a cardboard box. I heard Tsinghua University urgently needed teaching computers, so I personally assembled 2 units and brought them over for you, Professor Wu. Wu Zhenan's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he gazed at the cardboard box, seemingly eager to unveil the model within. Suddenly, he inquired with confusion, Mr. Wang. We requested 45 units, sufficient for an entire class of students. Wang Mingqi quickly clarified, these are specifically for you, Professor Wu, and are not included in the 45. Free of charge? Indeed. Mr. Wang, to be honest, do you require my assistance with something? Wang Mingqi relished engaging with astute individuals like Professor Wu. Indeed, there is a matter at hand, but let's refrain from discussing it, he stated. What? Refrain from discussing it? Although Wu Zhenan yearned for those 386 computers, he was unwilling to compromise his integrity for mere machinery. What about collaborative development? Wang inquired. Wu chuckled. Mr. Wang, you possess knowledge about computers. You understand the improbability of such a venture. Typically, when one speaks of development, it involves grand projects. Do they even have the capacity for development? Memory modules, perhaps? They lack the capability even for motherboards. Why is it impossible? Is it true that Tsinghua University cannot even design a chassis? What did you just say? A chassis? Wang replied, Indeed, I find the current chassis unsatisfactory, which is why I wish to embark on the development of a new one. If Professor Wu disagrees, I shall consult with Yenjing University. With that, Wang made to leave. Wait, Mr. Wang, let's discuss this thoroughly. Our Tsinghua University boasts the foremost computer science program in Huaxia. Let's have a conversation, Professor Wu urged. Wang gestured for Chen Dong to bring the computer into the classroom. This room was unlike any ordinary classroom. It was a computer lab filled with outdated machines, relics discarded by the United States years prior. No wonder Wu Zhenan was so eager for new computers. Li Ju and the others assembled the computers. Wang pointed to a small box beneath the monitor and said, Professor Wu, have you noticed that as computer speeds increase, the number of components also rises? This small box chassis is becoming inadequate. Indeed, previously monitors lacked graphics cards and fans, Wu acknowledged. Thus, Wang unveiled his vision for a new chassis. Wu was astounded by the notion of modular assembly. Is it truly modular assembly? How intriguing. If we succeed in its development, we shall be at the forefront globally. Wang replied with a smile. I will provide the venue and the research funding, establishing a Wu Zhenan laboratory dedicated to our collaboration. We shall share I will retain all patent rights, while you shall have authorship rights for any published papers. What say you? Will our university not have to contribute funds? Wu inquired. Not at all. Rest assured, Professor. You may focus on your research. I am a businessman and will not engage in unprofitable ventures, Wang assured him. Wu was clearly intrigued. Professor, as long as you join our laboratory, we will supply any equipment you require, even the most advanced technology available worldwide. Professor, you may discuss this with the university. Should this model prove viable, we could potentially establish 10 or 20 more laboratories, Wang proposed. Is that truly the case? Wu asked, astonished. Indeed, it cannot be more genuine. To be candid, in my past life, I had never heard of someone named Wu Zhenan, yet he is the key to my aspirations. And Wang Mingqi intended to leverage him for significant gains. A project for a computer case could independently establish a laboratory. Would those aspiring for higher-level research not feel enticed? Might those wishing to go abroad discover that a commendable research environment has emerged domestically, causing them to reconsider their plans? The mere thought is invigorating. Wu Zhenan personally escorted Wang Mingqi to the entrance. Boss Wang, I will promptly report this matter to the university. This is a practical demonstration of our institution's integration of industry and academia. I believe the likelihood of the university's approval is exceedingly high. Now, we shall await the good news from Professor Wu. Haha, indeed, well said. Wu Zhenan observed as Wang Mingqi entered his vehicle, which then proceeded towards a man in his 30s standing by the roadside. Wang Mingqi's car halted beside the man. He rolled down the window and inquired, Professor Shi, have you resigned? The man replied, Yes, I have resigned. Forgive my lack of discernment. You are. At that moment, Wang Mingqi had already exited the vehicle. Coincidentally, Wu Zhenan approached. Boss Wang, do you know Xiao Shi? We've met once, haven't we, Professor Shi? The man awkwardly chuckled. I am not a professor, merely a junior lecturer. Perhaps I have misremembered. Internally, Wang Mingqi was cursing. Damn you, Shi Yu. Did you not claim to be a professor at Tsinghua University who left to start a business? At that time, everyone revered the fact that a university professor had mingled among us small business owners. Our circle status was significantly elevated by Professor Wu. And after all this, you aren't even an associate professor? Wu Zhenan remarked. Xiao Shi, have you truly not reconsidered? Professor Wu, I have not. Our university lacks prospects. Wu Zhenan expressed a look of regret, saying, You are not yet 40. Does being an associate professor hold such importance? In any case, I do not plan to continue working at the university. What do you intend to do? Do you realize how fortunate it is to have a job nowadays? I refuse to believe that, with my abilities, I cannot find a suitable position. I have heard that the Computer Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is hiring. I have already contacted my senior brother and will go for an interview shortly. It appears that Shi Yu is not entirely dishonest. He indeed applied to Lenovo but was dissatisfied with the position they offered. Frustrated, he ventured into entrepreneurship in Zhongwan Village. His starting point was somewhat higher than Wang Mingqi's. He began by assembling computers and eventually became one of the largest agents for Korean graphics cards and memory. Professor Shi, they no longer refer to it as the Computer Institute, it is now Lenovo. It has become customary. Wu Zhenan introduced. This is Boss Wang Mingqi from Bafang Computer Company. Bafang. I haven't heard of it. Our company has just begun its entrepreneurial journey. Wang Mingqi produced a cigarette and offered one to Shi Yu. Professor Shi, would you be interested in joining our company? No. The position is General Manager of Huaxiao Bafang Technology Company. No. Wang Mingqi knew Shi Yu to be quite obstinate. A person who would not turn back until he hit a wall. Once he joined Lenovo, he would understand that not everyone could appreciate his value. Wang Mingqi did not place much importance on Shi Yu's assembly skills. Although his vision was decent, Wang Mingqi possessed an innate foresight, rendering strategic insight unnecessary. He values Shi Yu's managerial capabilities. Wang Mingqi has long sought an individual to assist him in overseeing the company. Yet those entrepreneurs he once knew in his past life have all embarked on their own ventures and are unlikely to join him. Shi Yu remains one of the few who has not yet initiated their entrepreneurial journey. Wang Mingqi produced his business card and presented it to Shi Yu, stating, I will reserve the position of General Manager for Professor Shi for 1 week. Should Professor Shi wish to accept, please feel free to visit my office. Upon seeing the address, Shi Yu inquired, Is the Bafang building also part of your company? In a sense, yes, Wang Mingqi replied. Shi Yu expressed mild astonishment. It was indeed unusual for a newly established company to possess an entire office building. Quite remarkable, indeed. Wang Mingqi left Wu Zhenan to converse with Shi Yu while he returned to the company. Upon his return, he found Wang Linlin having lunch with Wang Qing. Absent from the scene, Wang Qing displayed a level of independence that exceeded Wang Mingqi's expectations, sitting upright and eating diligently, albeit with some soup splattered on his clothes. Nevertheless, It was a positive beginning. The moment Wang Qing spotted Wang Mingqi, he pouted, ready to cry. Wang Linlin chuckled. Boss, while you were away, Qingqing was exceedingly well-behaved. Is that so? Was Qingqing good? Wang Qing nodded, clearly indicating his compliance. Qingqing is fantastic. You can eat by yourself now. Wang Mingqi's praise made Wang Qing beam with pride. Daddy, look how well I'm eating. I'm so impressive. As he spoke, he stuffed a piece of steamed bread into his mouth. Ah, indeed, Qingqing is remarkable, Wang Mingqi remarked, offering him a spoonful of soup. Boss, now that Qingqing can eat by himself, please refrain from assisting him. Wang Mingqi chuckled awkwardly, yet continued to feed Wang Qing. Chapter 75. The war at Li Chongqing's household. The three of them created a heartwarming scene. Wang Mingqi even contemplated the idea of marrying Wang Linlin, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Linlin, who else is in your family? Did I not mention them? I must have forgotten, she replied. In truth, it was not that Wang Mingqi had forgotten, but rather that he had never truly taken it to heart. My parents and a rather simple-minded older brother, Wang Linlin said, setting down the steamed bread in her hands. Has your brother married? He is betrothed, she replied, her chopsticks merely stirring in the bowl, refusing to pick up any vegetables. Do you know how much the betrothal gift is? How much? 10,000. Wang Linlin smiled wryly. Who would marry a simpleton for just 10,000? It's 50,000. 50,000. So expensive? 50,000 in 1993 was quite significant. A half-courtyard house, or the equivalent of 20 years' salary for a director in a government agency. Of course, the salaries of small leaders in well-performing enterprises could be higher, possibly reaching 10,000 a year. If I do not present 50,000, my parents will insist I engage in a bride exchange. Bride exchange? In this day and age, that still exists? Bride exchange refers to families swapping daughters to become each other's daughters-in-law. However, Wang Linlin's brother is a simpleton. Even in an exchange, the other party would still expect a betrothal gift. What can be done? To secure a bride for their simple-minded son, they would willingly sacrifice everything, let alone my own circumstances. Wang Mingqi could only shake his head and sigh. In these past few years, I have resorted to all means to earn money. If it weren't for you, I might have reached my breaking point, Wang Linlin said, tears streaming down her face. Wang Qing glanced at Wang Linlin, feeling a bit frightened, and snuggled into Wang Mingqi's embrace. I apologize for scaring the child. Every family has its own struggles. Please eat. Brother, tell me about yourself. Why did you get divorced? You seem to have no bad habits and a good temperament. That shouldn't be the issue. Wang Mingqi shot Wang Linlin a glance, admonishing her for discussing such matters in front of the child. It's because of my father. My father? What about him? Wang Mingqi recounted his father's character, particularly when Wang Yunshan lent 50,000 yuan to someone else, which made Wang Linlin chuckle. Your uncle is quite endearing. It may sound charming, but for an adult to be with him would be torment. It's remarkable that Qingqing's mother could tolerate him for 3 or 4 years. I heard your ex-sister-in-law has found someone new? How did you know? Wang Linlin laughed again. Is there any secret in Lushu that we don't know? Wang Mingqi chuckled as well. The walls of Lushu could not contain the winds of gossip, especially with someone like Zhang Cuifen around. No family could keep secrets. Wang Qing had eaten half a steamed bun and began to yawn. Wang Mingqi picked him up. Qingqing, it's time for your nap. After soothing Wang Qing, Wang Mingqi turned around to find Wang Linlin gazing at him with a tender expression. A flutter stirred within Wang Mingqi's heart. In the office, the atmosphere was charged. Once Wang Linlin had composed herself and the flush on her face had subsided, she returned to her office. Wang Mingqi reviewed some documents, and upon seeing the quotation from the telecommunications department, he promptly revised Wang Linlin's plan. Besides having their name in the phone book, Wang Mingqi resolved to place an advertisement. One edition would cost 10,000 yuan, a price that was essentially a gift. One edition would not suffice. 2 were necessary, one for the computer and one for the videotape. Production. Currently, the limitation for Bafang computers was insufficient output. In this era, selling computers was akin to seizing money. Once the opportunity was gone, it would be lost forever. How about setting up an assembly factory? This idea startled Wang Mingqi momentarily. However, he quickly dismissed it. Was establishing a factory truly that simple? It would be wiser to start with Bafang building, accumulate some capital, and then consider it further. At 3 in the afternoon, after finishing his tasks, Wang Mingqi took Qingqing back to Lushu. Tong Xian was rarely seen basking in the sun at the entrance of courtyard number 8. Mr. Tong, are you feeling better? Tong Xian smiled. As soon as the weather warms, I feel much improved. You should spend more time in the sun. Tong Xian clapped his hands and said, Qingqing, come down and play with your grandfather. Wang Qing's little legs kicked as he climbed down. Han Denian remarked, whenever I see you two together, you are always holding Qingqing. You should let him run around more. Wang Mingqi had not truly considered this before. Ever since he brought Qingqing home, he had sought to compensate for all the shortcomings of his past life through the child, thus indulging him considerably. Future plans, future plans. Tong Xian has already taken the child to his home. Upon entering, Wang Mingqi was greeted by a crowd gathered at Li Changqing's doorstep. Hongying, what is happening? Pei Hongying, upon seeing Wang Mingqi, exclaimed excitedly, Boss Wang, you won't believe it. Li Changqing's daughter-in-law has caused quite a scene. What happened? Wang Mingqi inquired. Recalling that both of Li Changqing's sons had returned the previous day, Li Changqing bought some toys for his grandson, but his daughter-in-law was ungrateful, claiming the toys were toxic. Wang Mingqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a spectacle. Is that so? He strained his ears, but he did not hear Li Changqing's voice. Is Li Changqing not home? He only caught the sounds of commotion and Lu Xiaoye's curses emanating from within. Li Changqing hasn't returned yet. His wife is at home. Is that so? I truly believe Li Changqing's eldest daughter-in-law is quite despicable. Indeed, she was causing a fuss yesterday. Oh, you all know about it. Even the Willows know. Wang Mingqi realized that news traveled faster within the Willows than in Wang's Wang village. What about Li Chang? Is he just standing by while his mother is mistreated? Li Chang. Pei Hongying scoffed. He would be delighted if his mother were to be driven to her wit's end. Surely not. You don't know, when Li Chang was dating someone, his parents refused to provide a dowry of 200 yuan, and that relationship fell apart. So that's the backstory. No wonder Li Chang treats his father so poorly. Pei Hongying's face flushed as she remarked, neither of them are good people. Fortunately, it was working hours, and the crowd was not too large, otherwise the Willows would be even more raucous. What are you all doing? Disperse. Bai Bing commanded sternly. Aren't you going to intervene? Han Danian's wife laughed. It's their family matter. We can't interfere. Exactly, Director Bai. You know very well that Li Changqing is an official in our courtyard. We dare not meddle in the affairs of the higher-ups. Bai Bing was seething with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Comrade Wang Mingqi, as a young member of the courtyard, you must shoulder your responsibilities and not merely enjoy the spectacle of others' misfortunes. Director Bai, I am wronged. I just returned and know nothing of the matter. Chapter 76. No more spectacle. Bai Bing nodded at Wang Mingqi, pushed through the crowd, and knocked on Li Changqing's door. Upon seeing Bai Bing, Li Changqing's daughter-in-law immediately cried out, Director Bai, you must take my side. How could buying toys for my grandson go awry? Aren't you the leader of the community committee? Please, weigh in on what kind of things he bought for my child. There is such a strong smell of formaldehyde. How could one harm their own grandson like this? Bai Bing felt overwhelmed. It is often said that a fair official finds it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. Yet Bai Bing, a low-ranking public servant, was constantly preoccupied with trivial matters. You two be quiet. Aren't you embarrassed? Li Changqing's wife was displeased. Director Bai, what do you mean? What embarrassment are you referring to? My husband and I bought toys for our grandson. Is that shameful? Bai Bing felt utterly drained. How could he communicate effectively with Lu Xiaoyi, who didn't even understand the conversation? I meant, is it shameful to buy toys? It's your quarrel that is embarrassing, all right? Bai Bing observed the two women, akin to fighter jets, glaring at each other, and felt compelled to step in and disperse the crowd. Wang Mingqi, noticing the lack of excitement, decided to return home. After a brief stretch, he realized he was quite fatigued. Chen Dong had spent the better part of the day filling the furniture in 2 rooms. Just as Wang Mingqi was about to check it out, Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao returned. Suddenly, Wang Mingqi slapped his forehead. Having forgotten all about the computer matter at the 11th middle school, Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. What's wrong? Did classmates bully you? They both shook their heads in unison while seated on the bench. Did the teacher scold you? Again, they synchronized their headshakes. What on earth happened? Wang Suxin, with a hint of tears, replied, Brother, Xuejiao and I don't understand. What does it mean? Their curriculum was entirely different from what they were accustomed to, with many topics they had never encountered before. Yes, brother, they are studying high school material, and we haven't even finished middle school yet. Wang Mingqi, upon hearing this, felt somewhat helpless. How about you find someone to tutor us? Tutoring? The first name that came to Wang Mingqi's mind was Lu Xiaohua, but he hesitated to bother her, as she was in the final stages of preparation for the college entrance examination. Thus, he turned to seek assistance from Hao Wenjing or Lu Wushuang. At the police station's entrance, he spotted Hao Wenjing emerging in a stylish wool coat, exuding charm. "What is the matter?" she asked coldly. Wang Mingqi was perplexed by her demeanor. "What have I done to offend her?" "Wenjing, Suxin and Xuejiao are struggling to keep up with classes. Could you help me find a tutor? If you can't find one, go look for Lu Wushuang." Just then, Lu Wushuang appeared and inquired, "What do you need?" Wang Mingqi reiterated his request. After contemplating, Lu Wushuang replied, "You needn't trouble yourself with finding a teacher. Just hire a college student to help them." Wang Mingqi smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the idea of a college tutor. "Thank you, Officer Lu. I shall head to Jinghua University at once." He turned to leave when Lu Wushuang called him back. "Are you leaving already? Ah, is there something else? Have you forgotten what I do? You? Aren't you a police officer?" Lu Wushuang proudly lifted her chin and declared, "I am also a university student." Wang Mingqi smacked his forehead again, suddenly recalling this fact. Being a local from Yanjing and having recently completed her college entrance exams, she was familiar with the local curriculum. "Officer Lu, Teacher Lu, could you lend a hand?" Lu Wushuang circled around Wang Mingqi, teasing, "So, you finally have a need for my assistance? Have I not sought your help before?" Lu Wushuang huffed, "If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't bother. Teacher Lu, please." As Wang Mingqi and Lu Wushuang made their way to courtyard number 8, acquaintances pointed and whispered about them. "Look at Wang and little Lu. It seems the rumors are true." Hearing their comments, Wang Mingqi stole a glance at Lu Wushuang, who looked exceptionally charming. "What are you staring at?" "Apologies, Wushuang. Do not take their gossip to heart." Lu Wushuang scoffed. "Is it really you who calls me Wushuang? What should I call you then?" "Call me Teacher Lu." "All right. Teacher Lu, please." The two of them returned to courtyard number 8, one after the other. Upon learning that Lu Wushuang would be tutoring them, Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao were elated. Lu Wushuang's lecture extended for several hours, concluding only after 8 in the evening. Once the class ended, Lu Wushuang activated her phone, its notifications chiming incessantly. "I apologize for delaying your return home, Teacher Lu. It's fine. I had no intention of going home today. I'll stay at the office." Wang Mingqi suggested, "At this hour, let me treat Teacher Lu to a meal." Lu Wushuang patted her stomach and said, "I must admit, I am quite hungry. What would you like to eat, Teacher Lu?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wushuang tilted her head and replied, "How about barbecue? I am unfamiliar with this city. You decide where to go. There's a large courtyard nearby that serves exceptionally delicious grilled meat. Let's head there." Wang Mingqi instructed Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao to fetch Wang Qing, while he prepared some noodles for himself and accompanied Lu Wushuang out for dinner, bringing along 2 bottles of Tongzhou Laojiao. In March, the capital had shed its chill, and the spring breeze felt delightful against their skin. After walking for a while, Wang Mingqi felt a bit warm and removed his suit, leaving only a sweater. Lu Wushuang inquired, "Do you exercise often?" "Not really," he replied. "You have a fine physique." Wang Mingqi laughed. "Coming from the countryside, I do heavy labor often. It's hard to gain weight. Yet your eloquence belies your rural origins." Hee hee, after years of venturing outside, my speech has certainly improved. No, it's not merely about being refined or crude. Your manner of speaking transcends your social class and cultural background. Had it been the former Wang Mingqi, he would have found her words perplexing, but in this life, he comprehended the essence of Lu Wushuang's remarks. "I am surprised that at such a young age, you can discern the relationship between culture and eloquence. It's quite remarkable." Lu Wushuang shot him a glance, as if to say he was underestimating her depth. When Lu Wushuang adopted a serious demeanor, she appeared quite mature, which took Wang Mingqi aback. An unassuming courtyard revealed a hidden paradise within. The expansive area, spanning several hundred square meters, was filled with numerous tables. Wang Mingqi and Lu Wushuang casually selected a spot to sit. "Would you like a drink?" Wang Mingqi asked. "Yes, what do you have?" He opened his bag and said, "I brought this. I'm not sure if you enjoy it. If not, I can buy you some red wine." "No need." Lu Wushuang took the bottle and examined it. "This is a fine vintage, 1983. It's quite rare. I cleared out the last of the stock from a small shop nearby. My father used to drink this often, but in recent years, he's had less of it, as I hear it has been discontinued. Indeed, in recent years, the liquid state liquor has been subpar. My brother says the same." Wang Mingqi poured Lu Wushuang a glass. "I have a low tolerance for alcohol, so just this one glass, all right?" "Very well." Wang Mingqi did not expect that Lu Wushuang would have the audacity to serve white wine. Chapter 77. The second crop is poor. A small sip of wine brought a rosy hue to Lu Wushuang's cheeks. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Are you allergic to alcohol? A bit, so I dare not drink too much. She replied. They say the redder the face, the greater the capacity for alcohol. Is that so? My tolerance is quite poor. The grilled chicken wings were the signature dish of his household. As she bit into the slightly charred skin, delicious juices immediately flowed forth. Quite tasty, isn't it? Lu Wushuang remarked while gnawing on a chicken wing. I have little fondness for those grand restaurants. I prefer barbecues. Ah, women like you are a rarity. I am a girl, not a woman. All right, a girl. After consuming 2 chicken wings, Lu Wushuang's pace slowed, leaving Wang Mingqi to indulge heartily. Wang Mingqi, look over there. Following Lu Wushuang's pointing finger, Wang Mingqi noticed Hao Wenjing and a handsome man entering the courtyard, taking a seat at a table near the entrance. Curiously, he inquired, is that Wenjing's boyfriend? Yes. He appears to be significantly older than Wenjing. After pondering for a moment, Lu Wushuang replied, it seems Su Daqiang is even a year older than you. Goodness, an old bull grazing on tender grass. Wang Mingqi suddenly stood up and waved at Hao Wenjing. Wenjing. Spotting Wang Mingqi, Hao Wenjing displayed a hint of fluster and shyness, reminiscent of a young girl caught by her parents in the throes of first love. The man asked Hao Wenjing something, to which she nodded. Approaching them, Wang Mingqi introduced himself. Hello, I am Wenjing's brother-in-law, Wang Mingqi. Su Daqiang blatantly ignored Wang Mingqi's extended hand, replying, Dear, isn't your brother-in-law named Zhou Qiang? Hao Wenjing awkwardly interjected, former brother-in-law. Wang Mingqi retracted his hand. Ah, I forgot. I am the former brother-in-law. Care to join us? Hao Wenjing responded, Brother, no need. We are just having a late-night snack. Lu Wushuang is over there. Wushuang. Hao Wenjing looked at Wang Mingqi curiously. Are you two dining together? Indeed. Officer Lu is helping Su Xian and her friend with their studies. I invited her for a meal. Su Daqiang's eyes lit up. Wenjing, why don't we all sit together? The more, the merrier. Hao Wenjing remained silent, clearly reluctant to allow Wang Mingqi and Lu Wushuang to intrude upon their intimate space. However, Su Daqiang had already risen. Lu Wushuang, spotting Hao Wenjing, warmly embraced her arm, saying, Sister Hao, weren't you out shopping? Wang Mingqi realized that Lu Wushuang was truly a natural actress. Despite having seen Hao Wenjing, she feigned surprise at their encounter. Su Daqiang remarked, Wushuang, I didn't expect to see you here for a meal. Su Daqiang, does my sister Hao have to follow you for this? Su Daqiang laughed. Street stalls have their own charm. As he spoke, he took a seat. Glancing at the wine that Wang Mingqi and Lu Wushuang were drinking, he added with a grin, Wushuang, this wine hardly befits your status. Wait here, I have some fine wine in my car. Wang Mingqi looked at Lu Wushuang with curiosity, and she shrugged, indicating her disinterest in dining with Su Daqiang. Hao Wenjing's face was marked by evident displeasure. It was hardly a surprise that she felt discontented upon witnessing her partner flirt with another woman. Su Daqiang returned with remarkable swiftness, bearing a bottle of Remy Martin and another of Matai. Which one would you prefer? He inquired of Lu Wushuang. She turned to Wang Mingqi for guidance. Which is more palatable? Matai, he replied. Then let us indulge in Matai, she decided. Su Daqiang paused momentarily before adopting a different demeanor. Matai is splendid, indeed. He warmed the cup with hot water, filled it with Matai, and placed it before Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang remarked, as I mentioned earlier, I am allergic to alcohol. I shall only partake in this one glass tonight. Wang Mingqi, you two enjoy yourselves. As she spoke, she pushed the glass towards Wang Mingqi. He lifted it with a grin, saying, Oh, how can I accept this? Officer Su, I toast to you. Su Daqiang felt as though he had just swallowed something unpleasant. He had endeavored to please Lu Wushuang, only to have his efforts benefit his former brother-in-law. Suppressing his irritation, he clinked glasses with Wang Mingqi. Good wine, he acknowledged. Lu Wushuang added, If you find it agreeable, you should drink more. I shall gift you a case tomorrow. Really? Thank you, Officer Lu. Thank you. Wang Mingqi expressed with delight. Su Daqiang, with a sycophantic smile, interjected, This is a trivial matter. There is no need for Wushuang to intervene. I have some cases in my car that I can give you. Consider it a gift from Wushuang. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Mingqi beamed even brighter. Money is not a concern for us, yet acquiring genuine Matai is no simple feat. It often relies on luck. If you happen upon the authentic kind, congratulations. You've struck gold. If not, it's merely par for the course. Su Daqiang, with his extensive connections, might very well have access to special supplies. Wu Shuang, could you part with that case from your home for me? He implored. Hao Wenjing's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. Sister, when I visited the #2 courtyard today, there was a photographer, do you recall? Indeed, a graduate from the Fine Arts Academy, she responded. He has several women in his life, all dressed rather provocatively. I am aware. He claims to be capturing artistic nudes and even possesses some membership certificate from a photography association, though the validity of it eludes us. Lu Wushuang and Hao Wenjing delved into a conversation about work, while Su Daqiang found himself yearning to interject, yet was unable to find an opening. Wang Mingqi listened to their gossip, occasionally sipping mutai and savoring the delectable grilled lamb. Life, in that moment, felt quite delightful. Su Daqiang, however, had a rather low tolerance for alcohol. After just a few sips of mutai, he began to display signs of drunkenness. Hao Wenjing stated, I will take Daqiang home. You two wait for me here, and I shall return shortly for more drinks. Lu Wushuang suggested, perhaps we should call it a night. Hao Wenjing, with a pleading look, urged, Wushuang, please accompany me for a drink. After some contemplation, Lu Wushuang replied, I shall escort him home, as I am headed back myself. You two enjoy your drinks. Considering my own poor tolerance, Wang Mingqi interjected, no need, I will arrange for someone to take him. He beckoned, and Shindong approached. After confirming the address, Shindong assisted Su Daqiang in departing. Once Su Daqiang was sent off, Wang Mingqi inquired, what is Su Daqiang's background? Lu Wushuang replied, his father is a deputy department-level official in our system. Ah, that explains it, Wang Mingqi remarked, glancing at Hao Wenjing. Pouring herself a drink, Hao Wenjing questioned, brother-in-law, do you believe I am unworthy of Su Daqiang? No, that is not my intention at all. Everyone believes I am unworthy of Su Daqiang, Lu Wushuang remarked. It is Su Daqiang who is unworthy of you. I truly cannot comprehend, Sister Hao, why you steadfastly choose to follow him. Is being a second-rate farmer truly so appealing? Wang Mingqi's expression darkened. I am also a second-rate farmer. Do I not possess the right to pursue happiness? Hao Wenjing smiled wryly. Wushuang, you do not understand the struggles of U.S. common folk. What struggles? You are now in Beijing and no longer need to depend on Su Daqiang's whims. Forget it. Sister Hao, let us cease discussing Su Daqiang and focus on drinking instead. Lu Wushuang drank with restraint, delicately sipping from her glass. In contrast, Hao Wenjing drank cup after cup, ultimately consuming at least half a jean by the end. Wenjing, you have had too much to drink. Let us call it a night. Brother-in-law, I am not drunk. I am quite clear-headed. Lu Wushuang laughed. Sister Hao is always known for her capacity at school. This amount of alcohol is nothing to her. Wang Mingqi added, both sisters possess considerable tolerance, but Wenjing's demeanor today is off. Her mood is poor, and alcohol may easily overwhelm her. As Lu Wushuang toyed with her wine glass, she observed how Wenjing slumped over the table, asleep. I know she harbors pain within, but this is the path she has chosen. What exactly transpired? Gazing at Wenjing's hazy eyes, Lu Wushuang sighed, a woman blinded by love. Who believes that marrying into a powerful family will alter her fate? Does the Su family disapprove of Wenjing? Lu Wushuang smiled bitterly. In families like ours, there is no love, only interests. Moreover, Su Daqiang is merely enamored with Wenjing's appearance, or perhaps he has ulterior motives. Sister Hao is not his only interest. He still maintains contact with his ex-wife. Among those we know, Su Daqiang has a handful of women. Wang Mingqi slammed the table, exclaiming, Su Daqiang is utterly outrageous. Lu Wushuang questioned, as a business owner, you will inevitably attract many women, yet few can be your legitimate wife. If one day, Qingqing insists on marrying a woman who graduated from a rural junior high, would you acquiesce? As long as her character is commendable, it is not an issue. Yet, Qingqing's wife would find it difficult to integrate into your circle. While you discuss earning 1,000 yuan today, she might mention harvesting an additional 3 to 5 do of grain. What common ground would there be? I, too, come from a rural background. But Qingqing does not. Does he understand what it signifies to harvest an additional 3 to 5 do? Wang Mingqi fell silent. By the same token, would the Su family ever permit Sister Hao to enter their home? He had no response. Observing how Wenjing slumped on the table, Wang Mingqi found himself at a loss for words. In the village, including his former father-in-law, who would not take pride in Hao Wenjing's ability to remain in Beijing. Suddenly, a detail came to Wang Mingqi's mind. In his previous life, Wang Qing had never mentioned his aunt upon arriving in the capital. Had something transpired in between? He lost all interest in drinking. Do you find life to be exceedingly harsh? Wang Mingqi chuckled. I have been tempered by life. What cruelty could possibly affect me? In my view, aside from life and death, everything else is trivial. You seem quite unfazed, Wang Mingqi. What caused your divorce? He replied. Family matters should not be aired in public. Today marked the second time a woman had inquired about his divorce. Very well, I shan't pry further. Where does Wenjing reside? Let us escort her back to her dormitory, as she usually stays there. Wang Mingqi and Lu Wushuang supported Hao Wenjing, guiding her towards the dormitory behind the police station. This evening, Lu Wushuang appeared entirely different from the Lu Wushuang he had previously encountered. Wang Mingqi found himself perplexed, wondering which version of her was the true self, the naive and innocent girl from before, or the shrewd and perceptive woman before him tonight. In an affluent family, the innocent and naive could hardly survive. They would have been devoured long ago. Wang Mingqi attempted to cast aside his various thoughts, forcing his hands to remain still. After walking less than 100 meters, Lu Wushuang exclaimed her fatigue. Left with no option, Wang Mingqi hoisted Hao Wenjing onto his back, with Lu Wushuang supporting them from behind. She is quite heavy, he remarked. Lu Wushuang laughed. If Sister Hao were to learn you described her as heavy, you'd be in trouble. At least 110 pounds. Is that not heavy? Huh. Do you take her for a pig? Moreover, Sister Hao is tall. 110 pounds suits her perfectly. Noticing Wang Mingqi's hands resting on Hao Wenjing's waist, Lu Wushuang's face flushed red. Officer Lu, what is the matter? He asked. What is wrong with my hands? If I don't support her, she might fall. Wang Mingqi retorted, adjusting his grip to secure her legs. How shameless. Is that innocent girl returning? What a transformation. The police station, resembling a traditional courtyard, featured a reception hall facing the street. The courtyard was divided into offices and dormitories. The female dormitory was situated in the farthest courtyard. Lu Wushuang opened the door to Hao Wenjing's dormitory, and Wang Mingqi gently laid her on the bed. He removed her shoes, tucked her in, and placed a glass of water on the bedside table. Lu Wushuang stood at the door, observing. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. There are many things you wouldn't anticipate. Su Daqiang wouldn't do such things. Are you really comparing me to him? Lu Wushuang chuckled. True, aside from having a good father, he pales in comparison to you. If I had a good father, my accomplishments would be even greater. Keep dreaming. He replied. Assisting Hao Wenjing in closing the door, Lu Wushuang declared, I'm heading home tonight. Farewell. I'll have the driver take you. No need. I refuse your bribes. What do you mean by bribe? This is merely a show of respect. Huh, you are quite the smooth talker. I suppose I will reluctantly accept. As he watched Lu Wushuang leave in the car, Wang Mingqi returned to the inner courtyard, clutching the unfinished Maodai. Hao Wenjing had already risen, sitting on the bed in a daze. Having discarded her heavy outer coat, she wore only autumn garments, her delicate curves evoking sympathy. Wang Mingqi hastily averted his gaze. I knew you were not intoxicated. You are not unaware of my presence. During your wedding, I was the one who shielded you from the wine. Did you hear what Lu Wushuang said? You did, didn't you? Hao Wenjing's expression dimmed. You should judge for yourself. I sense that Su Daqiang regards you merely as a backup, or perhaps not even that. Brother-in-law, I understand Su Daqiang's intentions. As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. Wang Mingqi glanced around, noticing only the toothbrush holder and a cup for drinking. He filled half of the toothbrush holder with white liquor while Hao Wenjing rummaged through the cupboards, eventually discovering some pickles and a few sausages. Wang Mingqi settled across from Hao Wenjing. Just this bottle, no more drinking. All right, brother-in-law, why have you summoned me back? On the way, as Wang Mingqi carried Hao Wenjing, she softly urged him to return, as she had something to discuss. Brother-in-law, I merely wish to find someone to confide in. Hao Wenjing lowered her head and continued. It has been half a year since I started working, and the pressure has become unbearable. You heard what I said earlier, apart from life and death. Everything else is trivial. You should adopt a broader perspective. You do not necessarily have to marry Su Daqiang. But brother-in-law, what other options do I have besides him? What has transpired? If you do not wish to speak, then do not. You are an adult, and I cannot dictate your choices. Wang Mingqi and Hao Wenjing commenced a round of drinks. Chapter 79, Less Than Beasts. Wang Mingqi sensed that Hao Wenjing was behaving unusually today, purposefully pouring liquor for him, igniting his competitive spirit. Am I to be outdrunk by a woman? Time passed, and Wang Mingqi felt intoxicated. Preparing to suggest they call it a night, when suddenly the lights went out. Are there any candles? Hao Wenjing remained silent. Wenjing? Suddenly, Wang Mingqi froze. Hao Wenjing embraced him tightly. Wenjing, what are you doing? Brother-in-law, grant me a child. What nonsense are you speaking? Wang Mingqi forcefully pried her arms away. She may be petite, but her audacity was immense. Hao Wenjing clung to him resolutely. Brother-in-law, if you do not agree, I shall seek solace with another man. What do you mean? Brother-in-law, I implore you, I beg you, she sobbed. I am at my wit's end, I truly am. What on earth has transpired? Why do you demean yourself in such a manner? Brother-in-law, please, do not inquire further, I beseech you. Suddenly, Hao Wenjing's hand slipped beneath Wang Mingqi's clothing, exploring indiscriminately. Wang Mingqi felt nothing, as he had just engaged with Wang Linlin earlier that afternoon, and his desires were not particularly intense. Yet, Hao Wenjing's technique was adept, gradually stirring his desires. Brother, you have a woman. That lass can rest assured now, Hao Wenjing murmured. An hour later, silence finally enveloped Hao Wenjing's room. Wang Mingqi contemplated leaning in to kiss her, but she turned her head away. Brother-in-law, you should return, dawn is approaching. Wenjing, I understand. I will not divulge anything. Am I Pei Hongying? What? The sin upon you. Wang Mingqi suddenly recalled that after the midday altercation with Wang Linlin, he had neglected to take a shower. Hao Wenjing, evidently seasoned in such matters, was well aware of the scent that lingered on him. Wenjing, we erred in our intoxication. Such transgressions must not recur. Hao Wenjing remained silent. As Wang Mingqi hastily donned his clothes, he cast another glance at Hao Wenjing, who lay upon the bed, and gently closed the door behind him. Upon exiting the police station, Wang Mingqi slapped himself vigorously, chastising, "You beast." Thankfully, not worse than a beast. Stealthily returning home, he found the courtyard empty and resolved to freshen up. Having endured 2 consecutive instances of discomforting odor, he pondered the embarrassment that would ensue if others caught a whiff of him. With a splash, he poured half a basin of water over himself, shivering at the coldness. At that moment, a creaking sound startled him, prompting a frantic search for its source. Lu Shuahua, why are you awake at this late hour? He inquired. What are you doing? Don't you know this is a communal dwelling? Lu Shuahua stood at the doorway, shielding her eyes and speaking through gritted teeth. I thought you all were asleep. Why aren't you in bed? It's past midnight. I cannot sleep, she replied. Wang Mingqi, having never experienced the pressures of the college entrance examination, could not fathom the distress that plagued Lu Shuahua. What troubles you? He asked, hastily wrapping a towel around himself and donning a thermal shirt. I don't know. As soon as I lie down, my mind is flooded with English vocabulary. What will you do if you don't sleep? You have school tomorrow, he urged. I really don't know, she confessed. Realizing that Wang Mingqi was likely now dressed appropriately, Lu Shuahua lowered her hands, only to find him clad in a thermal shirt, with only a towel covering his lower half. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a monkey's backside. Shuahua, this one do. Why don't you go for a run? Exhaustion will make it easier to sleep. Run? Is that feasible? Why not? Just wait. Wang Mingqi returned to change into athletic wear and upon stepping outside, found Lu Shuahua still in her pajamas. What are you waiting for? Go change. Oh, she replied. Shortly thereafter, when Lu Shuahua emerged, Wang Mingqi cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, noting her commendable figure. He began to jog in the courtyard, and when he felt himself warming up, he led Lu Shuahua out of the 8th courtyard. Having run less than a kilometer, Lu Shuahua bent over, breathless. Brother, I can't run any longer. Nonsense. You haven't exhausted yourself enough yet. If you return now, you'll only struggle to sleep more. Wang Mingqi turned back, pulling Lu Shuahua along to continue their run. You must understand, if you sit all day without exercise, your health will deteriorate, making you susceptible to illness. He recalled the year his sister Wang Suling fell gravely ill during her college entrance examination, missing several days of school and falling behind in her studies. Come, let us keep running. Brother, spare me, my chest hurts. Shall I massage it for you? He blurted out, momentarily taken aback by his own words. Lu Shuahua forcefully shrugged off his hand and resumed running. The pair continued along the main road, covering another 500 meters until they reached the entrance of the film academy. Wang Mingqi noticed the academy gates still ajar, with cars occasionally stopping to drop off individuals before hastily departing. Wang Mingqi wandered into the film academy, making his way to the playground with ease. Regrettably, the playground was closed. Brother, do you come here often? Lu Shuahua inquired, panting for breath. I've been here a couple of times. Wang Mingqi calculated the time and decided to head back after more than 20 minutes. After another 10 minutes, they returned to the 8th courtyard. All right, time for bed, Wang Mingqi announced. Exhausted, Lu Shuihua leaned on her knees and waved her hand, saying, I'm utterly worn out. I need a shower. Where could we possibly shower in this frigid weather? If only we lived in an apartment, Wang Mingqi lamented. If there were fewer residents in our courtyard, we could build a bathing facility, he added. Indeed, Lu Shuihua replied, dragging her weary body back to her room. Just as Wang Mingqi was about to enter his room, Lu Shuihua suddenly asked, Brother, will you run with me again tomorrow? Wang Mingqi pondered for a moment and replied, Let's start early, around 9:30. All right. I need to exercise more. I can't handle 2 sessions a day, he said, realizing the importance of regular exercise to maintain his stamina. The combination of physical fatigue and the numbing effects of alcohol allowed Wang Mingqi to sleep soundly until dawn. Wang Qing climbed onto Wang Mingqi's bed, armed with a tickling tool, and relentlessly tickled his father. Upon seeing his son, Wang Mingqi embraced Qing and pulled him into the warm covers. Were you a good boy yesterday? He asked. I was very good, Wang Qing declared proudly. Is that so? You are quite remarkable. You can sleep on your own now, Wang Mingqi remarked as he playfully snatched the tickling tool from his son's hand, teasing, What a heavy tickler. Old Tong truly is generous. The two then proceeded to the restroom together, washing up and splashing water everywhere, while Qing's laughter brought joy to the elderly Lu matriarch, who stood at the door, delighting in their antics. Chapter 80. The manager without a middle school diploma. The 8th courtyard was peaceful. Previously, when Zhang Cuifen had nothing to do, she would wander around seeking someone to gossip with. Now, it seemed that only the elderly Lu matriarch and Han Dajing were the idle ones in the entire courtyard, while others were busy with work or school. At last, the duo of Wang Mingqi and his son had joined their ranks. Han Dajing remarked, Old Tong said yesterday that you should drop Qing off at his place before heading to work. That won't do. Old Tong can hardly take care of himself, let alone a child, Wang Mingqi replied. Old Tong is fine now. Just bring them some food during lunch, Han Dajing suggested. Wang Mingqi contemplated the idea and decided that taking Qing to work was indeed impractical. It would be better to leave him at Tong Xian's house, where he enjoyed spending time. After having some fried dough sticks, the two went their separate ways. Finally, Lu Mei returned. She and Wang Yunlu had been away for nearly half a month, achieving remarkable results. Besides establishing a sales network in 7 provinces, they also brought back hundreds of computer orders, surpassing the number recorded by Wang Linlin by over 200 units. When Shindong came to pick up Lu Mei and Wang Yunlu, Wang Mingqi, Wang Linlin, and Lu Wenxiu stood in the front row, while Li Ju, Wang Er, and others occupied the second row. The remaining employees gathered in the third row as everyone congregated at the entrance of the Bafang building to welcome Lu Mei and Wang Yunlu home. As the vehicle came to a halt, Wang Mingqi personally opened the door for Lu Mei. With a smile, Lu Mei remarked, How can I accept such treatment? Today, you are the most distinguished. You are the greatest benefactor of our Bafang Technology Company, and any courtesy extended is well-deserved. Wang Mingqi turned to the assembly and proclaimed, Let us express our heartfelt gratitude to Manager Lu for her contributions to our company with the loudest applause. The room erupted with thunderous clapping. Lu Mei, accustomed to the grandiose, recognized the honor bestowed upon her by Wang Mingqi and graciously joined her hands in thanks, acknowledging everyone as support. Manager Lu, let us proceed to your office. Lu Mei inquired, Do I have a private office? Wang Mingqi replied, As the sales department manager. How could you not have your own office? Lu Mei was taken aback. Am I truly the sales department manager now? No longer merely a responsible party. From this day forth, you are indeed the sales department manager, overseeing Wang Yunlu, Wang Mingli, and others, Wang Mingqi affirmed. Wang Yunlu chimed in. I will be the first to support you. Laughter filled the room, though Zhang Cuifen's discontent was palpable. Are we to be managed by someone from the brothel? She thought. But she refrained from voicing her displeasure in public. Wang Mingqi escorted Lu Mei directly to her office. The Bafang building was still undergoing renovations, leaving the conditions rather Spartan. Lu Mei stood at the threshold, taking in her surroundings with astonishment. It felt surreal. Merely half a month ago, she had been at a club indulging with the executives. And now she was one of them. Come in. Why are you standing there? Wang Mingqi urged. Lu Mei hesitated. Is it too modest? Wang Mingqi reassured her. You will have to bear with it for now. Once the 17th floor is completed, we shall arrange a more spacious office for you. Wang Linlin added. The office is about 30 square meters, and the furniture consists of hastily purchased second-hand items. Among all present, only Wang Linlin could truly empathize with Lu Mei. Lu Mei wiped her eyes and stated, "The furniture is quite fine. It resembles what our village officials use." Wang Mingqi laughed heartily. "When we move offices, we shall procure some desks previously used by department heads for Manager Lu to add an air of distinction." The group chuckled once more. Wang Linlin teased, "I shall remember this. I will definitely find a desk that a minister has used for Lu Mei." Finally, Lu Mei stepped inside, touching everything with a sense of disbelief. "Well, we shall not intrude upon Manager Lu as she arranges her office," Wang Mingqi said, leading Wang Linlin, Lu Wenxiu, and the others out of the room, gently closing the door behind Lu Mei. "Thank you, boss," Lu Mei called out, sincerely addressing Wang Mingqi. "This is what you rightfully deserve." Chen Dong stood at the entrance of Wang Mingqi's office, quietly reporting, "Boss, the person we encountered outside the university yesterday is loitering downstairs." "Sure you?" Wang Mingqi surmised. A knowing smile crept across his face, indicating that Sure you had encountered difficulties at Lenovo. Wang Mingqi quickly grabbed a cigarette and hurried downstairs. Sure you, a cigarette dangling from his lips, had his hands tucked in his pockets, rhythmically tapping his foot against the ground. "You've crushed my ants," he remarked upon seeing Wang Mingqi, a sheepish expression crossing his face. "Did you go to Lenovo?" Wang Mingqi inquired. Sure you simply nodded. "What position do you hold at Lenovo?" Sure you softly replied. "The general manager's office." "Director?" Sure you shook her head. "Deputy director?" Again, Sure you shook her head. "Then you must be a key player." Sure you finally nodded. Wang Mingqi smiled gently and said to Sure you, "Let us proceed." "Where to?" "To your office." "My office?" "Of course, it's specifically reserved for you. A spacious 50 square meters." Sure you gazed at Wang Mingqi in astonishment. "You knew I was joining your company?" "Indeed, and I am certain of it." As Wang Mingqi began to walk, Sure you followed, inquiring, "How can you be so sure?" "Because they are a state-owned enterprise, while we are a private one." "Is there a difference? Aren't state-owned enterprises better? They adhere to seniority, while we do not." "Just 10 minutes ago, I appointed a 19-year-old girl who has not graduated from middle school as the sales department manager." "What? Not graduated from middle school? Only 19? "Yes. She worked at a club for 2 years, spending time with the boss and learning quite a bit. Come, let me introduce you to your subordinate." "I haven't agreed yet." "Only a fool would refuse," Wang Mingqi remarked, continuing forward. Sure you sidestepped, crossing her legs as she followed. "What if I choose not to agree?" "Are you a fool?" "But I have yet to consent. Once you see our company, you will realize that refusing is foolish. I am the general manager, and you are what?" "The chairman of the board." "How many shareholders does the company have?" "How many directors?" "One shareholder, all of whom are directors." Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Mingqi knocked on Wang Linlin's office door. "Please inform everyone to halt their work. I would like to introduce a colleague." "Everyone?" "Yes, everyone. Even the customer service department?" "Yes, all must stop." Wang Mingqi remarked, "There is no meeting room available. They should gather in the lobby." "Understood, boss. Please tidy up my office." "It will serve as Sure you's office shortly." "What? Your office is for me? Didn't you say you prepared an office specifically for me?" "Indeed, it was prepared for you, but I temporarily used it. Now that you are here, I shall vacate it." "And where is your office?" "The 17th floor. It has yet to be renovated." "Is that so?" Sure you responded, perplexed. Upon seeing the office, she burst into laughter. "I must say, Wang, is this truly the office you prepared for me?" Sure you surveyed the dilapidated furniture and laughed. "For now, it is as such, a spacious 50 square meters with a partition. Quite decent, wouldn't you agree?" "It is indeed large. But at least a proper floor covering is in order. The company is expanding rapidly. We haven't had the time to lay down flooring yet. The upper floors are under renovation and are expected to be completed in 6 months. That sounds more reasonable." Wang Mingqi gathered his belongings into a bag and handed the keys to Sure you. "They are yours now." Wang Mingqi led Sure you to the first floor. Observing the crowd of over 50 individuals, Wang Mingqi asked, "Old Sure, quite an impressive lineup, isn't it?" "It seems satisfactory." Sure Yue was evidently managing his interaction with Wang Mingqi. Observing the individuals present, including one clad in a cotton coat and an elderly lady with graying hair. "You recognize these 4, don't you?" Wang Mingqi inquired, gesturing towards Li and the others. "Indeed," Sure Yue replied. "Allow me to introduce them. This is Lu Mei, the sales department manager, who has been on business trips for 2 consecutive weeks, establishing sales channels across 7 northern provinces, selling approximately 500 computers. Shirui shook hands with Lu Mei. While this achievement may not be extraordinary, for a company without a factory and having been founded just over a month ago, it is commendable. Lu Mei, puzzled, turned her gaze towards Wang Mingqi. Wang Mingqi continued, "This is Wang Linlin, the office director, responsible for logistics and human resources." "Hello, Manager Wang," Wang Linlin replied, feeling bemused. "When did I start overseeing human resources?" "And this is Lu Wenxiu, the customer service manager, who primarily handles incoming calls." Lu Wenxiu cast a shy glance at Shirui before quickly lowering her head. "These individuals have accompanied me from the outset of this venture. They are my fellow townspeople. This is Zhang Cuifen, my very first employee." Zhang Cuifen smiled. "Indeed, I suppose I am what one might call a veteran?" "Yes, a veteran indeed." Alongside Lu Wenxiu, the two esteemed pioneers, Wang Mingqi proclaimed. Laughter erupted among the group. Wang Mingqi clapped his hands and declared, "Now, let me formally introduce our guest. Please lend me your ears. This is Professor Shirui from Tsinghua University, who has resigned to join our company as the general manager." The crowd erupted in astonishment. "A professor? A distinguished professor has joined our company?" "Indeed, a professor from Tsinghua University." "How remarkable." Zhang Cuifen inquired. "Boss, does that mean you are merely a figurehead now?" "From now on, we shall no longer use the term boss within our company," Shirui replied. "What shall we call you then?" "Chairman Wang," Zhang Cuifen chuckled. "You think of yourself as a chairman? Did I hear you correctly?" Shirui explained, abroad. The highest decision-making body of a company is typically referred to as the board of directors, with the highest management being the chairman or chairperson, which differs from your traditional understanding of chairman. Zhang Cuifen's laughter ceased abruptly. "Oh, that makes sense. From this moment forth, all affairs of the company will be decided solely by General Manager Shirui." "Wait, Mingqi, are you relinquishing the company?" Wang Mingqi clarified to Wang Mingli. "General Manager Shirui is the manager. The company still belongs to us." "Oh, that's more acceptable," Wang Yunlu, who had been trained by Lu Mei during her half-month absence, remarked. "Mingli, in public settings, we should refrain from addressing Chairman Wang by his name directly. We should use boss or Chairman Wang instead." Wang Mingli nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone, let us return to our tasks." Once the crowd dispersed, Wang Mingqi confided in Shirui regarding his plans to collaborate with Tsinghua University, striving for domestic production. Shirui offered a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, impressive. It's just ordinary. I've entrusted everything to you, and now I must take my leave." "Wait," Shirui interjected, halting Wang Mingqi. "Are you truly leaving? Is there any doubt? My son is home alone, and I cannot leave him unattended. Oh, by the way, please inform Wang Linlin that your salary consists of a base pay of 1,500, supplemented by year-end performance bonuses." As for the bonus amount, Wang Mingqi found himself in a quandary. While the salary was a fixed figure, the performance bonus was more elusive. Lu Mei's bonus was 1/10,000th of her sales, while Lu Wenxiu's was 3/10,000ths of her telesales. Wang Linlin would receive the average of the two. What if you received double the average of all middle management in the company? How does that sound? What do you say the salary is? The base salary is 1,500. And what about General Lu Mei and Lu? Oh, they all make 1,000. Is that so high? Of course. Now hurry and get to work. After speaking, Wang Mingqi hopped into his car and sped away. Shirui led the company with fervor, while I reveled in overseeing the grand direction from the sidelines. Upon returning to the Willow Grove, Wang Mingqi alighted from his vehicle and spotted Hao Wenjing and Lu Wushuang on patrol. He exchanged a brief glance with Hao Wenjing before hastily averting his gaze. Lu Wushuang resumed her Na'vi demeanor. "Wang Mingqi, why are you back so early? Aren't you supposed to be working?" "Oh, Wushuang, I'm here to pick up my son," Wang Mingqi replied, lowering his head, hoping to pass by. Lu Wushuang inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. Qingqing is hungry. I'm bringing him food." Suddenly, Hao Wenjing interjected. "Where's Qingqing? Isn't he with you?" "Yes, at Grandpa Tong's." Without a hint of shyness, Hao Wenjing exclaimed, "Grandpa Tong is in poor health. How can he take care of Qingqing? What if something happens?" Wang Mingqi, taken aback by the transformation of the once tender Hao Wenjing into a fierce maternal figure, thought to himself, "Has she forgotten who I am?" Wang Mingqi, carrying the buns, led the way while Hao Wenjing and Lu Wushuang followed closely behind. Just as they approached the courtyard, the sound of Wang Qingqing's cheerful laughter filled the air. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, Wang Qingqing abandoned his game of Go and ran over. Wang Mingqi scooped him up. "Son, Are you hungry? Yes, Grandpa Tong is hungry too. All right, Daddy has brought food. As Wang Mingqi prepared to set the buns on the table, he was taken aback to find Lu Wushuang squatting beside it, unmoving. Lu Wushuang, could you please move? Lu Wushuang looked up and asked, Is that jade, Grandpa Tong? You have quite an eye, he responded. I have a similar set at home, though not as green as this one. Just as Wang Mingqi intended to put away the go pieces, Tong Xian stopped him, instructing Qingqing to tidy them up. Chapter 82. Children playing with antiques. Upon hearing this, Qingqing eagerly hopped down, diligently categorizing and collecting the jade go pieces one by one. Lu Wushuang marveled. The colors are so uniform. This is the most beautiful set I've ever seen. Just as she reached for them, Tong Xian interjected, These belong to Qingqing. What? Qingqing likes them, so they're a gift for him. Grandpa Tong, this is too inappropriate. It's far too precious. It's nothing of great value, merely an inanimate object. He replied. Lu Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Wang Qingqing, seeing that Qingqing was unharmed. Hao Wenjing took Lu Wushuang by the hand and walked away. Wenjing, have you eaten? Would you like to join us for a meal? Grandpa Tong has some noodles. We can make do. Hao Wenjing paid no mind and continued to lead Lu Wushuang away. Tong Xian remarked, I have heard that Qingqing's mother is seeking someone again. Wang Mingqi nodded. To the onlookers nestled among the willows, there was no secret at all. Have you considered finding another? Wang Mingqi shook his head and replied, For the time being, I do not intend to find a stepmother for Qingqing. Tong Xian chuckled but remained silent. After finishing lunch, Wang Mingqi carried Qingqing home. And before they reached their destination, the child had already fallen asleep. To be candid, Wang Mingqi increasingly yearned to purchase a sihiyuan, not merely 1 or 2 rooms, but entire buildings. That troublesome Tang Qing. It had been well past the Lunar New Year, and still no news? After a long wait for Tang Qing to finish work, Wang Mingqi intercepted him at the entrance. Tang, regarding the sihiyuan matter, what do you think? Tang Qing had already secured his own interests and was no longer as invested in Wang Mingqi's sihiyuan aspirations. Upon hearing this, he replied, Do not rush. We need to await the company's leadership to deliberate. Hey, I just can't wait any longer. Look, it's already past the Lunar New Year. Tang Qing shrugged and said, I am powerless in this situation. Wang Mingqi smiled. I noticed that Tang Dong seems quite fond of computers. You know, I am lacking in many things. But computers are not one of them. If only. Tang Qing's eyes lit up at the mention of computers. Tang Dong has been clamoring for one. But a computer costs 20,000 yuan, and the two of us barely earn 4,000 to 5,000 a year. Oh, is that the legitimate income of 4,000 to 5,000? But even the landlord's family has no surplus. Spending 20,000 on a toy is a bit extravagant for you. How about I urge you again? You know I am quite familiar with the logistics team. It should not be a major issue. Indeed, I am considering the welfare of the gas company employees. If we can expedite the construction of the staff quarters, everyone will have new homes to reside in. That is the reasoning. Thus, I shall provide you with a definite answer by tomorrow. Ah, Tang, you are astute. I have heard of a computer model called the 80486 that is quite commendable. Wang Mingqi's heart raced at the thought of conducting business. 180,486 would cost over 30,000. I could assemble it, but where would I procure the 486 chip? When faced with difficulties, one must rise to the occasion. If there are none, one must create them. Let us just get it done. Indeed, if Tang Dong wishes to play, he certainly desires the most advanced computer. I shall devise a plan. Tang Qing's spirits lifted further as he patted Wang Mingqi on the shoulder. Boss Wang, I did not misjudge you. Splendid, truly splendid. As soon as Tang Qing returned to his room, Wang Mingqi spat in disdain. That rascal, taking advantage of the situation. Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao finally finished their classes, and today, they wore no frowns. Brother, Sister Lu is truly remarkable. She helped us with our studies yesterday. And today we could comprehend everything. Is that so? Wang Mingqi suddenly remembered he had yet to invite Lu Wushuang today. You two go fetch Qingqing. I will go invite Lu Wushuang. At the entrance of the police station, Lu Wushuang was waiting for Wang Mingqi. I thought you wouldn't invite me. How could that be? Not at all. Wang Mingqi glanced into the police station and inquired, Where's Wenjing? She was picked up by Su Daqiang as soon as she got off work. She probably won't return tonight. Wang Mingqi felt a twinge of disappointment and a hint of jealousy in his heart. Yet Wang Mingqi understood that Su Daqiang was indeed Hao Wenjing's boyfriend. He was merely a third party, akin to Shimin Qing. On his way home, Wang Mingqi purchased some meat and vegetables. Do you still know how to cook? Of course. How could a good man of the new era not be able to cook? How unusual, Lu Wushuang remarked with curiosity. Once Wang Mingqi walked alongside Lu Wushuang. It would surely stir up gossip among the willows. Wang Mingqi chuckled. It's over. My deception regarding intimacy has been solidified. Lu Wushuang shyly shot him a glance. Upon returning home, Wang Qing had switched to a different toy. This time it wasn't a scratching tool or jade, but porcelain. Wang Mingqi was taken aback. This item was unlike a stone. What if it broke? Lu Wushuang glanced at it and said, "This is from a folk kiln of the late Qing dynasty. It's not valuable." Wang Mingqi patted his chest and replied, "That's good. That's good. Do you know what Qingqing is up to?" Wang Mingqi shook his head, indicating he did not know. I heard that in the past. Young masters from affluent families would play with antique jade to broaden their horizons from a young age. If I'm not mistaken, Master Tong might be guiding Qingqing towards the realm of antique appraisal. Is that so? Don't underestimate Master Tong's intentions. If Qingqing engages with antiques for 7 or 8 years, he will surely become an expert. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Come on. Have you ever seen a child that young playing with antiques? That's simply your lack of exposure. There are indeed many young prodigies in the capital renowned for their appraisal skills. All right, when it comes to the history of the capital, we outsiders surely cannot compete with you. Wang Mingqi brushed it off. How many years could Tong Xian possibly have left? If Tong Xian were in good health and could teach Qingqing until he was 20, Wang Mingqi speculated that Qingqing might genuinely become a leading figure in the industry. Lu Wushuang went to tutor Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao while he retreated to the kitchen. Xuehua, we're out of scallions and ginger. May I borrow a few? Hey, I'm truly amazed. You buy vegetables and meat, but forget the scallions and ginger, right? Hee, I forgot. If it weren't for your running with me, I wouldn't sell them to you. As Wang Mingqi peeled the scallions, he inquired, Did you feel sleepy today? Brother, believe it or not, it really worked. I fell asleep right after returning yesterday and didn't wake up until dawn. When have I ever deceived you? Let us continue tonight. All right. A pot of braised pork ribs and a plate of shredded potatoes. Wang Mingqi measured them, sensing it might not be enough for 5 people. Let us add some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Lu Xuehua, drawn by the aroma, approached and asked, Brother, what's that smell? Braised ribs. Just as Wang Mingqi opened the pressure cooker, Lu Xuehua, unceremoniously, grabbed a piece of rib and exclaimed, delicious. I'm taking a bowl with me. Hee, brother. Then I want to be polite. What's there to be polite about? Chapter 83. Turning against each other, Lu Xuehua finished her meal and went to attend evening classes. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that Lu Wushuang concluded her tutoring session. Both of them had a keen understanding, but previously lacked good teachers, which had delayed their progress. Wang Mingqi laughed. The county's standards naturally cannot compare with those of the capital. Lu Wushuang had followed the delightful aroma to Wang Mingqi's room. What a delightful dish, braised pork ribs with potatoes. Is this how you enjoy it in central Shandong as well? Isn't this the customary way to prepare it? I meant your method resembles that of the Sichuan Chongqing region. Really? I hadn't noticed that. Tomorrow, I shall bring you a bottle of Shudus de Banjiang. Using that to braise the potatoes and ribs will create a culinary marvel. Upon seeing the rice, Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao appeared displeased. We had rice at school today, and now we have to eat it again for dinner? Exactly. Brother, I crave steamed buns. One ought to indulge in a variety of dishes. I find myself unsatisfied. This is likely due to a deficiency of the enzyme required to digest rice within your body. Partake of it a few more times, and you shall adapt. Lu Wushuang chuckled. This is the first time I've heard such a notion from you. You will find much to discover. My intellect encompasses the heavens and the earth. Explore at your leisure. Lu Wushuang uttered a phrase in English, to which Wang Mingqi replied, I only comprehend human speech. Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao burst into laughter, inciting Lu Wushuang's frustration. The banter between Wang Mingqi and Lu Wushuang eased the spirits of Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao. Indeed, braised pork ribs over rice is a delightful combination. Wang Qing, with a small spoon in hand, relished each bite with great satisfaction. The 5 of them displayed remarkable vigor, with Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao even mixing the last remnants of soup with their rice, concluding with remarks about the insufficient portion. Having finished her meal, Lu Wushuang prepared to return, prompting Wang Mingqi to hastily dress to escort her home. Is it necessary to accompany me for such a short distance? It is prudent, as the road can be perilous. Lu Wushuang smiled. Will you return home or to the dormitory tonight? I shall go to the dormitory. Are you not afraid to stay alone? How did you know I reside alone? When I dropped Wenjing off yesterday, I noticed that the room was unoccupied. True. There are only 3 female officers in our department, and only Ha Jie and I reside in the dormitory. Have you not been assigned separate quarters? I am not yet a graduate, and besides, housing is quite scarce in our department. I have no idea when it will be my turn. The distance from the 8th courtyard to the police station is merely a few hundred meters. We shall arrive shortly. After escorting Lu Wushuang to her residence, Wang Mingqi returned home. In truth, he was eager to inquire if Hao Wenjing would not be returning tonight, but he hesitated. From last night, it was evident that Lu Wushuang came from a privileged background, being immersed in the company of her family. Her keen observational skills were formidable, and he feared discovery. Wang Linlin and her companions returned together. Why so late today? Director Shi convened a meeting. Wang Mingqi smiled. He noticed Lu Mei appeared distressed and promptly inquired, "What troubles you?" Wang Linlin replied, exasperated, "It's all that Zhang Cuifen's doing." What has Zhang Cuifen done? During Director Shi's meeting today, Zhang Cuifen displayed a contemptuous demeanor towards Lu Mei. Wang Mingqi, upon hearing this, realized events had unfolded shortly after his departure. What transpired? Please elaborate. No sooner had Wang Mingqi posed the question than Zhang Cuifen's voice rang out. "Ah, I knew you would come to complain. Lu Mei, let me be clear. No matter how capable you believe yourself to be, you are merely a brothel keeper. You will never have my ear." Wang Mingqi's brows furrowed deeply. It is often said that one should not speak ill of the past. Having once performed on stage is an everlasting blemish for Lu Mei and Wang Linlin, a stain that can never be washed away. Yet, Zhang Cuifen publicly labeled them as brothel sisters, a cruel twist of the knife into their wounds. Zhang Cuifen, do you believe me to be an easy target? Lu Mei, in a fit of rage, flung her belongings aside and lunged for Zhang Cuifen's hair. Wang Mingqi hurriedly positioned herself between them, shouting, "Stop this at once." Her commanding voice effectively silenced both women and drew the attention of onlookers. Internally, Wang Mingqi was seething at their folly. Their bickering would only serve to mock her leadership. True to form, Sun Feng, the wife of Tang Qing, stood on the steps, knitting, and began to relish the spectacle. "Sister Zhang, truly, you cannot even control a mere seductress. Where is the formidable spirit you once displayed against the willow tree?" Wang Linlin erupted, "Sun Feng, who are you calling a seductress?" Lu Xuehua stood at the entrance, shaking her head in exasperation. Her mother was the indomitable warrior of the 8th courtyard, undefeated and unyielding. Lu Shiguai and the matriarch of the Lu family refrained from showing their faces, unwilling to suffer the humiliation. Gao Wensheng, upon assessing the situation, quickly whisked Lu Wenxiu away. Who is the real seductress here, if not oneself? One who merely entices men. And I believe Sister Zhang's words to be accurate. Wang Mingqi was utterly disheartened. Sun Feng harbored grievances against both parties, seemingly wishing for them to mutually annihilate each other. Han Denian approached, draped in his clothing, brow furrowed, and spoke in a low voice. "What is all this commotion? Do you not think we have enough disgrace in the 8th courtyard?" Li Chongqing emerged. "Director Tang, look at them. They show no respect for you whatsoever." Tang Qing was seething with frustration. He had attempted to maintain a low profile, yet others dragged him into the fray. "Enough, enough, disperse. Must we continue in this chaotic manner?" Wang Mingqi quietly remarked, "Aunt Zhang, have you heard? Recently, Xuehua has been suffering from insomnia. You were unaware? What? Xuehua can't sleep? And you, as her mother, have only just realized this? Can you not allow her some peace? Every day it's either one quarrel or another. And after all this chaos, what do you gain?" Wang Mingqi then added to Lu Mei, "You two, stop making things difficult for her at work, such as withholding delivery orders. 10 fewer orders a day is far more painful than grabbing her hair." Zhang Cuifen was taken aback. The tide of the situation was turning against her. Wang Mingqi noticed that Pei Hongying and Bai Ling were also approaching and quickly instructed. "Everyone should return and reflect on how to resolve this. Come back tomorrow to discuss. I must take Xuehua for some exercise." With that, Wang Mingqi ushered Lu Mei to her room. Wang Suxin and Wang Xuejiao, encountering such a scenario for the first time, were left flustered, while Qingqing leaned on Wang Suxin's shoulder to watch the unfolding drama. "All right, hurry and soothe Qingqing to sleep." As the three entered the room, Wang Mingqi prepared to return to her quarters to change clothes. Lu Xuehua had already changed and, upon seeing Wang Mingqi emerge, followed her outside for some activity before setting off towards the film academy, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 84. A strong desire for a courtyard house. After running a kilometer, Lu Xuehua could no longer continue. Wang Mingqi returned, urging her to keep running for a while longer. Brother, has my mother made things difficult for you? Not at all. That's just how my mother is. Do not take her temperament to heart. Wang Mingqi chuckled. You should worry less about adult matters. Oh, how I wish to start working soon so that my mother can stay at home. Why do you think that way? I recall when I was young. My mother worked on the street and often got into disputes with others. If it were just once or twice, I could believe she was being bullied. But when it happens every day, it becomes evident that she is at fault. Enough of this idle worry. Focus on your exercise. Once you're in university, you can move out and not have to see her daily. No, I intend to attend a university in the capital and stay at home. Suit yourself. The two circled the school playground for a lap. As soon as they exited the school gate, Lu Xuehua spat. What's wrong? Brother, did you not notice the woods? The woods? What about them? Disgusting, forget it. Lu Xuehua took the lead and began running again. Wang Mingqi chuckled softly, wondering if university students had become so liberated. After both had worked up a sweat, Wang Mingqi boiled several pots of water using liquefied gas, while Lu Xuehua went to the restroom to freshen up. Just as Wang Mingqi was about to wash himself, Wang Linlin stealthily entered. Where's Lu Mei? Is she asleep? Yes, she is exhausted from today. Wang Mingqi felt a twinge of guilt towards Wang Linlin, recalling how the previous night with Hao Wenjing felt like a dream. Brother, you have so much muscle. Wang Linlin exclaimed as she helped him clean up. Well, coming from a farming family, daily labor builds strength. You also farm? Of course. Our whole family returns to harvest the wheat. Really? I didn't realize you farmed as well. As they chatted, they soon found themselves on the bed. An hour later, Wang Linlin sighed. Brother, I'm exhausted. I don't want to go back. Go back. What if Lu Mei wakes up? Wang Linlin sighed heavily, summoning her resolve as she slipped on a woolen coat. What a pity, Wang Mingqi remarked as he stood at the doorway, watching Wang Linlin bend over to grab her clothes. Boss Wang, you're impressive. Tang Qing suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling Wang Mingqi. Director Tang, you scare me to death. Tang Qing accepted the cigarette Wang Mingqi offered, asking, how did you manage to charm her? What are you talking about? Stop pretending. Your voices could be heard for 2 miles. These two young ladies are usually quite aloof, yet you've managed to win them over. Wang Mingqi remained silent. Forget it. Forget it. We have plenty of gas companies to deal with. Tang Qing slipped into the room. Wang Mingqi's desire to acquire a courtyard house grew even stronger. Early the next morning, Wang Mingqi first took Qingqing to Tong Xian's place before heading to the market to buy groceries. As he was there, he spotted Hao Wenjing getting out of Su Daqiang's car, and his heart sank like a heavy stone. Wang Mingqi initially believed he would calmly accept the relationship between Su Daqiang and Hao Wenjing. However, upon encountering the situation, he realized that he harbored feelings for Hao Wenjing. Mr. Su, Wang Mingqi greeted Su Daqiang. What's the matter? The Matai, Su Daqiang replied, astonished by Wang Mingqi's audacity. Does this man possess such a thick skin? Heh. Officer Lu mentioned that if you don't have any, she would bring me a couple of boxes from home. Su Daqiang felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, akin to consuming something distasteful. Yet, he could not afford to lose face, especially since he had previously made a promise in front of Lu Wushuang and Hao Wenjing. The trunk of the Santana slowly opened. Take it yourself. Ah, thank you, thank you. The rear of Su Daqiang's car emitted a puff of smoke as it sped away. Hao Wenjing gazed at Wang Mingqi and inquired, is this amusing? Wang Mingqi nodded. Hao Wenjing's expression remained indifferent as she turned and walked into the alley. Wang Mingqi forced himself to regain his composure. Hao Wenjing had to navigate through the willows to return to the police station, and he watched her vanish into the crowd. You must be Wang Mingqi, the landlord. A stylishly dressed young girl timidly approached him. Hello, I am. And you? I am Zhang Ro from courtyard number 6. Wang Mingqi suddenly remembered her. Ah, now I recall. Greetings. With her head bowed, Zhang Ro said, Landlord Wang, could you possibly extend the rent due date by a couple of days this month? Wang Mingqi had completely overlooked this matter. He had entrusted the property to Zhua Yinghui for rental, and he recalled Zhua mentioning that one of the rooms had a tenant, presumably this Zhang Ro. It's no problem. Whenever you have the funds, you can repay me. Thank you, landlord. Could you please inform Boss Zhua? Of course, no worries. As he watched Zhang Ro leave, Wang Mingqi remembered that he needed to check on his properties, especially the 3 rooms in courtyard number 6, which he had specifically instructed Zhua Yinghui not to rent out. intending them for his elder sister's family. After returning home with the food and drinks, Wang Mingqi and Chun Dong headed directly to Bafang Building. On the first floor, after several days of renovations, the place had begun to take shape. Instead of tiles, they had opted for floor paint, significantly expediting the construction process. The sign for Lianjia Real Estate had been installed, and on the opposite side was a sign for Bafang Computer Store. Seeing Wang Mingqi approach, Zhou Yinghui hurried out to greet him. "How is the preparation going?" "We're racing against the clock. We must be ready for the opening of Bafang Community." "Have you contacted other communities?" "I reached out to several, but only one development in the suburbs agreed to let us sell on their behalf, offering a 5% rebate." "That's a promising start. Let's keep up the momentum." "All right." As Wang Mingqi entered the store, he noticed over 20 individuals, predominantly women, neatly attired in matching suits. Standing before him, Zhou Yinghui introduced, "These are new recruits, all high school or vocational school graduates, currently undergoing training." "Excellent, excellent. Please continue. Aren't you going to say a few words to everyone?" "I'm not the manager. What would I say?" "You are the chairman of the board." "What nonsense. I have no concern for the Bafang company, nor do I for your intermediary firm. So why have you come here? To flaunt your authority? Has the property in Lushu not been rented yet?" "Not yet. Are you anxious?" "Not at all. That Zhang Ro informed me to delay the rent payment by a couple of days, so do not press her. Collecting rent will be my responsibility from now on." "Understood, boss. Additionally, ensure that any properties that become available in Lushu are reserved for me." Chapter 85. Qingqing yearns for her mother's. What? Yinghui chuckled. "Why on earth are you purchasing so many properties?" To which Wang Mingqi disdainfully remarked, "Really, you are in real estate, yet you lack an understanding of market trends." "My esteemed boss, I see things more clearly than you do. It's simply a matter of waiting until I have saved enough to acquire a few properties in Lushu myself. If you are going to buy, then buy a mansion. A few rooms are hardly worth it. That would take ages. A courtyard house costs at least 500,000 to 600,000. I simply cannot afford it. Consider a loan. Do not tell me our store lacks loan services." Zhou Yinghui was taken aback. Wang Mingqi, exasperated, exclaimed, "Service, my dear comrade. We must possess a service mindset. Are you suggesting that customers should venture to the bank for loans themselves? Cannot we collaborate with a bank? If the major banks are unwilling to partner with us, surely we can seek out smaller ones?" Zhou Yinghui stood speechless. One-stop service, without markup, and the same commission fees as those real estate agents outside. If clients do not approach you, will they go to those agents instead? Wang Mingqi firmly patted Zhou Yinghui on the shoulder. "Old Zhou, learn well." "Oh, certainly." As Wang Mingqi stepped out, he spotted Shiyu and Wang Linlin waiting for him outside. "Boss, I have a few matters to report. I am the chairman, overseeing the grand strategy. You, as the manager, are to handle the details." Shiyu was unperturbed by this hierarchy. "I plan to expand our computer production line and recruit a new batch from the technical school." Wang Mingqi hurried away. Wang Linlin laughed. "President, sure. I told you the boss wouldn't listen. You didn't believe me. Is there such a thing as a boss?" Wang Linlin chuckled. Suddenly, Wang Mingqi returned. "And sure you thought he might be interested in listening, only to hear him say, 'I recall Intel has an office in Yanjing. You should visit and inquire if we can procure directly from them. Lu Mingda is too unscrupulous, and the prices are exorbitant.'" "Understood. I have already contacted the office director through a classmate and am preparing for a visit. Save a 486 for me. I have a need for it." "Of course." Wang Mingqi departed once more. Does he truly not care? It seems he genuinely wishes to remain uninvolved. Sure, you felt touched. Given the immense trust the boss has placed in us, what reason do we have to be lax? Manager Wang, please inform Lu Wenxiu that I wish to convene a meeting for the customer service department. Are you truly going to replace Manager Lu? It is not a replacement. Rather, I intend to assign her an assistant. Her demeanor is too lenient, and everyone is beginning to take advantage of it. She lacks the courage to voice her exhaustion, which is not the quality expected of a manager. You startled me. I thought you were going to replace Lu Wenxiu. Yesterday, the boss remarked that Zhang Cuifen and Lu Wenxiu were his earliest employees, and he felt it necessary to show Lu some consideration. What are your plans regarding Zhang Cuifen? If she remains oblivious to the circumstances and acts rashly, will she not leave the boss with any dignity? Sure, you smiled faintly, saying, you are still young and do not comprehend men. With that, she left Wang Linlin, who was left in a state of confusion. Men tend to be especially lenient towards beautiful women, but when it comes to older women, they prefer to keep their distance. Wang Mingqi stood at the entrance of the third courtyard of number 10, listening to Hao Wenjun's lamentations, feeling a pang of unease in his heart. Sister, we must leave quickly, or he will return. Wenjing, as I depart, I cannot foresee when I shall return. Please take good care of Qingqing. Tong Xian reassured her, daughter. Qingqing is well cared for here, so do not worry. Thank you, Uncle Tong, Hao Wenjing replied. My brother-in-law holds Qingqing close every day. He will not let her suffer. I understand that being with him is better for Qingqing than being with me. I am merely heartbroken. Hao Wenjing expressed, Zhou Qiang is truly despicable. Why must you sell your vegetables at Yuehai? Is it merely to avoid him? Alas, it is too late for words. Wang Mingqi heard Wang Qing's heart-wrenching cries. Qingqing, be good. Grandpa has brought you something fun. Yet, no matter how Tong Xian tried to console him, Qingqing continued to wail, Mother, mother. Wang Mingqi quickly hid behind an illegal structure. Hao Wenjing and Hao Wenjun emerged. Sister, do you regret your decision? Is there a remedy for regret? How could you have found Zhou Qiang so soon after divorcing my brother-in-law? Hao Wenjun responded with a bitter smile. Do you remember when I returned from the Magic City and visited our parents? That day, I was inexplicably swayed by Zhou Qiang's persuasion to divorce your brother-in-law. And by the time I regretted it, it was too late. At that time, our parents and younger brother thought Wang Yunshan had gone too far. And we did not stop you. It is too late for anything now. Can you not return? Hao Wenjun cried again. It is too late for me and Zhou Qiang. The voices of the sisters grew increasingly faint. Wang Mingqi longed to comfort Wang Qing, but he also wished to spare himself the pain, resolutely returning home instead. The elderly Lu and Han Danian chatted at the alley's entrance, while the 8th courtyard appeared eerily silent. Wang Mingqi found himself unaccustomed to the tranquility of the 8th courtyard. Sitting vacantly in his room, he gazed at a cluster of illegal structures in the yard, reminiscing about the moments he shared with Hao Wenjun. Once, they had been a happy couple, even relishing the early mornings and late nights spent selling vegetables. However, as Wang Yunshan's true nature emerged, disputes began to arise between them, particularly due to his excessive generosity. Whenever someone claimed to have forgotten their money, Wang Yunshan would wave his hand dismissively, saying he would pay whenever he had the means. The debts Hao Wenjun had recorded amounted to at least 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, Wang Yunshan's penchant for standing idly by, offering unsolicited advice without contributing, exacerbated their mounting conflicts. The final straw was that 50,000 yuan. Originally, the entire family was deliberating on returning to renovate the old residence, but Wang Yunshan was the sole dissenter. Infuriated by this, he accused Hao Wenjun of wanting to subsidize his maternal family, leading to an explosive confrontation. The situation spiraled out of control, culminating in a divorce. Hao Wenjing stood at the doorway, gazing intently at Wang Mingqi. Did you go to courtyard number 10 just now? Wang Mingqi nodded. My sister and Zhou Qiang are leaving. And I came to see Qingqing. Wang Mingqi acknowledged her statement with a nod. Observing Wang Mingqi's despondence, Hao Wenjing felt a twinge of sympathy. She approached him, and Qingqing embraced Wang Mingqi's head. My sister is leaving, but I am here, and I will help you take care of Qingqing. Wang Mingqi tightly wrapped his arms around Hao Wenjing's waist. Wenjing, thank you. Chapter 86. Brother-in-law, stop it. Wang Mingqi, what are you doing? Your hands, don't move, please. Hao Wenjing gently pushed him away. Brother-in-law, I beg you, don't move. The door was ajar. Wang Mingqi lifted Hao Wenjing and shut the door with his foot, enveloping the room in a warm ambience. Nearly an hour passed, and Hao Wenjing felt utterly exhausted. Wenjing, will you marry me? Hao Wenjing, flustered while dressing, trembled at his words and turned to face the distinctly featured man. To be candid, in terms of appearance, character, and even stamina, Wang Mingqi surpassed Su Daqiang by a considerable margin. However, Wang Mingqi was not her destined partner, as his background and the identity of her former brother-in-law precluded any possibility of marriage. Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Daqiang has other women, do you know that? Hao Wenjing retorted disdainfully. Do you think I'm unaware of the affair between you, Wang Linlin, and Lu Mei? An awkward silence ensued, and Wang Mingqi felt embarrassed. Dressed, Hao Wenjing stood before the bed and said, Brother-in-law, do you know why I have worked so hard to study since childhood, even when my father refused to support me? Wang Mingqi seemed to recall this detail. Her father-in-law did not approve of her continuing her education, instead prioritizing the support of her younger brother Hao Wenjie. Eventually, it was Hao Wenjun and Wang Mingqi who agreed to fund Hao Wenjing's tuition, with the stipulation that if his second sister did not continue her studies, he would also abandon his. Only then did her father-in-law relent. I want to change. I want to leave the village. I no longer wish to live as an ordinary citizen. So you sought out Su Daqiang? Hao Wenjing hesitated but nodded. In truth, by remaining in the capital, you have already altered your fate. Hao Wenjing replied with a bitter smile. Do you think this makes one superior? Brother-in-law, you haven't seen the affluent in the capital. Their lives are a true existence, while we can only call ourselves petty citizens. After speaking, she opened the door and exited, leaving Wang Mingqi in a state of bewilderment. The wealthy of the capital? Drinking counterfeit foreign wine, driving Mercedes, and cavorting with starlets. Is that what wealth entails? Wang Mingqi scoffed at the notion. After an intense battle, they enjoyed a delightful nap, and upon waking, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Having been engaged in continuous exertion recently, he felt somewhat drained and decided to take a few days to recuperate, resolutely avoiding Wang Linlin's sweet enticements. The countenance of a child can change in an instant. Within mere hours, Wang Qing had completely forgotten about his mother. Wang Qing held a brush, engaging in the art of writing and painting on a blank sheet of paper. Tong Xian stood beside him, occasionally demonstrating techniques. Yet Wang Qing paid little heed to Tong Xian's words, much to Tong Xian's indifference. Qing, learn from Grandpa Tong. Observe his grip on the brush, Tong Xian interjected, halting Wang Mingqi. Qing is still quite young. Typically, one begins to learn at the age of 3. And Qing still has several months to go before that milestone. There's no need for haste. However, Tong Xian added with a heavy expression, but my time is limited. You are recovering well. It should not pose a significant issue, Wang Mingqi reassured. With spring approaching and all things rejuvenating, I feel a bit better. Yet I cannot be certain I will weather this winter. The gravity of the topic rendered Wang Mingqi silent, as he observed Wang Qing's strokes. How remarkably straight one line was, and how gracefully arched another. At long last, Tang Qing concluded his workday. Wang Mingqi gazed at him with anticipation. Tang Qing, in high spirits, greeted Wang Mingqi with playful banter. Goodness, you seem to enjoy your role as a boss more than I do as a department head. Spending your days with children. Don't you have work to attend to? Ah, as a small business owner, I am the epitome of freedom. I work when I wish and refrain when I do not. Noticing their surroundings were devoid of eavesdroppers, Wang Mingqi leaned in to inquire softly, how has the matter progressed? It is settled. Settled? So swiftly? Once the logistics team reported to the higher-ups, the decision was made promptly. Our new family compound is in need of approximately 1 million. Selling the public housing in Lushu will nearly cover that. 1 million? Wang Mingqi recalled Tang Qing mentioning that they possessed 20 units in Lushu, including several in the 6th and 7th courtyards, as well as 4 in the 8th. 20 units at 50,000 each? That sounds exorbitant. I acquired these 3 for only 80,000, and they came with an abundance of rosewood furniture. You seem alarmed. Do you think I am unreliable in my dealings? Director Tang, 20 units for 1 million? That's simply too steep. Listen, have you noticed the storefront at the alley entrance? Wang Mingqi nodded. That row consists of 10 units, all owned by our gas company. 30 units for 100,000 is still excessively priced. Tang Qing replied, market value dictates such rates. Wang Mingqi felt conflicted. The reason he managed to purchase 3 units for 80,000 was ultimately tied to the unfortunate event of old Chin's demise at his doorstep, which rendered the property somewhat undesirable and thus more affordable. The intended price was initially 100,000 for 3 units, furniture included. 33,000 per unit is a reasonable price. Observing the turmoil in Wang Mingqi's eyes, Tang Qing sensed he was concocting a scheme. Boss Wang, there is no room for negotiation here. The higher-ups have made their decision, and we cannot afford to act recklessly. Are there any other conditions? Wang Mingqi inquired. None. May I make a request? Go ahead. I would like the 7th courtyard vacated for my use. The entire courtyard? Yes. Look at my large family. It is quite cramped here. Tang Qing hesitated. That's a tricky situation. The new family compound isn't completed yet. If we evict them, where would they reside? They can rent. I will subsidize 500 for each room. The 7th courtyard comprises 10 rooms in total, each subsidized by 500 yuan, amounting to 5,000 yuan. However, Wang Mingqi is not in want of money. Rather, he yearns for time. Engaging with either Hao Wenjing or Wang Linlin feels akin to thievery, as it is undeniably inconvenient. If he possessed a private residence, life would be much simpler. Yet, I am no thief. Tang Qing's eyes began to wander. What a scoundrel! Do you still regard such a trifling sum? Wang Mingqi looked down upon Tang Qing's kind, devoid of any moral compass. The issue should not be significant. Several individuals in the 7th courtyard own rooms, albeit hoarding them without payment. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with an answer. Very well, thank you, Director Tang. Upon Wang Suxin's return, Wang Qing erupted with joy. Wang Mingqi hurried into the kitchen to prepare a meal, for Lu Wushuang would undoubtedly stay for dinner. Lu Wushuang is quite dedicated, arriving promptly after work. Hey, Wang Mingqi, have you noticed that Sister Hao has been acting strangely these past few days? What is the matter? She often stares off into space alone. Wang Mingqi felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that there are issues between her and Su Daqiang? Perhaps. I should take the time to counsel her. Chapter 87. The arrival of Wang Yunshan today. Wang Mingqi was lackluster while cooking, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Hao Wenjing. After bidding farewell to Lu Wushuang, Lu Xuehua had already changed into her sports attire, yet even the snug fit of her outfit failed to capture Wang Mingqi's attention. Brother, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Let us go for a run. Throughout their jog, Wang Mingqi remained sullen, and Lu Xuehua also lost interest, returning after just 20 minutes. Brother, your demeanor is off lately. Have you had a falling out with Sister Wang? Sister Wang? Who? Wang Linlin. What nonsense are you imagining, child? TCH. Wang Linlin is merely a few months older than I am. Do you think I am unaware? Lu Xuehua haughtily tossed her ponytail and retreated to her room. Wang Mingqi sat beside Wang Suxin, observing her and Wang Xuejiao as they completed their homework, while Wang Qing diligently practiced his calligraphy. Suddenly, Wang Qing tossed aside his brush and dove into Wang Mingqi's embrace. Dad, where's Mom? Oh, your mother has gone elsewhere. She will return in a few days. Wang Qing responded with a soft "oh," then climbed onto Wang Mingqi's lap, settling into a comfortable position and drifting off to sleep. Wang Mingqi gazed tenderly at his son, for he was his everything. Wang Mingqi adjusted his mood, preparing to carry Qingqing back to their room. Brother, let Qingqing sleep here. Wang Mingqi pondered. He could provide Qingqing with paternal love, so he would allow Wang Suxin to offer him the maternal tenderness he needed. Standing at the doorway, Wang Mingqi sighed. The winter in Beijing arrives abruptly. By the end of March, the city had begun to warm, with gentle rain pattering down, providing a sense of comfort rather than chill. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Mingqi found himself once again at the police station's entrance. Boss Wang, are you here to see Officer Lu or Officer Hao? Officer Lu isn't staying in the dormitory today. Wang Mingqi acknowledged this with a simple "oh," explaining, just taking a stroll, passing by. You're out for a walk in the rain? The security guard accepted the cigarette Wang Mingqi offered. Wow, Huazi, a wealthy man. Ah, merely indulging in a bit of smoking. Wang Mingqi remarked, lighting the cigarette and taking a puff. Hao Wenjing emerged with a backpack and spotted Wang Mingqi, inquiring, is there something amiss? Oh, nothing. Just taking a stroll. Is Qingqing asleep? Wang Mingqi nodded. Without uttering another word, Hao Wenjing proceeded towards the Santana parked by the roadside. Feeling a sense of disinterest, Wang Mingqi returned home alone. Wang Linlin, perhaps fatigued, did not visit that evening. The following day, Wang Mingqi was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. Father? He recognized the voice of his father. Su Xian, where's your brother? Came the sharp call of Wang Su Xian. Brother, father is here, and so is uncle. Wang Mingqi hastily donned his clothes and stepped outside, where he beheld Wang Yunshan and Wang Yunshan, each carrying a synthetic leather bag, standing in the courtyard. Uncle, father, what brings you here? Wang Yunshan turned his head and bellowed, you ungrateful wretch. Why are you hiding? Get over here. Wang Mingqi noticed Lu when peeking out before retreating again. He felt a chuckle rising within him. His father was notorious for quelling defiance. Isn't Lu when supposed to be so impressive? Didn't he want to come to Beijing? Wasn't he hoping to resolve his household registration? Now that father has personally intervened, does he still dare to resist? Shortly after, his elder sister Wang Suyun wheeled Lu when inside. Sister, brother-in-law, come in quickly. Where's Zonghao? Lu Zonghao suddenly leaped out from behind Lu Wan. Uncle, I'm right here. Lu Zonghao laughed heartily, dashing towards Wang Mingqi like a cannonball. Wang Mingqi embraced Lu Zonghao, exclaiming, I can barely lift you anymore. Wang Yunshan pushed Wang Mingqi into the room. Wang Mingqi glanced at the time and urged Wang Su Xian and Wang Xuejiao, you two should hurry off to school. Wang Yunshan added, yes, hurry along. Don't delay your classes. Father, uncle, why didn't you inform me? I could have met you at the train station. For what? We rented a truck to come directly. Wang Mingqi surveyed the group, questioning the necessity of a truck. A whole contingent of over 20 people arrived from the village. They contacted Mingli last night and have all gone to find him. Wang Yunshan circled the room and remarked, I don't see that you're doing particularly well. Why is everyone coming to hang around you? Wang Yunshan felt rather disheartened. He had taken 10 people with him to the bustling metropolis, while his son had gathered another 10 in Beijing, only for his son to outshine him. Rumors circulated in the village that Wang Mingqi was thriving in business and reaping substantial profits. What about your business? I'd like to see it. Father, let us eat first. Can we please have a meal? Indeed, after several hours on the road, I'm famished. I noticed some fried dough sticks at the alleyway. Let us get a couple of pounds. Wang Yunshan said, heading towards his beloved grandson. Ching, did you miss me? Yes, I did. Wang Mingqi, not wanting to be negligent, originally planned to buy 2 pounds, but recalling his father's appetite, he increased it to 5. Luwen squatted at the door, smoking incessantly. Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Luwen replied with a nonchalant "Oh." Wang Suyun interjected, don't mind him. He is a bit stubborn. Wang Mingqi took 2 fried dough sticks and handed a bowl of tofu pudding to Luwen. Brother-in-law still troubled? Luwen replied, no, not at all. If it were me, I would be troubled too. Luwen cast a peculiar glance at Wang Mingqi. What troubles you? In the Lu family, you are the head of the household. Luwen smiled, feeling considerably relieved. His emotions were plainly etched upon his face. Wang Mingqi finally grasped the crux of Luwen's discomfort. He yearned for acknowledgement, particularly from the Wang family, as the dominance of a formidable in-law weighed heavily on Luwen's heart. Where will my sister and I reside? Next door. A house has been prepared, equal in size to my 3 rooms. What shall we do? Sell vegetables? Wang Mingqi pondered. His elder sister had indeed sold vegetables, but the meager profits from such a venture were hardly worth his consideration. For now, accompany my brothers and me, get familiarized with things, and perhaps open a shop here later. Wang Mingli. Sounds good. After their meal, Wang Suyun held Wang Mingqi back, urging him to be mindful of Luwen's feelings. Wang Mingqi chuckled, sister, do I not know? Rest assured. With their bellies full, Wang Yunshan and Wang Yunshan retired to rest. Wang Mingqi hurriedly tidied up the unsold rooms to accommodate them. Second uncle, isn't Wang Lei coming? She'll come in a few days. The factory is reluctant to let her go. Well, if they refuse to release her, she should simply resign. It's easy for you to say. If she could take a leave of absence, why would she resign? Even on leave, she's still a public servant. The government will always arrange something for her. Wang Mingqi was utterly speechless. If they were withholding wages, what was the point of staying? Buying vegetables is essential, and we must purchase in abundance. Who drives a Mercedes to the vegetable market? Chapter 88. Wang Yunshan's insight. Who drives a Mercedes to the vegetable market? It seemed only Wang Mingqi and Qindong did, as they alighted from their vehicle, drawing envious glances from many. Wang Hai. Ah, uncle, what brings you here today? Wang Mingqi observed that Wang Hai not only had live fish, but also live chickens. At that moment, most seafood was deceased, with live options being exceedingly scarce. 1 large carp and a live rooster, please. All right, it will be ready shortly. You tend to others. I shall check on Minghua. Sure. Wang Minghua was also quite busy. At 9 o'clock, the peak hour for vegetable shopping, Wang Mingqi noticed Wang Minghua was overwhelmed and lent him a hand for half an hour. Mingqi, you haven't forgotten your skills. After selling vegetables for 7 or 8 years, how could I? Wang Mingqi selected some vegetables and suggested, keep an eye out for opportunities to expand into wholesale. Wang Minghua replied, there are no stalls available at the wholesale market, though I have considered it. Many locals head there to sell vegetables and face severe price reductions. Reflecting on some large wholesale markets from the future, Wang Mingqi said, a new vegetable wholesale market should open to the south. You might want to check it out and try to secure a few stalls. To the south? Is that the suburbs? The city's wholesale markets will eventually be demolished. In time, all wholesale activities will move to the suburbs. If you go early, you can secure a prime location. All right, Mingqi, I will heed your advice. After bidding farewell to Wang Minghua, Wang Mingqi returned to Wang Hai's side. The 10-pound rooster, as evidenced by its claws, is at least a year old. While Wang Hai was plucking the feathers from the chicken, Wang Mingqi proposed a seafood business venture to him. Not retail, but wholesale, aiming to monopolize the seafood market in the capital. Wang Hai expressed that he would ponder this idea. Upon returning home, Wang Yunshan was already awake, engaged in conversation with the elderly matriarch of the Lu family. Wang Yunshan possessed a unique charm. He could converse on a myriad of topics. from the arcane arts to the intricacies of agriculture, despite rarely stepping foot in the fields. Father, haven't you slept a bit longer? He inquired. At my age, I can't afford to sleep too long. Wang Yunshan pulled Wang Mingqi aside and asked, is your business substantial? It's decent, better than selling vegetables, came the reply. I heard from the Lu matriarch that you pay her daughter-in-law quite handsomely, 500 or 600 a month. That's about right. Are you out of your mind? 500 or 600. Your mother and I can't even earn that much. Wang Mingqi pointed towards the room shared by Lu Mei and Wang Linlin, saying, the two young ladies over there, one earned over 2,000 last month, and the other more than 1,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Yunshan felt as though the world was spinning around him. Then came even more astonishing news. The general manager I hired has a basic salary of 1,500, and with bonuses, earns over 3,000 a month at the very least. Wang Yunshan gasped. You fool, have you lost your senses? Offering such high salaries to others? In the metropolis, 200 a month is considered a generous salary, and you're paying over 3,000? In Wang Fujing, a clothing store pays a regular sales clerk 5,000 a month. How much? 5,000. Are you kidding? 5,000. One ought to have some sense when boasting. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. That's simply the reality. Come, take me to see your enterprise. Father, have you had lunch yet? Eating late won't kill anyone. When Wang Yunshan saw Wang Mingqi's luxurious Mercedes, he was astounded. Is this boss Wang's car? Indeed, he gifted it to me. Wang Yunshan was even more astonished. What reason does he have to bestow such a valuable item upon you? Didn't you lend him 50,000? He didn't repay? So he used the car as collateral. What? Wang Yunshan felt the world spinning again. 50,000. You got it back? Of course, it was exchanged for the car. Wang Yunshan climbed into the vehicle, exploring every inch. This is my 50,000. Seems like I didn't lose out. He reassured himself. A Songhua River van costs over 30,000. This car is worth 50,000. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Father, it's worth over 500,000. I know. But I only put in 50,000. No, it was 100,000. Wang Yunshan was still fixated on the fact that Wang Li had promised him double the interest. No, it's still a loss. 50,000 can't buy a car. It should be used for purchasing a house instead. Wang Mingqi was genuinely taken aback. So my father's vision is so astute? Why hadn't I noticed this in my previous life? At the Sihai shopping mall, upon seeing the location of the shop, Wang Yunshan couldn't help but sing its praises. Following your father wasn't in vain. The location is excellent. No matter what is sold here, one is bound to prosper. Selling vegetables would work too? Vegetables definitely won't sell here. However, a snack shop would surely thrive. All right then, your vision is indeed sharp. Flattered by Wang Mingqi's compliments, Wang Yunshan felt particularly elated. As the two entered the shop, they were greeted by over 20 villagers, all in their 20s, attentively listening to Wang Mingzhu as he introduced the products. Among this youthful crowd, there were both young men and women, bearing surnames not only of Wang, but also Lu. Cousin, what brings you here? Lu Bo inquired. My uncle brought me along, he replied. Wang Yunshan assumed a stern demeanor, embracing his role as an elder. Spending every day at home playing cards or drinking is hardly productive. It is far better to be out and about. Indeed, you are wise, Wang Mingqi promptly flattered. How is my uncle's health? Quite well, Wang Yunshan responded. The new year was busy, and I didn't get the chance to visit him. Everyone understood Wang Mingqi's situation. Having just gone through a divorce, his mood was understandably low. Moreover, his uncle was not one to hold grudges, so there were no hard feelings. After listening for a while, Wang Yunshan took Wang Mingqi aside. The profit on a tape is around 20 to 30. That's the wholesale price. The retail price is higher, with at least 40 yuan profit per tape, he explained. That's quite substantial. Much more profitable than selling vegetables, Wang Mingqi remarked. Father, why not bring mother along? Wang Yunshan felt tempted but quickly dismissed the notion. No, absolutely not. Life in the metropolis suits me just fine. I live in a spacious house. When I feel like working, I sell vegetables at the market, and when I don't, I chat with retirees. It's perfect. Everything here is built by my son. I cannot impose my will on him. I won't go. Your mother and I are quite content in the city. In Chapter 89, Wang Qing seeks a mentor. Wang Yunshan, feeling a bit envious, decided to emulate Wang Mingzhu and took a few tapes, confidently entering the Sihai market. Naturally gifted in sales. It wasn't long before he successfully sold a tape. Father, why not take my brother-in-law under your wing? He is quite shy and reserved, Wang Mingqi suggested. Although Wang Yunshan initially feigned disinterest, he ultimately acquiesced. Upon returning home, Wang Suyun had prepared a sumptuous feast featuring chicken, fish, and pig's head meat. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mingqi served himself a bowl of chicken and headed to courtyard number 10 to deliver it to Tang Xian. Curious about the situation, Wang Yunshan inquired, and Wang Mingqi succinctly explained. Foolishness. Wang Yunshan erupted. What is the matter now? Wang Yunshan asked, startled. From a young age, I've told you how difficult it was to find a mentor back in the old society. When I was navigating the world, no one would take me on as a disciple. I couldn't even find a master, and I was bullied for my ignorance. What does that have to do with Mingqi? Mr. Tong is seeking disciples. Is this how you conduct affairs? The table fell silent. Without further ado, Wang Yunshan seized Wang Qing and headed out, contemplating bringing Lu Zonghao along as well. Father, why are you bringing Zonghao? You'll understand in due time. Wang Yunshan was genuinely upset, chastising even Wang Suyun. Wang Mingqi chuckled. Uncle, you all continue dining. I'll go take a look. Wang Yunshan accompanied Qingqing to the No. 10 courtyard, where he noticed Tang Xian dining at a small table by the door. Qingqing called out, Grandpa? Wang Yunshan bent down and smiled. Brother Tong. The child is naive. Please do not take offense. You are Qingqing's grandfather, correct? Indeed, indeed. The child is unaware. I apologize to you. Wang Mingqi was taken aback by Wang Yunshan's fluent Beijing dialect. How is it that you speak so well? Wang Yunshan instructed Wang Qing, kneel down. Confused, Wang Qing complied, as Wang Yunshan pressed him down to kowtow 3 times to the elder. Tang Xian hurried to assist Wang Qing, saying, Brother Wang, what is this? The ground is cold. Get up quickly. Mr. Tong, the child is unfamiliar with the customs of apprenticeship. In my youth, I encountered many such situations. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian sat back down. Wang Yunshan continued to press Wang Qing's head down, and only then did Tang Xian say, I genuinely admire this child. He possesses an innate sensibility. Since Qingqing has become my apprentice, he must learn diligently from me. As long as he can absorb what I have to offer, I would die content. Wang Yunshan then nudged Lu Zonghao forward. Mr. Tong, please assess this child for talent. Tang Xian pondered for a moment, then returned with several items to present to Lu Zonghao. However, Lu Zonghao showed no interest, as his attention was captured solely by the bowl of chicken before him. Wang Yunshan realized that Lu Zonghao was not of the Wang lineage and lacked the requisite talent. Mingqi, go fetch more dishes. I wish to enjoy a few drinks with Mr. Tong. When Wang Mingqi returned, the 2 brothers were already engaged in conversation. To Wang Mingqi's surprise, Tang Xian and Wang Yunshan were able to connect. One was a free-spirited wanderer, while the other was an elder in the antiquities trade, yet they shared a common language. Wang Mingqi escorted Lu Zonghao back home. In the afternoon, Wang Mingqi went next door to help Wang Suyun and her husband tidy up their room, while also greeting the neighbors. Upon learning that Wang Yunshan had arrived, Hao Wenjing brought a bag of malted milk powder to visit him. Wang Yunshan, however, did not extend a warm welcome, leaving Hao Wenjing feeling quite awkward. Father, Wenjing has not wronged you. Hao Wenjing interjected, Brother, do not blame uncle. Enough, enough. Your family and ours are no longer connected, Wang Yunshan retorted. Wang Mingqi internally scoffed. A day's marriage brings 100 days of kindness. How much kindness has there been? Hao Wenjing continued. Uncle, I understand that my sister's actions have displeased you, but you cannot place all the blame on her. Your sister is short-sighted. Consider this. The 50,000 I lent out was exchanged for a luxury Mercedes. Both Hao Wenjing and Wang Mingqi could only smile wryly. Wang Yunshan also disapproved of Wang Yunshan's demeanor, saying, Enough, elder brother. She has come with good intentions to see you. Why do you treat her so coldly? Wang Yunshan muttered, What do I need her for? After all, she is Qingqing's aunt. Only then did his expression soften a bit. Uncle, I must take my leave. I will visit you again tomorrow. Wang Yunshan remained silent. Wenjing, let me see you out. No, no, you stay and speak with uncle. Wang Mingqi insisted on escorting Hao Wenjing outside. Is there something amiss? In my nephew's school, Hao Wenjing pondered for a moment before saying, Let me help you make the connection. Wang Mingqi expressed his profound gratitude as he watched Hao Wenjing depart. Once she was gone, Wang Yunshan remarked, I was blind to have been drawn to the Hao family. That evening, the entire family gathered for dinner when Director Tang waved at Wang Mingqi from outside. Director Tang, has the matter been resolved? Wang Mingqi inquired. Indeed, replied Tang. Wang Mingqi grasped Tang Qing's hand firmly and said, Thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow, Please accompany me to the logistics office to sign a contract. It's agreed that my family will temporarily reside in your house without paying rent. Feel free to stay as long as you like, Tang responded. At long last, I have the opportunity to move out of this wretched place. It's been quite a challenge. This dilapidated residence can be yours to keep, he laughed. Haven't you had enough of living in a rural bungalow? Not at all. Wang Mingqi replied. He found himself increasingly fond of someone like Tang Qing. The following morning, Lu Wushuang arrived first. Let's go. It's time to enroll your nephew. Wang Mingqi was taken aback that Hao Wenjing had once again sought Lu Wushuang's assistance, as he had expected her to approach Su Daqiang, given his considerable influence. Officer Lu. Teacher Lu, I must trouble you again. I know you're inconveniencing me, so please treat me to dinner tonight. Of course, no problem. Wang Xiyun was astonished at how swiftly the school arrangements had materialized, and she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lu Wushuang. The whole family set out to escort Lu Zonghao to the school gate, and seeing him skip happily alongside Lu Wushuang, Wang Mingqi felt a sense of relief. This boy possesses a boldness unmatched by others. Fortunately, Lu Zonghao was only in the first grade, so he should be able to keep up with his studies. Wang Yunshan inquired, "Is that the same school as Xue Zhao's?" "Indeed," came the reply. Wang Yunshan continued, "I found out that settling in the capital costs quite a fortune, and your second aunt and I cannot spare much at the moment." As he spoke, he produced a savings book, saying, "Here are 5,000 yuan. Take it for now. Your second aunt and I will gradually repay you. If we cannot manage, let Xue Zhao take care of it herself." Wang Yunshan spat in disdain. "How sentimental. Do my brother and I keep such a strict account? If it were you, I wouldn't even feel obliged to pay, but this is money your child earned. I cannot use it without due cause." Chapter 90. How much is one's face worth? Wang Mingqi chuckled, "Second uncle, it won't cost that much. My investments yield returns, so there's no need for concern. I don't care. This is my only 5,000 yuan for now. Whether it's more or less, you, as the elder brother, will need to cover the difference," Wang Yunshan insisted. "Take it. Consider it Xue Zhao's living expenses." Wang Mingqi could only accept the savings book with resignation. The four of them lingered at the school gate, waiting until Lu Wushuang emerged and signaled them to relax. Wang Yunshan stood up and said to Lu Wen, "Come. Let's go earn some money." Lu Wen nervously glanced at Wang Xiyun. "Father, your son-in-law is shy. Please do not pressure him," she cautioned. "Shy? How much is shyness worth? Can it support a wife and children? If I don't take him under my wing, I want to return to the metropolis. After all, your mother was quite a catch. Didn't I manage to bring her out?" Wang Xiyun, fearing Wang Yunshan would scold Lu Wen, signaled to Wang Mingqi. "Sister, keep an eye on Qingqing. I will go with my brother-in-law." Lu Wen cast a grateful glance at Wang Mingqi. When the three of them arrived at the Sihai shopping mall, Lu Mei happened to be conducting a work inspection. Lu Mei stood gracefully before Wang Yunshan, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, welcome to oversee our work." Wang Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young lady was addressing him. "Father, this is Lu Mei, the sales manager of the company." Wang Yunshan's eyes sparkled. "Hello, Manager Lu." He glanced at his son and then at Lu Mei, pondering how well-matched they appeared. "Mr. Wang, what brings you here today?" Wang Yunshan pointed at Lu Wen and replied, "My son-in-law, he's just farming at home, lacking ambition. I thought I'd bring him out to broaden his horizons. Do you really need to do it personally? If I don't teach him myself, I want to feel at ease." Wang Yunshan smoothly made his way into the store and retrieved a bag of videotapes. "Lu Wen, take a look. Is this a suitable place to sell videotapes?" Lu Wen glanced around, perplexed by his father-in-law's intentions. Wang Yunshan anticipated this reaction. "Haven't you noticed? Everyone from our village is selling here." Lu Wen nodded, acknowledging that it indeed seemed a promising location for selling tapes. However, Wang Mingqi chuckled, recognizing his father's penchant for suspense. "But there are too many people selling videotapes here," Wang Yunshan remarked, tossing the backpack to Lu Wen. "Come with me." Wang Mingqi felt a tinge of curiosity about where his father intended to sell. Where's the demand for videotapes? Certainly at the places selling video recorders. Other electronic buildings in Zhongguan village also sold video recorders, though none had yet formed a significant scale. Wang Mingqi was taken aback by his father's innovative approach. "You should head back. We want to be having lunch at home," Wang Yunshan insisted, wanting to send Wang Mingqi away. Wang Mingqi repeatedly reminded him to show Lu Wen some respect, as he had an important matter to attend to. The gas company in Yinjing City was not far from Lushu, just a 10-minute walk away. Wang Mingqi inquired, and soon found Tang Qing. Tang Qing's office was located on the first floor, a vast space packed with a dozen people. His office was nestled in the innermost corner, cluttered with disorganized materials atop a weathered desk. Upon seeing Wang Mingqi, Tang Qing hurriedly emerged. What took you so long? My nephew had school registration today. I'm sorry for the delay. Let us go quickly. When you meet Director Sun, be cautious with your words. You don't trust me to handle things? Tang Qing led Wang Mingqi out of the main office building and around to a row of bungalows behind it. Tang Qing cleared his throat a few times, ensuring his voice was clear before knocking on the door. Director Sun, are you busy? Sun Donyang, upon seeing Tang Qing, replied irritably, Xiao Tang, what is going on? Is Mr. Wang not here yet? He is here. He is here. Tang Qing quickly ushered Wang Mingqi into the room. Hello, Director Sun, I am Wang Mingqi. As he spoke, he produced a cigarette and offered one to Sun Donyang. Sun Donyang examined the cigarette, nodded in satisfaction, saying, Mr. Wang, everyone at our gas company has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Wang Mingqi discerned no glimmer of expectation in Sun Donyang's expression. Director Sun, you truly have me at a loss. I hurried here to report. After all, Wang Mingqi remarked, as he opened the drawer of Sun Donyang's desk and tossed in 2 packs of cigarettes. Sun Donyang burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, Boss Wang is a clever man. No wonder Manager Wu and Director Lu sing your praises incessantly. You flatter me, Wang Mingqi replied graciously. Sun Donyang and Wang Mingqi shook hands before the latter settled into a chair, crossing his legs and resting them on the desk. We still have many employees residing there. It is quite a predicament. Wang Mingqi muttered a curse, exclaiming, Another opportunist. Director Sun, what do you think? Tang Qing interjected. Boss Wang has pledged a subsidy of 400 yuan for each of the 8 households in Courtyard 7. His sincerity is evident. And our gas company ought to be understanding, don't you think? Wang Mingqi thought to himself, what a sham. The geese haven't even flown away. And already they've deducted 100 yuan. Yes, Director Tang speaks wisely, he replied. So, will this subsidy come from you? Or shall it be provided by our logistics management department? I am not acquainted with the leaders. Perhaps Director Sun could assist? Very well, Sun Donyang said, retracting his legs and vigorously patting his knees. Though my legs are not in the best condition, I must alleviate Boss Wang's concerns. I shall reluctantly oblige. Yes, Director Sun, please help me expedite this. It would save me considerable time. Haha, let it be so, Sun Donyang concluded, retrieving a contract and a stack of property documents from the drawer. Once the contract is signed and the funds are in place, we shall promptly proceed with the formalities. The day after the paperwork is completed, we will transfer the property. No problem. As long as the contract is duly signed, I shall make the payment immediately. Wang Mingqi scrutinized the contract several times, confirming its accuracy before affixing his signature. Xiao Tang, the office requires your stamp. Certainly. Tang Qing bent slightly, retreating from Sun Donyang's office. Once outside, Tang Qing straightened his posture, sighing, managing these matters is such a hassle. Let us go and get the stamp. However, upon reaching the office, they encountered difficulties. The office director seemed vehemently opposed to the sale of the property and categorically refused to provide the stamp. Tang Qing, his voice hoarse from pleading, reiterated that the director insisted he had not received any notification regarding the sale. Exiting the director's office, Tang Qing gritted his teeth and muttered, So you consider yourself above it all? Chapter 91. Idle Talk and Gossip. Director Tang, what seems to be the matter? They refuse to stamp the documents. What shall we do? Allow me a moment to think, Tang Qing replied, rubbing his face vigorously. Since you show no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With that, Tang Qing veered into another office. Sister Chen, are you busy? Oh, Director Tang, what brings you here? I just came to secure a stamp and thought I'd stop by to say hello. Sister Chen, while knitting, smiled and asked, What stamp could be so significant that it requires your personal attention, Director Tang? Are you aware of our housing project? Indeed. I have heard that selling the Sihiyuan will enable us to construct a staff building, correct? Who could deny it? Those of us without homes naturally hope that the company will expedite the construction of our residences, but some remain unperturbed. Unperturbed? Who is unperturbed? That would be Director Lu. He is certainly not anxious. Why would he be? He resides in a spacious, well-lit apartment. Indeed, this is precisely why Director Lu opposes the sale of the courtyard houses. Sister Chan was momentarily taken aback before she exploded. What? The Lu family disapproves? Look here, I have the contract with me, and the prospective buyer is waiting. Yet he remains obstinate. Well, this Lu fellow enjoys his ample and bright apartment while denying us the construction of our staff quarters? Where's the contract? Tang Qing hastily passed the contract over. Just wait. I will ensure the construction proceeds. This group of officials, none of them are worth a dime. Oh, Director Tang. I wasn't referring to you. You have tirelessly advocated for us ordinary employees, and we are truly grateful. Sister Chun, clutching the contract, stormed off to the adjacent office. Shortly, the sounds of an argument echoed from within. Tang Qing smirked and remarked, "There is only one middle manager opposing the sale of the houses in Willow Tree Lane. And that is Lu." Wang Mingqi refrained from interjecting, as it was a matter of the company. After at least 10 minutes, Sister Chun returned, head held high. "If he dares to confront the entire workforce, I shall ensure he receives an unsatisfactory rating by year-end if he does not stamp this document." Tang Qing chuckled. Sister Chun certainly knows how to handle matters. We were at a loss for words. Enough of this. Let us focus on retrieving the funds, as we are all eagerly awaiting our homes. Upon exiting the office, Wang Mingqi remarked, "Director Tang is indeed resourceful. There is a saying, evil begets evil. Truly impressive. Let us hurry." Tang Qing returned to logistics, where Sun Dongyang assigned a young man to accompany Wang Mingqi to the bank. They transferred 1 million to the gas company, then returned to the gas company to submit the transfer confirmation to the finance department, completing the payment process. Wang Mingqi gazed at the account, which now held a meager 500,000, feeling a pang of regret. Money does not come easily. Upon returning home, Wang Mingqi was still reeling from the loss of 1 million. "Tang Qing, your ability to exploit others is remarkable, but my money is not so easily obtained." From the outset, Wang Mingqi had no intention of allowing Tang Qing to frivolously spend his funds. "Having taken from me, return it." Naturally, Wang Mingqi could not report Tang Qing or Sun Dongyang, as he still needed to conduct business. If he were to expose others for accepting bribes, the operations of Bafang computers within government and state-owned enterprises would be jeopardized. Wang Xiyun prepared lunch and took it to Wang Yunshan and Lu Wan. Wang Mingqi felt solitary eating alone, so he placed the meal on a tray and headed straight for courtyard number 10. Upon entering the third courtyard, he heard Tong Xian instructing Wang Qing in reciting the 3-character classic. Wang Qing sat on a stool, hands clasped behind him. After Tong Xian recited a line, Wang Qing echoed it. Upon seeing his father return, Wang Qing's face lit up with the desire to cry out. Tong Xian was no longer the amiable figure he had been just a few days prior. His focus was unwavering. During study sessions, he insisted on maintaining concentration, free from external distractions. "What is the pronunciation of this character?" "CH. And this one?" Wang Mingqi observed Wang Qing's distressed expression and felt a twinge of sympathy. "My son does not need to excel academically. Good character is sufficient." However, he did not voice these thoughts, for Tong Xian's dedication to teaching the child was indeed commendable. After assessing Wang Qing's progress, Tong Xian simply announced, "Class dismissed." Wang Qing immediately nestled into Wang Mingqi's embrace, saying, "Daddy, I want to go home." "Qing, be good. You must continue your studies with Grandpa Tong." "It's master," Tong Xian corrected him. "Qing has already taken on a master. He is now your master." "Oh, all right. Once class concluded, Tong Xian returned to his former benevolence, proactively serving Wang Qing food. Hungry, Wang Qing devoured the meal voraciously. After finishing, Wang Mingqi tidied up, preparing to leave, but upon seeing Wang Qing's eyes, he steeled himself and turned away. He waited and waited until finally, Li Chongqing finished work. "Director Li, you're back?" "Yes." Li Chongqing's voice lacked vigor. "Director Li, there's something I need to discuss. We can talk later." Wang Mingqi stood in confusion, pondering the situation. Just then, the television factory employees had clocked out, so he seized the opportunity to grab Pei Hongying, asking, "Hongying, what is going on with Li Chongqing?" Pei Hongying chuckled, replying, "Today, the manager of the service company at the television factory assigned Li Chongqing to the sanitation department." "Sanitation department? You mean the street cleaning team?" Pei Hongying said. Reveling in the news, the deputy director of the sanitation department, in parentheses, enjoying the benefits of a full director's position. How unfortunate. Who can argue otherwise? He deserves it, Wang Mingqi laughed. Let us not speak ill of others. Have you not indulged in gossip yourself? You are quite the busybody. Pei Hongying teased before humming a tune and retreating to her room. Just as Wang Mingqi prepared to leave, he noticed Bai Ling returning with her head down, carrying a small bag. Sister Bai off work? Oh yes. Wang Mingqi greeted her, and intended to head home. Suddenly, Bai Ling called out, "Boss Wang, I heard that Bafang Computers is your enterprise?" "Indeed, why do you ask? May I have a word with you?" "Of course, Sister Bai. What would you like to discuss?" Bai Ling ascended the steps, unbothered by their dirtiness, and sat down. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Mingqi joined her. "You haven't been reassigned, have you?" "Reassigned? What do you mean?" Wang Mingqi recounted the events concerning Li Chongqing. Bai Ling remarked, "It's quite normal. The television factory is exploring every avenue to cut costs. And the service companies are no exception. With dwindling funds, they are pushing employees to the brink, either slashing benefits or forcing them to stay home. Is the television factory struggling?" Bai Ling sighed. "Struggling is an understatement. They lose over 30 yuan on each unit produced and cannot sell them. If they cease production, the entire factory will come to a halt. Is it really that dire?" "It may be even worse than I know." Bai Ling held her knees close, burying her head within the crook of her legs, and remarked, "Cost-cutting and soliciting funds from the government are not effective remedies for a company on the verge of collapse. The immediate course of action should either be technological innovation or transformation, yet the factory leadership is entirely opposed to either." As she spoke, Bai Ling produced a report and handed it to Wang Mingqi, stating, "This is the application that was just rejected. Take a look." Upon inspection, Wang Mingqi realized it was a request for a research and development project. Chapter 92. The incident at number 7 courtyard. After perusing a few pages, Wang Mingqi's expression grew serious. "Do you believe in the potential of computer monitors? The future undoubtedly belongs to computers. Currently, a television set retails for merely 400 to 500 yuan, whereas a computer monitor commands a price upwards of 2,000 yuan. The cost difference is negligible. The only requisite investment is in research and development funding. However, the factory leadership claims they cannot even pay the workers' wages, let alone allocate 500,000 for RD. Wang Mingqi reopened the report, scrutinizing it once more. "Are you interested?" "Very much so," Bai Ling replied. "Are you keen to proceed? Is 500,000 sufficient?" "That figure is merely for their consideration. I estimate that we will require 3 to 5 million in RD funding." Wang Mingqi chuckled, realizing that Bai Ling was not as naive as she appeared. She understood the importance of presenting an acceptable price to the leadership, intending to request a larger sum once the factory formally committed to the RD efforts, knowing full well that failing to do so would result in a waste of initial investments. "Can it be accomplished within a year?" he inquired. Bai Ling chuckled awkwardly. "At least 2 years. Do you have a team?" "Indeed, we have several members with overseas study backgrounds collaborating on the proposal." "You studied abroad?" "I graduated as a master's student from the electronics department at the University of California." "Can your colleagues resign?" "Of course. If the project fails, we can still find good jobs abroad." 3 to 5 million was a feasible sum for Wang Mingqi. "Would you like me to introduce our team members?" "If possible. I would like to hear about them." "We have a PhD graduate from the electronics department of the University of Pennsylvania, an undergraduate from a German university, and myself, forming a competent team. Is that sufficient qualification?" Bai Ling's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Wang Mingqi. "To be honest, I am quite intrigued. But I cannot make the decision unilaterally. I need to consult with the general manager of the company." "That's no problem. If you wish to proceed, just let me know, and I will help you assemble a research and development team." Wang Mingqi nodded earnestly. "By the way, have you heard of the company Dongfang Electronics?" "No." "What about Yanjing Electron Tube Factory?" "I am familiar with it. Our factory uses their electron tubes." "Oh, has not yet been established, but its inception is imminent. When was first founded, it primarily engaged in the electron tube business. It wasn't until 1997 that ventured into the computer terminal display business, establishing a joint venture that employed Japanese technology." After Bai Ling returned to her room, Wang Mingqi found himself in a state of turmoil. Although he had considered domestic production, he initially intended to start with components like the chassis, never anticipating a sudden leap into the monitor project. It wasn't until his sister returned with Lu Zonghao that Wang Mingqi regained his composure. Lu Zonghao appeared disheartened. The usually lively and energetic Lu Zonghao now resembled a withered eggplant. "Mother, I wish to go home." "Zonghao, what troubles you?" "They say I am unsophisticated." Wang Mingqi chuckled, his accent reflecting his Shandong roots, struggling to assimilate into the company of Beijing's youth. He turned to his elder sister, saying, "Sister, from now on, our family must refrain from speaking in the Shandong dialect. We must converse in Mandarin or the dialect of Yanjing." His sister, Wang Suyun, who had completed junior high and could indeed communicate in Mandarin, nodded in agreement. One by one, everyone returned home. Wang Yunshan embraced Wang Xuejiao, their conversation a mystery. But Xuejiao danced with joy. Lu Wen also made his entrance. Wang Mingqi observed with curiosity that Lu Wen appeared to be in high spirits. Wang Yunshan, hands clasped behind his back and a cigarette in his mouth, remarked, "Think carefully about whether what I said was right." "Father, I understand," Lu Wen replied. After that, Wang Yunshan prepared to leave again. "Father, where are you going?" "To check on Qingqing and his master." A smile graced Lu Wen's face as he tugged at Wang Siyun's sleeve. "What is it? Don't you see I'm cooking? Go fetch the vegetables. You come in. You come in." Seeing her husband's excited expression, Wang Siyun followed him inside. Lu Wen, as if presenting a treasure, emptied his pockets filled with notes of 1 and 5 yuan. Wang Siyun's eyes sparkled, and she embraced him tightly, asking, "Did you earn this?" Lu Wen nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. 30 yuan. So much. Wang Siyun wiped her hands and began counting the bills one by one. "All from my sales. Is that so impressive?" "Of course. Father helped too." "Goodness, 1,000 yuan a month?" Lu Wen nodded earnestly. "From now on, you stay home with the children while I earn money. After saving for another 2 years, we can buy a few rooms and bring father and mother over." "All right, I will follow your lead." Wang Mingqi was delighted to witness the transformation in Lu Wen. Who would have thought that his biological father possessed some skills? "Sister, brother-in-law, those 2 rooms you currently reside in are yours as a gift." "That won't do. I heard one room costs 30,000 yuan. I will save up and return it to you." Wang Mingqi chuckled, not taking it to heart. In this era, making money was relatively easy. It could be said that opportunities were abundant. With the direction provided by Wang Mingqi, Lu Wen merely needed to apply himself diligently. Wang Mingqi was confident that success would eventually be his, and even if he faltered, Wang Mingqi had ways to ensure his triumph. Wang Siyun, thrilled, counted the money repeatedly, only returning to the kitchen when Lu Zonghao incessantly complained of hunger. With time to spare, Wang Mingqi decided to visit courtyard number 7. The atmosphere in courtyard no. 7 was already tumultuous. Why should we be forced to relocate? We absolutely refuse to move. Old Bai, as the leader of our courtyard, you must take a stand. Old Bai shrank back, remaining silent. "Everyone, please quiet down." A man resembling an official stood on the steps. "I have explained many times why we must move. The unit has sold the courtyard and will construct new residential buildings for everyone. Why should only we from courtyard number 7 be displaced? The new houses are intended for living. Let us not cause unnecessary disturbances." "Your words sound nice, but how are we being unreasonable? If we leave, where will we go?" "The organization has arranged temporary accommodations for everyone. We must endure these difficulties for just 1 more year until the family apartments are completed, at which point we can all move into the new buildings." You speak so eloquently about the apartments. Who isn't aware of their conditions? Let me be clear. We will not relocate. The officials might be somewhat embarrassed and assertively declare, "There are over 100 individuals in the company awaiting the sale of their homes to construct new ones. If you refuse to move, they won't receive their compensation, and no one in our company will have the privilege of residing in the new buildings. Do not use the company as leverage. If a dispute arises, none of us will fare well." Do you think I am unaware? One workshop director has moved into a new building, yet his old residence in the Willow Tree district has not been returned to the organization. Indeed, it seems that the desirable residences are claimed first by those in power, leaving us ordinary citizens without any housing. We will take our grievances to the company. Chapter 93. Wang Yunshan drives people away. Wang Mingqi listened for a while and felt compelled to confront Tang Qing. How outrageous. I received a subsidy of 500 yuan for 1 room, yet you offer nothing to the ordinary employees? Even a modest sum of 1 or 200 would quell the discontent. As Wang Mingqi returned to courtyard number 8, he happened upon Li Chongqing squatting at the entrance. "Smoking. Li, have you eaten?" Li Chongqing lifted his gaze briefly before returning it to the ground, seemingly finding the ants more captivating than Wang Mingqi. Wang Mingqi squatted beside him and lit a cigarette. "I heard you haven't received your salary in a long time?" Li Chongqing nodded. "In my opinion, your television factory is bound to face closure. While you still hold the title of section chief, you should urgently seek Director Tang's assistance to transfer to the gas company." "The gas company? They are a county-level entity, while our television factory is at the bureau level. The ranks are not comparable." Wang Mingqi felt a surge of frustration. "You ingratiate yourself with Tang Qing daily, and yet you wish to transfer to the gas company? As if I were unaware. Li, consider this. You are a section chief. If you go to the gas company, wouldn't you be in a middle management position? A flicker of interest sparkled in Li Changqing's eyes, only to be quickly concealed. Doesn't Director Tang assist with such matters? Li Changqing shook his head. Haven't you offered any gifts? Li Changqing replied. During the holidays, I certainly provide cigarettes and liquor, but Tang Qing always declines. What? Wang Mingqi feigned surprise. You only offer cigarettes and liquor? Those are hardly substantial gifts. You should be presenting something more significant. Wang Mingqi gestured as if counting money. Am I not clear? I understand perfectly. Then why haven't you done so? Ah, my sister-in-law disapproves. Li Changqing hesitated and nodded slightly. Li, are you foolish? You are the foolish one, lacking respect. Think about it. Your television factory hasn't paid salaries for several months. Why cling to it? Offer 2,000 yuan, transfer over, and your salary will be reinstated immediately. What a wonderful opportunity. She would not agree. Previously, she may have objected. But that was when you were still receiving wages. Now, your sister-in-law is bound to consent. Li Changqing paused, contemplating. It seemed Wang Mingqi's reasoning held merit. In the past, one could reclaim their wages, but now, not only are the wages unattainable, but the salary grade has also been reduced to a deputy section level. Although it bears the title of a section chief, the television factory service company does not acknowledge it. Should one seize the opportunity, while still holding the title of section chief, to hastily transfer to the gas company? Li Changqing could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood up and departed. Wang Mingqi offered a faint smile. Ah, Li Changqing, if you were a man of composure, I would hesitate to enlighten you. If Li Changqing were a magnanimous individual, tossing 5,000 yuan before Tang Qing would surely prompt him to assist. A sum of 10,000 yuan would guarantee success in his endeavors. But 2,000? My dear, one ought to seek solace elsewhere. Given Tang Qing's disposition, accepting 2,000 yuan would lead to procrastination, leaving you utterly powerless, wouldn't it? Wang Yunshan returned with some vegetables, heading to courtyard number 10 to dine with Tong Xian. These two genuinely found common ground in conversation. However, their styles diverged. One was lofty and refined, while the other was earthy and straightforward. Lu Wushuang remained quite proactive. That evening, before Wang Mingqi even invited her, she arrived on her own. Wang Yunshan expressed profound gratitude to Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang had even tutored Wang Suxin's sister. Yet Wang Yunshan had not yet returned. Wang Mingqi found himself curious about the nature of their conversation that could stretch on for an entire evening. In courtyard number 10, Tong Xian continued instructing Wang Qing in his studies. Remarkably, in just a single day, Wang Mingqi discovered that Wang Qing could recite the three-character classic. No wonder Wang Qing excelled under such challenging circumstances and gained admission to Yanjing University. It turned out that my family's Qingqing is a prodigy. Within another room, Wang Mingqi overheard Wang Yunshan's voice. One must possess a modicum of conscience, right? When you arrived in Yanjing, without a place to stay, my brother Tong offered you shelter. And now this is how you repay him? Who are you, after all? What does it matter who I am? You have 3 days to vacate. If you fail to do so, don't blame me for being unkind. What could you possibly do? Wang Yunshan uttered a phrase that even Wang Mingqi struggled to comprehend. It was evident he was a simpleton, unable to grasp the language of the streets. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing the term the streets, the other party seemed a bit flustered. After all, who among the common folk wishes to engage with such elements? Observing Wang Yunshan's demeanor, he resembled the thugs depicted on television. I intend nothing. Just move out promptly. You threaten us? I shall report you to the police station. Report me? Come. Let us engage in a reasoned debate. The landlord no longer wishes to rent to you, yet you refuse to leave. What does that signify? Let us go to the court and discern whose side the law favors, yours or mine. Wang Yunshan, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, emerged from the room. Turning back to sneer, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. You simply hope that my brother Tong departs, leaving you without a landlord. Let me assure you, your calculations are flawed. Wang Mingqi stood dumbfounded. Is this truly my father? Unable to handle you all. My brother Tong is merely too benevolent. What brings you here? Father, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Today, if they dare to linger, tomorrow they will audaciously defecate upon my brother Tong's head. Wang Yunshan, exuding an air of authority, approached each family for negotiations. Wang Mingqi was utterly speechless. Upon returning home, Lu Xuehua had already prepared her attire. The weather had turned milder, with a gentle breeze reminiscent of the willow's caress. Lu Shuahua's clothing was lighter, clad in a blue tracksuit adorned with 2 white stripes on each arm and leg, fitting snugly, which was quite alarming. "Brother, how do I look?" she inquired. Wang Mingqi, feigning composure, replied, "You look splendid." In truth, he scarcely dared to glance at her. As they passed through the entrance of the courtyard, Wang Mingqi caught sight of a figure suddenly darting away from Pei Hongying's store. "Who goes there?" Wang Mingqi bellowed. "Oh, it's Boss Wang. I am Li Chong." "Li Chong, what brings you here?" "I lost a yuan at home and am searching for it." Wang Mingqi looked at Li Chong in confusion. "You lost money at home and came to search in front of a widow's door? Do you think your father misplaced it? What are you wandering about at this hour? Don't let others misunderstand." Yes, I won't look anymore," Li Chong stammered, his gaze fixated on Lu Shuahua, nearly drooling. "Shuahua, shall I accompany you for a run?" "Farewell. Go find somewhere cool to linger," Lu Shuahua retorted, leading the way out of courtyard number 8. Wang Mingqi glanced sideways, noticing small clusters of people gathered at the entrance of courtyard number 7, likely deliberating on how to contest the company's unreasonable arrangements. Wang Mingqi remained indifferent. After all, he was set to reclaim the house tomorrow, and if they failed to deliver, he was eager to see how Sun Dongyang would handle it. The two continued along their original route towards the film academy. With recent unremitting exercise, Lu Shuahua's physical condition had significantly improved. No longer requiring breaks after merely running a kilometer, spring had arrived, and the kittens began to mewl, not to mention the young men and women. Chapter 94. Eviction. The number of luxury cars at the entrance of the film school had increased, and the woods had grown increasingly lively. After completing a lap around the playground, Lu Shuahua's face was once again flushed. "Brother, shall we change our running location tomorrow evening?" "Sure. Not far ahead is the Fine Arts Academy. We can run there." "All right. Brother, Li Chong is not a good person. I am aware. He frequently harasses Sister Pei." "What?" Wang Mingqi felt his worldview shatter anew. "Isn't he her father?" Lu Shuahua nodded, her expression revealing an understanding. "Is that even possible? They are father and son. Have you not noticed? Li Chong is 26 and has never married." "I know. Isn't that due to his lack of employment?" "Indeed. Coupled with the absence of extra housing in his family, no one is willing to marry him. Hence he has set his sights on Pei Hongying." "Why?" "Because Pei Hongying has a house." Wang Mingqi was enlightened, realizing that Li Chong desired Pei Hongying not only for her, but also for her property. Goodness. He aims to achieve 2 goals with 1 act. "How do you know this?" "Please, do you not see who my mother is?" Wang Mingqi burst into laughter. "Like mother. Like daughter." "Shuahua, which school are you planning to apply to?" Lu Shuahua remarked that following this road northward would take approximately less than 10 kilometers. Wang Mingqi acknowledged Lu Shuahua with a nod, noting that 10 kilometers to the north leads to the capital. "Brother, what do you think I should major in? What do you wish to study?" "I am uncertain, but my mother mentioned that proficiency in English guarantees better job prospects. Perhaps we should reconsider English." Who would dedicate 4 years to mastering a language? This notion was novel to Lu Shuahua, sparking her interest. Language should serve as a tool, much like a dictionary, rather than merely a skill. Communication suffices, even if one falters in tenses and grammar, akin to our own language. Where phrases like "have you eaten?" and "did you eat?" the latter grammatically inverted, are nonetheless comprehensible. Lu Shuahua pondered deeply. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "If we do not master English, how will we converse with foreigners?" "We can resolve this issue through technology. For instance, we could certainly create a translation device." "A translation device?" "Indeed. One could speak Mandarin to the machine, which would automatically convert it into English." "How simple is that?" "Is it feasible?" "Absolutely, it is entirely possible." "Then I shall study translation devices." "In that case, pursue a degree in computer science." "Very well." Upon returning to the 8th courtyard, Wang Mingqi observed that the crowd at the 7th courtyard had yet to disperse. He inquired of Lu Shuahua, "Do you know anyone over there?" "Yes. I have classmates among them." Wang Mingqi's mind raced. "Comrade Lu Shuahua, I must assign you a crucial task." "What task?" "Speak up." He leaned in closer. Lu Shuahua inclined her ear, and Wang Mingqi whispered his instructions. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Shuahua blushed and swiftly made her exit. Wang Mingqi chuckled softly. Lu Shuahua endeavored to compose herself and shot him a disapproving glance. "Luzhen, what are you up to?" A young man, approximately Lu Shuahua's age, waved at her and queried, "Lu Shuahua, are you moving?" "No, are you?" "Yes. I heard the gas company has sold the 7th courtyard." "I have heard that as well." "I also heard." Lu Shuahua glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then whispered, I heard that the owner who bought the 7th courtyard offers a subsidy of 400 yuan for each room. Aren't you content? What? Lu Zhen exclaimed. No one informed us about any rental subsidy. Really? You haven't heard? I heard it from Tang Dong, 400 yuan per room. Is that true? How could it be false? Don't forget who Tang Dong's father is. Lu Zhen believed her. Lu Shuahua tossed her ponytail with flair and departed, leaving only a whisper of rumor behind. Wang Mingqi urged Lu Shuahua to return and take a shower while he settled at the entrance to smoke. Indeed, news that begins with it is said spreads rapidly, within mere minutes. Everyone at the 7th courtyard was aware of the 400 yuan subsidy. Is there really a 400 yuan subsidy? The claim seemed credible, unlike any falsehood. Why hasn't the logistics department informed us about the subsidy? They must be embezzling it. Let us confront Sun Dongyang. Yes, let us seek out Sun Dongyang. If the landlord offers 400 for a room, why should we not move out? Let us go find Sun Dongyang. No, we cannot approach Sun Dongyang. He will surely deny it. We should go directly to Zhou. If Zhou refuses to intervene, we shall escalate the matter to the city authorities. Indeed. Let us seek out Zhou without delay. Together, we make our way toward the gas company's residential area, where 10 households and over 30 individuals reside in the number 7 compound. Wang Mingqi chuckled to himself, pondering Sun Dongyang's predicament, and also Tang Qing, who would remain unscathed this time, yet he desired to involve him in some manner. As Wang Mingqi clapped his hands, preparing to head home, he noticed how Wen Jing and Lu Wushuang approaching in their police uniforms. Wang Mingqi, what is the matter? Let us go check on the number 10 compound. What is going on? Wang Mingqi's heart sank. What trouble had his father gotten into this time? There has been a bit of a disturbance at your grandfather's place. You should go and talk to him. My father? What has happened? Lu Wushuang glanced at her watch and replied, It's nearly 10 o'clock, and Grandpa Wang is inside someone else's house without coming out. Why? Never mind. It's better you see for yourself. Upon arriving at the number 10 compound, Wang Mingqi found not only the police officer Gao Jiqiang, whom he had encountered before, but also a gathering of others. Father, what is going on? Oh, Master Qingqing rented this room to me, but the occupants refused to vacate it. I need to have a word with them about this. They rented it to you? Indeed, right, Brother Tong? Yes, this family hasn't paid rent for several months. I assumed they had vacated, so I rented it to your father. Wang Mingqi turned to Officer Gao Jiqiang and asked, Officer, can't Elder Tong evict my father's tenants? That is certainly possible. But now someone is occupying my father's room. What should the police do? Silence enveloped the scene. You are slandering me. This is clearly my room. Oh, yours? Officer, can you believe he is attempting to usurp Elder Tong's property? This is outrageous. I rented it. Did you pay rent? I paid. Where's the receipt? It wasn't issued at the time. Your word alone is not sufficient. Without a receipt or signature, it implies no rent was paid. Officer, I strongly demand that this family be evicted, otherwise, my father will have no choice but to sleep on the streets.